Lin Mo found himself transported to the Blue Star, a world where myriad races awakened and ferocious beasts roamed freely. To his dismay, he awakened the most inferior F-grade ability, Erasure. His classmates mocked him, his girlfriend betrayed him, and his family cast him out, leaving him in despair. Just when hope seemed lost, he unexpectedly bound to a super evolution system. Ding! Erased 1 mosquito, ability points 1. Ding! Erased 1 chicken, ability points 10. Asterisk congratulations, the host's ability has evolved into an SSS grade ability. Annihilation, asterisk. Asterisk, wait a moment. How come I have 9 more of these SSS grade abilities within me? Star. Chapter 1. Awakening an F-grade ability, betrayed and scorned. Touch me again, and I will accuse you of assault. A piercing voice echoed. Lin Mo suddenly regained consciousness. Had he crossed over? The world known as Blue Star was entirely different from his previous life. With myriad races awakening, ferocious beasts ran rampant. To ensure their survival, humanity began to awaken their own unique abilities. However, abilities varied in strength, ranging from F to SSS grade. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's awakening resulted in the most pathetic F-grade ability, Erasure, which was so feeble he could not even kill a mosquito. Upon learning of this, his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for a year, immediately sought to break up with him. He attempted to plead for her to reconsider, but to his shock, she threatened to report him for assault. Lin Mo, it's not that I lack compassion. Once you're the top scholar in the humanities and quite handsome, treating me with great kindness, even spending all your living expenses to buy me a birthday gift. But how could you awaken such a pathetic F-grade ability? Do you understand what an F-grade ability signifies? It means you are destined to be a failure, incapable of cultivation or progression, forever relegated to being a useless individual. Surely you wouldn't wish for me to endure a lifetime of hardship alongside you. Chu Yuchi gazed at Lin Mo with a look of disdain and tea that moment. A boy, resembling a pig yet draped in designer labels, approached. Chu Yuchi naturally linked her arm with his, introducing Wang Ba. You know him. His father is a level 9 ability user, and he has just awakened a C-grade ability. With his family's connections, he can easily purchase evolution potions to upgrade his ability to B-grade, or even A-grade. The future is bright for him. Do you know how much a bottle of evolution potion costs? 10 million. It's more than enough to buy your life. Now, do you comprehend the chasm between you two? It's a divide as vast as heaven and earth. In Blue Star, upon awakening, one could be referred to as a novice ability user, with subsequent ranks ranging from 1 to 10. Rumors suggested that beyond level 10, even more terrifying entities existed. Yet in the small city of Jiangzhou, a level 9 ability user was practically invincible, wielding immense influence. It was no surprise that Chu Yuchi eagerly sought the embrace of Wang Ba. Enough, Chi-Chi. Do you really think he can comprehend all this? An F-grade ability? Huh, it's utterly laughable. Even if he devoted his life to it, he would struggle to advance to a level 2 ability user. Wang Ba scoffed mockingly, then wrapped his arm around Chu Yuchi's slender waist, heading toward the Lamborghini parked by the roadside. Chu Yuchi, you will surely regret this. Lin Mo clenched his fists and spoke coldly. However, his words were merely met with derision from Chu Yuchi, who sneered and entered the Lamborghini, driving away. Returning home in a daze, Lin Mo felt a pang of sorrow. Having lost his parents at a young age, he lived with his uncle Lin Yuan. Thanks to a chicken farm left behind by his parents, he managed to scrape by. Mo, you're back. As soon as he stepped inside, his uncle Lin Yuan and aunt greeted him with warmth, causing his heart to swell with comfort. Though his girlfriend was a gold-digging vixen, at least he still had a loving home. Come, sign this. Before Lin Mo could settle onto the sofa, Uncle Lin Yuan thrust a folded document and a pen into his hands. What is this? As Lin Mo attempted to open the document to read its contents. Oh, it's an insurance policy I got for you. Hurry up and sign it, then wash your hand for dinner. Uncle Lin Yuan interrupted, eagerly urging him on. Without much thought, Lin Mo signed at the bottom. At this, Uncle Lin Yuan and Auntie exchanged gleeful glances. Ha, we finally did it. What did you do? Lin Mo was taken aback, puzzled. Yet at that moment, Uncle Lin Yuan and Auntie's expressions shifted from warmth to disdain as they regarded him with contempt. Lin Mo, we have raised you for so many years, hoping you would awaken a decent ability so we could benefit, but who would have thought you would be so disappointing, awakening only? An F-grade ability. What difference is there between you and a waste? Uncle Lin Yuan spoke coldly. How did you find out? Lin Mo furrowed his brow, confused. The awakening results had only been announced that morning. Of course, I told him. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Lin Yuan's son, Lin Nanfeng, emerged. Lin Mo, have you forgotten? We attend the same school. I not only know what ability you awakened, but I also know your girlfriend publicly dumped you just now, making you look like a clown. Haha. Lin Nanfeng approached, laughing mockingly. Afterward, he turned to Lin Yuan and asked, Dad, did you get it? Here it is, the contract for transferring the chicken farm. This fool just signed it. Lin Yuan opened the document Lin Mo had signed and handed it to Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo stood frozen in disbelief. Was this truly his uncle? How could he resort to such deceit? This is wonderful. The chicken farm should sell for at least 1 to 2 million. With our house and a loan, I can buy the evolution potion, allowing my degradability to evolve into a C grade. My future will be limitless, Lin Nanfeng exclaimed joyfully. Son, we'll be relying on you from now on. Lin Yuan added with eager anticipation. He then turned to Lin Mo, his expression once again dripping with contempt. As for you, waste, you no longer deserve to stay in this home. Go live at the chicken farm. Before Lin Mo could react, the Lin family shoved him out the door. With no money to his name, Lin Mo had no choice but to retreat to the chicken farm that night to avoid sleeping on streets. Gazing at the only inheritance left by his parents, tears welled in his eyes. Was this the treatment reserved for a transmigrator? Awakening a useless ability, being dumped by his girlfriend and tossed out by his family, even losing his parents' sole legacy? What a catastrophic start. Heaven, are you intent on tormenting me? Must you push me to the brink of despair for your amusement? I curse you. Asterisk ding. Asterisk, a metallic voice unexpectedly resonated in my ear. Detection indicates that the host meets the criteria, initiating system activation. System binding in progress. 100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the super evolution system, granting you the ability to infinitely evolve your abilities. Lin Mo nearly uttered a curse, only to promptly retract it. Here it comes. Oh no, not brother, but sister of the system. You have finally arrived. Chapter 2. Upgrading as easily as drinking water. This system is quite extraordinary. System scanning in progress. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Level, primary ability user. Ability value, 0-100. Ability, F-grade Erasure, can evolve into SSS-grade annihilation. Current evolution progress, 0. Special reminder. The system has detected 9 unknown abilities within the host's body. Upon the first ability evolving into SSS grade, the second ability will be unlocked. After perusing the information provided by the system, Lin Mo found himself momentarily stunned. It turned out that his F-grade ability was not merely subpar. It possessed the potential to evolve into an SSS grade ability. Most importantly, there were 9 abilities lying dormant within him. Although on Blue Star, there were indeed ability users with dual abilities, and even prodigies possessing 3 abilities. Such extraordinary beings were invariably formidable powers. Yet here he was, endowed with 10 abilities. Should he manage to evolve them all to SSS grade, he would no longer have to concern himself with mundane sustenance, as this was the host's initial binding to the system. A complimentary opportunity to evolve an ability would be granted. Would you like to proceed with the evolution? Lin Mo was taken aback. Was this not akin to receiving a vial of evolutionary elixir right at the outset? Such a treasure was worth 10 million. Without the slightest hesitation, he chose to evolve immediately. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved. Ability, E-grade Erasure, can evolve into SSS-grade annihilation. Current evolution progress, 10. Subsequently, you can acquire ability value by erasing objects or directly eliminating them, which will elevate your level. With each level gained, you will receive another opportunity for ability evolution. Erasing objects with my ability? At this moment, Lin Mo's gaze inadvertently fell upon a streetlight by the chicken coop. It was summer, and with the onset of night, even the slightest illumination attracted swarms of mosquitoes. He wondered, could erasing mosquitoes yield ability value? With this thought, Lin Mo approached, his eyes honing in on 2 mosquitoes. The insects, previously in flight, suddenly froze mid-air. Simultaneously, in Lin Mo's line of sight, 2 figures appeared above the mosquitoes' heads. With a mere flick of his mind, the 2 mosquitoes vanished into thin air. Ability value, 2. The system's voice echoed in his mind, igniting a spark of excitement in Lin Mo's eyes, akin to discovering a new continent. Could this truly work? With so many mosquitoes around, was he on the verge of prosperity? With renewed vigor, Lin Mo's focus shifted to the swarming mosquitoes, and he began to erase them with fervor. Ability value, 2. Ability value, 2. In no time at all, Lin Mo amassed a total of 100 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to level 1 ability user. Ability value, 1001000. At the moment the system's voice resonated, Lin Mo felt his body undergoing a transformation. His senses sharpened and became more acute, followed closely by a significant enhancement in both strength and speed. Initially, a newly awakened primary ability user bore no distinction from an ordinary individual. However, upon breaking through to level 1, a qualitative change occurred. With Lin Mo's current physique, he could effortlessly contend with 5 adult men even without employing his abilities. One must not underestimate the significance of an ability user's physical prowess. Without a robust constitution and substantial ability value to support it, even an SSS-grade ability would struggle to manifest its full potential. Thus, when low-level ability users encountered high-level ones, they were utterly overwhelmed. Host has successfully leveled up and will receive an opportunity for ability evolution. Would you like to evolve? Immediately evolve. Congratulations, host. Your ability has advanced to D-grade Erasure, can evolve into SSS-grade Annihilation, current evolution progress. 15. Lin Mo's face lit up with joy. He had evolved once more. Merely by erasing a few mosquitoes, he had effectively consumed an evolutionary elixir worth over 10 million. Moreover, an ability user could only ingest 3 such elixirs in a lifetime, each with significant side effects, draining a considerable portion of their vitality with every use. Yet, Lin Mo was entirely unconcerned about such matters. This sensation was simply exhilarating. He promptly resumed his campaign against the mosquitoes. However, upon advancing to level 1 ability user, the ability value gained from erasing mosquitoes significantly decreased. At times, he found himself needing to eliminate 4 mosquitoes just to earn a single point of ability value. Fortunately, the sheer number of mosquitoes made up for this. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 2 ability user, ability value 10005000. Another breakthrough. Others might toil for a year to ascend from level 1 to level 2, even with exceptional talent and ample resources. For instance, a level 9 ability user like Wang Ba's father had trained for decades. Yet, Lin Mo had achieved level 2 in under 10 minutes. At this pace, he could potentially reach level 10 within a year, standing tall above all in Jiangzhou City. By then, Wang Ba's father would be of little consequence. Chu Yuqi, along with my uncle and aunt, prepare to regret your actions. System, evolve ability. Your ability has evolved to C-grade Erasure, can evolve into SSS-grade Annihilation, current evolution progress. 20. Friendly reminder. You are now a level 2 ability user. Erasing mosquitoes will yield limited benefits. Please consider changing the target. Change the target? To what? Just then, a chicken squawk captured Lin Mo's attention. He turned to look at the chickens in the coop, a grin spreading across his face. My dear chickens, I'm afraid it's your turn. In an instant, the coop was filled with the anguished cries of the chickens. Coincidentally, the security guard, Old Wang, was absent tonight, allowing Lin Mo to indulge in a thorough extermination. To his surprise, erasing a single chicken yielded 10 points of ability value, far exceeding the rewards from mosquitoes. Before long, Lin Mo experienced yet another breakthrough, reaching the level 3 ability user realm. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, enhanced manifold compared to before. His combat prowess now allowed him to effortlessly defeat a dozen special forces soldiers in direct confrontation. Lin Mo immediately opted to evolve his ability. Your ability has evolved to B-grade, evolution progress. 30. Congratulations. You have acquired a new skill, Erasure Beam. A new skill? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight, though he was curious about its potency. But just then, a series of desperate clucks echoed from a distance. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and followed the sound, striding forward. Upon arriving, he found himself rooted to the spot, his eyes widening in astonishment. Before him lay a colossal black centipede, measuring an impressive 3 to 4 meters in length, fiercely gnawing at a hapless chicken, while the other fowls nearby were on the brink of terror. Strangely enough, this giant centipede bore the visage of a human. Its grotesque expression sent shivers down Lin Mo's spine. After all, this was his first encounter with a creature of the extraordinary, and to claim he felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. Just as Lin Mo became aware of the centipede's human face, the creature seemed to sense his presence as well. It lifted its head, spat out a feather, and with a sinister grin proclaimed, "Ah, little one. My hunger has reached its peak. I had intended to feast on a few chickens to satiate my appetite, but lo and behold, I have stumbled upon such a tender young morsel in the dead of night. It appears I shall enjoy a sumptuous meal tonight. Come here, little one. Do not be afraid. Allow your uncle to give you a hug." As it spoke, the centipede astonishingly reared its upper body, raising its numerous limbs as though they were the arms of a human, preparing to pounce upon Lin Mo. Chapter 3. Slaying the Beast, a sudden encounter with 749. Instinctively, Lin Mo turned to flee. However, a thought crossed his mind. Wait a moment. I am already a level 3 ability user. What is there to fear? He immediately halted, steadied his nerves, and focused on the centipede's identical limbs, unleashing his abilities. In an instant, all the limbs of the centipede vanished without a trace. The once threatening creature, now devoid of its support, toppled to the ground. What is happening? Where are my legs? Where are my arms? The centipede writhed on the ground. Panic etched across its face. At that moment, Lin Mo approached nonchalantly, looked down at the centipede, and mockingly inquired, "Do you still wish for a hug? Why, you're actually a level 3 ability user." The centipede, now aware of Lin Mo's formidable prowess, was evidently struck with terror. Yet, with its limbs gone, it lay helpless, unable to escape, and could only hastily plead for mercy. "Little one. No, big brother. I was wrong. Please spare my life. I merely sought to steal a chicken. I have committed no grave sin. Please, let me go this time." "Not a chance." Lin Mo shook his head, his demeanor serious. "You stole my pigeon." With that, he activated his ability, unleashing 2 beams of crimson light, as thick as chopsticks, from his eyes, striking the centipede's head. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The centipede's head erupted, its life extinguished in an instant. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 2 beast, the human-faced centipede, and earned 500 ability points. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Mo's face. The ability points awarded for slaying a beast were unexpectedly substantial. If he could eliminate a few more creatures, achieving level 4 status would be a mere formality. It seemed he would need to seek out more beasts in the future. As for the present, Lin Mo turned his attention towards the remaining chickens. It was not until the following morning that he ceased his endeavors, having seen to it that all the thousands of chickens in the coop had met their demise. His harvest for the night was nothing short of monumental. Not only had he advanced from a novice ability user to level 3, but his ability level had also skyrocketed from the most abysmal F rank to B rank. And he had acquired new skills. The speed of his progress was astonishing. If word of this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire Jiangzhou city. Just yesterday, he had been deemed a waste incapable of ever surpassing level 2. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo chuckled to himself and turned back towards the security room, preparing to gather his belongings and depart. At that moment, a sleek black Magodan pulled up at the entrance of the chicken farm. A figure emerged from the vehicle, his uncle, Lin Yuan. He was riding high on a wave of success, having cast aside the burden of Lin Mo and successfully claimed the chicken farm left behind by Lin Mo's parents as his own. The future looked bright. Haha dear. Rest assured, I've already negotiated with the clients. They will be arriving shortly to inspect the chicken farm. In this era where even ants can awaken into monsters, the price of ordinary chickens is exceedingly high, and ours are particularly plump. Certainly, we shall fetch a handsome sum. Previously, I worried Lin Mo might awaken a high-level ability. If we took over his farm, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. But now, he has only awakened an F-level ability. He will remain a waste for life. What is there to fear? If he dares return to cause trouble, let our son deal with him. As Lin Yuan strode forward, he spoke to his wife on the phone. However, upon entering the chicken farm and witnessing the desolate coop, he froze in place, his phone slipping from his hand and crashing to the ground. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his senses, his face paling in horror as he exclaimed, "What the hell? Where are the chickens?" Assuming they had merely hidden away, he frantically searched the coop, but aside from a few feathers and an abundance of droppings, he found not a single egg. This rendered him utterly unhinged. Just then, Lin Mo emerged from the security room, casually carrying his backpack. "Lin Mo, where are my chickens? What have you done with them?" Lin Yuan, suspecting Lin Mo of foul play, approached him with an accusatory glare. "Oh, I was just about to tell you," Lin Mo replied, striding deeper into the coop and dragging forth the corpse of the human-faced centipede, tossing it before Lin Yuan. "Here, it devoured them all last night." "An anomaly," Lin Yuan exclaimed, jumping back in fright. After confirming the creature was lifeless, he cautiously approached, delivering a few kicks to the corpse, perplexed as to how it had met its end. "I killed it," Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. "You? What a joke. Your F-level ability is hardly capable of even a fart's worth of damage. How could you possibly slay such a massive centipede beast?" Lin Yuan scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Mo. "Believe it or not, the chickens were indeed devoured by it, and now I am leaving. From this day forth, we are severing ties. Our waters shall not cross. I appreciate your care over the years. Farewell." With that, Lin Mo turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Lin Yuan, watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, turned back to the vacant coop and collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with despair as he wept. "My chickens. It's all over." Exiting the chicken farm, Lin Mo wandered aimlessly down the road. Having lived with Lin Yuan for so many years, he found himself at a loss as to where to go now that he had suddenly departed. However, he took solace in the fact that he was now a level 3 ability user, with his powers having evolved to be rank, coupled with the support of a system. Surviving in this world should pose little issue. His immediate task was to find a secluded spot to quietly develop his abilities. Just then, as Lin Mo contemplated his future direction, a sleek black business car screeched to a halt before him. The door swung open, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was statuesque and alluring. Both were clad in matching black trench coats and donned dark sunglasses, exuding an air of formidable confidence. "Lin Mo, is that correct?" The black-clad man inquired coldly, regarding Lin Mo. "Yes, that's me." "And you are?" Lin Mo replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. "We are from the Abilities Management Bureau, colloquially referred to as the 749 Bureau or the Dragon Team among civilians," the black-clad woman stated, presenting her credentials for verification. 749 Bureau. "Oh, I've seen that movie. ISNT where the protagonist shouts, 'I am not human. I'm just a monster,' while flying about with roasted chicken wings?" Lin Mo mused, stroking his chin as he recalled a dreadful film he had watched before his transmigration. He remembered leaving the cinema, pondering how he had wasted his money on such a travesty, only to find himself fortuitously transported into this new reality. The black-clad man and woman exchanged awkward glances, their expressions betraying a hint of embarrassment as their lips twitched. Ahem, that movie was pure fiction. "The True Abilities Management Bureau is immensely powerful and shrouded in mystery," the woman hastily clarified. "Very well, but may I ask why you are seeking me?" Lin Mo inquired. Curiosity etched across his face. Chapter 4, Becoming an Intern Investigator and Unlocking the Meritorious Mall. This human-faced centipede was slain by you, correct? The black-clad woman raised a photograph of the creature's carcass before Lin Mo. The image also captured Lin Yuan, who was seated on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, clearly taken just moments prior. Indeed, that was me. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively, confident that these individuals had come to him with concrete evidence, leaving no reason for concealment. The woman and her male counterpart exchanged knowing glances and nodded before continuing. In that case, would you be amenable to discussing this further in the car? Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions. It is simply inconvenient to converse here. After a moment's reflection, Lin Mo considered that if he wished to advance his abilities, he would need to eliminate extraordinary beasts, as ordinary creatures could scarcely provide any energy. The Bureau undoubtedly possessed extensive information on such beasts, so engaging in conversation with them could yield valuable insights. He promptly nodded in agreement. Inside the sleek black vehicle, the woman extended her right hand, introducing herself. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Su Qianqian, an intern investigator with the Abilities Management Bureau. Shen Fei, the man followed suit. Pleasure to meet you both. May I inquire what you wish to discuss that necessitated my presence here? Lin Mo asked, shaking hands with both individuals. Lin Mo, you awakened your abilities just yesterday, correct? Su Qianqian queried. That's right. Lin Mo confirmed with a nod. However, according to our records, you have only awakened an F-grade ability, Erasure, which is devoid of combat potential. Yet the human-faced centipede, despite being a mere level 2 extraordinary beast, poses a challenge even for many level 3 ability users. How did you manage to slay it as a novice ability user? Su Qianqian inquired, skepticism evident in her expression. In truth, when I encountered the human-faced centipede, I was terrified and thought I was doomed. Yet, inexplicably, I broke through and awakened a new skill that allowed me to eliminate it in one swift blow. Lin Mo recounted, reflecting upon what seemed to be the most logical explanation at the time. An emergency breakthrough? Su Qianqian and Shen Fei exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement, acknowledging the plausibility of such an occurrence, as similar instances had transpired in the past. May we assess your current level? Su Qianqian requested, retrieving a device resembling a barcode scanner from her bag. Lin Mo understood that concealing the truth would be futile and nodded in agreement. Su Qianqian pointed the device at him and scanned. Upon viewing the information displayed on the screen, both she and Shen Fei were taken aback. Level 3 ability user. In just one night, you have ascended directly to level 3, with your ability evolving from F grade to B grade. Truly exceptional talent. Su Qianqian regarded Lin Mo with the same fervor one might reserve for discovering a hidden treasure. You flatter me. I too did not foresee this outcome. Lin Mo replied modestly, smiling. Lin Mo, our initial intention was merely to gather a general overview of the incident for reporting purposes, as the human-faced centipede was originally our assigned target. However, given your extraordinary talent and the fact that you have vanquished it, would you be interested in joining the Abilities Management Bureau? Su Qianqian extended an enticing offer. Join the Abilities Management Bureau? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, becoming a member of our bureau comes with numerous benefits. As an intern investigator, you would receive a monthly salary of 20,000, including accommodations and meals. Once promoted to a formal investigator, your salary could rise to 50,000, alongside comprehensive insurance and bonuses for missions, with additional rewards for slaying extraordinary beasts. Furthermore, you will have access to invaluable cultivation resources available for exchange within the Bureau. If you attain the rank of Senior Investigator, you will receive full cooperation from local departments during missions, and in urgent situations, you may even assume command authority. Shen Fei, typically reserved, elaborated on the enticing conditions. It was no wonder he was so eager. Recruiting a prodigy like Lin Mo would bring substantial rewards for both him and Su Qianqian. Such a prospect would far surpass the rewards of defeating a single human-faced centipede. Such abundant benefits? Lin Mo admitted, feeling a stir of interest. He had been at a loss for direction and now found an opportunity that promised meals, lodging, job security, and a generous salary. Moreover, a position of power and influence. Just imagining how envious his classmates would be filled him with a sense of anticipation. With this in mind, Lin Mo turned to the pair and asked, if I join the Abilities Management Bureau now, will I immediately be able to embark on missions and hunt extraordinary beasts like you do? Absolutely. Su Qianqian affirmed eagerly. Then I agree to join. Lin Mo declared without hesitation. As long as he could continuously accept missions and slay extraordinary beasts, he would be able to enhance his abilities while reaping rewards from the Bureau. Such a mutually beneficial arrangement would be foolish to refuse. Seeing Lin Mo's acceptance, Su Qianqian and Shen Fei were elated, fully aware that their rewards were secured. Without further ado, they promptly whisked Lin Mo away to the Abilities Management Bureau's Jiangzhou branch. Due to the internship status, the onboarding process was relatively straightforward, and his employment paperwork was swiftly completed, along with the issuance of his intern investigator credentials. Lin Mo was also bestowed with a specialized mobile phone from the Ability Management Bureau. This device was essential for internal communication, task acceptance, and even for requesting urgent assistance during perilous situations. Most crucially, it granted access to the Bureau's Merit Mall, a treasure trove brimming with extraordinary items, including rare commodities seldom found in the market. Among these were evolution potions capable of enhancing one's ability level, as well as potent weapons designed to slay beasts of level 7 or higher, and upgrade potions that could significantly increase in ability users' level upon consumption. However, to exchange for these coveted treasures, one required a currency known as merit points. For instance, an evolution potion was valued at 1,000 merit points, whereas its market price outside was a staggering 10 million per vial. In essence, one merit point equated to 10,000 yuan. Moreover, in the upper right corner of the merit mall, there was a direct option to convert merit points into cash, with a rate of 1 merit point for 10,000 yuan. Alas, Lin Mo currently possessed 0 merit points. Sister Qian, how does one acquire merit points? He inquired, gazing at Su Qianqian with curiosity. By completing tasks or making special contributions, such as introducing outstanding newcomers to the bureau like Shun Fei and myself, you can earn merit points. Su Qianqian elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, eager to access the task center on his phone. Observing this, Shun Fei promptly cautioned, Lin Mo, given your current low level, it's advisable to undertake tasks of lesser difficulty. Although the merit points earned may be fewer, the safety it affords is paramount. Do not recklessly pursue high-difficulty tasks or those with exorbitant danger levels. Many newcomers to the Ability Management Bureau have met untimely fates due to their greed. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Shin. I shall act within my capabilities. Lin Mo replied earnestly and began to browse the task center. Before long, a particular task caught his attention. Chapter 5, Accepting a Task, Bullying in the Dormitory. Task location, Jiangzhou University, Boys Dormitory, Building 1. What a stroke of luck. This task took place directly in my school dormitory. I could conveniently return to pack my bedding and belongings, allowing me to move into the dormitory assigned by the Ability Management Bureau tonight. The dormitory for intern investigators was a single room, boasting an impressive 80 square meters with a complete set of appliances, ready to accommodate residents without hassle. With such splendid accommodations, who would choose to endure the cramped conditions of a less than 30 square meter room shared among 6 people? Task details. Recently, traces of a bloodthirsty parasitic beast have been detected at Jiangzhou University, resulting in multiple student fatalities. This beast is exceptionally adept at camouflage, resembling ordinary individuals by day. The Jiangzhou branch has dispatched personnel to investigate, and the beast's hiding place has been pinpointed to the boys' dormitory Building 1. Please proceed immediately to ascertain its whereabouts and capture or eliminate the bloodthirsty parasitic beast. Task reward. Killing or capturing the bloodthirsty parasitic beast will yield 10 merit points and a cash reward of 50,000 yuan. Special reminder, the bloodthirsty parasitic beast is a level 2 creature with formidable combat prowess. It is recommended that only ability users of level 2 or higher undertake this task, and those below level 4 should ideally form a team to prevent unnecessary casualties. 10 merit points, along with 50,000 yuan in cash. Wasn't that equivalent to a total of 150,000? Such a reward was certainly not insignificant for Lin Mo at this juncture. Naturally, he would not be foolish enough to exchange merit points for cash. Given the plethora of valuable items available in the merit mall, accumulating merit points to trade for treasures was the path to maximizing their value. Resolute in his decision, Lin Mo promptly accepted the task. Lin Mo, what task have you accepted? Do you need to form a team? Su Qianqian inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Shen Fei, too, looked at Lin Mo with curiosity. Lin Mo pondered briefly. With such a modest reward, wouldn't teaming up mean splitting it 3 ways? Besides, it was merely a level 2 bloodthirsty parasitic beast. He could easily handle it alone. With this in mind, he shook his head and smiled. Next time, for sure. Jiangzhou University, Boys Dormitory Building 1, Room 302. As the sun had yet to fully set, the bloodthirsty parasitic beast would likely remain hidden. Thus, Lin Mo planned to return to his dormitory, first to tidy up his bedding. As soon as he entered the dormitory, a pair of glasses flew toward him, clattering to the ground, with one lens shattering upon impact. Lin Mo looked up to find 3 boys in the corner mercilessly beating a frail student. Perhaps alerted by the sound of the door, the assailants paused their aggression and turned to face Lin Mo. Upon recognizing him, their faces twisted into mocking expressions. Well, if it isn't our academic prodigy Lin, back from his escapades. The leader, a boy named Guotao, smirked disdainfully. He was the dormitory head of 302, and with a hint of family wealth, he often wielded power with an iron fist. His 2 loyal henchmen, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, followed his lead without question. The unfortunate victim of their bullying, Wang Zhe, hailing from a rural background and naturally frail, had frequently been their target. Previously, their torment had been limited to menial tasks, fetching tea or running errands. Yet today, they had escalated to outright violence. What had caused this sudden outburst? Lin Mo bent down to retrieve the glasses and handed them to Wang Zhe, puzzled. Why are they hitting you? I. Wang Zhe glanced apprehensively at Guotao, then cautiously pointed towards Lin Mo's bed. Lin Mo followed his gaze, and his expression darkened. His bed was strewn with refuse, smelly shoes, dirty socks, leftover takeout, used tissues, and even several bottles filled with yellow liquid. It was a veritable dump. The once pristine bedding was now rendered unfit for use. Fury ignited within Lin Mo as he demanded, "Who did this?" Before Wang Zhe could respond, Guotao boldly interjected, "Of course, it was me." He pointed to himself, brimming with arrogance. "Lin Mo, my friends and I pulled an all-nighter gaming yesterday, and the trash can overflowed. We had no place to dispose of our rubbish. So we borrowed your bed for a bit. After all, you weren't around. It's no big deal." But that dog Wang Zhe dared to say what we did was inappropriate when he returned from class. I mean, who needs his advice? Shouldn't I have taught him a lesson? If I hadn't beaten him up, that would have been lenient. Upon hearing these words, Lin Mo's countenance grew even colder. "You have indeed gone too far. Oh, Lin Mo, are you upset? Is this little matter worth your ire?" Guotao taunted. Beside them, Li Yuan, indifferent, scoffed, "Indeed. You are merely a detritus awakened with an F-class ability, dwelling amongst refuse, which is quite fitting. We are merely aiding you in acclimating to your surroundings. You ought to express your gratitude." Lu Dalong remarked with a smirk plastered across his face. "Enough of this nonsense. There's no point in wasting breath on a worthless being. After that prolonged bout, I find myself rather famished. Come, allow me to treat you to some river delicacies." Guotao waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of extravagance. "Long live Tao Go." Li Yuan and Lu Dalong's eyes instantly lit up, nearly kneeling in reverence to Guotao as if he were a revered father figure. The trio was poised to depart together. Wait a moment. At that very instant, Lin Mo's icy voice resonated behind them. "What? Do you have something to say?" Guotao turned back, casting an impatient glance at Lin Mo. "Come over here and clean the refuse off my bed, then offer a sincere apology to me and him," Lin Mo stated, his expression devoid of emotion. At these words, Wang Zhe, who had been on the ground, was utterly astonished. Had Lin Mo lost his mind? How dare he speak to Guotao in such a manner? It seemed he was destined to endure another beating today. "Lin Mo, am I not granting you enough face?" Guotao shot a fierce glare at Lin Mo, coldly asserting, "Do you still fancy yourself the former academic prodigy, shielded by the school? I dare not touch you. You are now nothing but a laughingstock throughout the institution. And especially before me, you are utterly insignificant. Just an F-class waste who dares to speak to me thus. You've truly crossed the line. Now, immediately kneel and knock your head 3 times, pleading for my forgiveness, or I assure you, tonight you shall regret it." Chapter 6, Teacher? Beast? Tao Go. Perhaps we should let this go. I shall apologize on Lin Mo's behalf. He merely spoke in haste. Please do not hold it against him. Wang Zhe interjected, attempting to mediate. "Shut your mouth. This is none of your concern. Speak another word, and I shall break your legs." Guotao glared fiercely at Wang Zhe, reprimanding him. Wang Zhe, terrified, immediately lowered his head. Guotao then turned his triumphant gaze toward Lin Mo, sneering, "Lin Mo, do not claim I have not given you a chance. As long as you sincerely beg for forgiveness, there remains a place for you in room 302. Otherwise, prepare to wander the streets." However, Lin Mo appeared to be impervious to the taunts, remaining stationary and unyielding. Seeing this, Guotao's smile vanished, replaced by a furious glare as he growled, "You think you can feign ignorance? Fine, you have guts. If I don't beat you into submission today, I shall change my surname." With that, he signaled to Li Yuan and Lu Dalong, who immediately understood his intent and charged at Lin Mo with mocking laughter. Both were members of the school basketball team. Possessing enhanced physical abilities, their muscular frames surged with an intimidating presence. Wang Zhe, cowering on the ground, buried his head in his arms. However, the next moment, 2 gut-wrenching screams echoed throughout the dormitory. Wang Zhe, momentarily stunned, cautiously raised his head and was met with a shocking sight. Lin Mo stood unharmed, while Li Yuan and Lu Dalong lay on the floor, blood pouring from their mouths as they wailed in agony. Witnessing this scene, Guotao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and incredulity. What had just transpired? How had Li Yuan and Lu Dalong been felled before he even realized what was happening? Wasn't Lin Mo supposed to possess the most inferior F-class ability, incapable of even killing a mosquito? How could he exhibit such formidable combat prowess? Yet, Guotao could never have imagined that Lin Mo had long since evolved into a third-tier ability user, with his powers now upgraded to B-class. Dealing with fledgling ability users like them was akin to a massacre. With a mission at hand, Lin Mo had no desire to stir trouble. Why must they provoke him? He shook his head in resignation and advanced toward Guotao. Upon seeing this, Guotao's complexion shifted dramatically. Staring at Lin Mo, he shrieked, "Lin Mo, what are you planning? I have awakened a C-class ability, and the school regards me highly. You, a mere F-class waste, dare to lay a hand on me today, and the school will certainly expel you." "Oh really?" Lin Mo retorted coldly, a smirk curling upon his lips as he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Guotao's abdomen. Guotao attempted to summon his ability in retaliation, but Lin Mo's speed was unparalleled. Before Guotao could even activate his powers, Lin Mo's fist connected solidly with his midsection. A A heart-wrenching scream erupted once more. Guo clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, retching blood uncontrollably. Wang Zhe, witnessing the spectacle, swallowed hard, his face etched with disbelief. How could Lin Mo, possessing the same F-class ability, be so formidable? This bedding was certainly beyond salvaging. Lin Mo glanced at the bed strewn with debris, feeling a pang of pity, then turned his cold gaze back to Guo, ready to deliver another punishing blow. Bang! Just then, the dormitory door swung open unexpectedly. A middle-aged man, distinguished in appearance and clad in a white shirt, stepped inside. What on earth is going on in your dormitory at this hour? This man was none other than the dormitory supervisor. Upon seeing him, Guo's face lit up with hope, momentarily disregarding his pain as he scrambled towards the man. Wailing, "Teacher Zhang, you must help me. Lin Mo has gone insane. He has assaulted me, even attacking me. The dorm leader. Look what he has done. I'm bleeding." Teacher Zhang cast a fleeting glance at Guo. When his eyes fell upon the blood trickling from Guo's mouth, he paused momentarily, a peculiar gleam flickering in his gaze. However, he quickly averted his attention to Lin Mo, adopting a grave demeanor as he stated, "Fighting in the dormitory. Bullying a fellow student, resulting in the dorm leader's injury and bleeding. Lin Mo, you possess remarkable audacity, utterly lawless. Prepare to face disciplinary action. Teacher, will you not first inquire about the circumstances that precipitated this? Why the rush to condemn me?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow. "What? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Teacher Zhang narrowed his eyes, speaking as he surveyed the dormitory. Upon confirming that Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, Wang Zhe, and Guo were all injured while Lin Mo remained unscathed, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he turned to Guo and commanded, "Go, lock the dormitory door. Today, I shall ensure justice is served, and we shall deal with this insolent wretch." At these words, Guo was instantly exhilarated. Teacher Zhang was a second-tier ability user. Should he intervene to discipline Lin Mo, it would surely be a definitive measure. Thus, he hurriedly approached and locked the dormitory door. Guo hurriedly returned to the presence of Teacher Zhang, a sycophantic grin adorning his face as he exclaimed, "Teacher Zhang, the door has been securely locked. Please, unleash your wrath upon this insufferable wretch." Without hesitation, Teacher Zhang nodded, a teasing smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, before we proceed, I require something from you." "What could that possibly be?" Guo inquired, bewildered. "Your blood." Upon uttering these words, Teacher Zhang's entire visage metamorphosed, akin to the petals of a carnivorous flower unfurling, revealing a multitude of razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly. Paralyzed with fear, Guo stood frozen, unable to process the horror before him. Before he could gather his wits and flee, a blood-red tongue, measuring over 2 meters in length, shot forth, ensnaring him with alarming speed. To his dismay, he discovered that the tip of this tongue bore a mouth filled with jagged teeth, which opened wide and sank viciously into the carotid artery of his neck. A piercing scream echoed through the dormitory as blood gushed forth, saturating the surroundings. In mere seconds, the tongue siphoned his life essence, draining him until he was nothing more than skin and bones, his eyes sunken and devoid of vitality. At last, Teacher Zhang retracted his crimson appendage, his face reconstituting into that of an ordinary human, a satisfied expression lingering as he licked his lips. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Li Yuan, Lu Dalong, and Wang Zhe, who lay nearby, were rendered utterly speechless. Though they had studied various exotic beasts in textbooks and were aware of their ferocity, they had never encountered such a sight in reality. Only Lin Mo remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on Teacher Zhang, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his features. Chapter 7. Slaying the Parasite Beast, Encountering the Dog and Woman. The bloodthirsty parasite beast. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes in recognition. Indeed, the figure before him, Teacher Zhang, was the very target of his mission. To his astonishment, the bloodthirsty parasite beast had revealed itself without him having to seek it out. Truly, it was a stroke of fortune that required no arduous endeavor. "Oh, you know me?" Teacher Zhang inquired, surprise flickering in his eyes. "I not only recognize you, but I have come specifically to apprehend you." Lin Mo replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he produced his identification and presented it to Teacher Zhang. "Intern Investigator of the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo. Bloodthirsty parasite beast, you are under arrest." Upon glimpsing the credentials in Lin Mo's hand, Teacher Zhang's expression darkened, a cold tone escaping his lips. I wondered why the police had ceased their investigation. It appears they have dispatched agents from the Ability Management Bureau. However, do you truly believe a mere intern investigator can capture me? You must be courting death. With that, Teacher Zhang's face once again transformed, petals unfurling to reveal the blood-red tongue surging forth towards Lin Mo. "Do you dare to strike?" Lin Mo's mind raced, his eyes flashing with crimson light. In an instant, 2 beams of annihilating energy erupted from his gaze, hurtling towards the blood-red tongue. Bang! Upon contact, the tongue exploded into a mist of crimson vapor, accompanied by a harrowing scream from Teacher Zhang. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. "Now you choose to escape? It is too late." Lin Mo chuckled coldly. unleashing 2 more beams of energy that struck Teacher Zhang's head directly. The impact caused his head to explode, his body remaining rigid for a brief moment before collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 2 exotic beast, bloodthirsty parasite beast, subbody. Earning 500 ability points. Host level 3 ability user, 7,520,000. Taken aback by the system's information, Lin Mo pondered. Subbody. Does this mean I have not slain the true form of the bloodthirsty parasite beast? If this were the case, then the school, and perhaps the entirety of Jiangzhou City, harbored other bloodthirsty parasite beasts. I must promptly report this to the Ability Management Bureau. After all, the bloodthirsty parasite beast is unlike other exotic beasts, adept at camouflage, often indistinguishable from ordinary humans, presenting a formidable threat. If not eradicated, it poses a significant danger. After dispatching the bloodthirsty parasite beast before him, Lin Mo sent the coordinates to the Ability Management Bureau using a specialized phone. Soon, personnel would arrive to handle the exotic beast's remains, restore the scene, and erase the memories of onlookers, tasks that required no further effort from Lin Mo, who would simply return to submit his mission and claim his reward. Turning to Wang Zhe, Lin Mo extended a hand, helping him to his feet. Thank you, Wang Zhe expressed gratefully. What are friends for? If Guotao dares to bully you again. Oh wait. He won't have the chance. Lin Mo glanced at the lifeless form of Guotao, then fixed his gaze upon the now terrified Li Yuan and Lu Dalong. If these two dare to trouble you again, just let me know. At this, Li Yuan and Lu Dalong trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of tears. After today's ordeal, even if granted 800 more chances, they would not dare to cross Lin Mo again. You are truly remarkable. I wish I could be as formidable as you. Wang Zhe's face reflected envy as he sighed heavily, a sense of despondency washing over him. Regrettably, I have only awakened the most useless F-grade support ability, healing. I can't even save an ant. My future seems bleak and devoid of hope. Please, do not speak like that. Lin Mo encouraged, patting Wang Zhe's shoulder. My fate is in my own hands. Your future is yours to dictate. As long as you do not give up, there will surely come a day when you can change your destiny. Really? Wang Zhe's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as he clenched his fists, determination etched on his face. Lin Mo, from this day forth, I will strive doubly hard, hoping to join the Ability Management Bureau and fight alongside you. Very well, I shall await your arrival. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Yet, unbeknownst to Lin Mo, this well-intentioned encouragement would cultivate a hero of monumental significance for humanity, altering the very fate of mankind itself. Outside Jiangzhou City, upon an uncharted mountain peak, a figure stood atop, gazing at the distant Jiangzhou City, encircled by towering walls. Cloaked in a blood-red robe, the figure's face was obscured by a hood, rendering their features indistinguishable. Suddenly, the mysterious figure turned towards the south, their voice hoarse as they murmured. Have they discovered me so soon? Lin Mo, the intern investigator from the Ability Management Bureau, chuckled softly. How intriguing. It seems I must expedite my plans. As the words fell, a mysterious figure vanished from sight in an instant, as if they had never been there at all. Upon leaving the dormitory, Lin Mo was eager to rush back to the Ability Management Bureau to claim his well-deserved reward. After all, it was the first time in his life he had earned such a substantial sum. To claim he wasn't excited would be a blatant lie. However, just as he reached the entrance of the school, he beheld 2 figures he least wished to encounter. Who else could it be but Wang Ba and Chu Yuqi? That insufferable couple? The moment Lin Mo laid eyes on them, they spotted him as well and approached without delay. Oh, if it isn't the Great Waste, Lin Mo, what brings you back to school? I thought after yesterday's blow, you might have taken the plunge and ended it all. Wang Ba said mockingly. What are you doing here? Lin Mo, surely, you're not waiting for me, hoping to rekindle our relationship? Dream on. It's impossible in this life, the next, or even the one after that for someone like you, an F-grade ability user, to be with me. Chu Yuqi disdainfully rolled her eyes at Lin Mo. Ha. Chu Yuqi, you certainly overestimate your importance. Is this school your family as property? Am I here waiting for you? Please, spare me your narcissism, Lin Mo retorted with a cold smile, uninterested in further banter with the insufferable duo, and attempted to leave. You. Chu Yuqi fumed, stomping her foot in frustration. Wang Ba swiftly stepped in front of Lin Mo. A smirk plastered on his face. Hey, Lin Mo, why the rush? There's something I haven't told you yet. What is it? Lin Mo frowned. Wang Ba leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, Lin Mo, you're truly pathetic. I can't believe you dated Chu Yuqi for a year, and she is still a virgin? Last night, we had a night together, and it was quite exhilarating. At these words, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Although he had long ceased to care for Chu Yuqi, the audacity of such a taunt was infuriating. It would be beneath him to react without a response. Thus, the look he cast at Wang Ba was filled with murderous intent. Yet, Wang Ba remained arrogantly defiant, taunting, What's wrong? Wanna hit me? Go ahead. I dare you to try? With that, he provocatively thrust his face closer to Lin Mo. A sinister smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. You asked for it. Without hesitation, he swung his right hand through the air, delivering a resounding slap. Smack. The sound echoed sharply, and Wang Ba was spun around like a top, whirling in place for several rotations before collapsing to the ground. The side of his face that had met Lin Mo's hand was already swelling, adorned with a vivid red handprint. Blood streamed from his mouth, and several teeth lay scattered, a sight most unfortunate indeed. This spectacle naturally drew the attention of numerous passing students. Gasps filled the air as they recognized the victim to be Wang Ba. Good heavens! Has Lin Mo lost his mind? He actually dared to hit Wang Ba? Does he not realize that Wang Ba's father is a level 9 ability user? Indeed, Lin Mo has only awakened an F-grade ability, and he lacks any significant background. How could he provoke Wang Ba? Is he courting disaster? Whispers of concern rippled through the crowd, as it became clear that Lin Mo had landed himself in a perilous situation. Rumor had it that Wang Ba's father had connections with the Lord of Jiangzhou City. After this incident, Lin Mo might find himself without a foothold in the city. Bro, are you alright? Chu Yuqi rushed to help Wang Ba up from the ground. At that moment, Wang Ba felt as though his head had been struck by cannon fire, ringing painfully in his ears. He could hardly comprehend how Lin Mo, an F-grade ability user who had only just awakened, could possess such extraordinary strength. After a considerable pause, Wang Ba finally regained some composure. Glaring at Lin Mo with unbridled fury as he roared, Lin Mo, you worthless piece of trash, how dare you hit me? Weren't you the one who suggested I do it? Such a pathetic request. I couldn't possibly ignore it when the opportunity arose. Lin Mo smirked, savoring the moment. Fine. You've got guts. If I don't break your legs today, I'll change my surname. Wang Ba was livid and, shoving Chu Yuqi aside, unleashed his ability. He had awakened a C-grade combat ability, Thunder. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning rapidly coalesced in Wang Ba's palm. He raised his hand, aiming directly at Lin Mo, and shouted, Die! With that, a lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, shot forth from Wang Ba's palm, hurtling straight toward Lin Mo. The strike was imminent. Though Wang Ba had only recently awakened and was still a novice, the ferocity of lightning, coupled with his C-grade ability, was not to be underestimated. Should it hit Lin Mo, it would likely result in severe injury or worse. As Wang Ba reveled in his malicious intentions, Lin Mo suddenly vanished from sight. The bolt of lightning struck the ground where he had stood, scorching the earth and sending smoke billowing into the air. Huh. Wang Ba froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Where did he go? Are you looking for me? A chilling voice whispered in his ear, causing Wang Ba to shudder involuntarily. He turned to find Lin Mo's icy smile facing him, sending a wave of dread coursing through his body, an eerie sensation akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. Without further ado, Lin Mo seized Wang Ba's right arm and twisted with all his might. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed through the air as Wang Ba's arm contorted grotesquely. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, piercing the sky. In that moment, tears brimmed in Wang Ba's eyes, his features contorted in agony. The onlookers gasped, unable to comprehend the transformation of the once bullied Lin Mo, who had always been the submissive student, into a figure of formidable wrath. How is it that I feel as if I've suddenly become a completely different person? Lin Mo, you insolent wretch, how dare you treat me this way? I swear, I shall end your life. Wang Ba, in a fit of agony and fury, bellowed in response. Still spewing excrement? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he lifted his foot and struck Wang Ba's right knee. With the might of a level 3 ability user, Wang Ba's knee shattered instantly, his leg bending grotesquely backward, blood gushing forth, exposing the stark whiteness of his shattered bones. The mere sight of this scene elicited a visceral pain. In that moment, Wang Ba's cries grew even more heartrending. Lin Mo casually tossed Wang Ba onto the ground and, looking down at him with a contemplative expression, remarked, Your right leg and right arm are broken, yet your left leg and left arm remain intact. Such an imbalance seems rather unfair, does it not? Oh well, since I possess a kind heart, I shall begrudgingly assist you in achieving symmetry. With that, Lin Mo raised his right foot once more. Witnessing this, Wang Ba nearly soiled himself. He realized that he had no choice but to plead for mercy. As the saying goes, one must preserve the Green Mountains to ensure an endless supply of firewood. If he continued to confront Lin Mo, he would surely be beaten to death. It was wiser to seek a means of escape. Thoughts of revenge could be postponed for another day. With this in mind, Wang Ba, abandoning his previous arrogance, hurriedly pleaded, Brother Mo, please, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistake. I beg you, spare me this one time. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo lowered his foot, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he inquired, You truly comprehend your error? I truly comprehend my error. Today, I acted foolishly, provoking you for no reason. I am a beast, not a human. Please, as a person of magnanimity, do not hold my transgressions against me. Wang Ba implored, his voice dripping with subservience. This scene left Chu Yuqi, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. If you wish for me to spare you, that is not impossible. But you must promise me this. From now on, neither you nor that vile person shall appear before me again. Otherwise, the next time, I assure you, I shall not be so accommodating. Lin Mo stated coldly. Who are you calling vile? Chu Yuqi retorted, displeased, pouting slightly. Damn it, Brother Mo calls you vile. Then you are vile. How dare you talk back? Hurry up and apologize to Brother Mo. Wang Ba shot Chu Yuchi a glare, reprimanding her coldly. Although Chu Yuchi felt deeply wronged, she dared not defy Wang Ba's command, and could only bow deeply to Lin Mo, meekly uttering, I am vile. I am truly sorry. Brother Mo, I will remember your words. Rest assured. Wang Ba hastily looked at Lin Mo, thumping his chest in assurance. Seeing this, Lin Mo finally turned to leave. There was no choice. They were in a school, and he could not openly kill Wang Ba in public. He could only let him go for the time being. However, if this fellow dared to approach him again, Lin Mo would not be so forgiving. After Lin Mo departed, Chu Yuchi quickly stepped forward to help Wang Ba up. Her expression filled with indignation. Brother Ba, are we just going to let this slide? Lin Mo has struck you, causing you to lose face in public. Let it slide? Damn it. When has Wang Ba ever suffered such humiliation? Wang Ba's face darkened, his teeth clenched as he spoke in a low voice. But you just... Chu Yuchi furrowed her brows, perplexed. Foolish woman. That was merely a strategic retreat. Wang Ba scoffed. For some unknown reason, Lin Mo has grown so powerful. If I continued to confront him, I might very well lose my life here. Thus, I had no choice but to feign submission. With a cold huff, he turned his gaze towards the direction Lin Mo had departed, malice swirling in his eyes as he venomously declared, How dare he lay a hand on me? Just wait. I will ensure that Lin Mo, that useless wretch, has no place to rest in death. Chapter 9. Could he be a gay? Upon returning to the Ability Management Bureau, Lin Mo submitted his mission and collected his reward. Of course, he also reported the matter of the bloodthirsty parasite beast. In response, the Bureau would dispatch personnel to investigate, relieving him of any further concern. The sum of 50,000 yuan was directly transferred to Lin Mo's account, while 10 merit points were credited to his merit shop account. After confirming the receipt of his rewards, Lin Mo took the opportunity to inquire about the process for formal employment. After all, he was merely an intern investigator at present, and the various benefits and treatment he received were incomparable to those of a full-fledged investigator. According to the staff's response, in order to obtain formal status, one must first complete 10 missions and then pass an assessment. Having grasped this information, Lin Mo proceeded directly to the dormitory assigned by the Bureau. This was a residential area specifically established for investigators, conveniently located adjacent to the Bureau itself. The community boasted a highly refined and elegant environment, adorned with various precious plants, artificial hills and lakes, wetland scenery, and more. Given its prime location in the city center, housing prices here started at a minimum of 30,000 yuan. Following the provided address, Lin Mo located his room. Although it was merely an 80 square meter one-bedroom apartment, the decor was exquisite, with all manner of furniture and appliances fully equipped. It seemed that no matter the world, one could always count on the state for the most satisfying sustenance. After familiarizing himself with his surroundings, Lin Mo felt somewhat fatigued and decided to indulge in a hot bath before settling down for a comfortable sleep. After preparing the bathwater and reclining in the tub, he let out a long sigh, his eyes half closed, ready to relish the moment. However, at that instant, a figure suddenly materialized directly before him in the bathtub. This startled Lin Mo, causing him to quickly open his eyes and gaze at the figure. It was a young man, seemingly in his 20s, with an honest demeanor that could even be described as simple-minded. He wore a red plaid shirt, reminiscent of a programmer, paired with blue jeans. At that moment, he was exerting all his effort to present Lin Mo with a friendly smile. This alleviated Lin Mo's tension somewhat, as he sensed no hostility or threat emanating from this individual. Otherwise, he would have immediately unleashed his elimination light. However, Lin Mo found himself perplexed. Wasn't he supposed to be in a single dormitory? Where did this fellow come from? Hello, my friend. It is a pleasure to meet you. The young man extended his right hand toward Lin Mo, greeting him with a friendly demeanor. Who are you? How did you get into my room? Lin Mo hastily crossed his arms over his chest, furrowing his brow as he questioned. I am your neighbor next door. My bathroom is adjacent to yours, separated by just a wall. The young man grinned widely. So, Lin Mo was still in a state of confusion. I heard some noise coming from your side earlier, and knowing a new neighbor had arrived, I became excited and just walked through the wall. The young man explained. Walked through the wall? Lin Mo was taken aback. Indeed. Walked through the wall. The young man nodded. To demonstrate, he turned and approached the wall of the bathroom, then effortlessly stepped right through it. Before Lin Mo could fully comprehend the situation, he emerged again from the wall, reappearing before Lin Mo. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It turned out this fellow possessed the ability to phase through walls. No wonder he had been able to enter his room so stealthily. However, living next to this individual would undoubtedly leave him feeling rather insecure. Just the thought of the last incident, where he had been bathing when the young man unexpectedly intruded, raised concerns about what might happen next time, perhaps during a more private moment. That would certainly be awkward. With this in mind, Lin Mo took a deep breath and addressed the young man, saying, My friend, first and foremost, it is a pleasure to meet you. Secondly, if you wish to see me again, might I suggest using the front door? Your sudden appearances catch me quite off guard. Clearing his throat, The young man realized he had been rather presumptuous and, with an embarrassed expression, replied, "I sincerely apologize. I've been living here alone for quite some time, and with a new neighbor arriving, I got a little too excited and forgot to use the front door. Rest assured, I will not do this again." Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a slight relief. He had initially feared the young man might possess some peculiar tendencies. If that were the case, he would certainly have to request a room change. But it seemed this individual was quite normal. With this thought, Lin Mo's demeanor softened considerably. "Well then, I am currently in the midst of a bath. Why don't you head back for now? Once I'm dressed, we can continue our conversation." "All right, no problem." The young man nodded and promptly turned to phase back into the wall. Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle as he shook his head. Such an ability certainly made visiting neighbors quite convenient. He then rose from the bathtub, preparing to don his bathrobe. However, just at that moment, a head suddenly poked through the wall, grinning as it inquired, "Friend, you still haven't told me your name." Lin Mo instantly felt his face flush. Despite both being men, this was their first meeting, and to be so exposed before someone else was undeniably embarrassing. Even someone with thick skin would struggle to endure such a situation. The young man, realizing he had seen more than he should have, muttered quietly, "Quite long, even longer than mine," and quickly withdrew his head. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat speechless, hurriedly dressed to prevent any further unexpected intrusions. 5 minutes later, they met again in the living room, this time through the front door. I apologize for earlier. I was just a bit overly excited about having a new neighbor," the young man said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. "No worries. Thankfully, I'm a man. Had you entered a woman's bathroom, you'd be facing charges of assault." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I actually made that mistake once," the young man admitted, looking quite embarrassed. "Really?" Lin Mo was taken aback. It seemed this seemingly simple individual had quite a story to tell. "Let us not dwell on that." The young man chuckled awkwardly, then extended his right hand towards Lin Mo, introducing himself. "I am Lu Liang. I hope to have your support in the future." Lin Mo smiled as he shook Lu Liang's hand. The two engaged in casual conversation, during which Lin Mo also briefly shared details about his own abilities. "Erasure? Wow, that's a fantastic ability. It complements mine perfectly," Lu Liang exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. At this, Lin Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Compliment? Could it be that this fellow was gay? Instinctively, Lin Mo leaned back a little, creating some distance between them. Observing this, Lu Liang quickly realized Lin Mo might have misunderstood him and hurriedly clarified. "Lin Mo, when I said compliment, I meant as potential teammates." "Teammates?" Lin Mo blinked in surprise. "To be candid, Lin Mo, here's the situation. I am currently facing a rather challenging task that is difficult to accomplish alone, so I am seeking teammates." Lu Liang took a deep breath and got straight to the point. Chapter 10, Bounty Task, Cracked City Wall. "What task?" Lin Mo's interest was piqued. "Here." Lu Liang pulled out his phone, displaying the task details for Lin Mo to see. Task location, Outer City Wall on the west side of Jiangzhou, wall number 1973. Task details, recently, wall number 1973 has exhibited signs of cracking, prompting emergency repairs from relevant authorities. However, during the repair process, several workers have mysteriously gone missing, and their bodies were later discovered in a gruesome state. Preliminary assessments suggest that these incidents may be related to an anomalous beast. Investigators are required to promptly investigate the truth behind the wall's cracking and capture the responsible beast. Task reward. Completion of this task will yield a reward of 300,000 yuan and 100 merit points. Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of task is this? The rewards are so substantial. After all, the task he had just undertaken that day had only offered a reward of 50,000 yuan and 10 merit points. This new task had increased the rewards almost tenfold. I managed to snag this bounty task with my quick reflexes." Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, grinning sheepishly. "Bounty task?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, quickly continuing to read. "Special reminder. Attention. 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 This task is a bounty task with unknown danger levels, unknown numbers of anomalous beasts, and unknown levels of anomalous beasts. It is advised that individuals below level 4 should not attempt this. Level 4 and above should ideally form teams." So this is what a bounty task entails. The lack of information was startling. Even the levels and numbers of the anomalous beasts remained unknown. It was no wonder the rewards were so high. It was truly a gamble with one's life. With this realization, Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and asked, "By the way, what is your current level?" "I am a level 2 anomalous ability user." Lu Liang lowered his head, speaking somewhat shyly. "Level 2? Lin Mo's mouth twitched again. "Lin Mo, I know you must think I'm insane, but I truly have no choice. This task is crucial for me. I must complete it. Otherwise, I will be dismissed," Lu Liang said, a look of helplessness on his face. "Why is that?" Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. "Since joining the Anomalous Ability Management Bureau, I have failed 9 consecutive tasks. This is my 10th task. If I abandon it or fail, it would mean I am unfit to be an investigator, and according to regulations, I would be directly expelled from the Bureau." Lu Liang smiled bitterly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, 9 consecutive failures was quite a record, and he worried it might scare Lin Mo away. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. So what do you say, Lin Mo? Are you willing to accompany me? If this mission succeeds, I shall forego any rewards, giving them all to you. I merely seek the chance to complete a task without facing dismissal. Lu Liang gazed expectantly at Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with earnest supplication. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. To be frank, he had never undertaken a bounty mission before and felt a twinge of uncertainty. However, the allure of the reward was indeed tempting. It would be worth investigating. If the situation turns unfavorable, he could always make a hasty retreat. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and inquired, apart from your ability to phase through walls, do you possess any offensive skills? Lu Liang awkwardly shook his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his features. Yet, as if struck by inspiration, he quickly added, but I assure you, I can certainly protect myself. You need not worry, I will not hinder your progress. Very well, then let us rest early tonight and depart at dawn. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then erupted with excitement. This is wonderful. Finally, someone is willing to team up with me. Brother Lin, you are the first person since I joined the Ability Management Bureau to agree to partner with me. I am profoundly moved. Were I a woman, I would surely marry you. Lin Mo found himself both amused and exasperated by his enthusiasm. The following morning, the duo first arrived at the Ability Management Bureau. After all, it was Lu Liang who had accepted the bounty mission, and Lin Mo needed to register their partnership. Lu Liang, Level 2 Ability User, Trainee Investigator. Lin Mo, Level 3 Ability User, Trainee Investigator. Are you both certain you wish to team up to undertake this bounty mission? The staff member regarded them with a look of astonishment. Drawing the attention of those nearby, Lu Liang, that name sounds familiar. Isn't he the one infamous for failing 9 consecutive missions? Indeed, that's him. This fellow is almost a disgrace to our Ability Management Bureau. It's astonishing he has accepted another bounty mission. Clearly, he is undeterred. But can anyone just take on a bounty? What reckless folly. Indeed, the most laughable part is that someone dares to team up with him. And this Lin Mo appears to be a newcomer, doesn't he? Instead of starting with simpler tasks, he chooses to accompany a failure. What a ridiculous and pitiable choice. Most of those present were also trainee investigators and had certainly heard of Lu Liang's dismal reputation, prompting them to scoff at the duo's decision. They truly believed the two were courting disaster. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in anger, ready to confront the crowd. However, at that moment, Lin Mo grasped Lu Liang's arm, shaking his head as he said, there is no need to waste words on those who look down upon you. Focus on accomplishing the task. The truth will deliver the loudest rebuke, silencing them all. With that, Lin Mo turned to the staff member and confidently declared, we are indeed forming a team to undertake the bounty mission. Chapter 11, A Mysterious Demise, Discovery of the Burrow. On the outskirts of Jiangzhou City. On the western side of the city wall, following the awakening of myriad species and the outbreak of anomalous beasts, the populace erected towering and robust walls to fend off the large-scale invasion of these creatures. It was precisely due to the protection of these walls that the cities remained unscathed, granting humanity a respite and the opportunity to cultivate formidable warriors. Therefore, any cracks in the walls were a grave concern. Despite the continuous mysterious disappearances and deaths of workers, the repairs to the walls persisted unabated. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived at the wall designated as 1973, laborers were toiling away under the blazing sun. After identifying themselves, a middle-aged man wearing a white hard hat approached them briskly. Ah, comrades from the Ability Management Bureau, you have finally arrived. The middle-aged man exclaimed, extending his hand for a shake. I am Yang Shan, the site supervisor. Mr. Yang, the situation is urgent. To prevent further worker disappearances, we must commence our investigation promptly and capture the anomalous beasts. Your full cooperation is essential. Lin Mo stated directly. Certainly, whatever you require, just say the word, and we will assist you wholeheartedly. Yang Shan assured them, eager to capture the beasts and ensure the project as completion. Lead us to the location where the workers' bodies were discovered, Lin Mo instructed. Right this way, Yang Shan beckoned, and the three entered the construction site. Arriving at the base of the towering wall, gazing up at the imposing structure, they observed a terrifying fissure, several dozen meters long and half a meter wide. Lin Mo and Lu Liang couldn't help but gasp in horror. Thankfully, the issue had been detected in time, and repairs were underway. Otherwise, the wall would have surely collapsed. Should that occur and the anomalous beasts attack, Jiangzhou City would face catastrophic devastation and countless casualties. Brothers, these are the bodies of the missing workers. To facilitate your investigation, we did not move them or bury them. We merely covered them with a white cloth. Yang Shan indicated toward a short distance ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang lowered their gazes. Before them lay several bodies covered with white cloths. They approached and lifted the cloth from one of the corpses. The sight that met their eyes sent a chill down their spines. The deceased worker's body was grotesquely decomposed, flesh blackened, with no intact skin remaining. A noxious stench emanated from the corpse, and his eyes were wide open. filled with terror and despair. It was evident he had glimpsed something profoundly horrifying in his final moments. Holding his breath, Lin Mo crouched before the body, attempting to locate a fatal wound to deduce the size and nature of the beast responsible. However, after a prolonged examination, he found no discernible injuries. Logically, if this worker had fallen victim to a beast, there would surely be clear wounds. Yet this body, while grotesquely decayed, bore no marks at all. This was indeed peculiar. Subsequently, Lin Mo and Lu Liang inspected the other corpses, only to find them identical to the first. How can this be? Could these workers have been poisoned? Lu Liang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Why do you say that? Lin Mo inquired, curious. Decomposed flesh, blackened blood, accompanied by a foul odor. This resembles the symptoms of poisoning. Could it be that there exists a beast capable of releasing deadly toxins? Lu Liang speculated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps that is indeed a possibility. Lin Mo nodded, deep in thought, before turning to Yang Shan and asking, have any workers at this site witnessed the anomalous beast? Yes, a few workers claim to have seen the beast. But according to their descriptions, it moved incredibly swiftly, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and there were not just one but multiple. Yang Shan quickly exclaimed, not just one. Lin Mo furrowed his brow and then turned to Lu Liang, saying, here's the plan. We'll split up. You and Mr. Yang will gather the workers who have encountered the strange beast and collect any useful information. I will carefully investigate the area nearby to see if I can uncover any clues. Understood. Lin brother, please be cautious. Lu Liang nodded and then departed with Yang Shan. Lin Mo first bent down to cover the bodies of the workers with white cloth once more. After all, these men were also unfortunate souls, toiling in the most arduous and laborious jobs, only to fall victim to the claws of the strange beast, and even in death, they could not find peace. Left to rot in the wilderness. How tragic. Once he finished this somber task, Lin Mo began to meticulously explore the vicinity. Since the beast had discarded the bodies here, aside from deliberately displaying its might to humans, there was another possibility. Its lair could be hidden nearby. Lin Mo followed the base of the city wall, probing slowly. Suddenly, a particular piece of bluestone on the ground, not far ahead, caught his attention. The ground beneath the city wall was paved with such bluestones. Yet due to the ongoing repairs to the cracked wall, the area was covered in thick dust and various stone debris. However, this specific bluestone was remarkably clean. Lin Mo hurriedly approached, tapped the bluestone with his hand. Thud, thud. A relatively hollow sound resonated. Without hesitation, Lin Mo hooked his fingers under the edge of the bluestone and heaved upwards. In an instant, a hole with a diameter of at least 1 meter revealed itself before him. Chapter 12, a giant termite? No, an experienced baby. Indeed, it's right here. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Mo's eyes. The size of this opening was considerable and irregular, occasionally releasing a pungent stench. Clearly, this was undoubtedly the lair of the strange beast. Just then, Lu Liang and Yang Shan returned with several workers. What on earth is this massive hole? Yang Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Didn't you notice it before? Lin Mo turned to Yang Shan and inquired. A hole this large would have certainly been filled in if discovered earlier. After all, it is beneath the city wall, which could jeopardize its foundation. Yang Shan shook his head vigorously. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and then looked towards Lu Liang, asking, what did the workers say? These are the workers who have encountered the strange beast, but according to their descriptions, they did not see it clearly. They only caught a glimpse of a white shadow and heard some rustling sounds. Lu Liang pointed to the workers beside him and explained. Rustling sounds? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, based on my conjecture, this should be the sound of the beast's footsteps. Lu Liang nodded, speculating. It seems that to ascertain the true nature of this strange beast, we must venture down the hole. Lin Mo turned his gaze towards the pit, speaking with a serious demeanor. Lin brother, I will accompany you, Lu Liang declared without hesitation, stepping forward. Hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Lu Liang and offered a faint smile. As it stands, Lu Liang seemed to be a commendable ally, intelligent, analytical, and responsible, aware of the dangers ahead. He still insisted on joining Lin Mo. For this reason alone, he was worthy of deepening their friendship. The two approached the entrance of the pit, took a deep breath, and prepared to descend. Rustle. Just then, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from the depths of the hole. Lin brother, did you hear that? Lu Liang quickly turned to Lin Mo, asking. Yes. Lin Mo nodded, lowering his gaze into the hole, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seems to be coming from within, and it appears to be getting closer. This is bad. Lin Mo's expression changed instantly as he pulled Lu Liang aside. Whoosh. In the next moment, a white shadow burst forth from the pit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately focused their eyes, astonishment washing over their faces. For it was none other than a colossal termite. Measuring at least 2 meters in length, it was larger than a human. That is a strange beast. Yang Shan and the other workers were struck with terror upon witnessing the giant termite. As ordinary individuals without awakened abilities, their fear was palpable. Mr. Yang, take them away. Also, inform the other workers that no one should approach this area until we finish our battle. Lin Mo urgently instructed Yang Shan. Understood. Yang Shan nodded, gesturing for the workers to follow him as he prepared to leave the site. Rustle. Just then, the giant termite suddenly zeroed in on Yangshan and the others, raising its rear. In the next moment, a blinding light emitted from its backside. Observing this, Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he recalled something, urgently warning Yangshan and the others, run. Yet it was too late. Boom. A thick stream of white liquid shot forth from the giant termite's rear, hurtling towards Yangshan and the others like a cannonball. The workers had yet to react when the one at the back was struck directly by the viscous substance. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the liquid, akin to sulfuric acid, caused the worker's skin to emit billowing smoke as his body rapidly began to decay and blacken. In no time, there was not a single intact patch of skin left on him, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. His death was eerily reminiscent of the previous bodies. Witnessing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang could not help but gasp in shock. So this giant termite can spray venom. It's likely that the previous workers met their tragic end in a similar fashion. The remaining workers, having never encountered such a scene, were paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. What are you waiting for? If you wish to live, hurry and flee. Lin Mo glared at them, commanding with a cold voice. Upon hearing this, Yangshan and the others snapped back to reality, turning on their heels and sprinting away. Their instinct for survival ignited an astonishing speed within them, comparable to that of sprinters, wishing they had been born with 2 additional legs. Rustle. The giant termite evidently recognized its targets and attempted to pursue them. Whoosh. Just then, a figure rushed forward, blocking the path of the giant termite. It was Lin Mo. The giant termite's eyes turned crimson as it launched itself at Lin Mo with ferocity. Lin Mo wasted no time in engaging, directly unleashing a beam of light to dispel the creature. Buzz. 2 crimson beams erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking the colossal termite with tremendous force. Boom. The giant termite exploded on the spot, transforming into a puddle of viscous light green liquid, accompanied by a few white legs of the creature. Has it truly been slain? Standing beside, Lu Liang was astonished by the scene, for it all transpired far too swiftly. He hadn't even joined the fray yet. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 1 mutant beast, the giant termite, and earned 100 ability points. The system's voice resonated within Lin Mo's mind. A level 1 mutant beast? No wonder it was so feeble. But could this bounty mission be as simple as merely one level 1 beast? Lin, you're incredible. I knew teaming up with you was the right choice. This beast was obliterated in an instant. Perhaps this bounty task isn't as daunting as it seemed. Lu Liang approached, giving Lin Mo a thumbs up, his face brimming with admiration. It may not be so straightforward. Lin Mo shook his head, a frown etching his brow. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback. Rustle, rustle. Just then, a familiar sound echoed from the burrow. Soon, a white shadow crawled out from the hole. It was the giant termite once more. How could there be more? Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically. However, before he could finish his thought, another giant termite emerged from the burrow, then a third, and a fourth. In no time, the number of giant termites swelled to over a dozen. A glance at them sent chills down one's spine. Goodness, Lin, it seems we've truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Lu Liang could no longer remain composed. Although these giant termites were merely level 1 beasts and not overly powerful, their sheer numbers were daunting. At this rate, they would surely be overwhelmed. Yet, Lu Liang failed to notice that Lin Mo, standing nearby, were not an ounce of fear, but rather an expression of excitement and eagerness. The abundance of mutant beasts? Perhaps other ability users would find it troublesome, but for Lin Mo, this was a splendid opportunity. In his eyes, these giant termites had transformed from fearsome creatures into adorable little experience points. Whether he could ascend to level 4 and elevate his abilities to grade hinged entirely on this moment. Chapter 13. Breaking through to level 4, new skills unlocked. Thank you, nature, for your generous gifts. Bring on more. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. What are you saying, Lin? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. Nothing. Leave these beasts to me. Just ensure your own safety. Lin Mo waved his hand and charged directly toward the swarm of giant termites. Lin, there are quite a few beasts. Allow me to lend you a hand. Lu Liang, pulling out a knife from somewhere, prepared to join the fray. Don't. I can handle this alone. You mustn't come near. Lin Mo shattered a giant termite with a single strike, turning to Lu Liang. Each giant termite is worth 100 ability points. If Lu Liang kills it, I won't be able to obtain the points myself. Thus, it's best to handle this personally. Lu Liang was momentarily stunned. However, sensing Lin Mo's reasoning, he relented, saying, All right then, but should you need support, do let me know. Absolutely. Lin Mo nodded and turned back to face the swarm of giant termites. With his status as a level 3 ability user, confronting these level 1 beasts was akin to a dimensional strike. Before long, the swarm of giant termites was utterly decimated. Watching his ability points soar, a satisfied smile crept across Lin Mo's face. At that moment, a massive horde of giant termites surged from the burrow, numbering at least several dozen. Seeing this, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward. Observing this scene from a distance, Lu Liang couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Lin is indeed a hero, facing dozens of beasts without a hint of fear, even choosing to confront them alone to protect me from harm. I owe him a tremendous favor. In a short span, over 100 giant termites had perished at Lin Mo's hands, and his ability points surged rapidly. With another giant termite obliterated, a notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to level 4 ability user, ability points, 200,005,000. You now have the opportunity to evolve your ability. Will you proceed with the evolution? Immediately evolve. Congratulations, host. Your ability has evolved to Grade A Eradication, can evolve to SSS Grade Annihilation, current progress at 50. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Eradication Orb. Another new skill? A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Just then, dozens more giant termites crawled out from the burrow. Lin Mo smirked slightly. They would serve as perfect subjects to test the prowess of his new skill. Thus, Lin Mo focused his mind. Buzz. A red orb, the size of a fist, coalesced above his right palm. This orb was semi-transparent, with faint red arcs flickering within it. As soon as the red orb formed, it exuded a terrifying aura. Without hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the red orb into the swarm of giant termites. Boom. The moment the red orb reached the cluster of giant termites, it detonated instantly. In an instant, several giant termites were obliterated. Many surrounding termites, though not killed outright, were severely affected, their legs flying in disarray. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's face registered surprise. Was this the power bestowed by a Grade A ability? Its might was astonishing. Moreover, the eradication orb had not been unleashed at full strength. If he concentrated entirely, its power could multiply several times over. How devastating. I adore it. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, watching from a distance, was left utterly stunned. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, he distinctly felt Lin Mo's aura surge significantly in that fleeting moment, even perceiving an invisible pressure emanating from him. Could it be that Lin had reached a new height? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Liang involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Back on the battlefield, Lin Mo discovered that since his breakthrough to level 4, the ability points gained from slaying these giant termites had suddenly diminished. Each kill now yielded only 10 ability points, and sometimes none at all. This was nothing compared to before. Most crucially, it seemed as if the giant termites were endless. Having just exterminated dozens, he was immediately faced with a resurgence of double the number emerging from the underground burrow. If this continued, once his stamina and ability points were depleted, he would be unable to wield his powers. Confronted by the hundreds, if not thousands, of colossal termites, even a level 4 ability user like himself would struggle to cope. A solution to eradicate them entirely was imperative. He could not afford to prolong this battle. Lin Mo pondered a moment, then turned to the nearby Lu Liang and inquired, Lu Liang, in addition to phasing through walls, can you also burrow underground? That should be possible. Lu Liang nodded eagerly. Excellent. Descend immediately and investigate the situation within that burrow. These giant termites seem endless. We must locate their source. Lin Mo commanded. Understood. I shall proceed at once. Lu Liang replied, feeling somewhat guilty for merely watching Lin Mo exert himself. Without hesitation, he dove underground. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lu Liang resurfaced, addressing Lin Mo, Brother Lin, I have found the source of these termites. About 100 meters beneath us lies a massive termite nest. These giant termites are continuously hatching from it. A nest? Lin Mo furrowed his brows. No wonder the city wall had developed severe cracks. The foundation must have been compromised by the nest below. But how could a nest have suddenly appeared beneath a well-constructed wall? Surely, during its construction, the foundation would have been excavated, and any nest discovered would have been dealt with promptly. Was this a deliberate act? Nonetheless, such considerations were no longer Lin Mo's concern. The pressing issue at hand was how to eliminate this nest. Otherwise, these giant termites would be a perpetual menace. As Lin Mo contemplated, a bold idea surged within him. Without hesitation, he summoned all his ability points and conjured 2 spheres of annihilation energy, each significantly larger than a basketball. In an instant, 2 terrifying waves of destructive energy radiated outward. Approaching Lu Liang, he handed over the 2 spheres. From here on, it relies entirely on you. Take these spheres down and obliterate that nest. Chapter 14. What? Did you too bring down the city wall? Gulp. Staring at the 2 ominous spheres pulsating with dreadful energy, Lu Liang gulped nervously. He had witnessed the power of these spheres firsthand before. Now, the 2 before him were at least 10 times larger than the one Lin Mo had previously conjured. The mere thought of an accidental detonation sent shivers down his spine. However, Lu Liang understood that he could not shirk his responsibility in this bounty mission. Otherwise, how could he expect Lin Mo to take him along in the future? Damn it, I'll go for broke, he resolved, gritting his teeth and accepting the spheres. Once released, you have approximately 3 seconds to escape. Throw them at the nest and withdraw immediately. Do you understand? Lin Mo instructed with a serious expression. Understood, I will complete the task. Lu Liang nodded, carefully cradling the spheres as he burrowed underground. Lin Mo clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anxiety. The success of their endeavor hinged upon this moment. About a minute later, a deafening explosion resonated from below. The ground trembled violently, akin to a seismic event. Simultaneously, notifications rang out. Congratulations, host. You have destroyed a level 4 termite nest, earning 2,000 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have slain the level 4 mutant termite queen, earning 2,000 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a level 1 mutant giant termite, unhatched, earning 10 ability points. Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a level 1 mutant giant termite, unhatched, earning 5 ability points. In no time, Lin Mo's ability points surged by around 10,000. He realized that Lu Liang must have succeeded. The giant termites on the surface, upon the destruction of their nest, instantly collapsed, legs in the air, twitching before quickly perishing. Lin Mo sighed in relief, then glanced around. But Lu Liang was nowhere to be found. Panic surged within him. Could it be that Lu Liang had failed to escape and was caught in the explosion? With that thought, Lin Mo rushed to the mouth of the burrow and shouted, Lu Liang. Yet, after a lengthy pause, no response came. His brow furrowed in concern. If Lu Liang had truly perished, he would carry that guilt for a lifetime. After all, it was his idea to destroy the nest, and he had sent Lu Liang to execute it. Brother Lin, were you calling for me? Suddenly, a head emerged from the ground near Lin Mo's feet, startling him so much that he nearly kicked it. However, upon recognizing the dirty face, a look of surprise crossed his features. Lu Liang. It's me. Lu Liang emerged entirely from the ground. Goodness, you gave me quite a scare. Lin Mo exclaimed, punching Lu Liang playfully on the shoulder, his worry evident. I called for you for ages. Why didn't you respond? Brother Lin, the power of your annihilation spheres is simply terrifying. Although I ran with all my might, the shockwave knocked me out. I only regained consciousness upon hearing you call for me. Lu Liang dusted himself off, offering a wry smile. Thank goodness you're all right. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at the burrow's mouth, saying, Our task should be complete. No more giant termites are emerging. Really? Haha, that is wonderful. I've finally completed my first task for joining the Ability Management Bureau, and it was a high difficulty bounty. Now, I want to be expelled. And I'll show those folks at the Bureau who dared to mock me. Lu Liang exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he danced about like a child. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of cracking masonry echoed ominously. The smiles on Lin Mo and Lu Liang's faces vanished instantly. They turned to see the already cracked city wall number 1973 now riddled with numerous fissures, teetering on the brink of collapse. This is bad. Lin Mo grasped Lu Liang and hurriedly fled to the side. Just as they escaped, the entire wall came crashing down. The two, now safely distanced, could only gasp in shock at the sight. Brother Lin, did we cause the wall to collapse? Lu Liang swallowed hard, looking at Lin Mo with trepidation. It appears so. Lin Mo nodded. It's over. The wall is crucial for Jiangzhou City. Damaging it is a grave offense. Originally, we set out to capture the monstrous beasts wreaking havoc upon the city walls, and now, it seems we have surpassed even their destructive prowess, bringing the walls crashing down ourselves. Not only are we likely to forfeit our task rewards, but we may also face punishment, and perhaps even imprisonment. Lu Liang's face was ashen, a portrait of despair as he spoke. There is no need for such pessimism, for the foundation of this wall had long been gnawed away by those gigantic termites. Even if we were to repair the surface cracks this time, it would not be long before it collapses again. We have merely expedited the inevitable. Otherwise, if we were to leave this facade of a wall standing, it would likely lead to far worse consequences when the army of beasts descends upon us. Thus, we have preemptively eradicated this hidden peril, rendering ourselves not guilty, but rather commendable. Lin Mo shook his head, a grin spreading across his face. Is that truly the case? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo, skepticism evident in his eyes. Am I capable of deceiving you, brother? Lin Mo clapped Lu Liang on the shoulder, chuckling. Let's go back and collect our reward. With that, the two vanished in an instant. Shortly after their departure, Yang Shan, alerted by the commotion, hurried over with a group of workers. Upon witnessing the collapsed walls, he was left utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as saucers. My heavens, what has happened? Has the beast army attacked the city? At the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau, the 7th investigation team was where Lin Mo and Lu Liang were assigned. In the office of the team leader, Zhang Wei, who was sipping tea, nearly choked upon hearing their report, spraying tea everywhere. Team leader, this was merely an accident. Lu Liang chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Don't call me team leader. You are the one in charge. Lu Liang, you have failed your tasks consecutively, leading me to question your abilities. And yet, you have now delivered me a monumental surprise. And you, Lin Mo, on your very first day in the Ability Management Bureau, you accomplished a secondary task. Excellent work. I was just thinking of having a word with you to commend your efforts, and instead, you dropped this bombshell on me. You two are truly my living ancestors. Zhang Wei was on the brink of a breakdown, utterly exasperated. To destroy the city wall is a grave offense. Not only is it a concern for a mere team leader like myself, but even the director of the Jiangzhou branch will likely face repercussions. Chapter 15. Delivering a resounding reality check. Team leader, you have truly misunderstood the situation. It is as follows. Lin Mo proceeded to explain the discovery of the termite nest beneath the wall. You mean to say that the foundation of the wall was already compromised? Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes. Indeed, and I suspect this situation is far more complex than it appears. How coincidentally did the termite nest appear right beneath the wall? If someone orchestrated this, then when the beast army attacks Jiangzhou City, a wall without a foundation would be nothing but a decoration. Lin Mo articulated his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang with a grave expression. This matter is of great importance. I must report it immediately. After you two collect your reward for this task, do not wander about aimlessly, remain on standby, and do not cause any more trouble, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang stood straight, saluting. All right, you two hurry along. Zhang Wei waved them off, his head spinning at the sight of his living ancestors. As Lin Mo and Lu Liang approached the office door, Lu Liang suddenly halted, an idea striking him. He turned back to Zhang Wei and asked, by the way, team leader, does our discovery of the termite nest count as a special contribution? Is there any extra reward? Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's lips twitched, and he looked at Lu Liang with a forced smile. Of course, you can enjoy a 7-day stay in a jail cell. Then perhaps that won't be necessary. Lu Liang's face blanched, and he hurriedly pulled Lin Mo out of the office. Once they had left, Zhang Wei stared at the desk phone, his brow furrowed in worry. How should he report this? Although there were extenuating circumstances, the fact remains that Lin Mo and Lu Liang had indeed caused the wall's collapse. You two ancestors are truly going to be the death of me. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, steeling himself to make the call. After leaving the team leader's office, Lin Mo and Lu Liang made their way to the task handover location. Numerous investigators present, upon noticing the duo, wore mocking smiles. Oh, aren't these the two fellows who were supposed to team up for a bounty task this morning? What brings them back so soon? Looking like they've been through the ringer? They haven't failed already, have they? Haha, I doubt they even went. Otherwise, how could one at level 2 and the other at level 3 have come back alive? They probably met their end out there. Those clowns must have realized the peril of the bounty task and returned to cancel it. What a disgrace. Lin Mo and Lu Liang chose to ignore the derisive remarks and approach the counter. The same staff member recognized them and jested. What's this? Regretting your decision? That's wise. It's still not too late to abandon the task. The bounty task is far beyond your capabilities. Attempting it would only lead to your demise. No need to cancel. We have already completed the task. Lin Mo replied coolly as he handed over his credentials. What? Completed it? The staff member was taken aback. Indeed. We are here to hand over the task and collect our reward. Lu Liang added, also presenting his credentials. Upon hearing this, the scornful expressions of those present only intensified. To them, this was utterly implausible. Clearly, these two were simply boasting. The staff member quickly took their credentials and scanned them. In the next moment, the computer screen flashed the words task completed. The staff member was astonished. They actually did complete it. This revelation silenced the mockery, as everyone rushed to see the screen. The expressions on their faces were priceless, their eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Neither they nor the staff had ever imagined that two interns, one at level 2 and the other at level 3, could successfully complete such a perilous bounty task. Can we now receive our task rewards? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Of course. The staff member, now fully respectful, promptly processed the task handover and arranged for the reward to be dispensed. Due to the collaborative efforts of Lin Mo and LV Liang in completing the task, the substantial reward of 300,000 yuan in cash and 100 merit points was evenly divided between the two, credited to their accounts. Upon confirming the receipt of their rewards, Lin Mo and LV Liang turned to leave. As they did, the gazes of the onlooking investigators were filled with astonishment and disbelief, as if they were beholding an otherworldly spectacle. It was only after the duo exited the door that the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, unable to restrain their astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it true that today's intern investigators are this formidable?" In the corridor, LV Liang exclaimed with exhilaration, "Ha, brother Lin, this feeling is simply magnificent. Especially the way those people looked at us as we departed. It was utterly delightful. I finally comprehend what you meant this morning about delivering a resounding slap in the face with facts. It certainly is far more exhilarating than mere verbal disputes." He was practically dancing with excitement, his smile wide enough to make it seem as though it could not close. "At last, we can hold our heads high, right?" Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Haha, absolutely. Now, let us see who dares to call me useless." LV Liang grinned proudly, but suddenly seemed to recall something important and hastily retrieved his phone. "I almost forgot something crucial." "What is it?" Lin Mo asked, puzzled. In the next moment, his phone vibrated. Upon opening it, he discovered that LV Liang had transferred 150,000 yuan and 50 merit points to him. Seeing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow and looked at LV Liang, perplexed. "What are you doing?" "Brother Lin, we had an agreement. If we succeeded in this task, I would take nothing from the reward. It all belongs to you. I must honor my promise." LV Liang said with a smile. "That won't do. Regardless of the circumstances, you contributed significantly, and I cannot in good conscience take the reward for myself. Lin Mo immediately shook his head. Although he was in dire need of money and merit points to exchange for future treasures, he believed that a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. If it weren't for LV Liang bravely infiltrating the underground lair to destroy the nest, the outcome could have been dire. Thus, how could he possibly claim the reward for himself? As such, Lin Mo promptly attempted to return the money and merit points to LV Liang. Hey! LV Liang firmly pressed Lin Mo's hand down, shaking his head seriously. Brother Lin, you must accept this reward. Truth be told, we are mere acquaintances. Yet you chose to accompany me on such a perilous bounty mission and help me avoid expulsion. This is an immense favor. I, LV Liang, can only repay you with this entire reward. I hope you do not reject it. If you truly consider me a friend, just take me along for future tasks. Of course, I consider you a friend, but regarding the reward. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. If you genuinely wish to acknowledge our friendship, let us set aside the matter of rewards. Let us go drink. We'll drown our troubles in merriment tonight. LV Liang threw an arm around Lin Mo's shoulder as they made their way outside the Anomaly Management Bureau. Lin Mo could only shake his head in resigned amusement. Chapter 16. The hero appears? Just leave. At the VIP ward of the municipal hospital, Wang Ba lay on the hospital bed. His face contorted in grievance as he sobbed. Dad, you must avenge me. If it weren't for my fortunate survival, I might never see you again. Standing before him was a middle-aged man with dark skin and a close-cropped hairstyle. Though not particularly tall, his mere presence exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear. This man was Wang Ba's father, the 9th-level anomaly user and chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong. Upon seeing Wang Ba's face, swollen like a pig's, and his right arm and leg encased in plaster, Wang Dalong's expression darkened considerably. Just then, the door to the ward swung open, and a young man in a black suit entered. He quickly approached Wang Dalong, clasped his hands in respect, and said, "Boss, I found out that Lin Mo has joined the Anomaly Management Bureau as an intern investigator. According to intelligence, he is now a level 3 anomaly user with B-grade powers." Humph. A mere intern investigator, a level 3 anomaly user, dares to harm my son? He must be courting death. Wang Dalong scoffed, his eyes glinting coldly. He turned to the young man and commanded, "Immediately dispatch a level 4 anomaly user to eliminate him." Boss, while a level 3 anomaly user is indeed not a threat, he is affiliated with the Anomaly Management Bureau. Should we not inform the Jiangzhou branch beforehand to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings? The young man suggested respectfully. No need. He is just an intern investigator. Essentially, he is not even a full-fledged member. I will not believe that the Jiangzhou branch would risk their reputation over such a worthless individual. Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively. Unconcerned. Understood, I will handle it right away. The young man nodded and promptly departed. Wang Dalong turned back to Wang Ba, his face suddenly filled with a doting smile. Rest assured, my son, tonight you shall witness Lin Mo's head roll. As night fell, at the How Go barbecue stall, Lin Mo and LV Liang were constrained by team leader Zhang Wei's orders not to wander far. Thus, they found this nearby stall, ensuring they could return promptly should the Anomaly Management Bureau seek them. Brother Lin, you seem a bit down. Is something bothering you? LV Liang inquired curiously after taking a generous swig of beer, noticing Lin Mo's furrowed brows. I'm pondering who will foot the bill for tonight's meal. Lin Mo replied earnestly. Huh. LV Liang was momentarily taken aback. Haha, just kidding. Lin Mo flashed a grin before his expression turned serious. Actually, I've been thinking about today's nest incident. What if that nest was deliberately placed there? Who might that person be, and what could their intentions be? Well, I can't quite figure that out either. But hasn't the higher-ups already begun their investigation? It's best not to trouble us intern investigators with such matters. We should trust in their wisdom. LV Liang waved dismissively, not overly concerned. I hope so, Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. However, there was something else he hadn't shared with LV Liang. Just yesterday, he had eliminated a bloodthirsty parasitic beast, and today's nest incident kept gnawing at him, as he sensed a possible connection between the two. Yet, he could not articulate what it was. He would have to await the investigation results. Come on, let us drink. Brother Lin, I've noticed you're quite adept at slaying monsters, yet you seem hesitant with the drinks. I've already finished a bottle. Why do you still have half? Down it quickly, or I'll make you treat us next time. LV Liang exclaimed, opening another bottle of beer. All right, let us do it. Lin Mo laughed helplessly and raised his beer bottle, preparing to down it in one go. But just then out of nowhere, a stone came flying and struck the wine bottle in Lin Mo's hand. The beer bottle shattered instantly, sending frothy liquid splattering everywhere. What the hell? Who did that? Lu Liang exclaimed, immediately rising to his feet. Lin Mo frowned, turning his gaze towards the direction from which the stone had come. Not far away, a middle-aged man, of ordinary appearance and clad in black sportswear, was slowly approaching. You are Lin Mo, correct? He said, fixing his cold gaze on Lin Mo as he reached the table. That's me. Lin Mo nodded, puzzled. May I ask who you are? You've provoked someone you shouldn't have. So the middle-aged man smirked ominously, his tone chilling as he continued. I have come to take your life. Oh, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. May I know who it is? When you're dead, you'll find out. The man replied coldly. At these words, Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately braced themselves for confrontation. Lu Liang even grabbed a nearby beer bottle, preparing for battle. Hey, what is going on? Just then, a booming voice echoed through the air. Following that, a burly man, clutching a large handful of skewers and sporting a Peppa Pig apron around his waist, strode over. He glanced at Lin Mo and Lu Liang before directing a fierce glare at the middle-aged man. What is this? A gang bullying students in my food stall? Don't you know who I am, Hao Ge? You dare cause trouble on my turf? Have you got a death wish? Clearly, the newcomer was the owner of the food stall. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes lit up. Wow, a hero has arrived. The aura of this Hao Ge is impressive. He must be quite powerful. Could he be a hidden master? The middle-aged man shot a glance at Hao Ge, then kicked the table in front of him with a resounding crash. The table shattered into pieces, and it was made of stainless steel. Hao Ge's eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, "A supernatural being. Get lost." The middle-aged man retorted coldly, fixing his gaze back on Hao Ge. Taking a deep breath, Hao Ge glared back defiantly, shouting, "Get lost. Just get lost." Without another word, he turned and fled, prompting the ordinary patrons of the food stall to scatter in a panic. Soon, the entire food stall was left with only Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and the middle-aged man. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat exasperated, exchanged a glance with Lu Liang. Lu Liang seized the beer bottle in his hand and hurled it at the middle-aged man's head. Smash! The beer bottle exploded upon impact, yet the next moment, the middle-aged man seemed unfazed. He turned to Lu Liang, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Haven't tea you eaten today?" With that, he launched a powerful punch. The blow was swift and brutal, sending Lu Liang flying across the ground, where he crashed heavily and lay there, blood spurting from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Lu Liang. Lin Mo's expression changed instantly upon witnessing this. "Don't worry, I'll send you down to keep him company." The middle-aged man grinned menacingly, raising his fist to strike Lin Mo. Chapter 17. Are supernatural beings more valuable than beasts? Just as that heavy punch was about to land on Lin Mo's chest, he stepped back swiftly, creating distance between himself and the middle-aged man, narrowly evading the blow. "Oh, you're quite agile," the man remarked with a mocking smirk, then focused his mind. Boom. A stone wall, 5 meters high and 5 meters wide, suddenly erupted from the ground behind Lin Mo. Before he could react, walls also rose before him and on both sides, closing in to encircle him. "Now let us see how you escape," the middle-aged man declared triumphantly. His supernatural ability was to manipulate stone, and constructing walls was his signature move. Countless opponents had fallen to this very technique, and against Lin Mo, a mere level 3 supernatural being, it was child's play. At that moment, the space for Lin Mo to maneuver diminished rapidly. If this continued, he would be crushed into a meat paste by the walls. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, channeling his power, preparing to break through the walls. Just then, a head suddenly poked out from the ground beside his right foot. "Lin, brother." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo looked down, his eyes lighting up with joy. "Lu Liang, are you alright?" "Shoo, I was just pretending to be unconscious. It won't be that easy to kill me," Lu Liang whispered, placing a finger to his lips. He then surveyed the surrounding stone walls and added, "Brother Lin, I saw from outside that these walls are exceptionally thick and sturdy. It won't be easy for you to break through them. Let me help you escape." "You?" Lin Mo was taken aback. Lu Liang immediately reached out, grabbing Lin Mo's legs. "I can take you out." "All right." Lin Mo nodded, a cold smile forming on his lips. "But before we leave, let us leave this old fool with a surprise." Outside the stone walls, the middle-aged man observed that his walls were nearly closed in. He anticipated that Lin Mo was now trapped and unable to move. If he continued to close in, it would mean certain death for him. With a smug expression, he approached and knocked on the wall, sneering, "Kid, I bet being crushed by the walls isn't pleasant. If you're willing to beg for mercy now, maybe I'll let you leave peacefully." However, there was no response from within the walls. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he coldly stated, "Humph. A tough nut, are we? I'll see whether your bones are harder or my walls." With that, he focused his mind once more, hastening the wall's closure, intent on turning Lin Mo into mush. Boom. Just then, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within the walls. Huh. The middle-aged man froze in shock, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Not good. Instinctively, he attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. The stone walls crumbled under the tremendous destructive force, and the middle-aged man, standing right in front of them, was blown away, crashing to the ground and spewing blood. At that moment, two figures emerged from the ground beside him, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting utter astonishment. How could this happen? Wow. Brother Lin, your energy sphere's power is truly overwhelming. It can injure this guy even through a wall. Lu Liang cast a glance at the pallet, feeble middle-aged man, and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Lin Mo merely smiled faintly. Just moments before Lu Liang had whisked him away underground, he had condensed a sphere of nullification and left it embedded within the stone wall. Consequently, when the middle-aged man compressed the wall, the nullification sphere was obliterated. resulting in the recent turn of events. Lin Mo crouched beside the middle-aged man, fixing him with a cold gaze as he inquired, "Speak. Who sent you? Reveal it, and I may spare your life." Coughing violently, the middle-aged man expelled a copious amount of blood, glaring at Lin Mo with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, "Lin Mo, today I admit defeat after my downfall, but do not revel in your triumph. It won't be long before even more formidable adversaries come to end your life. Your days are numbered, and I will await you below." A sudden alarm gripped Lin Mo as he paled, intent on prying open the man's mouth. In the next instant, the man's eyes bulged, and he spewed forth a torrent of black blood, succumbing to death. Poisoned, Lu Liang reached out to check the middle-aged man's pulse, confirming his demise with a furrowed brow. "This fellow is indeed ruthless. If he fails, he opts for death. Brother Lin, just who have you offended?" Lin Mo pondered momentarily. He believed he had no enemies. The only one with whom he had a conflict was Wang Ba. Could this individual have been sent by Wang Ba's father to seek vengeance? Just as Lin Mo mulled this over, a chime echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have participated in the slaying of a level 4 ability user, earning 3,000 ability points. Lin Mo was taken aback. Killing an ability user also yields rewards? If memory served correctly, he had only received 2,000 ability points for vanquishing the level 4 beast, the termite queen. It appeared that ability users were indeed more valuable than beasts. With that in mind, my enemies, whoever you may be, please send forth more ability users. The breakthrough of my realm and the evolution of my powers depend entirely on you. Meanwhile, Wang Dalong, who was at the hospital accompanying his son, suddenly erupted into a fit of sneezing. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Mo's silent prayers would surely have driven him to faint with rage had he known. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau, Zhang Wei, having toiled throughout the day, was preparing to leave for the evening. Just then, the landline phone on his desk rang unexpectedly. Frowning in mild annoyance, his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the caller ID, and he hastily answered, "Hello, Director Xiaozhang. We have thoroughly investigated the collapsing city wall incident. It was indeed an intentional act, with someone having buried a termite nest beneath the wall to undermine its foundation. This is a conspiracy." The director's voice emanated from the other end. "So, does that mean Lin Mo and Lu Liang are in the clear?" Zhang Wei exhaled in relief. "Naturally, not only are they innocent, but they have also performed a service, as they helped us resolve a significant threat to Jiangzhou City. Thankfully, we discovered this in time. Otherwise, if those termites had continued to erode the wall's foundation, an invasion by the beast horde would have resulted in a catastrophic disaster." The director elaborated. "Wonderful. I shall relay this good news to them immediately," Zhang Wei exclaimed, eager to hang up and inform Lin Mo and Lu Liang. "Hold your enthusiasm. This matter is far from simple." The director's voice took on a grave tone. Zhang Wei's hand froze midair, confusion clouding his features. "Director, what do you mean? Do you know who placed the termite nest?" The director countered. "Who?" Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. "The cult of the deity." The director replied, his tone heavy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's complexion darkened considerably. "Those lunatics. Yet, it makes sense. They have been covertly sabotaging human cities for years, attempting to create chaos, seize power, and control the cities. This is precisely within their capabilities. Moreover, the previous bloodthirsty parasitic beasts may also be linked to the cult of the deity. Lin Mo has already disrupted or indirectly thwarted their plans twice. Do you think they will simply let this go?" The director continued. "Are you implying that the cult of the deity will send someone to retaliate against Lin Mo? That would place him in grave danger. After all, those individuals are merciless killers. Our bureau has suffered numerous casualties battling them over the years, and Lin Mo, a newcomer, would surely face a dead end if he crossed paths with them." Zhang Wei's anxiety peaked. "That is precisely why I called you. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just achieved a significant victory. We cannot allow them to become targets of the cult of the deity. We must devise a plan to protect them." The director stated with utmost seriousness. "Protect them?" Zhang Wei's eyes darted around as a thought struck him, a glimmer of inspiration igniting in his gaze. "I know of a place that is relatively safe." After disposing of the middle-aged man's body, Lin Mo and Lu Liang found their appetites extinguished. They settled their bill and prepared to return to their dormitory. However, as they reached the entrance of their community, several shadowy figures suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Initially, Lin Mo and Lu Liang presumed these were reinforcements for the middle-aged man and braced themselves for a confrontation. Yet, the moment they discerned the figures before them, relief washed over them, for the individuals were clad in the uniforms of the Ability Management Bureau. At that moment, the leading man produced his credentials and presented them to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, stating coldly, "I am Investigator Han Dong. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two are suspected of damaging the city wall. Please accompany us for questioning." "Damaging the city wall? Sir, you must be mistaken. We have already explained this matter to Team Leader Zhang. It was a complete misunderstanding." Lu Liang's expression shifted alarmingly as he spoke. "Team Leader Zhang sent us to bring you in. If you can prove your innocence, you will naturally be released." Investigator Han Dong replied with a stern demeanor. "What?" Lu Liang swiftly turned to Lin Mo, momentarily at a loss. "Brother Lin, what do we do?" Fear not. Lin Mo smiled reassuringly, displaying remarkable composure. Let us accompany them. At the ruins of the city wall, number 1973, workers labored tirelessly through the night to reconstruct the wall. Meanwhile, less than 100 meters from the ruins, several figures stood, silently observing the unfolding scene. Among them, a young man sporting gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in a black trench coat, and possessing a refined appearance, spoke up. What a pity, we were discovered so swiftly. It seems our plan to undermine the wall with the termite nest and lure the beast horde to attack the city has been thoroughly thwarted. I have heard that the recent discovery of the insect nest was made by two intern investigators from the Ability Management Bureau, one named Lu Liang and the other Lin Mo. What a pair of bothersome individuals. Beside the refined gentleman, an elderly man clad in a black tang suit remarked grimly, his teeth clenched in irritation. Lin Mo? That name rings a bell. A figure draped in a blood-red robe and wearing a hood suddenly spoke. The refined gentleman turned to regard this figure with curiosity, inquiring, What? Have you had dealings with him as well? Indeed. The figure nodded, then removed her voluminous hood, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. She was, in fact, an enchanting woman. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as white as snow. A beauty mark at the corner of her right eye added an extra touch of allure. Yesterday, I was lurking within a parasitic beast in the city, only to be killed by someone who appears to be this Lin Mo. The enchanting woman mused thoughtfully. It seems this individual is intent on opposing our cult of the divine, and we must eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly disrupt our grand plans in the future. The refined gentleman narrowed his eyes, his face darkened with a palpable murderous intent. In that case, let us take action tonight. The elderly man in black suggested with a cold smirk. Without further ado, the group made their way toward the ruins of Wall 1973, intending to enter Jiangzhou City through that route. A worker, toiling at the site, looked up in bewilderment upon seeing the sudden appearance of these individuals and questioned, Who are you? Why are you entering from outside the city? The refined gentleman cast a disdainful glance at the worker, a chilling smile gracing his lips as he waved his hand. In an instant, the worker's head was severed, rolling far across the ground before coming to a stop. Murder. The remaining workers, witnessing this gruesome act, were terrified, dropping their tools and attempting to flee. However, the refined gentleman and his companions had no intention of letting them escape, pursuing them relentlessly. In mere moments, all 20 or so workers on the site met their demise. The refined gentleman dusted off his hands, and just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, a smug smile spread across his face as he turned to the others and declared, Gentlemen, I have located Lin Mo's precise whereabouts. At this revelation, the group exchanged sinister smiles, transforming into mere shadows as they sped toward the city center. The Ability Prison, constructed and overseen by the Ability Management Bureau, housed not ordinary criminals, but supervillains who had awakened tremendous powers and strayed down a nefarious path, posing a significant threat to the city, along with powerful beasts captured in the city's chaos, awaiting their fate. Thus, the prison was heavily fortified, allowing not even a mosquito to fly in unchallenged. At this moment, in cell 666, Lu Liang exclaimed, Lin, didn't you say we were innocent this time? Even deserving of merit? Why are we still stuck in this prison? Are we destined to be incarcerated for life? His voice trembled with despair. Han Dong had claimed they were merely here for questioning, yet after being thrown into this cell, he had vanished without a trace. Despite Lu Liang's desperate cries, no one responded, filling him with overwhelming dread. He had joined the Ability Management Bureau to secure a stable position, only to find himself ensnared in a prison cell. Chapter 19, Special Task, Survive for 10 minutes. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable. It can't be too serious. I estimate they'll clear things up tonight and release us by tomorrow. Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor and a smile. I envy your composure, Lin. I hope you are right. Lu Liang sighed helplessly, glancing at the unforgiving floor with a bitter expression. It seems we'll have to make do with sleeping on the floor tonight. I truly miss my soft and spacious mattress. With that, he lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head with a smile and was about to lie down beside him when ding. A notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a special task. Survive for the next 10 minutes. If you succeed, a surprise reward awaits. The countdown began. 0:09:59. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Survive for 10 minutes? Why would such a task suddenly manifest? And what kind of danger could possibly arise in this cell? Boom. Suddenly, one wall of the cell collapsed. What the hell is happening? Lu Liang exclaimed, springing to his feet in fright. As the dust settled, the two hurriedly peered through the breach in the wall. There, not far away, stood several figures. The refined gentleman, the enchanting woman, and others who had just infiltrated Jiangzhou City to assassinate Lin Mo. Who are these people, Lin? Are they your friends? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, his voice laced with concern. I do not recognize them. Lin Mo shook his head but instinctively heightened his vigilance. After all, he had just triggered a survival task, and the appearance of these individuals was likely connected to it. They might very well be here to kill him. With this thought, Lin Mo discreetly tucked his right hand behind his back. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. The refined gentleman stepped forward, regarding the two within the cell with a smile. Come out and chat. Do you take us for fools? Exiting like this would be tantamount to a jailbreak. We were innocent to begin with, and we would become guilty. We will not go out. If you have the capability, come in and speak with us. Lu Liang retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the refined gentleman. He then leaned closer to Lin Mo and whispered, Lin, could this group be a test sent by the organization? It's hard to say, but let us try to keep them calm for as long as possible. The guard should arrive soon. Lin Mo replied quietly, determined to stall for time. Escape? Huh. You needn't worry about that. You won't survive the night. The refined gentleman sneered. What? Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at the refined gentleman. His face a mask of alarm. You're not from the Ability Management Bureau? Ability Management Bureau? No. We are followers of the Cult of the Divine. The refined gentleman shook his head, a cold smile on his lips. The Cult of the Divine? You're part of a heretical sect, Lu Liang exclaimed, clearly aware of the notorious reputation of the cult and the madness of those who followed it. Heresy? My dear boy, you are quite mistaken. I find that label very unappealing. The enchanting woman smiled seductively, then waved her hand. In an instant, her entire right arm transformed into a tentacle several meters long, lunging swiftly toward Lu Liang. The speed was astonishing. Before Lu Liang could react, the tentacle ensnared his waist, pulling him toward the outside. Lu Liang was instantly struck with terror and hurriedly called out to Lin Mo for assistance. Brother Lin, save me. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and extended his right hand, which had been concealed behind his back. Above his palm, a sphere of annihilation light had already coalesced. Without uttering a word, he hurled it towards the alluring woman outside. The enchanting woman furrowed her brows, evidently sensing a hint of threat emanating from the sphere of annihilation light. Reluctantly, she released Lu Liang and, with a flick of her tendrils, swatted the sphere away. Boom. The moment the sphere touched the ground, it erupted, creating a deep crater in the earth. Witnessing this, the refined man squinted his eyes and remarked with interest, a level 4 ability user? No wonder you were able to destroy the insect nest we had placed beneath the city wall. That insect nest was set by you? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, they had intended to use the giant termites to undermine the city wall, subsequently attracting the beasts to storm the city. However, they had barely begun to damage one side of the wall's foundation when the two of them had discovered and eradicated it. Therefore, you must pay the price with your lives. The refined man nodded, sneering as he spoke. You cultists think you can take our lives? Brother Lin's power, as you have just witnessed, allowed him to effortlessly eliminate that insect nest. If you wish to avoid death, you should flee at once. Otherwise, Brother Lin will undoubtedly leave no survivors. Lu Liang straightened his chest, attempting to intimidate the group with Lin Mo's prowess. However, the refined man's face revealed a scornful smile as he shook his head dismissively. A mere level 4 ability user. How formidable can that be? As soon as the words left his lips, a powerful wave of ability surged from within him. Sensing this aura, Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock. A level 6 ability user. At that moment, the alluring woman and the elderly man in black also unleashed their abilities. Although they did not match the refined man's strength, each had reached the level 5 mark. This left Lu Liang utterly unsettled. He swallowed hard and turned to Lin Mo. Brother Lin, you can defeat them, right? What do you think? Lin Mo shot Lu Liang a bemused glance. He was no superhero. How could he possibly contend with a level 6 ability user and several level 5 ones? A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to demise. The only option was to buy time. Firstly, if enough time passed, the prison guards would undoubtedly notice something amiss and come to investigate. Secondly, this was his mission. Since the system had triggered this special task, if he could hold out for 10 minutes, the system should assist him in resolving the current predicament, right? With this thought, Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he stepped forward, addressing the refined man. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I believe there is no need for us to resort to a life or death struggle, as we have no deep-seated enmity. Regarding the destruction of the insect nest, it was merely carrying out a task from the Ability Management Bureau, not my intention. How about granting me an opportunity to join the cult of the god? The moment these words left his mouth, not only did the refined man and his companions freeze in disbelief, but Lu Liang's eyes also widened in astonishment. Brother Lin, how can you consider joining a cult? The cult of the god has committed countless atrocities, wreaking havoc in our human cities. Countless investigators and innocents have perished at their hands, posing a threat comparable to the beasts. How can we ally with them? Lu Liang quickly interjected. Oh, that perspective is misguided. Rather than remaining a mere intern investigator in the Ability Management Bureau, earning a meager salary, it might be more advantageous to join the cult of the god and pursue grand ambitions. Perhaps it could lead to a promising future. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, speaking earnestly. Is that truly how you feel? I once thought you were a hero, but it seems I have misjudged you, Lin Mo. Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo with disappointment. People seek to ascend, while water flows downward. Lu Liang, it's wiser to recognize the circumstances and join me in the cult of the god. Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang, winking subtly. Lu Liang was momentarily taken aback, then spat on the ground with disdain. Dream on. I, Lu Liang, would rather die than submit. Since you are so obstinate, there is little I can do. Lin Mo shrugged, turning back to the refined man with a smile. Might I inquire if the cult of the god would welcome me? Do you truly wish to join the cult of the god? The refined man narrowed his eyes. Of course. A fortune teller once told me I was destined to achieve great things in this lifetime. But within the Ability Management Bureau, that seems impossible. Joining the cult of the god may indeed be a commendable choice. Lin Mo nodded earnestly. Haha, Lin Mo, do you take me for a fool? I can see through your little ruse. You are deliberately stalling for time, hoping for the guards to come to your rescue, aren't you? The refined man suddenly sneered coldly. How could that be? I genuinely wish to join the cult of the god. Lin Mo's gaze remained resolute. Very well. Then let us change locations. I wish to see your resolve. The refined man smirked slightly, signaling to the alluring woman. Understanding his intent, the woman transformed her hands into tendrils, firmly ensnaring Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The group swiftly retreated outside the prison. Just as they departed, 2 prison guards rushed over. Upon witnessing the collapsed wall of the cell, the guards could no longer remain calm. Quickly, notify the Ability Management Bureau. Approximately 2 kilometers away, in a derelict building. The refined man and his companions halted. What are we doing here? Lin Mo inquired, glancing around with confusion. Did you not wish to join our cult of the god? I am offering you an opportunity. The refined man coldly smiled, then produced a sharp dagger from seemingly nowhere. Upon seeing this, the alluring woman released her grip on Lin Mo. The refined man approached Lin Mo, presenting the dagger with a cold smirk. Anyone wishing to join our cult must first slay an investigator from the Ability Management Bureau. This serves as a token of allegiance and proves your resolve. He pointed at Lu Liang. Is that really appropriate? After all, we were teammates for a time, and it's difficult to go through with it. How about I find another investigator another day? Lin Mo pondered, smiling. Do you think this is like shopping for groceries? You cannot pick and choose. Today, either you kill him, or you both perish. The refined man glared at Lin Mo, his voice icy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo reluctantly approached Lu Liang, holding the dagger with a look of despair. My friend, I'm sorry, but for the sake of my future, I must sacrifice you. Once you're gone, I'll ensure to burn plenty of paper money for you. Lu Mo, you bastard. Even if I become a ghost, I will not let you off. Come on, if you dare strike. Since ancient times, everyone must face death. Whether early or late, we all must die. I, Lu Liang, die a glorious death. Am a hero of humanity. You and these cultists shall be nailed to the pillar of shame, forever subjected to the world's scorn. Lu Liang declared, his chest held high, facing death with unwavering courage. How tiresome, the refined gentleman remarked, digging into his ear, his impatience palpable. Lin Mo, hurry up and act. Lin Mo glanced at the system's timer. Countdown, 0:01:32. Damn it, how is there still over a minute left? It seemed there was no choice but to take a gamble. With that thought, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, his right hand gripping the dagger tightly as he lunged fiercely towards Lu Liang. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression changed in an instant, fear overtaking him. Are you serious? Lin Mo? Less chatter, meet your demise. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, his face a mask of murderous intent. Just as the dagger was about to plunge into Lu Liang's chest, he suddenly redirected the blade, aiming for the tendrils that encircled Lu Liang. With a sickening squelch, dark green blood splattered everywhere, coating Lu Liang's face. The alluring woman, clearly in pain, released her grip on Lu Liang. Ugh, what is this? I got it all over my mouth. It's so foul. Lu Liang spat in disgust at the ground. Stop spitting. Let's retreat. Lin Mo tapped Lu Liang's head, reminding him. All right. Lu Liang finally comprehended, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo was left speechless, as he had intended for Lu Liang to take him along. Yet the man had fled alone. However, Lu Liang's head soon reappeared from the ground, a sheepish grin on his face. Sorry, Lin brother, almost forgot about you. With that, he quickly grasped Lin Mo's ankle and pulled him into the earth. Thought you could escape? The refined gentleman, unfazed, swiftly formed hand seals and proclaimed, Barrier, activate. In an instant, his body radiated a brilliant blue light, coalescing into a massive barrier that enveloped the entire dilapidated building. Bring them back, the refined gentleman commanded. Casting a glance at the alluring woman, she nodded, transforming her hands into elongated tendrils, forcefully plunging them into the ground. After a brief pause, she retracted her tendrils, revealing 2 figures ensnared within, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. What the hell is this sudden barrier? Almost knocked me senseless. Lu Liang rubbed his head, wincing. Moments ago, he had been fleeing underground with Lin Mo when the blue barrier had appeared before him, leaving no time to stop, resulting in a painful collision that left him seeing stars. The farce had come to an end. The refined gentleman stepped forward, regarding Lin Mo with a cold smirk. Boy, do you have anything to say? At that moment, Lin Mo's focus was entirely on the system timer. 0:00:05. Only 5 seconds remained. Choosing silence, are we? Then let us journey together. Mistaking Lin Mo's silence for surrender, the refined gentleman turned to the alluring woman, signaling her with a glance. With a chilling smile, she tightened the tendrils binding Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Crack. Instantly, their bones creaked ominously under the pressure, threatening to choke the life out of them. This is it. I'm really going to die. Lu Liang despaired, his breathing becoming increasingly labored, his complexion shifting from red to purple, then to black. His consciousness began to fade, and he could almost see his great-grandmother beckoning him. Lin Mo was equally in dire straits, on the brink of losing consciousness. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for surviving 10 minutes and successfully completing the special task. The system's voice emerged like a beacon of hope in the oppressive darkness, rekindling a flicker of life within the despondent Lin Mo. Finally completed. What is the reward? Please don't let it be money, houses, or cars. Those are of no use in this situation. Congratulations, host. You have received a surprise reward. SSS level ability, World Annihilation, Final Form, 1-minute experience card. Lin Mo paused for a moment. Though it was merely a 1-minute experience card, given the circumstances, there was no room for hesitation. Use it immediately, with a swift mental command. A terrifying wave of power surged from within him. The refined gentleman furrowed his brow, sensing the ominous energy that even he, a level 6 ability user, found threatening. He quickly turned to the alluring woman. This kid is off. Finish them now. Understood. The alluring woman nodded, preparing to manipulate the tendrils for a lethal strike. However, at that moment, Lin Mo opened his eyes, revealing irises entirely transformed into a radiant red. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from him, enveloping the refined gentleman and his companions. Their expressions shifted dramatically, inexplicably compelled to kneel before Lin Mo, their knees bending involuntarily. So now you wish to eliminate us? Isn't it a bit too late? Lin Mo smirked, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, the tendrils ensnaring him and Lu Liang vanished. Ah, my arms. The alluring woman shrieked in agony, having lost her limbs. Witnessing this, the refined gentleman swallowed hard, his expression one of trepidation. Who exactly are you? Didn't you already know? I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator of the Ability Management Bureau, he replied coolly, then advanced towards them. Seeing this, the refined gentleman raised an eyebrow, unwilling to hesitate any longer. He summoned his powers with urgency. Seal. A torrent of blue light surged from his body, forming a binding shield around Lin Mo. Yet, the blue barrier crumbled within a mere second. What is happening? The refined gentleman faltered, panic evident in his voice. Let me handle this. The cloaked elder stepped forward, opening his mouth wide. A swarm of black crows erupted from his maw, hurtling toward Lin Mo with lethal intent. However, as the black crows flew to within half a meter of Lin Mo, one after another they erupted into oblivion. Witnessing this, the elderly man in dark clothing widened his eyes in astonishment. Stop gaping. Act quickly, or we shall all perish today, the refined gentleman shouted urgently to the others. Upon hearing his words, the group dared not hesitate, swiftly unleashing their respective supernatural abilities. In an instant, a dazzling array of colorful powers surged towards Lin Mo. Yet, without exception, these assaults failed to approach Lin Mo, dissipating into nothingness. Is that all you have to offer? Lin Mo smirked slightly, his eyes glinting with coldness as he spoke. Then it is my turn. Annihilation. As Lin Mo's voice fell, a thunderous roar echoed. The sky darkened ominously, and the ground quaked violently. The dilapidated building began to sway, while a multitude of bricks and concrete plummeted towards the refined gentleman and his companions. Moreover, the very ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch, revealing a bottomless chasm from which seething magma could be glimpsed. What level of ability is this? It's utterly terrifying, the refined gentleman exclaimed, his face a mask of horror as he struggled to maintain his footing. This Lin Mo is merely a level 4 ability user, according to reports. Even if his power is SSS rank, how could he possibly wield such overwhelming force with his meager ability value? This defies logic. The enchanting woman furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her features. Forget about logic. We must find a way to escape. The refined gentleman forced a blue barrier above his head to shield against the falling debris, attempting to flee the building. However, at that moment, a terrifying aura drew their attention. The group quickly looked up, their expressions shifting to one of sheer dread. Above them hovered a red sphere, 5 meters in diameter, engulfed in crimson flames, resembling a miniature sun. Upon witnessing this, the refined gentleman and his companions felt their scalps tingle, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Run, now, he screamed, his features contorted with fear. Without a second thought, the others turned and fled, panic-stricken. Only now do you think to escape? Lin Mo sneered coldly. Too late. With a mere wave of his right hand, the enormous red fireball plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards the refined gentleman and his group. No. Accompanied by a desperate scream, the fireball detonated, its power obliterating everything in its path. The refined gentleman and his companions were reduced to ashes before they could even resist. The already unstable building reached its breaking point and collapsed with a resounding crash. Lin Mo quickly rushed forward to scoop up the unconscious Lu Liang, hastily retreating from the scene. Upon reaching a clear area outside, Lin Mo gently set Lu Liang down, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. He sank to the ground, for it was evident that the time for the SSS level ability experience card had elapsed. Using the card had nearly exhausted all of Lin Mo's ability value and stamina, rendering him extraordinarily weak. Fortunately, his enemies had been vanquished. Lin Mo gazed at the sight of the dilapidated building, now a desolate ruin devoid of life. A sigh of admiration escaped him. Is this the true power of the SSS level ability, Annihilation? Remarkably formidable. Yet I realized that due to the experience card in my low realm, the might I just displayed was likely less than 1% of its full potential. The complete power of Annihilation must be even more terrifying. This realization further solidified Lin Mo's determination to evolve his abilities to the SSS level Annihilation. At that point, he would not only secure a place in Jiangzhou City, but would also command respect across all of Huaxia. As for the so-called cult of divine worship, they would surely think twice before troubling him again. Chapter 22. Breaking through to level 5 ability user, new skill acquired. Ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 6 ability user, earning 5,000 ability points. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 5 ability user, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations, host, for slaying another level 5 ability user. In a flash, Lin Mo's ability points surged dramatically. This time, he had slain one level 6 ability user and 6 level 5 ability users, resulting in an increase of 29,000 ability points. Congratulations, host, for successfully breaking through to a level 5 ability user, ability points, 5200-010-0000. You now have the opportunity to evolve your abilities. Will you proceed with the evolution? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo chose to evolve. Congratulations, host, your A-level ability, Erasure, has now evolved into S-level ability, Obliteration, can evolve into SSS level ability, Annihilation. Current progress, 70. Congratulations, host, your skills Erasure Beam and Erasure Sphere have now been upgraded to Obliteration Beam and Obliteration Sphere. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new skill, Sword of Obliteration. Joy illuminated Lin Mo's face. It seemed he had indeed reaped substantial rewards this time. Not only had his ability successfully evolved to S level, but his skills had also been upgraded, and he had obtained a new skill. With this, his combat prowess would experience a significant enhancement. Perhaps now, armed with his newfound strength, he could confront the refined gentleman and his companions on equal footing, even without the experience card, avoiding the previous embarrassment. Determined, Lin Mo intended to demonstrate the Sword of Obliteration to assess the power of his new skill. Huh, I'm still alive. Just then, Lu Liang, who had been lying nearby, suddenly awoke. Seeing this, Lin Mo retracted his abilities and approached Lu Liang, inquiring with concern. How do you feel? Are you alright? Lin, are we in the underworld now? Lu Liang blinked in confusion before suddenly wrapping his arms around Lin Mo's leg, exclaiming with relief, how wonderful. I never expected to be dead, yet still be with you. This is truly comforting. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel exasperated, unable to resist kicking Lu Liang away. Ouch! A cry of dismay followed. About half a minute later, Lu Liang limped back to Lin Mo, rubbing his sore waist. Are you awake now? Lin Mo chuckled. I can't believe we're still alive. What on earth just happened? Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. It's simple. I killed them all. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. You killed them all? Lu Liang's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Lu Liang directly knelt on one knee, once again embracing Lin Mo's thigh, his face brimming with sincere entreaty. Brother Lin, or rather, adoptive father, I am resolutely holding on to this leg of yours from now on. In future missions, you must take me along, otherwise, even if you were to kick me to death, I would not let go. All right, I will take you. Is that sufficient? Lin Mo sighed, utterly defeated by this fellow. Oh yes, with the support of my esteemed father, mother will no longer have to worry about my ability to complete tasks. Lu Liang exclaimed, his excitement causing him to leap about like a 3-year-old child. At the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Management Bureau, in the conference room, the director Zhao Tianlin, along with the senior officials and leaders of various investigation teams, had gathered. Their assembly was prompted by the incident involving Lin Mo and Lu Liang's abduction. This is utterly absurd. How could they be abducted while locked in your prison, surrounded by so many guards? Are your prison staff merely incompetent? Zhao Tianlin glared at the warden beside him, his fury palpable. Director Zhao, please calm your anger. The sudden assault by the cult caught us off guard, and the assailants were numerous and formidable, which rendered us unprepared. The warden replied sheepishly. Director, blaming the warden at this juncture is futile. Our immediate priority is to dispatch a team to search for them. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang possess commendable talents, particularly Lin Mo, who, with proper nurturing, could become a pillar for our bureau and even for all of Huaxia in the future. If they are harmed by the cult, it would be a tremendous loss. Zhang Wei interjected anxiously. What are your thoughts? Zhao Tianlin turned to the other senior officials and team leaders for their opinions. Director, in my view, it is no longer necessary to search for them. Lin Mo and Lu Liang are likely in grave danger. Indeed, as far as I know, the strongest among the cultists is a level 6 supernatural being. Not only would Lin Mo and Lu Liang, as trainee investigators, struggle against such an opponent, but even seasoned investigators might find themselves at a disadvantage. The chances of survival are exceedingly slim. Exactly. The cultists from the God Worship sect are all maniacs, merciless in their killings. Given Lin Mo and Lu Liang's weakness, it is certain they would meet their demise if captured. I estimate that Lin Mo and Lu Liang's bodies are already cold. Therefore, our utmost priority should be to contact their families, prepare compensation, and soothe them to prevent further escalation of the situation. Otherwise, it could tarnish the reputation of our Supernatural Management Bureau. The senior officials chimed in. Clearly, they all believe that Lin Mo and Lu Liang were doomed. While your reasoning is sound, it is said that one must see the living and the dead. If we abandon the search now, it will inevitably dishearten those who remain. Zhao Tianlin furrowed his brow and then turned his gaze directly to Zhang Wei, commanding, Zhang Wei, they belong to your 7th team. I order you to lead a team immediately to investigate and pursue the cultists. You must bring Lin Mo and Lu Liang back to me. Understood. Zhang Wei clasped his fists, preparing to rise and depart. Bang! At that moment, the conference room door was suddenly thrust open, and a figure hurriedly entered. It was Han Dong, the official investigator who had previously gone to apprehend Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Director, Team Leader Zhang. Good news. Han Dong gasped, his face alight with joy. What good news? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei asked in unison. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have returned on their own. Han Dong beamed. What? At this revelation, not only Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei stood frozen, but the entire assembly was left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. For them, it had seemed inevitable that Lin Mo and Lu Liang would meet a grim fate at the hands of the God Worship sect, with virtually no hope of survival. Yet, astonishingly, here they were, having returned of their own accord, an unfathomable turn of events. Chapter 23. Receiving Rewards and Shopping. Quickly, bring them both here. Once Zhao Tianlin regained his composure, he urged Han Dong. Yes. Han Dong nodded and swiftly exited. Before long, he returned with Lu Liang and Lin Mo in tow. As they beheld the two, full of vitality and unharmed, the assembly was once again struck with profound astonishment. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two nearly gave me a heart attack. Thank goodness you are safe. Zhang Wei rushed forward, concern etched across his face. Thank you for your concern, team leader. Lin Mo smiled warmly. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, how did you manage to escape from the cultists? Zhao Tianlin inquired, stepping closer to the duo. At this question, the assembly pricked up their ears, eager for answers, for they too were curious. Of course, it was Brother Lin who dispatched all those cultists. Before Lin Mo could respond, Lu Liang pouted his chest proudly, interjecting. His expression seemed to declare, see, isn't my adoptive father incredible? What? You defeated them all? The assembly gasped in unison. Lin Mo, according to our intelligence, those cultists are exceptionally powerful, and among them is a level 6 supernatural being. How on earth did you manage that? Zhao Tianlin asked Lin Mo, skepticism lacing his voice. In a moment of dire need, I broke through to become a level 5 supernatural being, taking advantage of their unpreparedness to slay the strongest among them. The remaining cultists were no match for me and fell before my might. Lin Mo explained thoughtfully. What? You broke through again? Zhang Wei exclaimed, staring at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. I recall you were only a level 3 when you first joined the Supernatural Management Bureau. It has barely been a few days, and you have ascended to level 5? Upon hearing this, the assembly collectively inhaled sharply, astonished once more. Remarkable. Lin Mo has been with the Bureau for less than 3 days, and he has surged from level 3 to level 5. Such a pace of advancement is nothing short of astonishing. In light of Lin Mo's ability to confront a level 6 supernatural being with his newfound level 5 prowess, it was no longer surprising. After all, for prodigies like him, such feats were merely a fraction of their inherent talent. Haha, who would have thought that in this modest Jiangzhou city, I would encounter a talent as extraordinary as you? Zhao Tianlin exclaimed, elated. Lin Mo, your cultivation aptitude is truly on par with the finest talents from the capital's headquarters. Zhao Tianlin was overjoyed, as having such a remarkable genius emerge from the Jiangzhou branch reflected positively on his leadership. Director, I told you Lin Mo was extraordinary. Zhang Wei chimed in with a grin, his chest swelling with pride. After all, Lin Mo was a member of his 7th team. At that moment, the other team leaders looked at Zhang Wei with envy, for it was evident to all that Lin Mo was destined to soar to great heights and achieve renown throughout Huaxia. By that time, those who were close to him would undoubtedly reap immeasurable benefits. A reward was certainly in order. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand exuberantly and declared, Lin Mo and LV Liang, having detected the damage to the city wall's foundation and thwarted the nefarious schemes of the cult of the divine, have performed commendably. They have now also eliminated several cultists. Thus, I grant a cash reward of 2 million, along with merit points, each receiving 500. Upon hearing this proclamation, the assembled crowd cast envious glances towards Lin Mo and LV Liang. While the 2 million in cash was significant, the high-ranking officials and team leaders present were not particularly short of funds. However, the 500 merit points were truly invaluable. After all, a perilous bounty mission typically only awarded a mere 100 merit points. Zhao Tianlin's generous allocation of 500 merit points was equivalent to 5 bounty missions, with no associated risk. How could they not be envious? Lin Mo and LV Liang were equally astonished. For them, both the 2 million in cash and the 500 merit points represented a substantial fortune. They had truly struck it rich. The two quickly clasped their fists in gratitude towards Zhao Tianlin, exclaiming, "Thank you, Director." The 2 million in cash would naturally be split evenly between Lin Mo and LV Liang. However, LV Liang initially intended to give all the money to Lin Mo, even offering to relinquish half of his merit points, but Lin Mo firmly declined. After all, he had already accepted all rewards from previous bounty missions. It would be rather unreasonable to take everything this time as well. Although he was indeed in dire need of both money and merit points, he could not exploit LV Liang, who had risked his life alongside him. Furthermore, LV Liang had played a crucial role in successfully countering the cultists. Had it not been for his guidance in escaping underground and enduring until the end, the subsequent events might not have unfolded. Returning to his residence, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower and reclined on his plush mattress, his thoughts becoming increasingly animated. With this latest reward, combined with the rewards from the previous 2 missions, his merit points had now reached 610. It seemed an opportune moment to make purchases in the merit marketplace. After all, following these 2 attacks, Lin Mo had become acutely aware of his insufficient means of self-defense. Particularly this time, had it not been for the unexpected activation of a special task by the system, granting him an SSS-level superpower experience card, he might have truly met his demise. Thus, it was time to acquire some defensive equipment. This way, should he encounter danger again, he would not be left helpless, awaiting his fate. With this in mind, Lin Mo eagerly retrieved his dedicated phone and entered the merit marketplace. However, after browsing for a while, he truly comprehended his status as a pauper. The items within the merit marketplace were astonishingly expensive. Equipment such as armor and weapons were graded, akin to superpowers, ranging from F to SSS. The higher the grade, the steeper the price, particularly for items rated A and above, which were exorbitantly priced. Lin Mo's attention was initially captured by a piece of S-grade armor, touted as capable of withstanding full-force strikes from beasts below level 8. Such defensive capabilities were indeed impressive. Donning this armor within Jiangzhou City would allow him to traverse with relative ease. However, upon glancing at the price, Lin Mo was taken aback. It required a staggering 999 merit points, almost 100,000 merit points, which, when converted to cash, amounted to a fortune of 1 billion. Lin Mo calculated that even the belt on that armor would exceed his total assets by a considerable margin. With no viable options, he perused other equipment. Yet, every item that caught his eye was priced no less than 1,000 merit points. Those of slightly lower quality still commanded prices in the hundreds. Gritting his teeth, he considered pooling resources with LV Liang, but the benefit to him would be minimal. This left him in an awkward position, unable to afford the expensive items, yet finding the cheaper ones unsuitable. Just as Lin Mo was about to exit the merit marketplace, an item in the corner seized his attention. Chapter 24, a new card up his sleeve. Item, 9 Underworld Mistletoe. Type, hallucinogenic poison mist. Price, 588 merit points. Description, this fragrance is concocted from the venom of the 10-level beast, the 9 Underworld Serpent King, and the toxic mistletoe grass. It is colorless and odorless. Even a small inhalation can induce hallucinations, while excessive inhalation may lead to death. Special warning, even 10-level superpowers cannot resist this poison. Please do not attempt to inhale it lightly. Order now, and a vial of antidote will be included. After reading the description, Lin Mo felt a surge of interest. Although the 9 Underworld Mistletoe was not as formidable as the S-grade equipment, it could yield remarkable effects if utilized properly. Therefore, without hesitation, Lin Mo confirmed his purchase. Your order has been placed. It will be delivered to you tomorrow. Your remaining merit points, 22. Upon seeing his dwindling merit points, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It appeared he would need to undertake more missions, as his merit points were simply insufficient. Wang Group, Chairman's Office. Gazing at the corpse of the middle-aged man before him, Wang Dalong's expression darkened to an extreme. His subordinates around him kept their heads bowed, not daring to utter a word. The atmosphere in the office was palpably oppressive. Where was the body found? Wang Dalong turned his gaze to a young man clad in a black suit beside him and inquired. In the flower bed of the park adjacent to the Superpower Management Bureau. Buried quite deeply. Had it not been for the locator on him, it would have taken quite some time to find him. The young man promptly replied. Humph. Wang Dalong snorted coldly, glaring at the young man as he asked in a low voice. Did you not say that Lin Mo is merely a level 3 superpower user? How could a level 4 superpower user be unable to eliminate him and end up being counter-killed? The intelligence must have been accurate. Lin Mo was undoubtedly a level 3 superpower user. Could it be that others from the Superpower Management Bureau intervened? The young man's expression shifted, and he quickly responded, well, that is a possibility. After all, that area is the territory of the Superpower Management Bureau. Wang Dalong nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, the young man let out a slight sigh of relief and addressed Wang Dalong. Boss, since Lin Mo is with the Superpower Management Bureau, if he remains entrenched there, it would be quite difficult for us to act against him. The individuals within the Bureau are not to be trifled with. What do you propose? Should we simply swallow this grievance? My son has been rendered useless, and now we have lost a capable subordinate. If we let this slide, my face will be utterly tarnished. Wang Dalong shot a glare at the young man, his tone irritable. No, boss, that's not what I meant. The young man hastily waved his hand, elucidating, what I meant to convey is that we might be able to devise a trap to draw Lin Mo out of hiding, luring him away from the Bureau of Abilities, and then we can strike decisively to capture him with ease. Oh, you have an idea? Wang Dalong squinted his eyes. Hee. The young man grinned with pride, stating, isn't Lin Mo just an intern investigator? I happen to have a plan. The following morning, the staff of the Bureau of Abilities delivered the 9 nether rosemary to Lin Mo. Upon unwrapping the package, he discovered a glass vial filled with a purple liquid. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to ordinary perfume. Additionally, there was a small white bottle containing white pills, which he assumed to be the antidote. Brother Lin, what did you buy? Inquired L.V. Liang, stepping out with an expression of curiosity. A secret weapon. Lin Mo replied with a mysterious smile, tucking away the 9 nether rosemary and the antidote. Seeing Lin Mo's reluctance to elaborate, L.V. Liang, understanding the hint, refrained from pressing further. Lin Mo, L.V. Liang, you are both up. Just then, Zhang Wei approached the duo. Seeing him, both quickly stepped forward, greeting, good day, team leader. There's no need for such formality between us. Zhang Wei waved his hand, then scrutinized Lin Mo and L.V. Liang with a smile, saying, being young is indeed a blessing. After such peril last night, you both wake up brimming with vitality. Just in time, I have an enticing task to assign to you. An enticing task? Lin Mo and L.V. Liang exchanged bewildered glances. Indeed, Zhang Wei nodded, continuing, in principle, considering the significant contributions you both have made, transitioning to formal investigators would be quite reasonable. However, the rule that 10 tasks must be completed for formalization is established by headquarters, and even our director Zhao cannot easily alter this regulation. Nonetheless, while we cannot directly promote you, I can arrange for you to be prioritized for any relatively straightforward tasks in the future, thereby greatly accelerating your path to formalization. Ah, I see. The two suddenly comprehended, promptly expressing their gratitude with clasped fists. Thank you, team leader. Don't mention it. Zhang Wei waved his hand and continued, now, to the matter at hand. A clothing factory in the southern part of the city has reported a giant spider. Preliminary assessments suggest it is a second-tier aberrant beast. Given your capabilities, dealing with it should not pose a problem, correct? A second-tier aberrant beast? This is simple. I have successfully advanced to a third-tier ability user last night, and I can handle it alone without needing Brother Lin's help. L.V. Liang declared confidently, pounding his chest. Lin Mo sensed the fluctuations of L.V. Liang's abilities and confirmed that he was indeed much stronger than before. It appeared this fellow possessed considerable talent. Very well. This task is entrusted to you. If you set off now, you should return by noon for lunch. The earlier, the better. Zhang Wei patted Lin Mo and L.V. Liang on the shoulders before turning to leave the dormitory. Naturally, Lin Mo and L.V. Liang wasted no time, changing their clothes and heading straight to the task location. Chapter 25. Hello, Lin Mo. At the AI Kuan clothing factory in the southern part of the city. Upon arriving at the factory gate, a middle-aged man hurriedly approached them. You two must be the investigators from the Bureau of Abilities. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I am Jia Haoran, the factory manager. Manager Jia, what an interesting name. Pretend to be good. Does that mean you're truly a villain? L.V. Liang jested with a chuckle. The manager, wiping the sweat from his forehead, replied somewhat awkwardly. This young man is quite the joker. All right, Manager Jia, where's the aberrant beast? Please show us quickly, lest it injures any workers. Lin Mo interjected. Please follow me. Manager Jia promptly led the way. The trio arrived at a storage room. Manager Jia pointed toward the tightly shut door, turning back to Lin Mo and L.V. Liang, saying, the creature is inside. You must be extremely careful. Fear not, we are professionals. Open the door, and watch as I dispatch it with a single strike. L.V. Liang declared, brandishing a sharp dagger and brimming with eagerness. In response, Manager Jia hurriedly retrieved his keys and unlocked the storage room door. Lin Mo and L.V. Liang stepped inside. The storage room was expansive and devoid of merchandise, appearing desolate, with shelves coated in a thick layer of dust, as if abandoned for a long time. However, the floor was meticulously clean, spotless. As the two scanned the room, they soon discovered a massive spider web in the southeast corner. At that moment, a colossal black spider was perched upon it, its size nearly that of a cow. Judging by its aura, it was undoubtedly a second-tier aberrant beast. Perhaps sensing Lin Mo and LV Liang's approach, the 8 eyes atop the giant spider suddenly opened, emitting an eerie green glow as if issuing a warning to the two. Seeing this, LV Liang became excited and eagerly offered, "Brother Lin, you stay back. Allow me to deal with this menacing creature." With that, he charged toward the giant spider. Dagger in hand. As LV Liang closed in on the giant spider, it abruptly turned around, presenting its rear end toward him. "Oh, you filthy creature. Thinking you can seduce me with your backside even as death approaches? Watch as I obliterate you." LV Liang assumed the giant spider was taunting him, and his anger surged. Lin Mo, witnessing this, could only shake his head in exasperation. What brazen words? Wait. Lin Mo's expression suddenly shifted, as if he had realized something. Just as he was about to warn LV Liang, the giant spider lifted its rear and unleashed a massive web that hurtled toward him. LV Liang had no time to evade and was ensnared by the web, immobilized. He attempted to slice through the strands with his dagger, but found each thread incredibly resilient. No matter how much strength he exerted, even using all his might, it was futile. The giant spider leaped down from the web, scuttling towards LV Liang with its 8 long legs. Seeing this, LV Liang panicked, urgently calling out, "Brother Lin, save me." Just as the giant spider loomed over him, its maw wide open, ready to savor its prey, a massive crimson beam, as thick as a telephone pole, suddenly shot forth, striking the giant spider's body. Boom. The previously menacing giant spider exploded, dark green blood and chunks of flesh splattering everywhere, leaving only a few severed spider legs behind. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was taken aback. The transformation of the obliteration beam into the annihilation beam has indeed resulted in a remarkable enhancement. Not only has it become considerably thicker, but its power is undoubtedly at least 10-fold greater than before. An S-class ability is truly formidable. The only lamentable aspect is that the ability points awarded for slaying this second-tier beast are now pitifully meager, a mere 200, barely enough to mention. Lin Mo stepped forward, observing Lu Liang, who was trembling and with his eyes tightly shut within the web, and jested, "Hey, it's time to rise." Upon hearing this, Lu Liang cautiously opened his eyes, and once he confirmed that the colossal spider was indeed dead, he let out a long sigh of relief, exclaiming, "By my father's root. I thought I was really going to be devoured today." You really underestimate the situation. Even though you are now a 3rd-tier ability user, you must never let your guard down. Otherwise, you might find yourself in dire straits. Lin Mo admonished while assisting Lu Liang in extricating himself from the web. That was just an accident. Next time, Brother Lin, grant me another chance, and I shall prove to you that I am still quite formidable." Lu Liang chuckled sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Lin Mo shook his head with a wry smile. "Let's return and report our mission." With that, the two prepared to leave the storage room. Bang! Just then, the door of the storage room suddenly slammed shut, plunging the entire space into darkness. Lin Mo furrowed his brows. Lu Liang hurriedly approached the door, knocking upon it and calling out, "Director Jia, open the door. The beast has been dealt with. Apologies, gentlemen, but someone has placed a bounty on your heads, and I am merely here to collect my payment. Do not hold it against me." Came the voice of Jia Haoran from outside, followed by a distinct click as the door was locked. "Damn, truly living up to your name." Lu Liang fumed, stamping his foot in frustration. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered. "Do they think they can stop me with just this flimsy door? Do not forget what my abilities are." With that, Lu Liang prepared to unleash his powers and phase through the barrier. Swish! Just then, the lights in the storage room suddenly flickered back to life. Clap, 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 accompanied by a round of applause. A door at the far end of the storage room slowly creaked open, and a dozen figures surged forth. Upon witnessing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged concerned glances. "Lin Mo, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." A young man in a black suit approached leisurely from the crowd. Chapter 26, A Trap Indeed. "And you are?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "Given that you two will soon be deceased, it matters little if I reveal my identity." The young man replied with a cold smirk. Introducing himself, "I am Su Kuan, assistant to the chairman of the Wong Group." The Wong Group? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his senses. "You have come for Wong Ba, Haven to you?" "Quite astute." Su Kuan nodded, his voice icy. "You injured young Master Wong, and my master will not let you off easily. Fortunately for you, your luck held out last time, protected by the Ability Management Bureau, allowing you to narrowly escape, even eluding a 4th-tier ability user. So that individual from before was sent by you." Lin Mo's expression turned grave. He had been puzzled as to why someone would suddenly attempt to take his life, but now the pieces fell into place. It appeared the Wong family was determined to eliminate him, sending a 4th-tier ability user right off the bat. "Lin Mo, luck will not always be on your side. Your previous escape was aided by the Ability Management Bureau, and this time, I have meticulously crafted this trap to lure you far from their reach, to this garment factory, where no one can come to your rescue. This time, your demise is inevitable." Su Kuan proclaimed with an air of triumph. At this revelation, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. It seemed that the mission had been a ruse from the very beginning. In that case, did team leader Zhang Wei know? Or had he secretly colluded with the Wang family? Such inquiries could only be answered upon their return. Well, I've said all that needs to be said. Prepare to meet your end. Su Kuan's eyes gleamed with malice, and he gestured to the group behind him, commanding, attack. Yes. The group nodded and charged towards Lin Mo and Lu Liang without hesitation. Lin Mo sensed their ability fluctuations and was taken aback, for among them, the weakest were all third-tier ability users, with 3 fourth-tier and 1 fifth-tier user among them. This assembly was nearly on par with the cultists from the previous night, and they clearly outnumbered him. He hadn't anticipated that the Wang group, aside from the 9th-tier ability user Wang Dalong, would harbor such a formidable contingent beneath them. Lin, what should we do now? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, visibly anxious. Weren't you eager to prove yourself? Here's your chance. Choose one, and leave the rest to me. Lin Mo responded with a smile. What? Lu Liang was initially taken aback. Then he chuckled ruefully. Brother Lin, in times like these, you should refrain from jesting. With so many foes, my suggestion is to preserve our lives and flee. As he spoke, he activated his powers, attempting to burrow underground. However, almost immediately, a wail of despair echoed from below. Lu Liang emerged, rubbing his head, tears welling in his eyes. Another confounded barrier. I abhor barriers. Ha! Su Kuan laughed heartily, producing a stone that glimmered with a purple hue from his pocket, boasting with satisfaction. Did you think I hadn't researched you before arriving? You thought you could escape? This storage room is now sealed by my barrier stone. You two are nothing more than fish in a barrel, so surrender quietly. Since escape is not an option, Lin Mo smirked, striding towards the group. Then let us eliminate them all. Su Kuan's face contorted with disdain, sneering, you, a mere third-tier ability user, speak so boldly about killing them all? You shall soon realize the grim reality of your situation. However, as his words fell, Lin Mo confronted a third-tier ability user, delivering a swift strike. The foe had not even registered the encounter before he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground, lifeless and bloodied. Su Kuan's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment flickering in his eyes. What terrifying strength. This is not the power of a third-tier ability user. Could this bread have broken through to 4th tier? Even so, he has only just made the breakthrough. His foundation is unsteady, and he likely possesses little combat prowess. Yet, in the next moment, Lin Mo's eyes gleamed with a crimson light as 2 annihilation beams erupted forth, instantly obliterating 2 4th-tier ability users. In fact, throughout the encounter, those 2 4th-tier users had not even the opportunity to unleash their abilities before meeting their demise. Witnessing this scene, Su Kuan could no longer maintain his composure. At the moment Lin Mo unleashed the obliteration beam, he sensed the extraordinary power emanating from him. The intensity of this power had evidently risen to the level of a 5th-tier ability user. Su Kuan quickly glanced at the only 5th-tier ability user present and commanded, act swiftly. This lad's level matches yours. Seize him at once. Upon hearing these words, the 5th-tier ability user did not hesitate, swiftly appearing before Lin Mo and delivering a powerful punch. Unfazed, Lin Mo responded in kind, and their fists collided, causing both to stagger back a few steps. I never expected someone so young to have broken through to a 5th-tier ability user. Your physical strength matches mine, but that is where it ends. For an ability user, sheer physical power is trivial. True strength lies in one's abilities. Prepare to meet your end. The 5th-tier ability user sneered coldly, then stretched out his hands and bellowed. C-rank ability, Blazing Flame. As his words fell, a torrent of flames erupted from his hands, coalescing in mid-air into a fire dragon several meters long, exuding a terrifying aura as it surged towards Lin Mo. Observing this from a distance, Lu Liang's expression changed drastically, sensing the lethal threat emanating from the fire dragon. He hurriedly shouted, Brother Lin, be careful. Yet, Lin Mo remained as composed as ever, gazing at the 5th-tier ability user with a playful expression and replied, I wholeheartedly agree with your assessment. With that, he extended his right hand, rapidly condensing a basketball-sized obliteration sphere. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo hurled the obliteration sphere towards the fire dragon. Upon contact, the sphere unleashed a horrific devouring force that began to consume the flames enveloping the dragon, ultimately engulfing it entirely. In the blink of an eye, the obliteration sphere's diameter swelled to approximately 1 meter, its surface igniting with crimson flames, radiating terrifying power as it barreled towards the 5th-tier ability user. Witnessing this, the 5th-tier ability user lost all semblance of calm. His eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, How is this possible? As fellow 5th-tier ability users, how can your ability completely devour mine? Mine is a C-rank ability. With a slight smirk, Lin Mo coldly replied, My ability is S-rank. What? The 5th-tier ability user exclaimed in shock. As the fearsome obliteration sphere drew closer, instinctively, he attempted to flee, but it was too late. With an earth-shattering explosion, the obliteration sphere detonated. The 5th-tier ability user had no time to struggle before he was transformed into ashes. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the area, taking several 3rd-tier ability users along with him. Observing this scene, Sukuin could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes bulged in astonishment. What kind of monster is Lin Mo? He has only awakened mere days ago, yet he is already this formidable. Moreover, wasn't it said that his ability was merely the weakest F rank? When did it evolve into S rank? Has he taken some drug? But what kind of drug could elevate an F rank ability to S rank in such a short time? Even $1 million evolution serum couldn't achieve that. With the sole 5th tier ability user eliminated, the remaining members were left demoralized, desperate to flee. However, Lin Mo had no intention of letting them escape. He pursued them relentlessly, reaping their lives like autumn leaves in a tempest. In no time, apart from Lin Mo, everyone else lay on the ground, lifeless. Gazing at this scene, Lu Liang, already in shock, swallowed hard and finally uttered 2 words. Impressive. Done. Lin Mo clapped his hands, turned to Sukuin, and remarked with a playful grin, Now? It seems you are the only one left. Sukuin involuntarily shuddered, glaring at Lin Mo with a feigned bravado. What do you intend to do? I warn you, I am a trusted confidant of the chairman of the Wong Group. If anything were to happen to me today, you would be doomed. Threatening me? Lin Mo chuckled coldly, swiftly appearing before Sukuin. Sukuin attempted to continue his threats, but Lin Mo, without uttering another word, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Sukuin, an ordinary person and not an ability user, found himself gasping for breath as the blow nearly took his life. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Sukuin clutched his abdomen, collapsing to the ground, his face contorted in agony. At that moment, he felt as though his stomach had been struck by a speeding motorcycle. The pain so intense he could hardly bear it. Do you still dare to threaten me? Lin Mo inquired, his foot pressing down on Sukuin's shoulder with a cold smirk. Sukuin opened his mouth to respond, but upon meeting Lin Mo's icy gaze, he involuntarily trembled. He realized that Lin Mo was indeed capable of killing him. No longer daring to be defiant, Sukuin quickly shook his head, pleading, I won't dare any longer. Please, spare my life. If you wish for me to let you go, it is not impossible. Just answer my questions honestly, and I may consider it. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he coldly stated, Of course, ask away. I shall answer without reservation. Sukuin eagerly nodded. How did you manage to persuade the Ability Management Bureau to cooperate with your plan? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, Persuade them to cooperate? I lack such capability. The Ability Management Bureau holds a position of great authority in Jiangzhou City. Aside from the city lord, they would not heed anyone else's commands. Sukuin replied with a bitter smile. Then what about the task we were to carry out? How did it conveniently fall into your trap? Lin Mo continued to inquire. The situation is this. In Jiangzhou City, whenever a beast appears, the Ability Management Bureau must issue a task and send investigators to capture it. For a second-tier beast, they typically dispatch intern investigators. Thus, we spread the news of the beast's appearance and set an ambush. If you were the one sent to perform the task, we would act. If not, we would let it pass and await the next opportunity. To our surprise, our luck was quite good. We encountered you on the very first attempt. Sukuin explained. I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. It appeared that he could clear Zhang Wei of suspicion. Zhang Wei had sent him and Lu Liang to carry out this task out of goodwill, not in collusion with the Wong Group as he had feared. This revelation eased Lin Mo's mind. Otherwise, having an internal traitor as his team leader would have posed an insurmountable risk in the future. Brother Mo, I've already shared everything you wanted to know. Can you now let me go? Sukuin looked at Lin Mo, his face brimming with anticipation. Let you go I can. But upon your return, you should know what to say regarding today's events. Lin Mo coldly replied, gazing at Sukuin. Rest assured, I will say I never encountered you, and everything that transpired in the storeroom, including your abilities and level of power, will remain sealed within my lips. I promise. Sukuin hastily declared, patting his chest in assurance. Is it a deal? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. It is indeed a deal. Sukuin nodded earnestly. Very well. You may leave. Lin Mo waved his hand, lowering his foot from Sukuin's shoulder. Thank you. Brother Mo, you are truly a man of great kindness. Sukuin exclaimed, deeply moved, as he swiftly rose from the ground to depart. Buzz. At that moment, a beam of obliterating light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking Sukuin directly. Sukuin's body instantly exploded, dead beyond revival. Keep your mouth sealed? Only the deceased can manage that. Lin Mo scoffed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 5 ability user, earning 4,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 4 ability user, earning 3,000 ability points. Congratulations to the host for slaying a level 3 ability user. In that instant, Lin Mo's ability points surged dramatically. After all, having consecutively eliminated over a dozen ability users was indeed a substantial gain. Even the slaying of Sukuin awarded him an additional 100 ability points. Thus, Lin Mo's total ability points skyrocketed to 85,300, bringing him tantalizingly close to the threshold of 100,000 for a level 6 ability user. A satisfied expression graced Lin Mo's features. It seemed that today's endeavor had not been in vain. Chapter 28, The Overbearing Wong Group. Lin, how did you get entangled with the Wong Group? They are the most powerful conglomerate in Jiangzhou. Lu Liang approached, curiosity etched upon his face. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a level 9 ability user, and it is said he has connections with the city lord of Jiangzhou. This is a long story. I'll explain in detail when we return. For now, the priority is to ensure that Director Jia does not escape. Lin Mo waved his hand, speaking earnestly. Right. That old rascal dared to deceive us. We must make him pay. Lu Liang suddenly remembered Jia Haoran, who was still outside the storeroom. The two hastened to the entrance of the storeroom. Lin, let me help you unlock it, Lu Liang said, preparing to use his wall-passing ability. Bang! Lin Mo delivered a powerful kick to the heavy door, which collapsed with a resounding crash. This scene not only startled Lu Liang, but also left Jia Haoran, who stood not far from the door, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. No one expected such a sturdy door could be kicked down so easily. Lu Liang was also stunned for a full half-minute before exclaiming, "Impressive." Without another word, he charged towards Jia Haoran, shouting, "Old dog, don't run." The barrier stone had been shattered along with Su Kuan, leaving nothing to obstruct him. Before Jia Haoran could react, Lu Liang dashed in front of him, sending him sprawling to the ground with a swift kick. "Spare me, I know I was wrong. Please, don't kill me," Jia Haoran begged urgently. "Spare you? We, the Ability Management Bureau, put our lives on the line daily battling beasts to protect the peace of Jiangzhou, and yet you conspired with villains to harm us. Are you even human?" Lu Liang glared at Jia Haoran, filled with righteous indignation. I was compelled," Jia Haoran protested, looking utterly aggrieved. "Nonsense. I see you were simply tempted by greed. Tell me, how much did the Wang Group offer you to collaborate with them?" Lu Liang pressed. 500,000. Jia Haoran stammered, trembling. "What? Only 500,000? Is that all our exceptional skills are worth? And you agreed to it?" Lu Liang's anger intensified, feeling insulted. "I had no choice. If I refused, the Wang Group would kill my entire family. I was left with no options." Jia Haoran lamented, tears streaming down his face. This caused Lu Liang to falter. Turning to Lin Mo, he inquired, "Brother Lin, it seems this fellow was coerced. How should we deal with him?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment, stepping forward to gaze down at Jia Haoran. Is the Wang Group always this tyrannical in their dealings? Indeed. The Wang Group relies on its power and influence, harboring numerous ability users, and they run rampant in Jiangzhou. Whatever they desire, who dares oppose them? Those who do face death. Over the years, countless individuals have been suppressed to the point where they cannot lift their heads, and many have suffered oppression and humiliation, leading to their families being shattered. I consider myself fortunate to still have money, but a food factory in the north of the city caught their eye. When the manager refused to sell at a low price, he vanished the next day. Thus, they turned to me. How could I dare to defy them? Jia Haoran recounted, his face a mask of grievance. It's truly a case of a corrupt upper beam leading to a crooked lower beam. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. No wonder Wang Ba demonstrated such behavior. It seems all of this is connected to his father. The Wang Group is indeed a malignant tumor for Jiangzhou. Its detrimental effects are perhaps not less than those of the beasts. Realizing this, Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and commanded, "First, take this man back to the Ability Management Bureau and imprison him. He may prove useful in dealing with the Wang Group down the line." "Brother Lin, you intend to confront the Wang Group?" Lu Liang was taken aback. "Indeed." Lin Mo nodded, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "If they wish to eliminate me, I shall not remain passive. That would not be the mark of a man. Brother Lin, if you were to take on the Wang Group, I, Lu Liang, shall offer my utmost support. However, the Wang Group is powerful, and we would be like ants before them. How shall we contend with such might?" Lu Liang expressed his concerns. "Do not rush. We shall await the opportune moment." Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, a plan already forming in his mind. Upon returning to the Ability Management Bureau, they promptly detained Jia Haoran and proceeded to report their mission, claiming their rewards. Team leader Zhang Wei, upon learning that they had apprehended someone, rushed over to inquire about the situation. When he discovered that the Wang Group had orchestrated this trap to target Lin Mo, he was filled with rage. This is outrageous. How dare they even lay hands on members of the Ability Management Bureau? The Wang Group has grown increasingly arrogant in recent years. Leader, can our Ability Management Bureau intervene to demand an explanation from the Wang Group on behalf of Lin and me? Lu Liang asked Zhang Wei earnestly. Well, Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, appearing troubled. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, if other forces in Jiangzhou dared to act this way towards you, the Ability Management Bureau would not let it slide. However, the Wang Group holds a unique position. Their chairman, Wang Dalong, is a well-known hero in our city. In the days when the monstrous army besieged the city, Wang Dalong rendered remarkable service. It can be said that, without his valor, Jiangzhou City would have surely succumbed to the assault. Consequently, he shares a profound bond with our city's lord. Should our Bureau of Supernatural Abilities approach Wang Dalong for an explanation, the city lord would undoubtedly be displeased, which would not bode well for our Bureau. Are we to allow the Wang Group to act with impunity, to trample upon us? If Lin and I were to undertake a mission and the Wang Group were to strike against us, would that not be perilously reckless? Lu Liang clenched his fists, his voice tinged with indignation. Given today's events, I believe the Wong group will temper its actions significantly. Your immediate priority should be to complete 10 tasks, pass the assessment, and become official investigators. This way, the Wong group will think twice before daring to provoke you. After all, official investigators have a designated status and are protected by our headquarters in the capital. No matter how arrogant the Wong group might be, they would not dare to cross our headquarters. Zhang Wei contemplated before suggesting. However, Lu Liang wished to voice further thoughts. Yet, Lin Mo interjected, raising his hand to silence Lu Liang, and then turned to Zhang Wei with a smile, saying, rather than allowing relations to deteriorate further, might the leader find a way to arrange a meeting with Wang Dalong, the chairman of the Wong group? A face-to-face discussion to transform conflict into harmony would surely be advantageous. Chapter 29. Are these two truly enemies? At this declaration, Lu Liang was taken aback. Hadn't Lin expressed a desire to wage war against the Wong group while at the garment factory? How could he now suddenly advocate for reconciliation? A thought seemed to dawn upon Lu Liang, his eyes widening in realization. If you can set aside your grievances and are willing to negotiate peace, that would be most commendable. I shall seek our director's assistance to facilitate this meeting. It should pose no issue. Zhang Wei replied with a smile, hurriedly making his way toward the director's office. Once Zhang Wei had departed, Lu Liang looked at Lin Mo and whispered, Lin, you're not contemplating an attack when you meet Wang Dalong, are you? Indeed, that is my intention. Lin Mo replied with a cold smile and a nod. But Wang Dalong is a level 9 superhuman. Are you certain of your capabilities? Lu Liang asked, concern etched upon his face. Rest assured, when the time comes, you shall act according to my cues. Lin Mo assured him confidently. Initially, I presumed arranging a dinner with Wang Dalong would be a formidable challenge. However, to my surprise, upon learning of the situation, he quickly agreed. The meeting was set for 8 o'clock in the evening at the Hailong Grand Hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Jiangzhou, which also happens to be a property of the Wong group. Lin Mo, I initially intended for our director Zhao to accompany you this evening, but he has encountered a last-minute obligation. Thus, I shall accompany you and Lu Liang instead. Do not feel anxious, Mr. Wang is quite respectful toward our Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. We will resolve any misunderstandings tonight, ensuring a future of mutual non-interference and amicable relations. Of course, once we enter, be mindful of your speech. Patience is paramount, and we must consider the greater good. Zhang Wei emphasized as he parked the car in the hotel's lot. Understood. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then retrieved 3 white pills from his pocket, offering them to Zhang Wei and Lu Liang. Take these. They will help with the effects of alcohol. We must discuss serious matters later, so do not overindulge. Your thoughtfulness is commendable. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang accepted a pill each, and Lin Mo followed suit. The trio then proceeded to the designated VIP room, pushing the door open. Oh, Team Leader Zhang, it has been quite some time. A man with an unremarkable appearance and dark skin, sporting a crew cut, rose from his seat upon seeing them. Mr. Wang, our last encounter was 2 years ago. I truly missed you. Zhang Wei rushed forward to greet him. He then turned to Lin Mo and introduced Lin Mo. This is the chairman of the Wong group, Mr. Wang Dalong. Greetings, Mr. Wang. Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Oh, so you are Lin Mo. I've heard of your recent exploits upon joining the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities. You not only uncovered the structural deficiencies in the city walls, thwarting the sinister plans of the cult of the divine, but you also apprehended all their followers. Truly, a hero emerges from youth, far surpassing my own unaccomplished son. Wang Dalong praised Lin Mo, his amiable demeanor giving no hint of animosity between them. Lin Mo felt a cold smile creep into his heart. This old fox was indeed far more cunning than his son. Seeing Mr. Wang and Lin Mo in such harmony puts my mind at ease. Before coming here, our director stressed the importance of resolving any discord between you, and it appears that all is well now, correct? Zhang Wei inquired, glancing between Wang Dalong and Lin Mo with a smile. My son was simply immature, which led to some unnecessary friction with young brother Lin Mo. However, these are trivial matters. I, Wang Dalong, am not one to bear grudges. After tonight, all will be forgotten, and perhaps we may even forge a friendship across generations. Wang Dalong waved his hand dismissively, displaying remarkable magnanimity. Lin Mo, Mr. Wang has expressed his desire to move forward. How do you respond? Zhang Wei quickly turned to Lin Mo, raising his eyebrows. If Mr. Wang is willing to let bygones be bygones, it would be petty of me to hold on to past grievances. Let us put the past behind us, and I am more than willing to extend my hand in reconciliation. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Ha, I appreciate your forthright nature, young brother Lin Mo. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated. Wang Dalong exclaimed, pulling Lin Mo's hand toward the table. From the back, Lu Liang watched in bewilderment. Were these two truly enemies? Wasn't it said that enemies meet with heightened animosity? Why did this seem so harmonious? Could it be that both were merely acting? If so, their performances were exceptional, worthy of an Oscar. Soon, after several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Dalong raised his glass and approached Lin Mo. Young brother Lin Mo, may I pose a question? Mr. Wang, you are too courteous. Please proceed. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. There is a man who once saved the entire city, hailed as its great hero. He is immensely wealthy and powerful, revered by many. Yet one day, his son was rendered crippled by an attack. Do you think he should seek vengeance? Wang Dalong fixed his unblinking gaze on Lin Mo, awaiting his response. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo smiled faintly, picked at his food with calm composure, and replied, "That depends on whether his son brought this upon himself. If his son acted foolishly, provoking others and facing dire consequences, then he has only himself to blame. He is a hero, the savior of this city. Regardless of his son's transgressions, no one has the right to chastise him. Especially if the aggressor is merely a lowly insect in society. Such an act would be an affront to the hero." A glint of coldness flickered in Wang Dalong's eyes as he coldly responded. Beside them, Zhang Wei finally sensed that something was amiss. He hurriedly raised his glass and approached with a smiling face, saying, "Come on, Boss Wang, let us share a drink. We were just enjoying ourselves. Why talk about unpleasant matters? Team leader Zhang, please hold on a moment and allow me to finish." Wang Dalong waved his hand to halt Zhang Wei, then turned to Lin Mo and coldly remarked, "Lin Mo, you are an astute individual. Since we have reached this point, I shall no longer beat around the bush. My men attempted to kill you, and their demise at your hands is their own incompetence. They deserve their fate, and I have no complaints. However, you have harmed my son, and that is absolutely intolerable. Had this been another time, you would already be a lifeless corpse. Nevertheless, since Director Zhao of the Abilities Management Bureau has intervened, insisting that I spare you, I shall grant him this favor. If you kneel before me now, bow 3 times, and allow me to cripple you, we can put this matter behind us. What do you say?" Chapter 30. Tonight marks your demise. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's expressions shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, Wang Dalong had seemed so magnanimous, yet now he still sought vengeance against Lin Mo. However, to cripple him and render him powerless was an extreme measure, leaving Lin Mo permanently incapacitated. "Boss Wang, didn't we agree to reconcile?" Zhang Wei asked with a forced smile, looking at Wang Dalong. "Indeed, I did promise reconciliation, but it is contingent upon my terms. This is my bottom line." Wang Dalong replied coldly. Zhang Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Huh. At that moment, Lin Mo suddenly let out a chilling laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes. "Since Boss Wang has laid down his conditions, allow me to present mine." Lin Mo raised his head, looking at Wang Dalong with a playful expression and said, "First, transfer ownership of the Wang group to me, and from henceforth, it shall bear the Lin surname. Second, you and your son must kneel before me and admit your wrongs. Third, you shall forfeit your abilities, and with your son, leave Jiangzhou City forever, never to appear before me again. If you agree to these 3 conditions, I shall shake hands with you in peace, and we can coexist without interference. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, both Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were utterly astonished. In all of Jiangzhou City, it seemed no one had ever dared speak to Wang Dalong in such a manner. As anticipated, Wang Dalong's expression darkened, glaring at Lin Mo as he asked in a low voice, "So, you never intended to negotiate in good faith today, did you? Isn't that the case for you as well, Boss Wang? Why pretend to be so magnanimous?" Lin Mo retorted coldly. "Ha!" Wang Dalong suddenly threw his head back in laughter, then glared at Lin Mo with a face full of malice, saying, "You little wretch. I truly underestimated you. At such a young age, you possess such cunning. I must admit, if you continue to grow, you will indeed become a thorn in my side. However, one thing puzzles me. What gives you the audacity to confront me? Is it your pitiful strength? Or do you believe that Zhang Wei and the Abilities Management Bureau can protect you? Let me make this clear. In Jiangzhou, if I, Wang Dalong, wish to kill someone, no one can shield them, do you understand? So, you would do well to consider my terms. If you accept, I can still spare your worthless life." Lin Mo took a sip of his drink, remaining remarkably calm as he replied, "And my conditions, Boss Wang, merit your careful consideration as well. Should you acquiesce, I could indeed spare your life." At these words, a chilling murderous intent filled Wang Dalong's eyes. "You are courting death. This is not me disregarding the Abilities Management Bureau's authority. If you persist, then prepare to descend into hell." With that, he violently smashed his wine glass onto the ground. Suddenly, a throng of figures surged from behind the jade screen not far from the table, numbering no less than 20 or 30. All of them were ability users, their powers exceeding level 4, with several even reaching level 6. Such a formidable array was nothing short of overwhelming. Without uttering a word, they charged forward, encircling Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang. "Boss Wang, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang Wei's expression changed dramatically as he furrowed his brow. "Rest assured, Team Leader Zhang, I am only targeting Lin Mo tonight. As long as you two remain still, you will not be harmed." Wang Dalong sneered. "Boss Wang, Lin Mo is a key talent cultivated by our Abilities Management Bureau. Even Director Zhao places great emphasis on him. If anything were to happen to him, Director Zhao would not let it go lightly." Zhang Wei hastily interjected. In this situation, he could only invoke Zhao Tianlin's name. He's merely an intern investigator, lacking formal status. Killing him would not provoke any backlash from Director Zhao. I assure you. Once I eliminate him tonight, I will explain to Director Zhao myself, so you need not worry. Team Leader Zhang. Wang Dalong scoffed dismissively, then turned to Lin Mo, issuing a direct order. Seize him. Yes. The ability users surrounding Lin Mo immediately lunged forward, ready to strike. Suddenly, one of the ability users' faces contorted in horror, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. He then began to scream in terror, "Don't come near me. Please, don't kill me." The remaining ability users had yet to grasp what was happening when one after another, they too fell to the ground, exhibiting similar symptoms, as if ensnared by an illusion. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang had initially intended to unleash their abilities and break through the encirclement to aid Lin Mo. However, the ability users around them began to collapse as well. In a matter of moments, all 20 or so ability users lay sprawled on the ground, wailing and moaning, with not a single one left standing. Witnessing this scene, not only were Zhang Wei and Lu Liang bewildered, but Wang Dalong also stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening? Huh? Lin Mo leisurely set down his chopsticks and produced a purple glass vial from his pocket, placing it on the table. What is this? Wang Dalong furrowed his brow. Have you ever heard of the nine-nether-inducing fragrance? Lin Mo asked with a sly smile. I certainly have. This poison is colorless and tasteless. Even a small amount can leave a person utterly weakened and trapped in hallucinations. If inhaled in excess, it can lead to death. Even a level 10 ability user would struggle to withstand it. At this point, Wang Dalong seemed to realize something. His gaze fixated on the purple glass vial before Lin Mo, disbelief etched on his face. Could it be that what you have in that vial is? Indeed, while we were dining and drinking, I have been subtly releasing this toxin. By now, this entire room is likely saturated with the nine-nether-inducing fragrance. Lin Mo nodded with a cold smirk. Lin, how come neither I nor Team Leader Zhang have been affected? I just remembered. The white pills you gave us in the parking lot were not an antidote for inebriation, but rather the antidote to this poison. Lu Liang suddenly realized. Exactly. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, then turned to Wang Dalong with a playful expression, asking, Boss Wang, who do you think will descend into hell tonight? You little bastard. I will kill you. Wang Dalong roared in fury, about to lunge at Lin Mo, but suddenly his expression changed, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Mo stood up, gazing down at Wang Dalong with a cold smirk, truly deserving of being a level 9 ability user. It seems the poison has only just begun to take effect. But this is where it ends, Wang Dalong. Tonight marks your demise. Chapter 31, Abilities, Clones. Haha. However, at that moment, Wang Dalong, lying on the ground, erupted into a loud, arrogant laugh. You wish to kill me? Just based on you? Lin Mo? Do you think you are something special? You are merely an ant from the lower echelons of society. Even if you had 800 lives, you would never dare to harm me. I am the chairman of the Wang Group, the great hero who saved Jiangzhou. If anything were to happen to me today, do you think the Wang Group would let you off? Would the people of Jiangzhou forgive you? The city lord of Jiangzhou, my close friend, would personally seek vengeance for me. At that time, even Director Zhao of the Ability Management Bureau would be unable to protect you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang exchanged glances, their expressions altered. Indeed, Wang Dalong's status was formidable. If he were killed, it would be akin to puncturing a gaping hole in the heavens, potentially inviting catastrophe. Lin Mo, perhaps. The two were about to persuade Lin Mo when buzz. A beam of obliterating light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes, striking Wang Dalong's head directly. Bang! In an instant, Wang Dalong's head exploded, rendering him irrevocably dead. How noisy! Enough of this nonsense. Lin Mo sighed, impatiently clearing his ears. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang were left utterly stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. Clearly, they had not anticipated Lin Mo would act without a moment's hesitation to take a life. After all, he had just slain the chairman of the Wang Group, a significant figure whose mere stomp could shake Jiangzhou to its core. And now, Lin Mo had killed him without a second thought. This truly was a breach of heaven itself. Lin Mo, you are too impulsive. Zhang Wei lamented, exhaling heavily. I am the one who has killed him. Whatever consequences arise will be shouldered by me alone, and you too shall not be implicated. Lin Mo replied with remarkable calmness. Brother Lin, what are you saying? Do you not consider me a brother? I share responsibility for this matter. If the sky falls, we shall bear it together. Lu Liang stepped forward, thumping his chest in solidarity. Thank you. Your words are more than enough. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Well then, we should leave swiftly. After all, we are on the territory of the Wang Group. If others realize something is amiss, we shall find it impossible to escape. Zhang Wei suggested, shaking his head in resignation. The three hastily exited the private room and were just about to head toward the elevator when, Lin Mo, in such a hurry, where are you off to? Suddenly, the door of the adjacent private room swung open, revealing a figure stepping out. When Lin Mo and the others saw the figure clearly, they were taken aback, their eyes bulging in shock. The figure was none other than Wang Dalong, the very man Lin Mo had just killed. In that moment, the three were utterly thrown into disarray. After all, they had witnessed Wang Dalong's death firsthand. How could he now be alive? Was it truly a ghostly apparition in the dead of night? Boss Wong, are you a human or a ghost? Zhang Wei blinked, questioning his own senses. Rest assured, Team Leader Zhang, I am quite alive and well. It takes more than that to finish me off, Wang Dalong said with a smirk, brimming with arrogance. Then who was that in the private room just now? Lin Mo asked, furrowing his brow. Haha. Allow me to introduce you to my ability. Wang Dalong laughed heartily, his pride evident. As he spoke, a radiant glow enveloped his body. In the next moment, from the light, another Wang Dalong materialized beside him, identical in appearance and aura. Clones. Your ability is the power of duplication, Lu Liang exclaimed, his eyes widening in sudden realization. Indeed, the one you just saw perish was merely a clone of mine. Wang Dalong smirked, turning his gaze to Lin Mo with a cold chuckle. You little bastard, you are indeed clever for your age. Concocting such a cunning plan and preparing the deadly 9 nether rosemary poison. Truly, it is difficult to guard against. But do you think I, Wang Dalong, have reached my current status solely through luck? Fortunately, I was prepared, or else I might have truly stumbled today. Now that your poison has been exhausted, do you have any other trump cards? If not, prepare to meet your end. As he finished speaking, a multitude of figures surged from both ends of the corridor, rapidly advancing towards Lin Mo and his companions. There were far more of them than those in the private room, each possessing formidable power, all above level 4. Witnessing this, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang's faces turned ashen. Brother Lin, perhaps we should retreat. A wise man does not court danger, Lu Liang urged, grasping Zhang Wei and Lin Mo's wrists, attempting to lead them away. But in the next moment, Lu Liang found to his horror that his abilities seemed to have malfunctioned. He could not escape into the ground no matter how hard he tried. Panic washed over him. How can this be? Don't waste your effort. This hotel was constructed with specially designed materials that can nullify abilities. It is impervious to damage, and no earthbending or wall-passing techniques can be executed here. I did my homework and knew of your capabilities. That is why I chose this location for our meeting, Wang Dalong sneered. Now, you might as well surrender and prepare to meet your fate. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's face turned a shade of despair. It's over. It seems we are truly trapped tonight. Then let us carve out a path through blood. Lin Mo's eyes glimmered with fierce resolve, ready to fight to the death. At that moment, Wang Dalong's subordinates had already charged forward. Left with no choice, Zhang Wei and Lu Liang assumed fighting stances, preparing for battle. A grand conflict was imminent. Stop right there. Just then, a resounding voice echoed through the corridor. Everyone turned to see a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, slightly portly, striding confidently toward them. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. Then his face lit up with joy as if he had found a savior. Director Zhao. Clearly, the newcomer was Zhao Tianlin, the director of the Jiangzhou branch of the Ability Management Bureau, accompanied by an elderly man in a silver tang suit, with white hair and a white beard. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Wang Dalong furrowed his brow in concern. Master Jiang? Chapter 32, The Crisis of Jiangzhou City, the ghost-level beast tide. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two approached. Hurry and pay your respects to Master Jiang. Zhao Tianlin gestured to the white-haired elder beside him, addressing Lin Mo and his companions. Greetings, Master City Lord. Lin Mo and his companions hastily clasped their fists in salute. There's no need for formalities. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling amiably, devoid of any airs typically associated with a city lord. Director Zhao, it turns out that your sudden business was actually to summon the city lord. Zhang Wei finally grasped the situation, his eyes widening in realization. I anticipated that tonight's negotiations would not proceed smoothly, and should a conflict arise, it would only be Master Jiang who could stabilize the situation. Hence, I took this precautionary measure, just in case. Zhao Tianlin remarked, a hint of resignation on his face. Director, your insight is commendable, Zhang Wei praised, giving a thumbs up to Zhao Tianlin. Enough flattery. Are you all unharmed? Lin Mo, you're all right too? Zhao Tianlin inquired with genuine concern. Rest assured, Director, we are all well. Lin Mo responded with a smile. That's a relief. You are now our prized asset at the Jiangzhou branch. Even if I were injured, I cannot allow you to come to harm. We are counting on you to bring glory to our Jiangzhou branch in the future. Zhao Tianlin sighed with relief, then turned to Jiang Qinian beside him, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Master Jiang, we shall rely on you for the matters ahead. Fear not. Jiang Qinian nodded, turning to Wang Dalong with a smile. Boss Wang, these are all allies. Let your subordinates disperse for now. Master Jiang, you wouldn't be here to plead Lin Mo's case, would you? Wang Dalong questioned, his expression darkening. Is that such a bad thing? Would Boss Wang deny me this favor? Jiang Qinian inquired with a chuckle, stroking his beard. It is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but the enmity between Lin Mo and myself has reached a point of no return. Today, it is either his demise or mine. I hope Master Jiang will refrain from interfering. Wang Dalong implored with clasped fists. I have come to understand the situation. It is not as grave as you suggest. Jiang Qinian waved his hand dismissively. Isn't it merely that young Lin Mo and your son had a bit of a clash? Such youthful exuberance is entirely normal. Why must it escalate to life and death? Master Jiang, this is not merely a minor squabble. That boy, Lin Mo, is ruthless. He has crippled both my son's right arm and leg, and he currently lies in a hospital. Moreover, he has slain dozens of my subordinates. Look, there are still 20 or 30 corpses in the private room beside you. Had I not taken precautions, I might have met the same fate. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, his anger palpable. Enough, enough. Since the situation has not yet spiraled beyond redemption, let us cease hostilities. Continuing this conflict will only lead to mutual destruction. Regardless of whether it is your men or those from the Ability Management Bureau who suffer losses, we all share the same city defense forces of Jiangzhou. Besides, a significant crisis is looming over our city, Jiang Qinian stated solemnly. A crisis? Wang Dalong was taken aback. Jiang Qinian exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Tianlin. Zhao Tianlin promptly retrieved a tablet from his briefcase, opened it, and presented it to Wang Dalong. According to intelligence, a beast tide is advancing towards Jiangzhou City from approximately 300 kilometers away. Although its progress is slow, it is expected to reach our gates within a month. Our preliminary assessment categorizes this beast tide as at least ghost level, with a high likelihood of it being dragon level. The gravity of Zhao Tianlin's words caused the expressions of everyone present to shift dramatically. Team leader, what does this disaster level entail? Lin Mo turned to Zhang Wei, curiosity evident in his eyes. The strength of individual beasts is classified similarly to our ability users, ranging from 1 to 10 levels. Thus, when a certain level of beast is discovered, we dispatch an equal level ability user to combat it. However, when numerous beasts gather to form an army or a beast tide, it cannot be categorized by standard levels. Thus, we have a disaster level. The levels, from lowest to highest, are wolf, tiger, ghost, dragon, and god. To speak of a ghost-level beast tide, it has the potential to effortlessly annihilate an entire city. The last beast tide we encountered in Jiangzhou was merely of tiger level. And even then, to safeguard our city, we suffered countless casualties, with numerous ability users sacrificing their lives to barely hold the line. This time, with a ghost-level beast tide, Jiangzhou City is truly in peril. Zhang Wei's face was grave. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in concern. It seemed that Jiangzhou was indeed facing dire straits. A ghost-level beast tide. Observing the information and location of the beast tide displayed on the tablet, a serious expression crossed Wang Dalong's face. Therefore, Boss Wang, under such circumstances, I hope you can unite with the Ability Management Bureau to weather this storm together. As for personal grievances, let us set them aside for now. If we continue to engage in infighting at this juncture, Jiangzhou will fall, and all your hard-earned enterprises will be lost, resulting in an even greater loss. Jiang Qinian urged. Wang Dalong understood the urgency, but still expressed his reluctance. But my son is gravely injured, and I have lost so many subordinates. I cannot simply let this go without resolution, or where would my dignity be? I have already devised a solution for you. I will ensure that the specialized physician from the City Lord's mansion attends to your son's injuries, guaranteeing his full recovery within 3 days. As for your fallen subordinates, the City Lord's mansion is currently recruiting to bolster the city defense forces, and those recruited can be prioritized for you. Whatever you require will be supplied. Jiang Qinian smiled, offering a solution. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. For the sake of Jiangzhou City, I am willing to set aside my personal grievances. Wang Dalong took a deep breath, conceding with a nod. He recognized that Jiang Qinian had already afforded him considerable respect. One must not be excessively demanding. As for the feud with Lin Mo, there would be ample opportunity to address it in the future. As long as Lin Mo remained in Jiangzhou, he had numerous means to deal with him. Boss Wang, you are indeed a hero, exhibiting great foresight and prioritizing the greater good. As long as we unite, I believe no challenge is insurmountable. Zhao Tianlin extended his hand to Wang Dalong, smiling warmly. You flatter me, Director Zhao. Wang Dalong forced a smile, shaking Zhao Tianlin's hand. Witnessing this, the crowd collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. This is a happy resolution. Let us consider today as matters settled. Everyone may disperse. Jiang Qinian waved his hand, preparing to depart. Master City Lord, please hold on a moment. Just then, Lin Mo called out, halting Jiang Qinian in his tracks. Chapter 33. The Reversal of the Celestial Polarity. Oh, young friend Lin Mo, do you have something to discuss? Jiang Qinian paused, a look of curiosity on his face. Previously, Boss Wang dispatched individuals to take my life on multiple occasions, not only putting me on the brink of death, but also inflicting substantial losses upon me. In order to demonstrate his sincerity for reconciliation, should he not consider compensating me? Otherwise, it would be rather unjust for me. Lin Mo said, his face a mask of grievance. Nonsense. The assassins I sent were all eliminated by you, were they not? You are lively and well. What losses could you possibly claim? Wang Dalong's expression darkened instantly as he glared at Lin Mo, seething with anger. I have lost numerous subordinates and have said nothing, yet you dare to accuse me first? Truly the reversal of justice. Ah, Boss Wang, your words are misguided. The fact that I am alive today is a testament to my fortune and fate. But that does not negate the losses I have incurred. Let us set aside other matters for now. Take, For instance, the 9 nether rosemary I utilized this time. It was a hard-earned reward of 588 merit points acquired through perilous missions. I had intended to reserve it as a life-saving trump card, but instead, all of it has been expended on your subordinates and yourself. Shouldn't Boss Wong offer me some form of recompense? Lin Mo grinned and inquired. You poisoned me, and I am to pay for it? Wang Dalong's anger twisted his features. If Boss Wong had not attempted to kill me and forced me into a corner, would I have resorted to poisoning? This is still related to you. Lin Mo shrugged, feigning innocence. You. Wang Dalong's eyes blazed with fury. And had it not been for Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin's presence, he would have relished the thought of tearing Lin Mo to shreds. All right, enough. Boss Wong, you are not lacking in funds. Lin Mo has a point. After all, it is not easy for the young to accumulate a nest egg. Consider it a charitable expense and settle with him. Jiang Qinian patted Wang Dalong's shoulder, attempting to soothe him. Jiang City Lord, it isn't that I am stingy. If I could spend money to secure peace, I would gladly do so. But who knows the true value of 588 merit points? How am I to compensate? I possess no merit points to give him. Wang Dalong gritted his teeth in frustration. Fear not. If merit points cannot be offered, monetary compensation is acceptable. 1 merit point from our Bureau of Abilities equates to 10,000 Huaxia coins, and both team leader Zhang and director Zhao can attest to this. Lin Mo pointed to Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin beside him, smiling broadly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei and Zhao Tianlin nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress their amusement, nodding in agreement. Lin Mo speaks the truth. 1 merit point equals 10,000? That measly item, valued at 588 merit points, amounts to 588 million. Wang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief as he quickly turned to Jiang Qinian, fuming. City Lord Jiang, did you hear that? Lin Mo is clearly attempting to extort money. Now, I must defend Lin Mo. The 9 nether rosemary indeed retails for 588 merit points in our Bureau's merit marketplace, which is equivalent to 588 million Huaxia coins. A price set uniformly by headquarters. It is entirely reasonable. Zhao Tianlin interjected. Boss Wong, did you hear that? Lin Mo is not asking for an unreasonable sum. You should swiftly settle this matter, allowing us to unite in the face of the beast tide. For you 588 million is a trifling amount. Jiang Qinian urged Wang Dalong. But Wang Dalong still felt reluctant. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. If Boss Wong cannot part with such a small sum, how can he aspire to greater ambitions in the future? Jiang Qinian patted Wang Dalong's shoulder with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Wang Dalong contemplated before reluctantly conceding. Very well, City Lord Jiang, I will do this for your sake. However, our Wang group is currently facing a cash crunch. I do have a villa under my name that I can offer as compensation to him. Lin Mo, my young friend, what do you think? I have visited Boss Wong's villa. It is located in the city center, exquisitely decorated, and situated in a prime area, definitely worth as much as your 9 nether rosemary. Jiang Qinian inquired of Lin Mo. A villa, you say? Lin Mo's eyes flickered as he nodded in agreement. All right, I shall reluctantly accept. Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong was nearly driven to the brink of rage. His villa, valued at no less than 8 million, not including furnishings and appliances, was something he would not willingly part with were it not for the current financial strain on his group. Yet Lin Mo appeared to be struggling with the decision, which aggravated him further. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Wang Dalong hastily bid farewell to Jiang Qinian and departed with his men, fearing that remaining any longer would lead to him being driven to the brink of insanity by Lin Mo. After Wang Dalong left, Jiang Qinian turned to Zhao Tianlin with a smile. Director Zhao, I have resolved this matter for you. Now, might you assist me in return? City Lord Jiang, please go ahead. Zhao Tianlin quickly clasped his fists in acknowledgement. The City Lord's residence is currently recruiting soldiers to expand the city defense forces, and it is a critical time for us. My personnel are overwhelmed, so I would like to borrow some manpower from Director Zhao. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Mo. Observing this, Zhao Tianlin's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly stepped forward to shield Lin Mo, awkwardly stating, "Oh dear. Our Bureau of Abilities is also quite short-staffed at the moment, as you know. The city has been unsettled lately, with aberrant beasts and cults causing unrest. Our investigators are nearly stretched to their limits." Ha! Jiang Qinian threw his head back and laughed heartily. Director Zhao, are you worried I might seize your prized treasure? Fear not. A gentleman does not covet what others cherish. I only require them for a few days, and once the recruitment is concluded, they will be returned in pristine condition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, stating, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, you two will assist City Lord Jiang with the recruitment at the City Lord's residence. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang clasped their fists in acknowledgement. In the dilapidated courtyard of the impoverished district in the western city, a group of burly men adorned with tattoos emerged, cursing vehemently, "Damn it. You have one last week to repay your debts. If you fail to do so, I'll make sure you regret it." At that moment, 2 battered figures lay on the ground, their faces bruised and swollen. They were none other than Lin Mo's uncle, Lin Yuan, and his aunt. In their quest to procure evolution potions for their son, Lin Nanfeng, the couple had sold their home, borrowed money from every possible source, and ultimately taken out a substantial usurious loan to barely scrape together the funds. However, their once comfortable home had been reduced to destitution, leaving them with a mountain of debt. Previously, they managed to make ends meet thanks to a chicken farm left behind by Lin Mo's parents. However, since the chickens had perished, the farm had become defunct. Thus, Lin Yuan's family now endured a wretched existence, forced to rent a crumbling old courtyard in this impoverished area, struggling to survive. Today, the loan sharks had come to collect their debts. With no money to repay them, the couple was brutally beaten, and their already dilapidated home was further destroyed, leaving not even a single intact bowl behind. Chapter 34. Our city lord only likes double eyelids. Are you all right, dear? Auntie rose from the ground, her gaze fixed with concern upon the motionless Lin Yuan sprawled on the floor. Are you all right? Did the debt collectors leave? Lin Yuan cautiously opened one eye and inquired. They've already departed. Auntie glanced towards the door and replied. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan finally dared to exhale, sitting up from the ground, gritting his teeth as he bitterly exclaimed, damn it, it's all Lin Mo's fault. He went to check on the chicken farm, and as a result, all the chickens were devoured by the monstrous beasts overnight. Otherwise, we could have sold the farm for a good price, and we wouldn't have to resort to high-interest loans. Indeed, that wretched Lin Mo, may he meet a terrible end. He has brought nothing but misfortune upon our family. If I ever cross paths with him again, I shall make him regret it. Auntie added, equally enraged. Humph, that good-for-nothing has awakened the most useless and pathetic F-grade ability. How can he survive in this city after abandoning us? He is probably begging under some overpass right now, and who knows, he might have already starved to death. Lin Yuan scoffed disdainfully. Exactly. Our Fei is the one with promise. He originally awakened a D-grade ability, and after consuming the evolution potion, he has successfully evolved into a C-grade ability. Our days of hardship will soon come to an end. Auntie remarked with hopeful anticipation. Dad, Mom, I'm back. At that moment, a figure stepped through the door. It was Lin Nanfeng. Fei is back. Lin Yuan and Auntie immediately rushed to greet him. How did you get hurt? And why is our home in such disarray? Lin Nanfeng questioned, observing the bruised couple and the disheveled courtyard with confusion. Nothing. We're fine. But tell us about you. Did you gain anything from your outing? Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, his expression filled with eager anticipation. Of course. I have monumental news to share. Lin Nanfeng's lips curled into a smile as he pulled out a promotional flyer from his pocket, his excitement palpable. The Lord's Manor is recruiting, and the benefits are exceedingly generous. If selected, the future is boundless. That's wonderful, son. Hurry and sign up. With your C-grade ability, you will undoubtedly be chosen. Our family's resurgence relies entirely on you. The couple's faces lit up with joy. Rest assured, Dad and Mom, tomorrow morning, I will register for the selection. However, it should merely be a formality. With my C-grade ability, selection is a certainty. No one can compete with me. Once I join the Lord's Manor and become a lord myself, I will ensure you live a life of comfort and luxury, and your sacrifices will not be in vain. Lin Nanfeng declared confidently, clenching his fist. He felt as if he were the protagonist in a novel, despite his humble beginnings. He would ultimately defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of success. At the Lord's Manor, a long line had already formed outside the gates early in the morning. Clearly, those who had received news of the recruitment were eager to apply. After all, the Lord's Manor was the most powerful force in Jiangzhou. Joining it promised an excellent future. My ability is C-grade ice manipulation, boasting remarkable combat prowess, and at merely 28 years of age, I have already reached the 4th level of ability cultivation. The future looks promising. A young man was enthusiastically showcasing his talent in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Suddenly, he swung his right arm, striking a nearby scarecrow. In an instant, the scarecrow was encased in ice. With a flick of his finger, the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments. Wow, that ability is impressive. Lu Liang couldn't help but exclaim. Two esteemed examiners, please accept me. I may not be the most outstanding, but I am undoubtedly the most loyal, willing to serve the Lord until my last breath. The young man promptly knelt, bowing respectfully. Very well. Congratulations. Lin Mo nodded, smiling as he remarked, you are eliminated. Huh. The young man was momentarily taken aback before disappointment washed over him as he turned to leave. Wait, Lin, why? His abilities and training talent seemed commendable. Why was he eliminated? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. Fool. Lin Mo slapped Lu Liang on the head, turning away as he quietly asked. Do you remember the promise the Lord made to Wang Dalong yesterday? Lu Liang paused, quickly recalling. You mean the Lord promised Wang Dalong that the first recruits would be sent to the Wang group? Precisely. Lin Mo nodded. Thus, the more exceptional the individual, the less we can accept them. Otherwise, it would only bolster the Wang group. Although the Lord intervened yesterday to broker a temporary truce between Wang Dalong and me, a day of reckoning will eventually come. Those we send to him now will become our adversaries in the future. Oh, I understand now. Your foresight is admirable, Lin. I was indeed short-sighted. Lu Liang finally grasped the situation. So, do you know what needs to be done now? Lin Mo asked with a cold smirk. Understood. Lu Liang nodded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. The two turned around, and soon the next applicant stepped forward. Esteemed examiners, my ability is B grade. Monolid, our lord only favors double eyelids. You're eliminated. Esteemed examiners, I am a 6th level ability user. You're too old. In a few years, you'll be on retirement benefits. Next. Esteemed examiners, you have body odor out. In no time, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had eliminated over a dozen candidates, including one who was disqualified merely for stepping in with his left foot. The remaining applicants in line began murmuring amongst themselves, anxious about the exceptionally high standards this year. They were growing increasingly tense as the hours passed without a single candidate meeting the criteria. Lin, we've not passed a single one yet. If the Lord inquires later, it will be difficult to explain. Shouldn't we pass a few as a formality? Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo, concerned. Let's observe the next one before deciding. Lin Mo replied thoughtfully. Esteemed examiners, my name is Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter. My father is a dung collector, my mother is a dung hauler, and I am a dung producer. Just then, a loud, goofy laugh echoed from the front. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang instinctively turned to look. Before them stood a tall and burly young man, resembling the character Fat Tiger from Doraemon. His eyes were cross-eyed, one eye rolling upward while the other outward. With such an astute gaze, coupled with a large snot bubble teetering precariously beneath his nose, he certainly gave the impression of lacking intelligence. However, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes brightened at the sight. What a gem. What did you say your name was? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. Esteemed examiner. Are you asking about my Chinese name or my English name? Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly as he asked. You have an English name? Lin Mo responded with surprise. Of course I do. My father bestowed upon me the name Dung Boy. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter replied with a silly laugh. Dung Boy? Uffed. Lin Mo and LV Liang couldn't contain their laughter, bursting into fits of giggles. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. The Dung family. How amusing. LV Liang chuckled while clutching his abdomen, shaking with laughter. Esteemed examiners, what are you laughing about? Share it with me, I want to laugh too. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter inquired with curiosity. It's nothing. Your father is truly talented to have given you such a remarkable name. Lin Mo said, shaking his head in amusement. Fortunately, this is Blue Star. If it were on Earth in my previous life, your father would have been in serious trouble. Xiao Haizi. Is that even a name one can give? The two esteemed examiners looked at him. So, can I be selected? My father said if I don't get chosen, I'll have to go collect dung with him. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter sniffled, his face brimming with anticipation. You must join our team. Lin Mo promptly stood up, grasping Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter's hands earnestly, stating, a talent like you, if missed, would indeed be a loss for the city lord's mansion. Indeed, congratulations, you have passed. LV Liang hastily handed a personal information form to Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter, pointing toward a room, instructing, do you see that red door? Go inside to fill out the form and complete your registration. There are steps at the entrance. Make sure to lift your legs carefully, and the door is closed. So you must push it open before entering. Do you remember? I've got it all memorized. Thank you, esteemed examiners. Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter exclaimed, overjoyed as he took the form and bounded towards the red door, shouting, Dad, Mom, I got selected. From now on, I can work in the city lord's mansion. However, before he could finish his sentence, Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter tripped on the steps at the entrance, sending his two front teeth flying, and he immediately howled in pain. Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged amused glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. Lin, what do you think Wang Dalong's expression would be upon witnessing such a gem? LV Liang turned to Lin Mo and asked. I believe he would be quite delighted. Lin Mo replied with a mischievous grin. They resumed the interview process. And with Newanimewithoverpoweredmaincharacter as a precedent, Lin Mo and LV Liang became acutely aware of the type of candidates they should recruit. Foolish, disabled, dim-witted individuals. Or those with particularly weak abilities and combat skills as insubstantial as air. In essence, they had a singular goal, to send such individuals to Wang Dalong, ensuring that they would not only fail to assist him, but also create chaos. Thus, within a short span, Lin Mo and LV Liang had recruited over 20 such candidates. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the hard chairs, and the lack of even a sip of water throughout the process, when one is engaged in mischief, no matter the hardship, fatigue is but a distant feeling, replaced instead by a growing excitement. At the city lord's mansion, in front of a floor-to-ceiling window on the top floor, a figure stood, observing all that transpired in the courtyard below. This figure was none other than the city lord, Jiang Qinian. City lord. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in the city defense army uniform hurried in, kneeling beside Jiang Qinian. Rise, Jiang Qinian waved his hand. The middle-aged man quickly stood up, presenting a stack of documents to Jiang Qinian, visibly agitated as he spoke. City lord, Lin Mo, and LV Liang are utterly ridiculous. After laboring for half the day, they've only recruited over 20 people. Just look at the oddities they've brought in. We need elite forces for the city lord's mansion, not disabled fools and weaklings. How will we bolster the city defense forces? How will we combat the beast tide? On the battlefield, we can barely take care of them. Jiang Qinian glanced at the documents in the middle-aged man's hand, shaking his head with a smile. I was already aware of what you mentioned. You knew all along. Then why allow them to act so recklessly? We are recruiting talents capable of battling beasts, not engaging in charity. What sense does it make to recruit these imbeciles? The middle-aged man, Pei Hu, exclaimed, preparing to turn around. Wait, Jiang Qinian called out, raising his hand, smiling as he continued. When will you learn to temper your impatience? And who told you that the people currently being recruited are meant to reinforce the city defense forces? Then what is the purpose? Pei Hu inquired, puzzled. These individuals are to be sent primarily to the Wang family group. Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, smiling as he explained. The Wang family group? Pei Hu blinked in surprise, shaking his head. City Lord, please forgive my ignorance. But I still do not understand why we would send a bunch of useless individuals to the Wang family group. Jiang Qinian chuckled, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window. Squinting as he said, in recent years, the Wang family group has grown too rapidly, leveraging the City Lord's mansion to their advantage. Unbeknownst to many, they have become the third largest power in Jiangzhou City, after the City Lord's mansion and the Abilities Investigation Bureau. We need not worry about the Abilities Investigation Bureau, as they are an official force aligned with us. However, the Wang family group is different. If we allow them to continue expanding at this pace, they will inevitably escape the City Lord's mansion's control. I've also been hearing whispers that, in Jiangzhou City, there are actually 2 City Lords. During the day, it is I, Jiang Qinian, and at night, it is Wang Dalong. These rumors are not baseless. So, City Lord, you wish to take this opportunity to weaken the Wang family group's influence? Pei Hu finally comprehended. Weakening is perhaps too strong a term. I simply wish to prevent the Wang family group from continuing its rapid expansion, which is why I sought Lin Mo and LV Liang's assistance in recruiting. Jiang Qinian shook his head, casting a fond glance at Lin Mo below, smiling as he remarked, I genuinely like this young man. Although I didn't instruct him beforehand, we have nevertheless reached a tacit understanding on this matter. Let him continue his antics. I believe Wang Dalong will be most pleased with this gift. Chapter 36. Why aren't you laughing anymore? Hey, have you heard? Just now, a limping person managed to pass the selection and was chosen by the City Lord's mansion. Not just a limping person. A fool was also selected. That guy is so dim-witted he doesn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2. Yet he still got in. This year's recruitment standards at the City Lord's mansion are baffling. Initially, they were shockingly high, but now it seems they are accepting anyone. Perhaps they all possess unique qualities. A lower standard might actually benefit us all. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Candidates waiting in line at the City Lord's mansion discussed among themselves. Lin Nanfeng, standing in the queue, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing their words. If a fool and a limper could be selected, I too shall undoubtedly be chosen. Perhaps this is a celestial opportunity bestowed upon me, a chance to soar to unimaginable heights. With this thought, a spark of excitement illuminated Lin Nanfeng's face. Soon, it was his turn. As Lin Nanfeng stepped forward, he prepared to introduce himself. However, upon raising his gaze and recognizing the examiner before him, he was instantly rendered speechless. Lin Mo? Lin Nanfeng. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly astonished to encounter his cousin in such a setting. Lin, is this your relative? Questioned Lu Liang, noticing the familiarity between them and their shared surname. Without hesitation, he grabbed an identity information sheet, ready to announce Lin Nanfeng's acceptance. Yet, Lin Mo swiftly restrained Lu Liang, shaking his head with a cold demeanor. No, he is my sworn enemy. He could never forget the humiliation of being expelled from his home by the Lin Yuan family that fateful night. From that moment on, all ties with the Lin Yuan family were severed completely. Well, Lin Mo, I thought you might have starved to death after being cast out. I never imagined you could survive to this day. It truly is remarkable. Lin Nanfeng sneered contemptuously. Rest assured, I thrive well enough. I will outlive you. Lin Mo replied. His expression icy. Just a mere waste with an awakened F-grade ability. What difference does it make if you linger a few more days? You remain a lowly insect in society, forever devoid of ascendance. Unlike me, my ability has evolved to C-grade. Today, I shall join the City Lord's mansion and soar to greatness. From this moment forth, we shall inhabit entirely different realms. Lin Nanfeng declared confidently. He then glanced around impatiently and inquired, enough of this. I tire of wasting breath on you. Worthless. Where has the examiner gone? Isn't he seated right before you? Lin Mo smirked, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Lin Nanfeng shot Lin Mo a sidelong glance and derisively asked, Who? You can't possibly mean to say that you, a mere F-grade ability user, are the examiner? Ha ha ha. Lin Mo, please don't make me laugh. You should be begging on the streets instead. A filthy beggar, even clad in royal robes, cannot resemble a prince. Do you understand? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Liang shot Lin Nanfeng an incredulous look, responding icily, Lin, both my companion and I are indeed the examiners personally appointed by the City Lord. I advise you to speak with respect, or else do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Oh, Lin Mo, you've really outdone yourself, recruiting others to assist in your charade. But do you really think you can deceive me? Only a fool would believe your lies. Lin Nanfang scoffed disdainfully, then turned his gaze towards the two, coldly threatening. You two dare to impersonate the examiners of the city lord's mansion? Do you even comprehend the severity of such an offense? Kneel and bow 3 times, or I shall call for help. When the guards of the city lord's mansion arrive, you shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged knowing glances and could not suppress their amusement. What are you laughing at? Lin Nanfang glared at the two. Laughing at your foolishness. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Lin Nanfang's expression darkened, glaring at Lin Mo, and through gritted teeth, he warned, Very well, Lin Mo. I was initially inclined to show leniency, considering our blood relation. I intended to let this slide if you merely bowed and apologized. But your blatant ingratitude leaves me no choice but to disregard our kinship. With that, he raised his voice, shouting, Someone, quickly! There are troublemakers here. Before long, 2 guards clad in silver armor, wielding long spears, arrived on the scene. What are you shouting about? One guard glared at Lin Nanfang, his voice cold. Startled, Lin Nanfang quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor. Guard, someone is impersonating the examiners of the city lord's mansion, intending to incite trouble. I am merely intervening. Impersonating the examiners? Both guards were taken aback. Indeed, guards. It is these 2 ruffians. Quickly, apprehend them. Lin Nanfang hastily pointed at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The guards exchanged incredulous glances. Regarding Lin Nanfang, as if he were a fool, unaware of their disdain, Lin Nanfang continued to gloat. Haha, now you understand the consequences of your actions, don't you? Daring to cause a ruckus at the city lord's mansion, you are doomed. At these words, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle, beckoning to the guards. The guards promptly approached, bowing respectfully. Examiner Lin, how may we assist you? Wait, what did you call him? Lin Nanfang's smile froze in an instant. Mr. Lin Mo has been personally appointed by the city lord as an examiner. We address him as Examiner Lin. Is there a problem? One of the guards shot Lin Nanfang a scathing glance, annoyance evident in their tone. Personally appointed by the city lord? Lin Nanfang's eyes widened in shock, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Why so silent now? Lost your sense of humor? You were laughing just a moment ago. Where did that joy disappear to? Oh, it seems it has merely transferred to my face. Lu Liang remarked mockingly at Lin Nanfang. No, this cannot be. You must be mistaken. Lin Mo is nothing but an F-grade ability user. How could he possibly be an examiner at the city lord's mansion? There must be a misunderstanding. Or perhaps you have fallen for Lin Mo's trickery. I demand to see the city lord. I shall report this and reveal the truth. Lin Nanfang protested adamantly, shaking his head in denial. Fool, the city lord is not someone you can simply request an audience with. Have you even looked in the mirror? What are you? One guard retorted disdainfully. Enough of this nonsense. We eliminated him earlier, and it seems his mind has been affected. Let us escort him out. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, a cold smile on his lips. At once, the 2 guards clasped their fists and promptly advanced, seizing Lin Nanfang and forcibly dragging him away. Chapter 37. The City Lord's Gratitude, C-Grade Weapon. Release me. I am not insane. I still wish to participate in the selection. I want to join the City Lord's mansion. Lin Nanfang struggled desperately, shouting at the top of his lungs. The guards, now growing impatient, unceremoniously tossed him onto the open ground outside, following up with a barrage of kicks and punches. Please, stop. I was wrong. Have mercy. Lin Nanfang curled up on the ground, pleading for mercy. With your pathetic self, you think you can join the City Lord's mansion? Go home and dream. They warned. If you dare cause trouble at the City Lord's mansion again, you will not escape unscathed. With that, the guard spat upon Lin Nanfang and turned to leave. Once the guards had distanced themselves, Lin Nanfang cautiously rose to his feet. Surrounding applicants were now pointing and laughing at him, their faces painted with disdain and mockery, as if he were a mere jester. Lin Nanfang felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a crevice in the earth to hide himself. He could not fathom how Lin Mo, who had merely awakened an F-level ability, had suddenly transformed into an examiner for the City Lord's mansion. This matter must be reported to his parents immediately. With this thought, Lin Nanfang hastily rose from the ground and, braving the scornful gazes of the onlookers, swiftly fled the City Lord's mansion. After a day of diligent efforts, Lin Mo and Lu Liang finally managed to gather a total of 60 talented individuals. It was no small feat to identify and assemble these hidden gems from the vast sea of people. Observing the assembled candidates, all of whom appeared rather dazed and disheveled, Lin Mo and Lu Liang felt a profound sense of accomplishment. My dear friend Lin Mo, you have truly worked hard today, Jiang Qinian remarked as he descended the stairs, a smile gracing his lips. Not at all. It was hardly a burden. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and then gestured toward the 60 recruits he had gathered, inquiring cheerfully, My lord, are you satisfied with the individuals I have brought? Jiang Qinian glanced over them and nodded in approval, stating, Indeed, quite impressive. Quickly, summon someone to deliver these talents to the Wang group. He did not even wish to cast a second glance at them. My young friends Lin Mo and Lu Liang, you have rendered invaluable assistance to the City Lord's mansion today. As a token of my appreciation, I have prepared a modest gift. I hope you will accept it graciously." With that, Jiang Qinian waved his hand, prompting 2 attendants to approach with trays. Upon the trays lay 2 identical black longswords. "These are C-grade weapons." Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with surprise, his face instantly alight with astonishment. "Indeed, Lu Liang, your keen perception is commendable. The City Lord's mansion may lack in many aspects, but we do possess a fair number of weapons." Jiang Qinian chuckled. "While these C-grade weapons may not be exceedingly precious, they should suffice for your current level of prowess. Your generosity is most appreciated, my lord. This gift is already exceedingly valuable." Lin Mo exclaimed with genuine surprise. He knew well that a C-grade weapon could fetch at least 1,000 merit points in the Ability Management Bureau's Achievement Marketplace. Moreover, having officially stepped into the realm of a 6th-level ability user after the events of the previous night, it was high time he acquired an ability weapon. This C-grade sword would be just right. Let us hope you find them satisfactory. Jiang Qinian's eyes twinkled as he regarded Lin Mo, then inquired, "What are your thoughts on the City Lord's mansion?" Before Lin Mo could respond, a hearty laughter echoed from outside. "Ha ha ha, is Lord Jiang in?" A figure hurriedly entered, none other than Zhao Tianlin. "Director." Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly approached to greet him. "Why are you here, Director Zhao?" Jiang Qinian asked, puzzled. "I'm here to take my people home." Zhao Tianlin pointed at Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Jiang Qinian paused momentarily before teasingly responding. "I see you're worried I might keep them here at the City Lord's mansion? Ah, a gentleman does not covet what others cherish. I trust that Lord Jiang would not do such a thing. Besides, the City Lord's mansion is teeming with talent. How could you possibly desire our 2 intern investigators?" Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. "Old Zhao, your tongue is truly formidable." Jiang Qinian chuckled, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, since you are here, you may take them with you. All right then, we shall reschedule for another day. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, let us return to the Ability Management Bureau." With that, Zhao Tianlin strode out without a backward glance. Lin Mo and Lu Liang could only gather their C-grade longswords, express their gratitude to Jiang Qinian, and quickly follow suit. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Jiang Qinian felt a twinge of regret. "My lord, don't linger. He has nearly vanished from sight." Pei Hu approached, chuckling. "It is a pity. Such a talent cannot be utilized by my City Lord's mansion. Why must the Ability Management Bureau always be one step ahead?" Jiang Qinian sighed deeply, a look of wistfulness upon his face. "Are you referring to Lin Mo? I fail to see anything exceptional about him. He is merely young and somewhat talented." Pei Hu scoffed. "Trust in my judgment. This young man is no ordinary talent. It won't be long before he shines brightly and makes a remarkable impact. And that day is not far off." Jiang Qinian narrowed his eyes, his confidence unwavering. Once outside the City Lord's mansion and seated in the car, Zhao Tianlin's smile vanished, replaced by a grim determination. "That old fox intends to poach my talents. Not a chance." "Director, I doubt Lord Jiang meant any harm," Lin Mo replied with a smile. "Meant no harm? He offers you C-grade weapons? While not particularly rare, such generosity for merely assisting for a day seems rather extravagant." Zhao Tianlin remarked with a hint of jealousy. He then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression growing serious. "In the future, try to limit your interactions with the City Lord's mansion, especially with Jiang Qinian. Also, you need not come in tomorrow. I will arrange for others to assist." "That seems rather inappropriate." Lin Mo touched his nose, hesitant. "Not a problem. I will communicate with Jiang Qinian. You both need to focus on completing 10 tasks to become official investigators. That is of utmost importance, understood?" Zhao Tianlin reiterated firmly. "Understood." Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged knowing smiles and nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Mo indulged in a soothing hot shower and then lay comfortably on his bed. System, open the information panel. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Level, 6th level ability user, ability value, 1693005000000. Ability, S-grade annihilation, can evolve to SSS-grade cataclysm, current evolution progress, 70. Special reminder, the host still has 1 opportunity to evolve their ability and used. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo chuckled and shook his head. After the breakthrough last night, he had been so exhausted that he fell asleep immediately upon returning, neglecting to evolve his ability. System, initiate evolution immediately. Chapter 38, replace me with a new batch immediately. Congratulations, host. Your S-grade annihilation has evolved to S-grade annihilation, can evolve to SSS-grade cataclysm, current evolution progress, 80. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, momentarily thinking he was imagining things. S-grade evolving to S-grade? Does that not imply no change whatsoever? However, upon noticing the increase in evolution progress, he realized that advancing from S-grade to a higher tier required more than 1 opportunity for evolution. Given the current rate of progress, it seemed he would need approximately 2 more opportunities to successfully evolve his ability to SSS-grade cataclysm and unlock new powers. This pace was indeed rapid. Who would have imagined that just a few days ago, his ability was merely F-grade? In such a brief span of time, a remarkable transformation was achieved. Were outsiders to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Moreover, Lin Mo discovered that although he had not successfully evolved his abilities to the SS level, his control over them had become significantly more adept than before. It seems that this 10% progress was not in vain. Today's gains were considerable, which left Lin Mo in exceptionally high spirits as he soon drifted into slumber. However, it was destined that some would find it difficult to sleep that night. At the Wang group, after a long day of toil, Wang Dalong was preparing to visit the hospital to check on his son's injuries. Just then, one of his subordinates pushed open the door and entered briskly, bowing respectfully as he announced, "Boss, the abilities users promised by the City Lord's mansion have been delivered to us." "Oh, it appears the City Lord's mansion operates with commendable efficiency, having gathered them all in just one day. Quickly, summon them in for me to see," Wang Dalong replied with a smile. However, his subordinate hesitated for a moment before cautiously saying, "Boss, before you see them, I advise you to brace yourself. They may not meet your expectations." "Oh, I had anticipated this. Those recruited by others are certainly not as good as those nurtured by oneself. However, how bad can they be? As long as they are usable, my standards are not excessively high. Hurry, bring them in." Wang Dalong waved dismissively, then turned to pour himself a cup of tea, savoring it leisurely. Though he could not yet claim Lin Mo's life, replenishing his lost subordinates in one go was indeed a rare stroke of good fortune, which greatly improved his mood. His subordinate opened his mouth, as if to say more, but ultimately refrained and turned to exit. Before long, Wang Dalong heard footsteps approaching from outside his office. With a beaming smile, he looked up, eager to make a favorable impression on his new recruits. However, upon seeing the group that entered, he was left utterly dumbfounded, and the teacup in his hand slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The ensemble before him consisted of the foolish, the limping, the elderly, the maimed, and even the blind. It was as if all manner of deities had converged in one place. The smile on Wang Dalong's face instantly froze. This sensation was akin to visiting a KTV only to be greeted by a gaggle of 50 and 60-year-old women. An inexplicable fury surged within him, nearly compelling him to unleash his wrath upon the establishment. "Hee, greetings, Boss Wang. I am the Pooper Scooper Boy." At that moment, Niu Dazhuang stepped forward, grinning foolishly as he introduced himself. His smile, coupled with his missing incisors, only amplified his ridiculousness, delivering a devastating blow to Wang Dalong's composure. "Curse your grandmother's leg." Wang Dalong glared fiercely at Niu Dazhuang and shouted towards the door, "Get in here, someone, quickly." The earlier subordinate hurried back inside. What in the world is happening? Where are the individuals the City Lord's mansion was supposed to send? Wang Dalong's speech faltered in his anger. "These are they." His subordinate replied sheepishly. "Are you jesting? What is this? A tour group of the elderly and infirm? Replace them immediately. I demand a new batch." Wang Dalong shot a furious glance at his subordinate. "There are none left, boss. These are all we have." The subordinate replied, raising his hands in resignation. "No more?" Wang Dalong felt his blood pressure rising as he furrowed his brow in confusion. "Why? I have a good relationship with City Lord Jiang. Why would he do this to me? Even if he couldn't send me the exceptionally strong, he could at least have provided me with some capable individuals. Does he think this is a welfare home? Boss, I heard that today the City Lord's mansion was recruiting due to a shortage of personnel and borrowed from the Ability Management Bureau, and that person is Lin Mo. These individuals were actually all recruited by Lin Mo," his subordinate explained. "Lin Mo?" Upon hearing that name, Wang Dalong's expression darkened ominously, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. "Why is it always you? I have shown you mercy, yet you continue to oppose me at every turn. This is utterly intolerable. You shall await your fate. I will surely take your life." The following morning, at the entrance of the Ability Management Bureau's residential complex, a taxi came to a halt. The door opened, and Lin Yuan and his aunt emerged, carrying several boxes of gifts. Observing the grand and opulent entrance of the community, both of their faces displayed a mixture of surprise. It seems Lin Mo has truly made a name for himself, residing in such an upscale neighborhood. "I've heard that even the cheapest units around here cost 30 to 40,000 per square meter," Lin Yuan remarked, unable to contain his astonishment. I can't fathom how this useless person has struck such luck and suddenly become so prosperous. By all accounts, he is inferior to our son in looks, character, and talent. How is it that he has fared so well? The heavens are truly unjust." His aunt replied with a cold snort, her face a mask of jealousy. "Such thoughts are best kept to ourselves. When we meet Lin Mo, please refrain from voicing them. From what our son says, Lin Mo is now an examiner at the City Lord's mansion and is held in high regard. If we can win him over, perhaps he could arrange for our son to join the City Lord's mansion and secure a position of authority for him. That would surely elevate our family," Lin Yuan urged. "Rest assured, I am not foolish. When we meet, I will certainly speak sweetly. However, I sincerely hope Lin Mo does not become arrogant and forget his roots. If he assists our son, I shall reward him with a pleasant demeanor, but should he dare utter a word of refusal, I will not hesitate to teach him a lesson," his aunt declared with a haughty air. The two then approached the gate, registering with the guard. Upon hearing they were relatives of Lin Mo and noticing the gifts they bore, the guard allowed them entry without further inquiry. After all, Since the construction of the Ability Management Bureau's residential complex, no one had dared to cause a ruckus there. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 39. Have you ever been on a free-fall ride? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mo, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the incessant knocking at his door. Groggy and bleary-eyed, he stumbled to answer, expecting it to be Lu Liang, playfully scolding, "You finally learned how to knock when seeking me out." However, upon opening the door and seeing Lin Yuan and his aunt standing there, Lin Mo's drowsiness evaporated in an instant. "What brings you here?" "Oh, Mo. It has been several days since we last met. Your aunt expressed a longing to see you, so we specifically came to visit, and we brought you many delightful gifts." Lin Yuan exclaimed eagerly, lifting the presents he held. "Indeed, Mo, your uncle, usually so stingy, spent several hundred just to see you today?" His aunt chimed in with a smile. Their demeanor was a far cry from the night they had driven Lin Mo away. Without hesitation, the two individuals attempted to enter the house. Observing this, Lin Mo swiftly positioned his hand against the door frame, barring their entry, and coldly stated, "If you have matters to discuss, do so here. My home does not welcome you." The expressions of Lin Yuan and his aunt shifted instantly. "Oh dear, look at you. Child, aren't we all family? Why must you draw such a clear line between your home and mine? If you wish to return home, you are always welcome." Lin Yuan brazenly replied, "No need for that. The moment you expelled me from my home that night, our relationship was severed. This is the first, and I hope the last, time I ask you not to disrupt my life again. Good day." With that, Lin Mo attempted to close the door. At this, Lin Yuan's smile vanished, and he abandoned his pretense, his face darkening as he remarked, "So, Lin Mo, you've become prosperous and bold enough to disown your uncle and aunt, who raised you for so many years. What difference is there between you and a wolf that bites the hand that feeds it? You wish to sever ties, do you? Fine, but remember the years you've spent under our roof, enjoying our food and education, funded by our hard work. You owe us for that, don't you? I calculated on the way here, and a sum of 10 million should suffice. Once you pay, we shall leave you in peace." "Indeed, Lin Mo. And as for my son Fei Fei's job, if you could arrange for him to secure a position within the Lord's residence, we would consider our accounts settled. Otherwise, we shall not relent." His aunt shamelessly added, "Ah, so this is the true purpose of your visit." Lin Mo replied with a cold smile. "Since the conversation has been laid bare, I no longer wish to beat around the bush. Though I am unsure how fortune has smiled upon you, rest assured, while outsiders may be oblivious, we are not. If you fail to comply today, we will make our presence known at your workplace, revealing your heartlessness and the fact that your ability is merely F-grade. At that point, I doubt they would retain a worthless F-grade ability user." Lin Yuan declared with arrogance. "Are you threatening me?" A glint of coldness flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. "Perhaps I am. What will you do? Strike me? I am your uncle. So go ahead and try." Lin Yuan puffed his chest, deliberately provoking him. "Originally, I intended to show you some courtesy, considering our kinship, but you have truly pushed my hand." Lin Mo sighed in exasperation, and without further ado, he delivered a swift kick. With a resounding thud, Lin Yuan was sent flying backward, curling up like a shrimp, before crashing against the wall and collapsing to the ground. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor. "Goodness!" His aunt was utterly taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Mo to dare to strike. She spun around, glaring at him and unleashing a torrent of abuse. "Lin Mo, you wretched child without parents. How could you have such a cruel heart, striking your own uncle? Do you not respect your elders? It is no wonder you became an orphan." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. "What a foul mouth you have." With that, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp sound reverberated as his aunt spun like a top, landing squarely on Lin Yuan, resulting in a chorus of anguished cries. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo felt not a flicker of emotion. "Elders, uncles, I have traversed time. I care not who you are. Dare to act arrogantly, and I shall send you flying." "Lin brother, what is happening here?" Lu Liang, who resided next door, emerged upon hearing the commotion. "Awake? Perfect timing. Help me see them off." Lin Mo gestured toward Lin Yuan and his aunt, smirking. Lu Liang understood the implication immediately, nodding with a mischievous grin. "Understood, Lin brother, just watch." He swiftly approached Lin Yuan and his aunt. "Who are you? If you strike us again, we will call the police." Lin Yuan and his aunt recoiled in fright. "Fear not. I am here to escort you away on Lin Mo's behalf." Lu Liang forced a benign smile and inquired, "Before I send you off, may I ask, do either of you have heart conditions?" No. Both Lin Yuan and his aunt shook their heads vigorously. "Have you ever been on a free-fall ride?" Lu Liang asked, his excitement palpable. "What is a free-fall ride?" Lin Yuan and his aunt were utterly bewildered. "You will find out shortly." Lu Liang grinned, seizing their wrists and plummeting downward. Remember, they were on the 28th floor. Approximately 2 minutes later, the elevator doors opened with a ding. "Have they been sent away?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "Indeed, they are gone. However, I suspect that if they ever return, they might be wearing diapers or at least bring an extra pair of pants." Lu Liang chuckled wickedly, glancing at the scattered gifts at Lin Mo's doorstep, momentarily stunned. "They can't possibly be your relatives, can they?" "Unrelated." Lin Mo waved his hand. intending to retreat to his room for a nap. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. At that moment, a figure hurriedly approached them. It was Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th group. Group leader? Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Zhang Wei, looking anxious, stepped in front of them, took a deep breath, and said gravely, "We have a situation." "What happened?" Lin Mo furrowed his brow. "Our group's official investigator, Han Dong, has gone missing while on a mission." Zhang Wei explained. "Missing? What task was he on? Was it dangerous?" Lu Liang asked, puzzled. "No, it was merely an ordinary level 4 mission. Furthermore, Han Dong had completed the task and submitted the completion request via his phone. However, the cleaners who went to handle the scene did not find him. They only discovered this." As he spoke, Zhang Wei produced a yellow talisman from his pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo opened the talisman, revealing 6 large characters inscribed in vermilion ink. "Let Lin Mo come to collect." Seeing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow, perplexed. "What does this mean? How is it related to me? You may not be aware, but this talisman is used by the sect of the worshippers. I suspect Han Dong has been abducted by its followers, and they want you to come due to previous events." Zhang Wei clarified. "The worshippers seek to exploit this opportunity to retaliate against Lin brother?" Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly turned to Zhang Wei, saying, "Team leader, this matter is of utmost importance. It should be reported to the director so that he can dispatch other investigative teams to thoroughly search for Han Dong's whereabouts. Alas, I already reported it last night, and the director sent out 4 investigative teams. However, after a night has passed, we remain empty-handed, aside from this talisman. We have uncovered no other leads." Zhang Wei sighed heavily, his countenance grim. "Actually, there is no need for excessive worry, team leader. Since the cult of the deity wishes to use Han Dong to draw me out, I believe Han Dong is temporarily safe until they encounter me," Lin Mo reassured, patting Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Indeed, Brother Lin speaks wisely." Lu Liang nodded in agreement. However, his brow soon furrowed in perplexity as he inquired, "It is quite strange. Since this cult desires you to retrieve Han Dong, why do they not provide an address, but only leave this talisman? What could be their intent?" At this, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Just then, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Lin Mo quickly exchanged glances with Lu Liang and Zhang Wei before answering the call and putting it on speaker. "Hello? He, Lin Mo. I presume you have acquired the talisman?" A sinister voice echoed from the other end. "Who are you?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "That is of no concern to you. You need only know that Han Dong is in my possession. If you do not come to retrieve him soon, he may very well perish." No sooner had the words left the caller's lips than a blood-curdling scream resonated through the phone. Zhang Wei's expression instantly altered, his fists clenched, for he recognized that it was indeed Han Dong's agonizing cry. Noticing Zhang Wei's agitation, Lin Mo quickly gestured for silence with his finger to his lips and stated, "Since the person you wish to meet is me, why must you torment Han Dong? Provide me with an address, and I shall come at once." Lin Mo. "It seems you are truly unafraid of death." The voice on the phone taunted. "Fear death? Would that compel you to spare me or Han Dong?" Lin Mo retorted with a cold smile. "Intriguing. I must admit, I am now somewhat eager for our meeting. Burn the talisman, and it will guide you to me. Remember, come alone, do not bring anyone else. Otherwise, you will only encounter Han Dong's corpse." With that, the call abruptly ended. "It appears this talisman has the function of guiding me," Lin Mo mused, casting a contemplative glance at the talisman in his hand. "Then let us depart quickly. I shall notify the director to send additional personnel to assist us in rescuing Han Dong." Zhang Wei exclaimed eagerly. "That is unwise." Lin Mo shook his head, his expression serious. "Team leader, I understand your concern for Han Dong's safety, but the caller made it abundantly clear that he wants me to come alone. Otherwise, Han Dong is truly in peril. Brother Lin, if you go alone, what if there is an ambush? Would that not place you in greater danger?" Lu Liang expressed his deep concern for Lin Mo. A foolproof plan must be devised. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. Across the street from the Anomaly Management Bureau residential area, a white van was parked. 2 men, one stout and the other slender, wearing sunglasses, lounged in their seats, seemingly napping. In reality, their hidden eyes beneath the sunglasses were keenly observing the entrance of the residential complex. "I find it puzzling. Our boss has reconciled with Lin Mo under the mediation of Jiang Qingzhu. Why are we still tasked with monitoring him?" The stout man yawned, expressing his impatience. "To call you a pig would be a grave injustice to pigs. You are even denser." The slender man scoffed, rolling his eyes at the stout fellow. "When has our boss ever suffered such humiliation? He would never easily let Lin Mo off the hook. Although Jiang Qingzhu has intervened, making it difficult to act against Lin Mo openly, we can still maneuver in the shadows, such as during Lin Mo's missions." "Oh, I see." The stout man's eyes brightened with understanding. "You mean we should strike when Lin Mo is on a mission, making it appear as though he failed and was killed by a beast? That way, no one would suspect our Wong group. Surprisingly, you are not entirely hopeless." The slender man smirked, rubbing the stout man's belly. "Even if someone suspects our Wong group, what of it? Without evidence, even if Jiang Qingzhu learns of it, he can only let it slide. After all, half of Jiangzhou City already belongs to the Wong family. If this plan succeeds, we shall undoubtedly earn great merit. And I shall no longer feel drowsy. The stout man suddenly perked up, refocusing his gaze on the entrance of the residential complex. At that moment, a figure hurriedly exited the complex, capturing their attention. It was none other than Lin Mo. Lin Mo first hailed a taxi on the roadside before igniting the talisman. Instantly, it transformed into a white dove, soaring in a specific direction. Lin Mo instructed the taxi to follow closely. Hurry, call the boss. It seems Lin Mo is about to undertake a mission. We need to inform the boss to send more personnel to seize him, and our contributions will be secured. The slender man exclaimed excitedly, starting the van and trailing behind. The stout man immediately retrieved his phone to contact Wang Dalong. Chapter 41, The Eerie Wanderer. In a desolate factory located in the outskirts, the surroundings were utterly devoid of life. Even in broad daylight, an oppressive aura of gloom lingered. Lin Mo disembarked from the vehicle and rapped on the taxi's window, about to speak, when the driver abruptly accelerated, abandoning the fare and fleeing the scene. Lin Mo could only shake his head in resignation. He had hoped to have the driver wait for him, as hailing another taxi in such a remote location would undoubtedly be challenging. However, he had anticipated the driver's swift departure. It seemed he would have to find another means of transportation when he returned. Lin Mo lightly stomped on the ground and followed the white dove towards the interior of the factory. Shortly after entering, a white van pulled up at the factory gates. Guided by the dove, Lin Mo arrived at a particular workshop deep within the factory. Whoosh! The white dove transformed into wisps of blue smoke and vanished. Lin Mo understood he had arrived at his destination. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Having been abandoned for many years, the factory was thick with dust. Upon entering, Lin Mo was immediately overwhelmed by a fit of sneezing. He glanced around, only to find the workshop entirely vacant. This prompted Lin Mo to furrow his brow and murmur, "Why go to such lengths to lure me here if you do not reveal yourself?" Hee. Accompanied by an eerie and bizarre laughter, a figure in a green robe materialized in the open space not far ahead. "Lin Mo, we finally meet." The old man in the green robe gazed at Lin Mo, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "I am Yuli Dao Ren from the Cult of the Divine." The old man in the green robe introduced himself. "Indeed, a member of the Cult of the Divine. You truly possess an unyielding spirit, daring to come after me even after I have vanquished so many of your ilk," Lin Mo replied coldly. "Ha. I am nothing like those useless fools. I am aware of your abilities, but encountering me will lead you to your demise," Yuli Dao Ren proclaimed with utmost confidence. "Then release Han Dong, since I am already here. Keeping him is of no use to you," Lin Mo asserted. "Indeed, you are correct. Keeping him serves no purpose. However, releasing him is out of the question. Not a single agent of the Ability Management Bureau can leave my grasp alive, Han Dong included, and so shall you." Yuli Dao Ren sneered. "Are all members of the Cult of the Divine so deceitful? I have complied with your request and come alone. Yet you still wish to renege on our agreement?" Lin Mo frowned. "Come alone? Are you certain?" Yuli Dao Ren retorted with a mocking grin. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a pang of anxiety. Had he been discovered? Just then, a man rushed into the factory, quickly kneeling before Yuli Dao Ren with utmost reverence. "My lord, they have arrived." "Is that so?" A slight smirk curled at the corners of Yuli Dao Ren's mouth, as if everything had been under his control all along. He turned to Lin Mo, saying with arrogance, "Lin Mo, is this what you call coming alone? Trying to play the game of the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole waits behind? I'm sorry, but you are still far too naive. I do not comprehend your meaning." Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, feigning calmness. "Still pretending? Very well. Today I shall ensure you meet your end." Yuli Dao Ren chuckled coldly, then signaled to the man. The man promptly produced a tablet, presenting it to Lin Mo. At that moment, the tablet displayed the surveillance footage from the entrance of the abandoned factory. Several Mercedes-Benz vans were parked outside, and as the doors swung open, dozens of figures emerged. Upon recognizing the foremost figure, Lin Mo's eyes widened involuntarily. It was Wang Dalong. Why has he come? Lin Mo thought. Did you truly believe I allowed you to come alone out of fear of the Ability Management Bureau? I purposely stated that to entice you into secretly bringing reinforcements. Now, I shall ensnare all of you in one fell swoop, delivering a crushing blow to the morale of the Ability Management Bureau in retribution for past grievances. Yuli Dao Ren gloated, observing Lin Mo's reaction. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that Yuli Dao Ren had mistaken Wang Dalong and his group for reinforcements he had covertly summoned. In light of this, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smirk, his expression brimming with arrogance. Since you are already aware, you must also perceive just how formidable my reinforcements are. If you wish to preserve your life, hand over Han Dong, and perhaps I may grant you a path to survival. Ha! Yuli Dao Ren erupted into laughter, then regarded Lin Mo with a look of disdain. Lin Mo, do you know why I chose this location for our meeting? It is because I have meticulously set a trap here, a web of deceit. No matter how many reinforcements you bring, it will be futile. None shall escape alive. Oh no. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically as he slapped his thigh in frustration. How could I have overlooked that? I've fallen into your cunning trap. Ha ha, Lin Mo. Enjoy watching your reinforcements meet their demise. Once they fall, it will be your turn. Yuli Daoren laughed triumphantly. Meanwhile, at the factory entrance, led by two men of varying builds, Wang Dalong and his companions stepped through the factory doors. Bang! As soon as they entered, the doors slammed shut behind them. Wang Dalong furrowed his brow, immediately on high alert. Beware of ambushes. However, before he could finish his warning, whoosh! An arrow, as thick as an arm, shot toward Wang Dalong from the front. He reacted swiftly, evading the arrow with a nimble sidestep. Unfortunately, his subordinates behind him were not so fortunate. They were strung up like candied hawthorns, impaled against the factory door. Before the others could react, several sections of the ground suddenly collapsed, sending those standing atop plummeting down, pierced by hidden blades. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dalong lost more than a dozen men, causing his expression to darken to an extreme, his teeth grinding in anger. Lin Mo, you dare betray me. If I catch you, I shall flay your skin. Simultaneously, within the factory, Lin Mo and Yuli Daoren observed the unfolding scene through the surveillance monitor. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, do you see? Do you still believe your reinforcements are numerous and powerful? This is merely the beginning. It won't be long before they all turn into corpses. Yuli Daoren laughed with glee. Lin Mo watched as Wang Dalong's subordinates fell one after another, feeling a sense of satisfaction that was nearly irresistible. Though he maintained an outward facade of fury, glaring at Yuli Daoren and bellowing, "Scoundrel, cease at once. If you kill them all, I will become the villain in the eyes of the Ability Management Bureau. Stop this immediately. Stop? Heh, the real performance has only just begun." Yuli Daoren sneered. Lin Mo gritted his teeth in anger, stamping his foot on the ground in frustration. However, to Yuli Daoren, this appeared as impotent rage, and he dismissed it entirely. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gains. At the entrance of the abandoned factory, having narrowly avoided the first wave of traps and mechanisms, Wang Dalong and his men were preparing to advance further. Bang! Suddenly, a skeletal claw burst forth from the earth, grasping one man's ankle. What is this? The man exclaimed in shock, bending down to investigate. Just then, a skeletal figure erupted from the ground, jaws agape, biting down on the man's face. Ack! Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, blood splattered everywhere as the man's flesh was nearly torn from his face. Wang Dalong's expression darkened, and he rushed forward, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the skeletal figure. However, the man's face was beyond saving. He lay on the ground, clutching his face in agony. Ah, my face. Wang Dalong frowned, turning to his remaining subordinates to caution, everyone, be extra vigilant. However, scarcely had his words faded when the ground around them erupted with a multitude of skeletal remains, swiftly numbering in the hundreds, encircling Wang Dalong and his companions. Boss, what manner of aberration is this? How can there be so many? One of Wang Dalong's subordinates remarked, his visage pale with trepidation. No, these are not aberrations. They lack life. Wang Dalong shook his head, squinting thoughtfully. It is rumored that within the cult of the divine, there exists a practitioner of the dark arts known as the Yuli Daoist, whose abilities allow him to manipulate corpses. Anyone he slays can be fashioned into skeletal puppets through his arcane powers, obedient to his commands. If my conjecture holds true, that scoundrel Lin Mo has colluded with the cult of the divine, deliberately laying a trap to ensnare us all. How audacious, Lin Mo, to consort with a heretical sect. I wonder how Lord Jiang and Director Zhao will defend you now. Colluding with a cult is a capital offense. Even if I were to slay you, they would have no grounds for reproach. With that, Wang Dalong turned to his subordinates, commanding, brothers, charge with me. Capture Lin Mo and the cultists alive, and I shall personally petition the Lord for your rewards. Kill. In an instant, the group surged forward, their spirits ignited as they charged at the skeletal foes. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the skeletal remains, Wang Dalong had brought only the elite of the Wang group, and with his prowess as a level 9 ability wielder, they managed to break through the encirclement after sustaining some casualties, advancing deeper into the factory. Meanwhile, within the factory, the Yuli Daoist, having discerned Wang Dalong's strength, was taken aback. Could it be that even the chief of your Jiangzhou bureau has personally come to the fray today? Seeing Wang Dalong escape the encirclement, Lin Mo felt a twinge of regret, yet feigned a triumphant demeanor. What is this? Feeling fearful now? It's not just our chief who has arrived. Our elite from the Ability Management Bureau are here too. If you have any sense, release Han Dong and surrender peacefully, or you'll find yourself meeting an untimely demise. Ha! In response, the Yuli Daoist threw back his head in derision, exuding confidence as he replied, Lin Mo, I reiterate, you underestimate me gravely. I would not have set this trap if I were not thoroughly prepared. What do I have to fear? Come forth. As his words fell, a throng of figures surged forth from the shadows, men and women, young and old, clad in diverse attire, numbering over 100. Each bore a red cross emblazoned upon their foreheads, the unmistakable emblem of the cult of the divine. At this sight, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated such a significant ambush of cult followers. Clearly, the Yuli Daoist held considerable standing within the cult. Soon, the followers gathered behind the Yuli Taoist. And amidst the crowd, Lin Mo spotted Han Dong, bound tightly to a wooden cross, his mouth and eyes sealed with black tape, guarded by 2 cultists. Relieved to confirm Han Dong's survival, Lin Mo exhaled softly, then lightly tapped his foot against the ground. Lin Mo, do you see the company I keep? The Yuli Taoist turned to Lin Mo, a triumphant expression upon his face. I have not only prepared traps and mechanisms. I have summoned the bulk of the cult's elite concealed within Jiangzhou. My initial aim was merely to severely weaken the Ability Management Bureau's forces, but unexpectedly. Today has brought fortuitous tidings. Your bureau chief has graced us with his presence. Should I capture him, the Jiangzhou Bureau would be rendered impotent, and Jiangzhou City shall belong to the cult of the divine. Perhaps even our revered leader will come to Jiangzhou to bestow upon me rewards and accolades. Lin Mo, I must extend my gratitude. You are indeed my lucky star. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of elation. The elite of the cult? What unexpected gains. Yuli Taoist, you are indeed my fortunate harbinger. Bang. Suddenly, the factory doors were kicked open from the outside, and Wang Dalong, leading the remaining subordinates, stormed in with fierce determination. Upon witnessing Lin Mo and the Yuli Taoist alongside the throng of cult followers, Wang Dalong's eyes flared with fury as he glared at Lin Mo, bellowing, Lin Mo, you. Yet before he could finish, Lin Mo feigned an expression of relief, his eyes glistening with fervor. Chief, you've arrived just in time. I've done my utmost to stall for time. Had you delayed any longer, I would have been doomed. Huh. Wang Dalong was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident on his face. What chief? What nonsense is this? Before he could further comprehend the situation, the Yuli Taoist waved his hand, commanding the cult followers, loyal followers of the cult of the divine, your opportunity to prove your allegiance has arrived. Whoever slays the chief of the Ability Management Bureau shall be handsomely rewarded. Walk with the divine and live eternally. Chanting their slogan, the throng of followers surged toward Wang Dalong and his men. Humph. A band of cultist insects dares to be insolent before me. They seek death. Wang Dalong scoffed, issuing commands to his subordinates, kill them. Without hesitation, the men surged forward to engage in battle with the cultists. Wang Dalong, however, had his sights set on Lin Mo, charging directly toward him without a moment's pause. Chapter 43. There are others behind you. In this moment, Lin Mo remained utterly unperturbed. As Wang Dalong drew ever closer, Lin Mo swiftly pointed at the Yuli Taoist, exclaiming, Chief, you've come at the perfect moment. This man is the leader of the cult of the divine in Jiangzhou. If we can subdue him, the cult will find it near impossible to regain its footing here. Humph. Wang Dalong shot Lin Mo a cold glare, his voice dripping with menace as he replied, what I seek to capture is. Yet his words were cut short as a figure suddenly appeared, blocking Wang Dalong's path. It was none other than the Yuli Taoist. Ha ha ha, the chief of the Ability Management Bureau, is it? I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today I wish to claim your head as a trophy for my reward. What say you? The Yuli Taoist laughed with arrogance. Get out of my way. You ignorant old fool. I'll deal with you later. Wang Dalong glared fiercely at the Yuli Taoist, irritation evident in his tone. I do not appreciate your tone, and it may already be too late for you to apologize. The Yuli Taoist's eyes glinted with malice as he formed a hand seal, chanting an incantation. Crack. The ground around them began to fissure, and from beneath, 8 skeletal remains erupted forth. Unlike those skeletal puppets earlier at the factory entrance, the 8 skeletal remains exuded an overwhelming aura, each nearly comparable in strength to a 7th-level ability user. Upon witnessing this, Wang Dalong narrowed his eyes and coldly declared, if you are intent on courting death, then I shall oblige. With that, he stomped his foot, activating his doppelganger ability. In an instant, 8 clones emerged, each radiating an energy akin to that of the skeletal remains. Onward, Wang Dalong commanded with a sweeping gesture, as the 8 doppelgangers charged towards the skeletal figures, engaging them in fierce combat. Meanwhile, he himself did not remain idle, charging directly at the enigmatic Yuli Taoist. The battle was on the verge of erupting. One could not deny that Wang Dalong, a 9th-level ability user, commanded an intimidating presence with every punch and palm strike, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure. Although the Yuli Taoist appeared weaker in terms of aura, he did not falter in the face of Wang Dalong's might. Observing from the sidelines, Lin Mo's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated the formidable strength of the Yuli Taoist, who must surely be at least at the 8th level. Thankfully, he had refrained from engaging him directly earlier, or he would have suffered a significant defeat. Amidst the chaos of battle, Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Han Dong not far away, where only 2 disciples of the cult of the divine remained to guard him. Without hesitation, Lin Mo dashed forward. Halt! One of the disciples shouted, attempting to intercept him. Without a word, Lin Mo unleashed his annihilation ray. Boom! The disciple was instantly reduced to fragments. The remaining disciple, terrified, hastily drew a dagger and held it to Han Dong's throat. Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. Calm down. Just take a look behind you. Lin Mo halted, pointing at the disciple's rear. Humph. You think you can deceive me? There's nothing behind me. You 1T distract me. The disciple scoffed, utterly convinced. Suddenly, a black longsword pierced through his chest from behind. Who told you there was nothing there? A voice laced with mockery echoed from behind the disciple. How is this possible? The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief as blood poured from his mouth. He strained to turn his head to see who had ambushed him. But before he could complete the motion, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The assailant was none other than Lu Liang. Since Lin Mo had exited the complex, Lu Liang had burrowed underground, stealthily following him and waiting for his command. Seizing the opportunity, he had emerged from behind to deliver a fatal blow to the disciple. Brother Lin, what shall we do next? Lu Liang inquired, wiping the blood from his sword as he approached Lin Mo. First, we must rescue him. Lin Mo promptly moved to lower Han Dong from the crucifix and remove the black tape from his face. However, Han Dong was gravely injured and had slipped into unconsciousness. Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang and instructed, you take Han Dong and escape. Director Zhao and the others should have arrived at the rendezvous point. Han Dong requires immediate medical attention. And what about you? Surely, you don't intend to stay behind? Lu Liang asked. Lin Mo cast a glance at the fierce battle raging not far away, a glimmer of excitement evident on his face. Indeed. Brother Lin, are you out of your mind? Both factions are intent on killing you. Staying behind would be exceedingly perilous. Come with me. Lu Liang expressed his concern. Fear not. I know what I'm doing. Once you meet Director Zhao, proceed as planned. Lin Mo reassured him, patting Lu Liang's shoulder with a smile. Very well, Brother Lin, but do take care. After I see Han Dong to safety, I will return to assist you. Reluctantly yielding to Lin Mo's insistence, Lu Liang supported Han Dong and retreated underground. Once they had departed, Lin Mo positioned himself in a more concealed corner, his gaze fixed on the powerful combatants nearby. His eyes gleamed with intensity. 4th-level ability users, 5th-level ability users, and even 6th-level ones. Such an abundance of ability values. It seemed he was poised for a significant score today. However, he realized he would have only one opportunity to strike. Otherwise, he would surely attract the attention of Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist. Should that occur, they would undoubtedly turn their focus to him, which would be disastrous. Time was of the essence. With this thought in mind, Lin Mo's eyes darted, and he swiftly extended his hands, concentrating. A sphere of annihilation energy, roughly the size of a soccer ball, began to coalesce above his palms. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Mo continued to expend ability energy, causing the annihilation sphere to grow larger. Approximately half a minute later, the sphere had expanded to a diameter of 2 meters, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. This should suffice. Lin Mo inhaled deeply. At this moment, he had depleted more than half of his ability energy, yet the power of this annihilation sphere should be enough to wreak havoc among the crowd. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the colossal annihilation sphere into the air, where it soared like a blazing sun towards the gathered combatants. It soon hovered above the center of the fray. What is that? Who brought down the sun? Quick, run! As the terrifying energy radiating from the annihilation sphere registered with the combatants, they quickly sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee. But it was far too late. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, the annihilation sphere detonated. In an instant, the horrific destructive force swept through the area. Those closest to the epicenter were instantly reduced to ash. This was the result of Lin Mo, a 6th-level ability user. Expending half of his energy to create such a force, its power was utterly terrifying. Ability users below the 6th level stood no chance of resistance. Even if they survived, they would surely be gravely injured. Within moments, the casualties among the powerful combatants reached 20 or 30, not counting the lightly wounded. The air was filled with wails and cries, echoing throughout the entire facility. You shameless old fool. How dare you ambush my subordinates while I am engaged in battle with you? You truly are despicable. Wang Dalong, noticing the chaos, mistakenly attributed the attack to the Yuli Daoist, unleashing a tirade of curses. Which of your eyes saw me launch an ambush? Furthermore, among the casualties, there were also members of our cult of the divine. If I truly intended to ambush, why would I harm my own? The Yuli Daoist shot Wang Dalong an incredulous look, responding with irritation. Enough with your excuses. What kind of despicable acts would you cultists refrain from? Self-destructive ambushes are your specialty. Prepare to pay with your lives. Wang Dalong was instantly consumed by rage. His already meager numbers had dwindled further, and the loss of so many men made him yearn to flay the skin off the Yuli Daoist. Did he truly think the old man feared him? The Yuli Daoist, equally aggrieved, faced him head-on, re-engaging in fierce combat. Observing this from the shadows, Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk. It appeared these two had not yet perceived his presence. If that were the case, he would seize the opportunity to reap another harvest. With this thought, Lin Mo focused his mind, and a flicker of crimson light shimmered from his right hand. In the next moment, the red light coalesced into a long sword. However, this sword was not a solid entity. It was a semi-transparent crimson, its surface ablaze with scarlet flames. This was the newly acquired skill he had recently obtained, the Sword of Annihilation. He had not had the time to test it until now, and today provided the perfect chance to evaluate its might. Grasping the Sword of Annihilation, Lin Mo charged towards the throng of adversaries. The first to spot Lin Mo was one of Wang Dalong's subordinates. Lin Mo's eyes darted, and he spoke. Do not panic. I am aware you have come to confront me today. However, the cult is numerous, and the situation is decidedly unfavorable for us all. Why don't we join forces to weather this tempest first? Afterward, we can settle our scores. What say you? The man hesitated but eventually nodded, turning to engage the followers of the god-worshipping sect. In a flash, Lin Mo surged forward, swinging the sword of annihilation. With a sickening thud, the man's head was severed, and his body was instantly reduced to ashes by the flames of the sword. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by the overwhelming power of the weapon. It was indeed formidable. Without delay, he shifted positions. This time, a follower of the god-worshipping sect noticed Lin Mo remaining composed. Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Stay calm. The Anomaly Management Bureau has suffered greatly today because of me, and upon my return, I shall undoubtedly face severe penalties. Therefore, I have decided to ally with you, to fight side by side against the Bureau. What do you think?" "Very well, at least you were perceptive," the follower sneered, nodding in agreement, ready to turn away. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, a shard of cold light shot towards Lin Mo. Lin Mo's brow arched. His reflexes were swift, and he evaded the lethal strike just in time. "What is the meaning of this?" Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. "Humph, I cannot trust you." The follower huffed disdainfully, gritting his teeth. "Very well," Lin Mo replied with a resigned smile, his face now etched with a chilling murderous intent. "Then you shall meet your demise." With that, Lin Mo lunged forward, cleaving down with the sword of annihilation. The follower attempted to block the strike, but was gruesomely bisected instead. Witnessing this, another follower of the god-worshipping sect turned pale with fear. "What did you just see?" Lin Mo turned to him, a cold smile gracing his lips. The follower stuttered, terrified. With a swift motion, Lin Mo swung the sword of annihilation once more, and the follower's head flew off. "You know too much," Lin Mo uttered coldly, vanishing into the crowd like a specter. Meanwhile, Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoists soon sensed something amiss. Noticing that their ranks were thinning inexplicably, they momentarily separated, focusing their gazes on the crowd. There, Lin Mo wielded the sword of annihilation with savage delight, dispatching foes with ease, as if slicing through vegetables. The numbers of formidable opponents dwindled at a visible rate. Lin Mo, Wang Dalong, and the Yuli Daoist growled in frustration, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Without hesitation, they both charged toward Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was reveling in his carnage, he felt a surge of danger. Turning to see Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist approaching, his expression shifted, and he urgently stomped the ground. "Lu Liang, now?" As Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist closed in, the ground beside Lin Mo suddenly erupted, and a hand emerged, seizing his ankle and yanking him down. Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist lunged forward, missing their target. Trying to escape? The Yuli Daoist's expression darkened, and a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air. With a gentle wave of his hand, the talisman sunk into the earth, closing his eyes to sense. The Yuli Daoist immediately dashed in a certain direction. "Lin Mo is mine. Do not dare to snatch him away." Seeing this, Wang Dalong also took off in pursuit. Approximately 2 kilometers away, in a wooded area near an abandoned factory, Lu Liang emerged from the ground, panting heavily. "Why stop running? This place is still unsafe." Lin Mo inquired, puzzled. "I can no longer run. My anomaly energy is completely depleted." Lu Liang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Mo frowned, about to suggest relocating. "Ha ha, Lin Mo, run. If you have the ability, keep running." At that moment, a triumphant laughter echoed from nearby. Lin Mo turned, his expression shifting dramatically. The Yuli Daoist and Wang Dalong had managed to catch up. This situation had taken a dire turn. Chapter 45, The Spatial Ring. Soon, Wang Dalong and the Yuli Daoist closed in, flanking Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The formidable aura radiating from the two intensified the pressure on Lin Mo and Lu Liang. "Lin Mo, you little wretch, you have caused the deaths of so many of our followers from the god-worshipping sect. You shall pay dearly for your actions." The Yuli Daoist glared at Lin Mo, venom lacing his words. "Lin Mo, you have truly ruined me. If I cannot flay you alive today, my heart will never find peace." Wang Dalong's gaze was equally filled with murderous intent. The two prepared to strike Lin Mo simultaneously. "Hold it right there." Just as the tension reached its peak, a resonant voice rang out. Lin Mo and Lu Liang quickly turned to see, to their relief, Zhao Tianlin and a group of official investigators from the Anomaly Management Bureau approaching. Upon seeing them, Wang Dalong's expression shifted, and he retracted his fists. "Boss Wang, what are you doing here?" Zhao Tianlin stepped forward, scrutinizing Wang Dalong with suspicion. I. Wang Dalong stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Today's covert actions against Lin Mo were already dubious, and being caught in the act made him feel exceedingly awkward. Boss Wang is assisting our Anomaly Management Bureau in capturing cultists. Just now, he and his subordinates fought valiantly, exhibiting remarkable courage. Lin Mo interjected, a smirk of mockery upon his face. "Oh, is that so?" Zhao Tianlin turned to Wang Dalong. Wang Dalong's lips twitched in frustration. He now found himself in a predicament akin to a mute consuming bitter gall, burdened with unspoken grievances. Having been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Lin Mo, resulting in the loss of numerous subordinates, he was left unable to confront Lin Mo without revealing his own presence here, accompanied by so many people. Thus, with a forced smile, he reluctantly declared, "Indeed, I am assisting you. How truly grateful we are to you, Boss Wang." Zhao Tianlin responded with a grin, clasping his fists together. He then turned to the Yuli Daoist and admonished coldly, "Wretched sorcerer, why do you not surrender? Today, your sect shall face utter annihilation." "So, you are the director of the Abilities Management Bureau." Yuli Daoist narrowed his eyes, turning to glare at Wang Dalong, and asked in a deep voice, "And who might you be? Why meddle in our affairs and thwart the grand plans of our sect? Dare you reveal your name?" Wang Dalong's expression shifted, reluctant to disclose his identity. After all, the members of the sect were a bunch of lunatics. If they took a grudge against him, his future would be far from peaceful. Just then, Lin Mo stepped forward, gesturing at Wang Dalong, and addressed Yuli Daoist, stating, "Hey, ignorant fool, listen carefully. He is none other than the chairman of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong. Remember that. You." Wang Dalong glared in indignation. No need to thank me, Boss Wang. Without revealing your illustrious name, how could your might be acknowledged? This surely must have terrified that old dog." Lin Mo grinned. Wang Dalong felt his head spin, blood pressure soaring dangerously close to a stroke. He was practically driven to the brink of wanting to strangle Lin Mo. "Wang Group, Wang Dalong is it? Very well. I shall remember you. You shall pay dearly for today's events." Yuli Daoist's eyes bore into Wang Dalong, as if etching his features into memory. Wang Dalong was left speechless. It was Lin Mo who had done the killing. Why should he be the one remembered? He was utterly innocent. However, at that moment, Yuli Daoist produced a yellow talisman from his robes. "Not good. He intends to flee. Quickly, apprehend him. Do not let him escape." Wang Dalong exclaimed, his complexion shifting. Zhao Tianlin signaled to the investigators behind him. As they rushed towards Yuli Daoist, he hurled the talisman to the ground. Boom! The talisman exploded, releasing a dense cloud of black smoke. Coughing ensued, rendering the investigators momentarily unable to see. By the time the smoke cleared, Yuli Daoist had vanished without a trace. "Regrettable. We let that sorcerer slip away," Zhao Tianlin lamented. "Not to worry, there are still many followers of the sect detained in the abandoned factory, being handled by Boss Wang's subordinates. Let us swiftly capture them all," Lin Mo suggested, pointing towards the nearby derelict factory. The group immediately set off. As expected, the outcome was hardly in question. With Yuli Daoist's retreat, the remaining followers posed little threat. Through the concerted efforts of Zhao Tianlin and the investigators, they were swiftly eradicated. Lin Mo took the opportunity to eliminate a few more, causing his ability score to soar to 320,000, drawing ever closer to breaking through to a 7th-level ability user. It must be said, the rewards of the day were quite substantial. In contrast, Wang Dalong, while tallying his remaining men, was on the verge of tears. Of the elite few he had brought along, less than a third remained. Thanks to the combined efforts of the sect and Lin Mo, his heart felt like it was bleeding. Zhao Tianlin attempted to express his gratitude, but Wang Dalong ignored him entirely, storming away from the abandoned factory with a thunderous expression. "What has gotten into Boss Wang?" Zhao Tianlin inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps he is troubled by some unfortunate thoughts," Lin Mo replied, suppressing a laugh. "Let him be." Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively, turning to Lin Mo. "You and Lu Liang have truly rendered great service. Not only did you successfully rescue the official investigator Han Dong, but you also assisted our Abilities Management Bureau in annihilating such a multitude of the sect's followers. I must reward you handsomely. Speak freely of your desires. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Could you arrange for us both to be formalized?" Lin Mo asked with eager anticipation. "That, I can consider," Zhao Tianlin mused. Then continued, "I could facilitate 10 tasks for you, assuming you have already completed them. However, the formalization assessment must still be undertaken. Yet, for you too, that should pose little challenge, merely a formality." "Thank you, Director Zhao." Lin Mo clasped his fists in gratitude. "Do you have any other requests?" Zhao Tianlin inquired. Lu Liang pondered for a moment before asking, "Director, I have always yearned for a spatial ring. It would be immensely convenient for carrying items or weapons when venturing out. Might this request be fulfilled?" "A spatial ring." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Having been enamored with web novels in his previous life, he was well aware of its worth. When he had first received 500 merit points, he had contemplated exchanging for one himself. Such an item would allow for the storage of various belongings, greatly enhancing convenience. However, upon discovering the price, he quickly abandoned the idea. A ring with merely 1 cubic meter of internal space was priced at 3,000 merit points, an exorbitant 30 million. Such an expense was beyond the reach of the average person. Thus, when Lu Liang made this request, Lin Mo found himself intrigued. "You lad, appearing so earnest. Yet your words could frighten a soul." Zhao Tianlin shot Lu Liang a disapproving glance, exasperatedly stating, "Spatial rings are rare items, reserved for senior investigators of our Abilities Management Bureau. Ordinary formal investigators cannot possess them, let alone interns." Moreover, their supply is extremely limited. Our entire Jiangzhou branch has only a handful, all of which are already claimed. Are they truly that scarce? Lu Liang's eyes darted, and then, as if struck by inspiration, he grinned and remarked, but I heard that the city lord's mansion possesses quite a number of spatial rings. Just the other day, they mentioned intending to gift one to Brother Lin. What? Zhao Tianlin's expression changed instantly, turning to Lin Mo with urgency. Did the city lord truly say such a thing? Lin Mo shot a glance at Lu Liang, who was incessantly signaling him with exaggerated expressions. With a resigned smile, Lin Mo replied ambiguously, I believe that was the case. That old fox, Jiang Qinian, was indeed scheming to poach me, even offering such a precious item. If I accept, he may try to recruit me into the city lord's mansion, leaving me without a reason to refuse. No, I absolutely cannot allow that to happen. Zhao Tianlin took a deep breath, as if steeling himself, and said to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, as for the spatial rings, I will do my utmost to apply to headquarters. Await my good news. He promptly retrieved his phone and turned to walk aside. Hee, Brother Lin. It seems we are quite likely to have a lead on our spatial ring. Lu Liang grinned widely. You certainly have a plethora of clever ideas. Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head. Outside Jiangzhou City, a figure fled in a state of great urgency. It was the enigmatic Yuli Daoren. In such a rush, where do you intend to go? Just then, a voice laced with mockery pierced the air. Yuli Daoren quickly halted, glancing forward. Not far ahead stood a young man clad in a flowing black robe, his silver hair cropped short, and his appearance rather handsome. A blood-red cross pendant dangled from his chest. Upon seeing this, Yuli Daoren hastily approached, kneeling on one knee in utmost reverence. I pay my respects to the esteemed priest. Rise, the silver-haired man gestured dismissively. Yet, Yuli Daoren remained motionless, bowing his head and trembling as he spoke. I am a sinner of the worshippers of the divine, unworthy to stand. Oh, what has transpired? The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes. Yuli Daoren quickly recounted the events that had unfolded in the abandoned factory. So it is this Lin Mo again. Have you suffered at his hands on multiple occasions? Have you learned nothing from your misfortunes? Is his strength formidable? The silver-haired man inquired coldly, a glimmer of frost in his gaze. No, he is merely an intern investigator from the Anomaly Management Bureau, at most a level 5 anomaly wielder. Yet, his luck is remarkably fortuitous. He manages to turn calamities into blessings. This time, another fellow named Wang Dalong has emerged, disrupting my plans. Otherwise, I would have already captured Lin Mo. Yuli Daoren gritted his teeth, expressing his dissatisfaction. Enough. Ineptitude is ineptitude. Are the followers within Jiangzhou City nearly all dead? The silver-haired man questioned icily. At this, cold sweat broke out on Yuli Daoren's forehead. No matter, the fall of Jiangzhou City is merely a matter of time. The monstrous tide approaches ever closer. The silver-haired man turned his gaze toward a distant direction, squinting his eyes as he smirked. We must devise a means to hasten its advance. Esteemed priest, allow me to handle this matter. I possess a technique that can incite the anomalies into a frenzy, undoubtedly accelerating the tide's progress. Yuli Daoren clasped his fists, volunteering for the task. Oh, is that so? Then this task shall be entrusted to you as a means of atonement. Go forth. The silver-haired man waved his hand. As you command. Only then did Yuli Daoren dare to rise, hastening toward the direction of the monstrous tide. Watching him depart, the silver-haired man's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured. Lin Mo, quite intriguing. I hope you do not interfere with the grand designs of the worshippers of the divine. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to personally escort you to your demise. At the Anomaly Management Bureau, Jiangzhou Branch. Are we patrolling tonight? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Indeed. Before the formal assessment, all intern investigators must undertake a night patrol task. Zhang Wei explained. I see. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang nodded thoughtfully. Soon, night fell. Lin Mo and Lu Liang found themselves rather fortunate, as the system randomly assigned them to patrol in the district where the Anomaly Management Bureau was located. This was undoubtedly one of the safest districts in Jiangzhou City. After all, with the Bureau's presence, who would dare to stir trouble here? Lin Mo and Lu Liang instantly felt bolstered with confidence. This is a sure thing. The night patrol officially commenced at 8 o'clock. Were we not supposed to be provided with vehicles for the patrol? Lin Mo glanced at the two shared bicycles that Zhang Wei had pushed over, feeling a wave of exasperation. Bicycles? All the cars have been taken by the formal investigators, and the Bureau is currently facing budget constraints. These two shared bikes were even purchased from my own pocket. You two will have to make do. Zhang Wei patted the bike seat before turning to leave. Looks like I need to buy a vehicle when I get the chance. Lin Mo shook his head in helplessness. Initially, all was peaceful. As midnight approached, Lin Mo and Lu Liang could no longer bear their hunger and decided to head to the nearby Hao Goose stall for some skewers. Ah, help. There's an anomaly. A scream filled with terror suddenly rang out. The source of the scream seemed to be the very Hao Goose stall they intended to visit. Chapter 47. You are here to cause trouble, aren't you? Lin Mo and Lu Liang immediately perked up. Finally, some action. Otherwise, it would have been so dull that they would have dozed off. In no time, Their feet were almost smoking as they rushed to the Hauga stall. Upon arrival, they witnessed a small anomaly resembling a crayfish brandishing its pincers, pursuing a beautiful girl clad in a pink JK uniform. Tables and chairs had been overturned in disarray. Suddenly, the beautiful girl slipped on an empty bottle and fell to the ground. The crayfish anomaly rushed toward her. The girl, terrified, flailed her long legs wrapped in white stockings. Unable to rise, Lin Mo frowned, ready to step in to assist. However, at that moment, Lu Liang held him back, patting his chest as he enthusiastically volunteered, "Brother Lin, this anomaly doesn't seem too strong. Let me handle it." Lin Mo chuckled, shaking his head. How could he not recognize Lu Liang's little scheme? It was not about defeating the anomaly. He was clearly trying to play the hero and impress the girl. "You vile creature, release that girl. I shall subdue you." Lu Liang bellowed, charging toward the crayfish anomaly. Now a level 3 anomaly wielder, he was quite swift. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the anomaly, delivering a swift kick. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the crayfish anomaly was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Why does that anomaly's cry sound somewhat human? Lu Liang paused for a moment, but did not dwell on it. He quickly turned to the beautiful girl. Shaking his hair and forcing a smile, he considered charming. "Miss, are you all right?" "Why you?" The girl looked at Lu Liang, her eyes wide with fear. Believing she was merely shaken from the earlier incident, Lu Liang hurried to reassure her. "Do not be afraid. I am here, and I will protect you." He bent down to assist the girl up from the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there." Just then, an irate voice interrupted. A stout man in a leather jacket and a baseball cap stormed into the stall, glaring at Lu Liang and demanding, "Where did you spring from? Are you deliberately causing trouble? I was saving her. If I hadn't intervened just now, this girl would have been eaten by the anomaly." Lu Liang protested, bewildered. "You fool, do you not realize we are in the midst of filming a short drama?" the corpulent man exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he pointed to the side. Lu Liang turned to see, not far off, a man crouched with a camera, filming the scene. The peculiar creature that had just been kicked away caught his attention. Hastily, Lu Liang glanced over at the small lobster-like beast he had just sent flying. To his astonishment, the creature had removed its headpiece, revealing a man writhing in agony, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground. "Wait a moment." Lu Liang's expression turned blank with disbelief. "Are you from the neighboring production team? Sent here to create chaos and delay our shoot, so you can steal our spotlight with an early release? If you don't clarify this matter today, I will drag you to the police station. Do you believe me?" The corpulent man seized Lu Liang's arm, his anger evident. Lin Mo, sensing the escalating situation, stepped forward to clarify. "Brother, you misunderstand us. We are from the Anomaly Management Bureau. Capturing these beasts is our duty. We rushed over upon hearing cries for help, not realizing you were filming. Is that so? Riding a shabby shared bicycle, yet pretending to be someone significant. What proof do you have?" The corpulent man shot Lin Mo a disdainful glance. Lin Mo promptly produced his credentials and handed them to the corpulent man. However, the man merely glanced at them before tossing them back, sneering, "A mere glance reveals their falsity. Our crew possesses plenty of such documents." He then turned and shouted, "Props. Bring our gear over." A man jogged up, unzipping his backpack to reveal a trove of credentials, those of the Anomaly Management Bureau, the City Lord's office, and various other departments, all meticulously crafted to appear authentic. Lin Mo could only shake his head in exasperation. "What now, young man? Seems like you have no further arguments to make." The corpulent man smirked, pulling out his phone with a cold laugh. "Then let us discuss this at the police station." Just then, a massive claw suddenly extended, knocking the phone from the corpulent man's hand and sending it crashing to the ground. Startled, he turned to see the small lobster beast standing beside him. "What the hell? Wang Gooden, you trying to kill me? My brand new iPhone 16 Pro Max just got smashed. I'll deduct it from your wages." The corpulent man scowled at the creature before hurriedly retrieving his phone, sighing in relief upon confirming the screen was intact. He then looked at the lobster beast, puzzled. "Weren't you just rolling on the ground in pain? Now you're fine? You should have stayed down, moaning in agony. Wait until the police arrive and let these two have their comeuppance." The lobster beast, however, continued to click its claws, remaining silent. "What is this? Did a kick render you mute? Did I strike your vocal cords? Quit pretending." The corpulent man slapped the lobster beast on its head, then turned to glare at Lin Mo and Lu Liang, growling, "Did you see that? My employee has been reduced to silence by your actions. You'll be responsible for the medical expenses. Don't even think about shortchanging me." Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, instinctively retreating a few steps. "What? Planning to run away? In a lawful society, you think you can escape? I'll call the police right now," the corpulent man declared, about to dial. "Director." At that moment, the cameraman called out softly from a distance. "What now? Can't you see I'm calling the police?" The corpulent man snapped, glaring at the cameraman. "Look over there." The cameraman pointed urgently. Following the direction of the cameraman's finger, the corpulent man saw the very individual Lu Liang had kicked, still writhing on the ground, clutching his stomach. "Wang Gooden?" He blinked in confusion. "Then who is this lobster beast beside me?" Panic surged as he glanced down at his right hand. which he had just used to strike the lobster beast. It was covered in thick, sticky substance, exuding a foul odor. A monster. His face paled instantaneously as he instinctively looked up at the lobster beast, which was now fixated on him, its emerald eyes gleaming with murderous intent. My God! The corpulent man felt a surge of terror, turning to flee without a second thought, but it was too late. The lobster beast swung its enormous claw, striking the corpulent man with such force that he was sent flying through the air, weighing over 200 pounds. Chapter 48. Formula Number 1 Aya. A scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed throughout the food stall. There's a monster. Everyone run. The crew panicked, each person sprinting away in terror. The cameraman even abandoned his camera. The lobster beast scanned the area, its gaze quickly settling on a beautiful girl nearby as it approached her directly. Please, don't come any closer. The girl's face drained of color as she desperately tried to rise from the ground, but the more she struggled, the more paralyzed she became with fear. What had been acting moments ago transformed into genuine terror, leaving her weak in the knees. As the lobster beast closed in on her, Lin Mo exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Liang. Understood. Lu Liang nodded, disappearing underground. Just as the lobster beast was about to reach the girl, two hands suddenly emerged from the earth, grasping its legs and pulling downward with all their might. The lobster beast found itself half embedded in the ground, trapped and unable to advance. Lu Liang emerged from the side, tossing a black longsword to Lin Mo. Lin Mo caught the sword and darted forward. Clang! The sword was drawn, a flash of cold light slicing through the night. The next moment, the lobster beast's head was severed, rolling away before coming to a halt. Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 2 mutated lobster beast. You have gained 100 ability points. Lin Mo shook his head and smiled wryly. As his own realm advanced, the ability points awarded for defeating lower-tier beasts had diminished significantly. However, the C-grade weapon bestowed by Lord Jiang proved to be excellent. The lobster beast's shell was as hard as stone, yet under the black longsword. It was as feeble as cutting through a cucumber. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that wielding this sword consumed no ability points, making it perfect for prolonged battles. Hey there, miss, I've truly saved you this time. Lu Liang approached the beautiful girl, extending his right hand toward her. Thank you. Her cheeks flushed as she grasped his hand and stood up. Observing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This fellow Lu Liang may appear simple, but is quite the charmer. Hey, are you alright? Still with us? Lin Mo turned and approached the plump man, delivering a swift kick to his ample backside. His concern was not for the man's well-being, but rather for the mission at hand. Civilian casualties were unacceptable. Thus, it was imperative that the plump man remained alive. Stay on your feet. The man, rubbing his behind, quickly scrambled to his feet and chuckled awkwardly. So, you two are indeed agents of the Ability Management Bureau? Oh, so you no longer doubt us? Lin Mo smirked, teasingly. Haha, who would dare? After all, you've just saved our lives. I truly apologize for my earlier misjudgment. The plump man's demeanor shifted entirely, his face now a canvas of regret and respect. All right. If there's nothing further, you may continue your filming. Lin Mo waved dismissively, preparing to depart. Ah, an aberrant beast. Just then, a terrified scream erupted from the kitchen of the food stall. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. What was happening today? Usually, this area was quite safe. It felt as if they had inadvertently disturbed a nest of aberrant creatures, one after another. As Lin Mo and Lu Liang were about to rush into the kitchen, a figure dashed out. With a buzz cut, a beard, and a muscular physique, he wore a small Peppa Pig apron. Who else could it be but the owner of the stall, Brother Hao? What is going on inside? Lin Mo and Lu Liang hurriedly approached him. There are aberrant beasts everywhere. Brother Hao exclaimed, his face a mask of fear. He then pointed towards a decapitated crayfish aberrant beast nearby, shouting, It's this. They're all like this. How could there be so many crayfish aberrant beasts in your kitchen? Lin Mo inquired, perplexed. I have no idea. I learned a secret recipe for making crayfish online, and just as I was preparing it for a customer, they sprang out of the pot. Brother Hao shook his head in bewilderment. A secret recipe? Lin Mo frowned. Lin, they're coming out. At that moment, Lu Liang pointed towards the kitchen. Lin Mo turned to see a flurry of crayfish aberrant beasts rushing out. Brother Hao, who had just begun to regain his composure, was now terrified to the point of nearly losing control. The plump man and other customers had long since fled. Let us take action. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and, alongside Lu Liang, charged forward. Although there were around 20 crayfish aberrant beasts, they were merely of the second tier. Before long, Lin Mo and Lu Liang had dispatched them all. To prevent any further transformations, they rushed into the kitchen and eliminated the remaining crayfish, finally feeling reassured. Thank you so much, you two. Otherwise, there would have surely been casualties today. Brother Hao was overcome with gratitude, nearly bowing to them. Don't mention it, boss. If it's not too much trouble, could you prepare a few skewers for us? We're absolutely famished. Lu Liang said, rubbing his growling stomach and grinning widely. Of course, I'll arrange that right away. Brother Hao swiftly turned to fulfill their request. Before long, a generous platter of skewers was set before Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who eagerly indulged themselves. Suddenly, Lin Mo seemed to recall something. He set down his skewer and looked at Brother Hao, who was tidying up tables nearby, and asked, "Boss, you mentioned you learned a secret recipe for crayfish online. Would you mind sharing it with me?" "Absolutely." Brother Hao promptly retrieved his phone and approached, placing it in front of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. 13 spices, dried chili, Sichuan pepper, formula number 1, etc. Everything seems quite normal so far. But what is this formula number 1? Lin Mo inquired, furrowing his brow. "That was sent to me by the person who gave me the recipe. They said it enhances aroma and flavor. To be honest, when I first added it, it did smell quite nice, but before long, the crayfish in the pot transformed into aberrant beasts." Brother Hao explained. "Do you still have any of formula number 1 here? Please show it to me." Lin Mo asked. "Yes, I'll go get it." Brother Hao quickly turned and headed towards the kitchen. "Lin, do you suspect that the crayfish turning into aberrant beasts is related to formula number 1? Lu Liang asked Lin Mo. "Let us hope I'm just overthinking this," Lin Mo said, narrowing his eyes, his expression grave. "Otherwise, this situation could escalate severely." Chapter 49, An Invitation from the Cult of the Divine. Before long, Brother Hao returned. But his hands were empty. How peculiar. I distinctly remember placing it next to the stove. How could it be gone? Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances. Something feels off. Could it have been knocked over by the aberrant beasts? Lu Liang asked Brother Hao. That is unlikely. Even if it was knocked over, the bottle should still be there. I searched the kitchen thoroughly, and it's as if it vanished into thin air. Brother Hao shook his head. Can you still contact the person who sent you formula number 1? Lin Mo inquired. Brother Hao promptly pulled out his phone and dialed the number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Hearing the automated response from the phone, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. It was now certain that formula no. 1 was undoubtedly problematic. However, what was the Cinder's purpose in providing it to Brother Hao? Was it merely to unleash these crayfish aberrant beasts? Or was he using Brother Hao for experiments? Lost in thought, Lin Mo pondered deeply. Meanwhile, concealed behind a large tree across from the food stall, a pair of eyes quietly observed everything. It was a boy, around 15 or 16 years old, with a clean appearance, short hair, and large black frames, giving off the impression of a well-behaved child. Yet when his gaze fell upon Lin Mo and Lu Liang, a smug smile crept across his lips. It seems my experiment has been quite successful. Even the agents of the Ability Management Bureau have taken notice. With that, the boy raised his right hand, revealing a small white vial inscribed with the words formula number 1 in black. However, the potency of formula number 1 was ultimately limited, capable only of causing mutations in low-tier creatures like crayfish. To create a significant commotion, he needed to expedite his research on formula number 2. At that point, he would be able to unleash havoc. The boy grew increasingly excited, turning and vanishing into the night. Just as he departed, Lin Mo, who had been deep in thought, abruptly turned to the tree where the boy had concealed himself. "What's wrong, Lin?" Lu Liang asked, puzzled. It felt as if a pair of eyes was watching us from the shadows. Lin Mo replied, his brow knitted in concern. Could it be that the individual who sent the number 1 serum to the boss is the perpetrator? Criminal psychology suggests that most offenders often return to the scene of their crimes after committing them. Perhaps this individual is curious about the effects of the number 1 serum? Lu Liang speculated. Wow, you actually understand criminal psychology? Lin Mo responded, somewhat surprised. Hee, I learned it from movies. Lu Liang scratched the back of his head, chuckling sheepishly. Well, Lin Mo said, his face darkening, regardless, if it truly is that individual, he shouldn't have gone far. If we pursue him now, we might still catch up. What are we waiting for? Let's hurry. This brat who concocted the number 1 serum surely has ill intentions. Lu Liang exclaimed, rising to his feet. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded and turned to Brother Hao, saying, Boss, we have a matter to attend to. We will settle the bill upon our return. The night had deepened. As they walked through the dimly lit alley, the boy's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to develop the number 2 serum. Suddenly, several dark figures emerged ahead, blocking the boy's path. He stopped, lifted his head, and remained unfazed. Do you gentlemen require my assistance? Chu Tianqi, we have finally located you. One figure stepped forward from the shadows. It was a burly middle-aged man, marked by a red cross drawn on his forehead. Members of the god-worshipping sect? Chu Tianqi squinted, perplexed. We have had no prior dealings. What do you want from me? Simply recognizing your abilities. We wish to invite you to join our god-worshipping sect and collaborate on a grand endeavor. The middle-aged man extended his right hand toward Chu Tianqi, casting a glance. Chu Tianqi shook his head immediately. I appreciate the offer, but we are not on the same path, so there is no need for that. Not on the same path. Haha. Chu Tianqi, our invitation signifies respect. Do not be ungrateful. The middle-aged man sneered with arrogance. Those who dare to refuse the god-worshipping sect often meet dire fates. I trust you are aware of that. Thus, today, you must comply, whether you wish to or not. As his words fell, the followers of the god-worshipping sect stepped forward, sealing off Chu Tianqi's escape route. Are you resorting to force? Chu Tianqi turned his head, his voice frigid. Chu Tianqi, you have 2 choices. The middle-aged man coldly stated. Either hand over the formula for the number 1 serum, or forfeit your life. The decision is yours. And if I refuse both? Chu Tianqi narrowed his eyes, You really think you are something special? The middle-aged man laughed disdainfully, looking at Chu Tianqi with contempt. You are merely a waste who will never awaken any abilities. If it were not for the number 1 serum, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. Now, I shall give you 3 seconds. If you do not decide, I will take matters into my own hands. As his voice faded, the middle-aged man's aura surged with an overwhelming energy. Simultaneously, a whip radiating blue light materialized in his right hand, crackling with electricity. This was his ability, the lightning whip. Seeing this, a grave expression crossed Chu Tianqi's face. He could discern that this middle-aged man was a level 4 ability user, not to be underestimated. He needed to devise a plan to escape swiftly. As he contemplated, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye. A cockroach scuttled within a nearby trash bin, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Isn't it just the number 1 serum? No big deal. If you want it, I can hand it over without resorting to violence. Chu Tianqi grinned, retrieving the number 1 serum from his pocket. This is the number 1 serum? The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with intrigue. However, he quickly regained his composure, eyeing Chu Tianqi skeptically. You're handing it over so readily. There must be a trick. If you don't believe me, I can show you, Chu Tianqi declared, opening the bottle and pouring the serum into the trash bin. What are you doing? The middle-aged man frowned. You'll find out shortly. Chu Tianqi smirked. Just then, the trash bin exploded, and one by one, enormous cockroaches emerged, each reaching nearly 2 meters in length, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty gleam. The middle-aged man's face paled instantly. Now do you believe me? Chu Tianqi asked coldly. You dare to play tricks on me? The middle-aged man seethed, reaching for Chu Tianqi's throat. At that moment, the giant cockroaches charged forward with astonishing speed. Remarkably, they ignored Chu Tianqi, opting instead to assault the middle-aged man and his fellow sect members. With no other option, the middle-aged man and his companions unleashed their abilities, fighting against the massive cockroaches. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Tianqi slipped away to the side, sneering, You think you can take my number 1 serum? You're seeking death. Suddenly, a mouse entered Chu Tianqi's line of sight. He swiftly doused it with the number 1 serum. In an instant, the mouse swelled to the size of a sedan, charging toward the middle-aged man. Lightning whip. The middle-aged man swung his whip fiercely. Though he took down the giant cockroaches with ease, the sheer number of them overwhelmed him. Dozens, alongside the giant mouse, made it a formidable challenge. Several of the weaker followers from the god-worshipping sect were already seriously injured. As Chu Tianqi contemplated conjuring more beasts to send the middle-aged man and his cohorts on their way, he noticed something at the alley's entrance. His brow furrowing. They've followed me? Hee, you'll never catch me. With that, Chu Tianqi turned and dashed toward the other end of the alley, swiftly disappearing into the night. Not long after his departure, 2 figures arrived at the scene, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. What on earth? Why are there so many beasts? Both were startled by the massive swarm of giant cockroaches and the enormous mouse. Without hesitation, Lu Liang drew his C-grade longsword, prepared to assist. Lin Mo grasped Lu Liang's arm, pointing at the red cross emblem on the middle-aged man's forehead. Look, members of the god-worshipping sect? Then it's not our concern. Lu Liang swiftly sheathed his sword, folding his arms and observing coldly. Before long, the middle-aged man and his companions found their powers depleted, rendering them unable to withstand the onslaught of the monstrous beasts. Several of the cultists were gruesomely torn to shreds by colossal cockroaches. The middle-aged man fared no better, as he was knocked to the ground by a giant rat, saliva dripping over his face as he struggled desperately. At that moment, he caught sight of Lin Mo and Lu Liang not far away, and he shouted for help. Hey, brothers, don't just stand there. Come lend a hand. Help you? We are from the Ability Management Bureau. It would be quite generous of us not to stab you ourselves. You expect us to assist you? Lu Liang retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. The Ability Management Bureau. The man's complexion shifted dramatically, and he inhaled deeply. Forget it. In this dire situation, being captured by the Bureau is certainly preferable to meeting my end at the jaws of these beasts. He then yelled to Lu Liang and Lin Mo, Investigators, I surrender. Please, I beg you, arrest me quickly. Well, Lin, this is the first time I've heard such a request. These cultists really are a peculiar breed. Lu Liang chuckled, teasingly. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile wryly, then turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, Where did these beasts come from? They were all conjured by that scoundrel. Chu Tianqi, this guy is utterly despicable. You must not let him escape. The middle-aged man exclaimed, gritting his teeth in anger. Oh, Lin Mo squinted, taking a step forward and delivering a kick to the giant rat. With a shriek, the creature was sent flying several meters, crashing into and killing several cockroaches along the way. However, the kick was not fatal. The giant rat quickly regained its footing, its eyes blazing with rage as it charged once more. A third-level beast? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Mo's eyes. As the rat drew closer, 2 beams of obliteration light erupted forth. The giant rat's body exploded instantaneously, vanishing without a trace, leaving not a drop of blood behind. This was the terrifying power of the obliteration light. It could render an object completely non-existent in this world. This spectacle left the middle-aged man on the ground dumbfounded, his face etched with terror. In that moment, Lin Mo appeared far more fearsome than the monstrous beasts. As Lin Mo intervened, Lu Liang joined the fray. Together, they swiftly dispatched the remaining giant cockroaches. The cultists had already fallen victim to the cockroaches earlier, leaving only the middle-aged man alive. Lin Mo approached him, calmly asking, "You mentioned that these beasts were conjured by Chu Tianqi. What did he use to do so?" The middle-aged man hesitated. Smack! Lu Liang delivered a sharp slap to the man's head, exclaiming impatiently, "What are you stammering for? Speak up. How can you hit someone? Isn't the Ability Management Bureau supposed to treat captives with leniency?" The middle-aged man protested, nursing his sore head, a look of grievance on his face. "Oh, you want leniency, do you? Today, I shall show you what leniency truly means." Lu Liang rolled up his sleeves and began to rain down punches and kicks upon the man. In no time, the middle-aged man was left bruised and battered, his face bloodied, covered in shoe prints. "Stop, stop. I'll tell you everything," he pleaded repeatedly. "Spit it out." Lu Liang spat angrily on the ground. "You wretch. You won't behave unless you're taught a lesson. Hurry up and confess." Chu Tianqi used the #1 serum. The middle-aged man exclaimed, clutching his head. The #1 serum. Lin Mo and Lu Liang's eyes gleamed with interest. As anticipated, Chu Tianqi was indeed no ordinary character. How did the conflict arise? Isn't he part of your cult? Lin Mo queried, furrowing his brow in confusion. For Chu Tianqi's previous actions had indeed resembled those of the cult. Not at all. I was actually sent to recruit him because he possessed the #1 serum. If he joined our cult, it would bolster our strength immensely. But this arrogant brat refused to join us. Just as we were about to confront him, he cunningly took advantage of the beasts attacking us and made his escape. The middle-aged man shook his head, offering a wry smile. "Ah, I see." Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully, then seized the middle-aged man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. "Come on, you're coming with us to the Ability Management Bureau, and you will divulge everything you know about Chu Tianqi." Chapter 51, A Tragic Background. After Lin Mo and Lu Liang brought the middle-aged man back to the Ability Management Bureau, they handed him over to their team leader, Zhang Wei, for interrogation, as they still had night patrol duties to fulfill. That night, the entire bureau experienced a power outage. Only the electric batons remained charged. The following morning, as Lin Mo and Lu Liang returned to the bureau, Zhang Wei approached them with a file in hand, yawning. "We've gotten all the information we need. That kid has confessed everything he was supposed to. Here's the dossier on Chu Tianqi. Thanks for your hard work, team leader," Lin Mo said, taking the file. "We're all on the same side here. No need for pleasantries. I have to hurry and catch that kid." He revealed several hideouts of the cultists, which should allow us to uproot their influence in Jiangzhou. Zhang Wei smiled broadly before quickly departing. Lin Mo opened the file. Chu Tianqi, male, age 16. Registered in the Jinshui district of Jiangzhou. At the age of 6, he was involved in a car accident, resulting in the death of his parents and damage to his own foundational abilities, rendering him unable to awaken any powers. After his relatives seized his inheritance, they cast him out, leaving him to fend for himself. An orphanage rejected him, deeming him worthless, forcing him to survive as a vagrant. Eventually, he was taken in by a kind family, but within 2 years, they were slaughtered by monstrous beasts, leaving Chu Tianqi orphaned once more. Upon reading this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow in concern. What a wretched fate this child has endured. It's even more tragic than my own. I can only wonder how he has survived through these years. Lin, did you know that Chu Tianqi's father was a renowned scientist in our homeland? He dedicated himself to researching a purifying serum that could restore the beasts to their normal states. It seems that Chu Tianqi developed the #1 serum based on his father's work. Lu Liang remarked after perusing Chu Tianqi's dossier, unable to suppress his admiration. Indeed, he is a genius. If such a talent could be guided onto the right path, he could achieve greatness like his father. Lin Mo reflected. But if he strays without guidance, he could become a significant threat to humanity. What are your plans, Lin? Lu Liang gazed at Lin Mo and inquired. What do you think about admitting him into our supernatural administration? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before suggesting. What? Integrate him into the supernatural administration? Brother Lin, you must be jesting. Although this lad is not affiliated with the cult of the divine, the evaluation from the supernatural administration identifies him as having an antisocial personality, making him exceedingly difficult to discipline and restrain. Are you not concerned about the trouble he could bring? What if, when no one is watching, he unleashes a horde of supernatural beasts and dismantles our bureau? That would be catastrophic. Lu Liang exclaimed, suddenly alarmed and worried. His previous actions have indeed been somewhat antisocial, but that is merely due to a lack of guidance to lead him onto the right path. Perhaps the two of us could give it a try. I cannot bear to see such a promising talent squandered. Lin Mo replied with a grin. In truth, his desire to recruit Chu Tianqi into the supernatural administration was driven by an even more significant motive, the coveted #1 serum in Chu Tianqi's possession. This serum had the power to transform ordinary organisms into supernatural beasts. By continuously defeating these beasts, one could infinitely level up and evolve their abilities. If Chu Tianqi were to collaborate with him, would it not be akin to taking flight with one foot propelling the other? Such an invaluable ally was simply too good to overlook. In the Jinshui district, at the Century Huafu, Villa Number 9, Chu Tianqi stood before the opulent villa. His emotions a tangled web. This place had once been his home, a repository of his childhood memories. However, ever since his parents' demise, the villa had been forcibly occupied by his uncle's family. Taking a deep breath, Chu Tianqi approached and rang the doorbell. Before long, the door swung open to reveal a middle-aged woman, his aunt, Lu Yuru. You little star of misfortune, what do you want? Go away, hurry. Lu Yuru cast a disdainful glance at Chu Tianqi, her face contorted with contempt. I have come to reclaim my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi retorted coldly. We find your parents' possessions to be inauspicious. They've long since been discarded. There is nothing here for you. Lu Yuru snapped back. I must at least see for myself. Chu Tianqi insisted, stepping forward toward the villa. Halt. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and thinning hair swaggered out from the villa. It was Chu Tianqi's uncle, Chu Lianqing. You little bastard, have you forgotten what I told you years ago? If you dare return, I will break your legs. Chu Lianqing glared menacingly at Chu Tianqi, his voice low and threatening. This is my home. Why can't I return? Chu Tianqi clenched his fists. Your home? Huh. This place has belonged to us for the past decade. What connection do you have to it? Chu Lianqing scoffed. You, a filthy little beggar. Think you can enter our villa? You aren't fit for it. We wouldn't even let a dog inside. Lu Yuru added, her expression one of utter disdain. I may not enter, but I insist on retrieving my parents' belongings. Chu Tianqi took a deep breath, standing firm. Everything in this villa now belongs to me. You can't take even a toothpick with you. Be gone, or I'll break your legs. Chu Lianqing sneered arrogantly. You truly are going too far. Chu Tianqi's eyes filled with a chilling intensity. What? Do you want to fight? You, a waste without any abilities. If you seek a beating, just say so. Chu Lianqing retorted dismissively. Grinding his teeth, Chu Tianqi pulled out the number 1 serum and sprayed it toward the nearby flower bed. In an instant, a swarm of giant ants and spiders emerged, charging towards Chu Lianqing and Lu Yuru. Supernatural beasts. Lu Yuru's face paled in terror. Stay calm. Chu Lianqing, however, remained unfazed, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Get some help. As his words fell, 6 black-clad bodyguards burst forth from within the villa, rushing to confront the giant ants and spiders. Witnessing this, Chu Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically. These bodyguards were all level 4 supernatural beings, their strength formidable. They swiftly eradicated the supernatural beasts. Just as Chu Tianqi contemplated summoning more beasts, Chu Lianqing lunged forward, seizing the number 1 serum from his hands. Give it back. Chu Tianqi's face paled, and he lunged to reclaim it. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of supernatural energy surged from Chu Lianqing. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck Chu Tianqi squarely in the chest, sending him flying to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, his complexion ashen. Chu Lianqing swaggered forward, looking down at the fallen Chu Tianqi with a triumphant smirk. You little bastard, do you still wish to challenge me? Over the past decade, thanks to your parents' legacy, I have ascended to the level of a level 6 supernatural being. How dare you act defiantly with such worthless trinkets in my presence? You are simply courting death. With that, Chu Lianqing carelessly tossed the number 1 serum to the ground and crushed it beneath his foot. He then turned to the 6 bodyguards and commanded, break this little bastard's limbs and dispose of him outside the city wall to let him fend for himself. Yes. The 6 bodyguards nodded and advanced toward Chu Tianqi, ready to strike. To gang up on a child like this, you truly have no shame. Just then, a voice full of scorn rang out. What an exception I am. Chu Lianqing furrowed his brow and turned to the source of the voice, where 2 figures approached, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Who are you? How dare you interfere in our family matters? Chu Lianqing glared at them, his expression darkening. We have no interest in your trivial family affairs. We are here for him. Lin Mo indicated Chu Tianqi on the ground. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Mo, an intern investigator with the Supernatural Administration. As he spoke, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang produced their credentials. Upon realizing they were from the Supernatural Administration, Chu Lianqing's expression shifted slightly. After all, there were 3 formidable powers in Jiangzhou that one should not provoke: the City Lord's Mansion, the Supernatural Administration, and the Wang family group. Especially the Supernatural Administration, which housed notoriously difficult individuals. Chu Lianqing quickly plastered a smile on his face and approached them, saying, esteemed friends of the Supernatural Administration, I apologize for my earlier oversight. Please forgive me. No need for concern. If there is nothing further, kindly let your men withdraw. We are taking Chu Tianqi with us. Lin Mo replied, shaking his head and pointing at Chu Tianqi. What crime has this little bastard committed to warrant the attention of the Supernatural Administration? Chu Lianqing asked. His curiosity piqued. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. The affairs of the Supernatural Administration are not something for you to pry into. Lu Liang retorted with a dismissive glance at Chu Lianqing. He harbored an innate loathing for such a beast who would usurp the possessions of others, and was even incapable of tolerating his own nephew. My sincerest apologies. I spoke out of turn. Chu Lianqing quickly slapped his own mouth and promptly commanded the 6 bodyguards, return at once. The bodyguards immediately retreated to the side. Lin Mo and Lu Liang hastened forward. At that moment, Chu Tianqi appeared exceedingly frail. Upon seeing Lin Mo and Lu Liang, his expression shifted dramatically. Is it truly you two? How could you be so severely injured? Lin Mo furrowed his brow and turned to Lu Liang. You are adept at burrowing underground. Swiftly take him to the nearest hospital. Very well. Lu Liang nodded, preparing to lift Chu Tianqi. Wait. Chu Tianqi grasped Lin Mo's arm tightly, gritting his teeth as he declared, I have yet to retrieve my parents' relics. I shall not go anywhere. Relics? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, turning to Chu Lianqing and inquiring, are his parents' belongings in your residence? What belongings? I know nothing of it. We have resided here for 10 years and have never seen anything belonging to his parents in this villa. Even if there were, they would surely have been discarded long ago. Who would keep a deceased person's belongings for so long? Wouldn't you agree? Chu Lianqing shook his head, grinning as he spoke. Impossible. Those items are securely stored in the safe in the master bedroom on the second floor, encased in a box made of gold. You could not possibly have discarded them. Chu Tianqi glared at Chu Lianqing, shouting. At these words, Chu Lianqing's expression shifted, revealing a hint of unease. Nonetheless, he continued to feign ignorance. What golden box? I have never seen it. You are merely spouting nonsense. Indeed, I am fully aware of what belongs to my family, and there is nothing of the sort. Cease your absurd claims in front of the investigator. Lu Yiru asserted with confidence. Enough. Whether or not it exists, he should be allowed to take a look. Since they are his parents' relics, it would be better to return them to him sooner rather than later. With that, Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang, and they began to move towards the villa. However, at that moment, Chu Lianqing hurriedly intervened, his face darkening as he stated, Investigator Lin, I have already shown you considerable respect, but do not push your luck. This is my home, and without my permission, even as investigators, you have no right to enter. Otherwise, I shall truly have to report you for trespassing. At this point, Chu Lianqing leaned closer to Lin Mo, whispering, Furthermore, I must warn you, I am acquainted with the leadership of your Bureau of Abilities. If you insist on forcefully entering my home today, be wary that I could very well jeopardize your positions. After all, you two are merely intern investigators. I am certain that a slight exertion of my connections could result in you packing your bags. Therefore, know when to stop and do not ruin your futures over someone inconsequential. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile crept upon Lin Mo's lips as he turned to Chu Lianqing, coolly asking, Are you threatening me? It cannot be termed a threat. It is merely a well-meaning piece of advice. Chu Lianqing chuckled, patting Lin Mo's shoulder with an air of arrogance. Investigator Lin, you are still young and have much to learn. In today's society, mere strength is insufficient to maintain a foothold. It is more about connections and background. Do not narrow your own path. A piece of advice, you say? Lin Mo scoffed, nodding slightly before directly addressing Lu Liang. Take Chu Tianqi upstairs to search for his belongings. Let us see who dares to stop you today. Very well. Lu Liang, cradling Chu Tianqi, prepared to continue into the villa. Investigator Lin, what do you mean by this? Chu Lianqing glared at Lin Mo, inquiring. Cannot you discern? Lin Mo spread his hands, a playful expression on his face as he stated, I do not accept your advice. Chu Lianqing's countenance immediately darkened, gritting his teeth as he coldly replied, Investigator Lin, I have already given you an opportunity. Should it come to this, do not blame me for being impolite. As his words fell, a formidable wave of ability surged from within Chu Lianqing. Oh, a 6th level ability user? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Are you beginning to fear? You, an intern investigator, are at most a 4th level ability user, and before me, you are akin to an ant. I advise you to refrain from seeking unnecessary trouble. Chu Lianqing proclaimed with a smug expression. Who informed you that intern investigators can only be 4th level ability users? Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk as he coldly replied. I am an exception. As the words left his mouth, a wave of ability, equally formidable as Chu Lianqing's, erupted from Lin Mo. Witnessing this, Chu Lianqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of shock. You are actually a 6th level ability user. How can this be possible at such a young age? After all, he had invested countless resources and nearly 2 decades of training to reach his current level. Yet here was Lin Mo, merely in his early 20s, matching him so closely. This revelation left him utterly astounded. Chapter 53, The Golden Box. I told you, I am an exception, Lin Mo said with a teasing demeanor. Even if you are a 6th level ability user, what of it? Today, I will show you that even among 6th level ability users, there exists a disparity. Chu Lianqing scoffed, then forcefully stomped his foot. Crack! The ground before him shattered. A multitude of rubble soaring into the air, suspended before Chu Lianqing. Today, you shall experience the might of my C-class ability. Crush him, with a thunderous command. Those fragments coalesced into a gigantic stone fist, hurtling towards Lin Mo with terrifying momentum. Observing this, Lu Liang's expression changed drastically, and he urgently warned, Lin, be careful. It's fine. Lin Mo calmly shook his head. Heh, even at death's door, you still attempt to feign bravado. It's fine. That punch could leave your mother unrecognizable. Chu Lianqing sneered coldly, his face filled with disdain. As the enormous stone fist drew nearer, in that critical moment, a hum resonated as two beams of crimson light erupted from Lin Mo's eyes. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the colossal stone fist detonated, dissipating into nothingness. The once smug expression on Chu Lianqing's face froze instantaneously. How? How is this possible? However, he quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and stomping his foot. Bang! 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 Instantly, a multitude of stones flew skyward. With a mere thought, those fragments melded into massive stone hands and fists, 40 or 50 in total, suspended in the air. A glance revealed a thick swarm, each radiating a terrifying aura. Let us see how you handle this. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Lianqing's eyes as he waved his hand. These stone fists and hands surged towards Lin Mo. As it seemed Lin Mo was about to be overwhelmed, a hum resonated. However, at that very moment, a scarlet sword aura sliced through the air. In the blink of an eye, the stone palms and fists were cleaved in twain, only to shatter and dissipate into nothingness. What? Upon witnessing this, Chu Lianqing could no longer maintain his composure. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. After all, that was the culmination of nearly all his ability points. How could it collapse so instantaneously? Before he could recover from his astonishment, a fleeting shadow surged towards him with astonishing speed. Chu Lianqing's countenance drastically changed, for that shadow was none other than Lin Mo. He immediately attempted to activate his abilities once more, but it was already too late. Lin Mo's speed was simply too swift. In a flash, he stood before Chu Lianqing and delivered a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Chu Lianqing struggled to rise, but at that moment, a long sword emanating a crimson glow was pressed against his throat. Paralyzed with fear, Chu Lianqing found himself utterly immobilized. From this sword, he perceived a lethal threat. He was convinced that if he made even the slightest move, the blade would undoubtedly sever his head from his shoulders. You were right. Even among level 6 ability users, there exists a disparity, Lin Mo said with a slight smirk, his voice laced with cold derision. You are, quite simply, no match for me. What grade is your ability? How could my C-rank ability appear so trivial before you? Chu Lianqing gasped, his face etched with trepidation. In that moment, he dared not harbor the slightest disdain towards Lin Mo any longer. Me? Merely an inconsequential F-rank ability, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. However, Chu Lianqing could not bring himself to believe even a single punctuation mark of that statement. F-rank abilities? Could they truly be so formidable? This was sheer nonsense. He would rather accept that he was simply inept. Now, do you still intend to obstruct Chu Tianqi from reclaiming his parents' possessions? Lin Mo asked with a chilling smile. Lin Mo, I may not be able to best you, and I concede, but I will certainly file a complaint against you with the Ability Management Bureau. Just wait for the day you lose your job. Chu Lianqing gritted his teeth, his face a mask of indignation. Suit yourself. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at LV Liang. LV Liang, along with Chu Tianqi, immediately made their way into the villa. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two returned, and in Chu Tianqi's hands was a small golden box, roughly the size of a palm. Upon seeing this, Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically. He was seething with rage, his entire body trembling with fury. This item was indeed a relic from Chu Tianqi's parents. However, given that the box was crafted from gold, the contents within were undoubtedly of immense value. Thus, he had endeavored to keep it for himself, intending to study it thoroughly and ascertain its true worth. Yet now, he could only watch helplessly as Chu Tianqi took the item away, an unbearable bitterness welling within him. Is that all? Lin Mo inquired, glancing at Chu Tianqi. That's it. This is the most important. Chu Tianqi shook his head. Very well, let us proceed to the hospital, Lin Mo instructed, allowing LV Liang to assist Chu Tianqi as they made their way out of the community. As he watched the three depart, Chu Lianqing's eyes burned with fury, and he bellowed, I will file a complaint with the Ability Management Bureau. If they do not take action, I shall escalate it to the City Lord's office. I refuse to believe that no one will seek justice for me. After all these years in Jiangzhou, I have some connections. Lin Mo, you a mere intern investigator, dare to assault me and assist that wild child Chu Tianqi in seizing what rightfully belongs to me. Just wait, I will ensure you pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for this. At the Municipal People's Hospital, Lin Mo presented his credentials from the Ability Management Bureau, and the hospital promptly arranged for the finest room available. In the hospital bed, Chu Tianqi clutched the golden box tightly, refusing to relinquish it even as the doctor tended to his injuries. This piqued the curiosity of both Lin Mo and LV Liang. Chu Tianqi, what treasure lies within this golden box that holds such significance for you? LV Liang inquired. Unable to contain his curiosity once the doctor had exited. It is merely a relic of my parents, nothing extraordinary, Chu Tianqi responded, shaking his head while his gaze flickered evasively. Spare us the pretense. That villa is also a relic of your parents, as is everything within it. Why ignore such a grand estate in favor of this? Even if gold is valuable, this box is so small it could hardly fetch a fortune. Moreover, there were countless gold bars and jewels in the safe on the second floor of the villa, yet you didn't even cast a glance at them. Speak the truth. We are not so easily deceived. LV Liang scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Chu Tianqi's words. To him, the contents of the golden box were undoubtedly significant. Chapter 54. Outbreak of the zombie virus. However, faced with LV Liang's pressing inquiries, Chu Tianqi simply closed his eyes and chose silence. Come on, we just saved you. Are you really unwilling to share even this much with us? LV Liang exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. At that moment, Lin Mo raised his hand to interrupt LV Liang, turning to Chu Tianqi and saying, "It seems you still do not trust us. The reason we intervened today was to forge a friendship with you, but it appears our intentions were one-sided. After all, the foundation of friendship is mutual trust. Focus on your recovery. We shan't intrude any further." With that, Lin Mo took LV Liang by the arm and led him out of the hospital room. Once the door was closed, Chu Tianqi slowly opened his eyes, musing thoughtfully, "Friend? It has been so long since I have heard those words." In the corridor outside the hospital room, LV Liang gazed at Lin Mo with dissatisfaction. "Are we really just leaving like this? If we don't leave, what do you propose? Should we tie him up, subject him to intense questioning to uncover what lies within the golden box? Do you think he would then consider joining us?" Lin Mo replied with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" LV Liang asked, furrowing his brow. "Let fate decide." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, preparing to return to the Ability Management Bureau. Buzz. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Team Leader Zhang Wei calling. "Hello, Team Leader, what is it?" Lin Mo answered the call. "Lin Mo, where are you and LV Liang right now?" Zhang Wei's voice came through, laced with urgency. "At the Municipal People's Hospital." Lin Mo replied truthfully. "What? You are at the Municipal People's Hospital? Quickly, evacuate from there." Lin Mo was taken aback, puzzled by the urgency. "What is happening?" "The morgue at the Municipal People's Hospital has experienced an outbreak of the zombie virus. That is the location where the most corpses in Jiangzhou are stored. If the virus spreads completely, it will result in a catastrophic disaster. The director has already led the elite team of the Supernatural Management Bureau on their way here. You two should hasten your departure and flee as far as possible. This is beyond your realm to intervene." Zhang Wei explained urgently. "Understood." Lin Mo nodded. And with Lu Liang, they intended to leave immediately. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from not far ahead. Lin Mo and Lu Liang looked up to see a zombie viciously gnawing on a patient, blood splattering everywhere. Two security guards from the hospital rushed over, ready to intervene. But a large horde of zombies surged out from the nearby stairwell. In an instant, the entire hospital descended into chaos. The air was filled with screams, roars, and cries for help. Observing this scene, Lin Mo halted his steps. "Lin, why aren't you leaving?" Lu Liang asked, puzzled. "We must save them." Lin Mo took a deep breath and charged towards the zombies. "Lin, wait." Lu Liang shook his head in resignation, drawing his C-grade longsword and following suit. The number of zombies was overwhelming. There were at least 30 or 40 on this floor alone, and more continued to pour out from the stairwell. Fortunately, these zombies had only recently been infected, and their strength was relatively weak. Most were merely first-level aberrations, with only a few classified as second-level. "Mommy, I'm scared." A little girl of about 5 huddled in a corner, trembling as 2 zombies approached her. Nearby, her mother, seated in a wheelchair, turned pale at the sight, desperately trying to maneuver towards her daughter. Just then, the left wheel of the wheelchair accidentally rolled over a corpse's arm, causing the mother to jolt, and the wheelchair toppled over. As the 2 zombies drew closer to the little girl, the mother disregarded her own pain, crawling forward while shouting, "Please, take me instead. Do not harm my daughter." Yet, the 2 zombies paid no heed, their bloodied hands poised to descend upon the girl's delicate skin. "No." The mother's eyes widened in horror, despair consuming her. Buzz. In that critical moment, 2 crimson beams of light shot forth, striking the heads of the 2 zombies with pinpoint accuracy. Bang! The zombies' heads exploded, their bodies stiffening for a second before crashing to the ground. "Are you all right?" Lin Mo approached the mother, helping her back into her wheelchair and pushing her towards the little girl. "Thank you so much." The mother expressed her gratitude, her eyes brimming with tears. "No need for thanks." Lin Mo smiled gently before turning to charge at other zombies. Meanwhile, a female nurse found herself pinned beneath an overturned medicine cabinet, unable to move despite her desperate efforts. Coincidentally, a zombie was advancing towards her. She shut her eyes in despair, memories of her ailing brother flooding her mind, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, brother. I can't take care of you anymore." As the zombie lunged at her, whoosh, a black longsword sliced through the air, and in an instant, the zombie's head was cleaved in 2. "Hey there, nurse. Are you all right?" A voice, exuberant and boisterous, broke through her despair. Upon opening her eyes, the nurse was greeted by a cheerful face. "You." The nurse began to speak. "Indeed, I am the hero sent by the heavens to save you. With me around, no one shall harm you today," Lu Liang exclaimed, tossing his hair and striking a pose he deemed heroic. "Uft." The nurse couldn't help but laugh. "This is promising." Lu Liang's eyes lit up, preparing to engage further with the nurse. "Lu Liang, for heaven's sake, is this really the time to flirt? Hurry and help me." Lin Mo's frustrated voice called out from nearby. Lu Liang's expression changed, and he quickly lifted the medicine cabinet off the nurse, awkwardly saying, "Nurse, I must go save the world. We'll chat later." With that, he dashed towards Lin Mo, who was being besieged by zombies. Watching Lu Liang's retreating figure, the nurse felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Chapter 55, Journey to the Morgue. With the combined efforts of Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they finally cleared the zombies from this floor and barricaded the stairway door. Thus, the zombies from below would be unable to ascend to this level for the time being. You two heroes are truly our saviors. The rescued doctors, nurses, and patients were overflowing with gratitude, some even kneeling to express their appreciation. After all, had Lin Mo and Lu Liang not intervened in time, it was likely that none of the individuals on this floor would have survived. There's no need for such formality. Lin Mo waved his hand, looking at the crowd and asking, "Is there someone in charge here?" At that moment, a male doctor in a white coat stepped forward, introducing himself. "Heroes, I am the deputy director of this hospital, Lu Hao." Deputy Director Lu. "Now that this floor is temporarily safe, the other levels are still under siege by zombies. We must descend immediately to deal with the remaining zombies. This floor will be under your management and command. Your immediate task is to isolate those who have been bitten and reinforce the stairway door to prevent any further zombies from coming up. Do you understand?" Lin Mo instructed Lu Hao. "Understood. Rest assured, heroes," Lu Hao assured them, patting his chest. Nodding, Lin Mo then inquired, "By the way, how many corpses does our hospital's morgue currently hold?" As it stands, following the outbreak of aberrations, the other hospitals in Jiangzhou no longer maintain their own morgues for unified management. All corpses are sent to the Municipal People's Hospital for storage and safekeeping. Hence, the morgue at the Municipal People's Hospital has undergone multiple expansions and is quite large, containing over 2,000 corpses, as far as I know. Lu Hao replied. Over 2,000. Lin Mo and Lu Liang were taken aback. Does this mean there are at least 2,000 zombies lurking beneath this hospital? And that doesn't even account for those who have been transformed after biting others. Just the thought is enough to send shivers down one's spine. However, having entered this fray, there was no turning back. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Lu Liang, who immediately activated his abilities, leading Lin Mo into the next floor. Roar. As they descended, a dozen zombies surrounded them. Lin Mo surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but gasp. There were clearly far more zombies on this level than the last, numbering in the hundreds. Split into two teams, prioritize saving lives. Lin Mo instructed Lu Liang. Agreed. Lu Liang nodded. The number of survivors on this level was evidently dwindling. The duo exerted every ounce of their strength, managing to rescue only a little over 20 individuals. After clearing the area of zombies and barricading the stairway entrance, they pressed onward. As Lin Mo had anticipated, the deeper they descended, the closer they approached the morgue's floor, and consequently, the greater the number of zombies encountered. After consecutively clearing 3 floors, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang found their abilities significantly depleted. Despite their efforts to minimize the use of their powers, relying instead on their C-Class swords, the overwhelming number of zombies left them no choice. Lin bro, this cannot continue. If the reinforcements from the Ability Management Bureau haven't arrived yet, we will exhaust ourselves to death. Lu Liang panted, leaning against the wall. We must devise a plan. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, deep in thought. I overheard a doctor mention that there is a thick and sturdy door at the morgue. If we could close that door, preventing the zombies inside from emerging, our task would become significantly easier. However, we have no idea what the situation is like at the morgue. It is likely overrun with zombies. Descending now would be akin to lambs to the slaughter, far too risky. Lu Liang replied. But it seems we have no other option. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, resolutely declaring, let us proceed to the morgue at once. Are we really going? Lin bro, I have no desire to become a zombie. Lu Liang expressed his fear. Do you wish for the newly acquainted nurse to become a zombie instead? If we do not close that door, the zombie horde will only grow, and she will surely meet her demise. Lin Mo smirked slightly, gazing at Lu Liang. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth, stating, damn it. For the sake of my nurse, I will risk it all. Lin bro, you must testify that I would lay down my life for her. This is the power of love. Enough chatter, let us move quickly. If we delay any longer, your nurse will become a crazed fiend. Lin Mo clapped Lu Liang on the shoulder, urging him onward. Taking a deep breath, Lu Liang grasped Lin Mo's wrist, and together they descended. The morgue was located 3 floors underground in the hospital, a place shrouded in perpetual darkness and heavy with an oppressive atmosphere. Upon their arrival, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang involuntarily shivered, feeling the bone-chilling cold. It's so dark. Where's the morgue? Lu Liang scanned the pitch-black surroundings, his brow furrowed. We're quite close to the elevator. The morgue should be nearby. Otherwise, transporting bodies would be inconvenient. Let us search the vicinity. Lin Mo whispered, analyzing their surroundings. The two then cautiously began their exploration. Suddenly, a zombie lunged from the shadows, charging at them. Watch out. Lin Mo pushed Lu Liang aside, raising his sword to strike. The zombie's head flew off like a soccer ball, rolling away. Though they had narrowly escaped danger, the commotion attracted other zombies. In an instant, Howls erupted all around them, and the cacophony of shuffling feet caused their expressions to pale. This is nothing like above. At least there was some light up there. Here, in this pitch-black underground, we can barely see. If we become surrounded by a swarm of zombies, it will be exceedingly perilous. Lu Liang. We need to burrow into the ground. Lin Mo quickly turned to Lu Liang. Understood. Lu Liang nodded, grasping Lin Mo's wrist as they prepared to escape underground. However, just as they had begun to burrow, an unseen force abruptly propelled them back. What just happened? Lin Mo was perplexed. Why is there a barrier underground? Lu Liang was equally bewildered. I understand now. The hospital must have activated a barrier to prevent zombies from escaping and wreaking havoc in Jiangzhou City while awaiting reinforcements from the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo furrowed his brow. What do we do now? We can't get out. Lu Liang's face fell as despair washed over him. Chapter 56. The Rebirth of Mutation, Muscle Zombies. It seems our only option is to carve a bloody path. Lin Mo took a deep breath, focusing his energy. With a hum, a crimson sword rapidly materialized in his right hand. It was the Sword of Annihilation. Back to back, let us not get separated. Lin Mo instructed, turning to Lu Liang. Okay. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. As they positioned themselves back to back, several zombies lunged at them. Lin Mo swung the Sword of Annihilation, releasing a brilliant wave of crimson energy that obliterated the approaching zombies. With the light from the sword, they could finally discern their surroundings, revealing that they were encircled by hundreds of zombies, a seemingly endless sea of undead. Oh my goodness, he truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Lu Liang's face turned pale. I think I spotted the morgue's door. It should be about 100 meters ahead. Lin Mo pointed. At a time like this, you're still thinking about that? Not to mention moving 100 meters. We might not even manage 10. Lu Liang lamented. We've come this far. And if we don't close that door, our burden will only increase. Lin Mo's expression grew grave. Fine, let us do it. You lead, and I'll follow. Lu Liang reluctantly agreed. I'll clear the path, and you guard my back. With that, Lin Mo wasted no time. Wielding his C-Class sword in one hand, and the Sword of Annihilation in the other as he charged forward, Lu Liang followed closely behind, ready to support Lin Mo. It must be said, the Sword of Annihilation was indeed formidable. With a single swing, several zombies were reduced to nothingness. However, the rate at which his energy was depleting was staggering. But at this point, Lin Mo had no choice but to wield it fiercely, desperately cutting through the horde. Together, they finally forged a bloody path to the morgue's door. Before them stood a door over a meter thick, forged entirely from solid steel. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could close this door, the horde inside the morgue would be contained for the time being, significantly alleviating their pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo approached the heavy door and began to push it closed. Meanwhile, zombies continued to surge from within the morgue. Lin Mo could only use one hand to push the door while wielding the Sword of Annihilation with the other, fending off the encroaching zombies. This inevitably slowed the door-closing process. Though Lu Liang was anxiously watching from behind, he had no choice but to guard the rear for Lin Mo, rendering him incapable of rushing forward to assist. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, Lin Mo managed to withstand the pressure, and the great door was on the verge of closing. Bang! At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly slammed against the door, causing it to burst open once more. Lin Mo, who was pushing against the door, was violently thrust backwards, flying through the air for more than 10 meters before crashing into a concrete pillar and finally collapsing onto the ground. A horde of zombies surged towards Lin Mo, quickly engulfing his figure. Lin Bro. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression changed dramatically, his heart filled with dread. Just then, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the mortuary. Gulp. Lu Liang instinctively swallowed hard and turned to glance into the doorway. There, a monstrous zombie over 3 meters tall, its body a mass of explosive muscles, was staring at him intently. Its eyes, resembling copper bells, emitted an eerie green glow, brimming with a desire for slaughter. Clearly, it was this creature that had forcefully burst through the door moments ago. Lu Liang could no longer remain composed. Setting aside its sheer size, the strength of this zombie was at least on par with a 6th-level aberration. What manner of terrifying zombie lurked within this mortuary? Had the zombie virus undergone a mutation? Roar. At that moment, the muscular zombie threw back its head and let out a deafening roar. The surrounding zombies immediately parted to make way for it. It advanced with heavy steps, like a roaring truck, charging directly towards Lu Liang. Oh my god! Lu Liang's face paled in terror as he turned to flee. Yet, zombies surrounded him on all sides, leaving him no room to escape. The muscular zombie quickly closed the distance, swiping a massive hand at him. Lu Liang hastily raised his C-grade longsword in defense, bracing for the blow, but was instantly sent flying, soaring dozens of meters before crashing to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turned ashen as he lay injured. The nearby zombies, catching the scent of blood, became increasingly frenzied, swarming towards him like a pack of ravenous wolves. Realizing his dire predicament, Lu Liang's face transformed in fear as he attempted to negotiate. Could you just bite my pinky finger? I really don't want to feel pain. However, the zombies paid no heed to his pleas. their eyes reflecting only an insatiable hunger for flesh. Despair enveloped Lu Liang. It's over. I'm done for. What a pity for the nurse I just met. If I could survive, perhaps we could have had a romantic story together, but now it seems I must resign myself to regret. Oh heavens. Why can't you let me die after I've had my fill of life? I'm still a virgin. As he watched the zombies draw closer, some even reaching for his thigh, a sudden crimson sword energy sliced through the air. The dozen or so zombies surrounding Lu Liang instantly erupted into nothingness. Huh. With his eyes shut, resigned to death, Lu Liang opened them in disbelief. What is happening? Is divine intervention at play? All right, little virgin, get up quickly, for it is I who has come to your aid. A voice laced with jest echoed. Lu Liang scrambled to his feet and saw a figure rushing towards him. It was none other than Lin Mo, who had just been thrown aside. Wow, Lin bro, you're still alive? Lu Liang's face lit up with joy, for he had thought Lin Mo was doomed. You must survive. I still have my own matters to attend to. Lin Mo chuckled playfully. Brother, just keep what I said to yourself, please. Lu Liang clasped his fists in earnest. Lin Mo smiled broadly, about to speak, when suddenly a deafening roar interrupted them. Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang turned to see the muscular zombie charging towards them with a menacing presence. Their expressions changed instantly. Chapter 57, The Mysterious White Pearl. A sixth-level aberration. A grave look crossed Lin Mo's face. To be frank, this was his first encounter with such a formidable aberration. To say he felt no pressure would be a lie, for in a confrontation of equal levels, aberrations were far more daunting than humans. Lin bro, can you handle this? Lu Liang asked, concern etched on his face. You guard the rear. I shall confront it. Lin Mo tossed his C-grade longsword to Lu Liang. Rest assured, brother. As long as I draw breath, no zombie shall sneak up on you. Lu Liang pounded his chest in assurance before brandishing two C-grade swords. Ready to face the oncoming horde. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gripping the sword of annihilation, preparing to engage. Roar. Perhaps infuriated by the audacity of such a diminutive human daring to approach, the muscular zombie let out a furious roar and swung its massive hand. Unleashing a terrifying force towards Lin Mo met the attack with his sword. Clang. The collision produced a metallic sound. The once unstoppable sword of annihilation merely left a white mark on the zombie's palm. Such an abominable defense. Lin Mo frowned, quickly gathering his focus. Buzz. Two beams of annihilation light erupted from his eyes, striking the muscular zombie. However, it only staggered back a few steps, suffering no significant damage. This left Lin Mo somewhat unsettled. After all, these two abilities had previously allowed him to easily dispatch opponents. Is this the might of a sixth-level aberration? Truly formidable. Roar. The muscular zombie thumped its chest, seemingly mocking Lin Mo, before charging at him once more. Lin Mo could only unleash annihilation beams to repel the muscular zombie. Yet, this approach was not sustainable. His energy would eventually deplete. He needed to devise a strategy to breach its defenses swiftly. Observing the muscular zombie closely, Lin Mo's gaze soon fixated on its enormous mouth. Even the most impregnable fortress must have its vulnerabilities. An idea sparked in Lin Mo's mind. Roar. The muscular zombie lunged at Lin Mo once again. This time, Lin Mo did not release the annihilation beam to fend it off. In an instant, the muscular zombie was upon him, its gigantic palm reaching out to grasp him. Lin Mo took a deep breath, choosing to remain motionless as that colossal hand gripped his throat. In an instant, he was hoisted up by the muscle-bound zombie. From behind, Lu Liang, who was desperately fending off the horde of zombies, turned pale upon witnessing the scene. Lin, brother, he exclaimed, immediately intending to turn back and rescue Lin Mo. Don't come over. Lin Mo interjected just in time. Startled, Lu Liang halted in his tracks. The muscle zombie, clutching Lin Mo, raised him to its face and opened its gaping maw, preparing to bite down on Lin Mo's head. At this sight, Lu Liang's heart raced. In that critical moment, Lin Mo suddenly raised his right hand, revealing a sphere of annihilating light the size of a soccer ball. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the sphere into the mouth of the muscle zombie. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Lin Mo was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he climbed back to his feet and looked up. The muscle zombie's jaw had been obliterated, and its massive form trembled before crashing to the floor. However, it was not yet dead. After lying still for about 2 seconds, it began to struggle to rise again. Now's the time. Lin Mo dashed to the side of the muscle zombie, and with a swift motion of his right hand, the sword of annihilation materialized. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he plunged the sword deep into the zombie's mouth, devoid of its jaw's protection. The blade instantly pierced through the entirety of the muscle zombie's oral cavity. With a surge of focus, the sword of annihilation unleashed a terrifying wave of sword energy. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the zombie's head exploded. At last, it drew its last breath. Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 6 mutated beast, the Iron Zombie, and earning 6,000 ability points. In the wake of the muscle zombie's demise, its once impenetrable body began to decay at a visible pace, swiftly transforming into a pool of blood. Amidst that sanguine pool, Lin Mo's gaze was caught by a white orb the size of a ping-pong ball. What is this? He wondered, hastily bending down to retrieve it. The orb felt warm to the touch, emanating a faint glow, hinting it was no ordinary object. It must have been left behind by the iron zombie, but Lin Mo had no time to investigate further. Given the throngs of zombies still surrounding them, and the fact that the morgue's door had yet to close, he swiftly pocketed the white orb and turned to Lu Liang. Cover me. We must secure the door. With that, he sprinted toward the morgue's entrance. This time, there were no unforeseen events. With every ounce of strength, Lin Mo managed to slam the morgue's door shut and lock it. Listening to the relentless thuds of zombies battering against the door, Lin Mo exhaled a slight sigh of relief. With the continuous flow of zombies cut off, the pressure would be significantly alleviated. What do we do now, Lin brother? Lu Liang asked, leaning against the door while fending off the encroaching zombies. Lin Mo lifted his gaze and quickly spotted the illuminated elevator button not far ahead. This indicated that the elevator still had power, making it a viable escape route. To the elevator. We'll take it up, Lin Mo commanded, brandishing the sword of annihilation to clear a path. Lu Liang followed closely behind. However, what seemed like a mere 100 meters felt like the most daunting distance in the world to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. After the previous battle, both were nearly depleted of stamina and ability points. They were truly at their limits. Furthermore, the commotion from the fight had attracted a multitude of zombies from the entire underground level 3. Now, the number of zombies encircling Lin Mo and Lu Liang had swelled to hundreds, and they continued to multiply, rendering any progress nearly impossible. Lin brother, I fear I cannot go on much longer. Perhaps you should go on without me. Lu Liang finally reached his breaking point, collapsing to one knee, his complexion pale. What nonsense. We came together, so we must return together, Lin Mo insisted, helping Lu Liang to his feet while simultaneously wielding his sword to fend off the zombies. However, this slowed their progress even further, and they hardly moved an inch. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Gradually, Lin Mo's breath grew heavier, sweat beading on his forehead. He could sense that his ability points were nearly depleted, and even the sword of annihilation in his grasp appeared dim and ethereal. Yet, the onslaught of zombies showed no signs of abating, relentlessly charging at them. With gritted teeth, Lin Mo fought to keep himself upright, knowing that if he fell now, there would be no chance for survival. Lin brother, leave me behind. You might still escape alone, but with me as a burden, neither of us will make it, Lu Liang said weakly. Honestly, this time spent as your teammate has been the happiest of my life. Thank you for not despising me as a burden and for always standing by my side. If there is a next life, I would still choose to be your teammate. Enough with the nonsense. Conserve your strength, Lin Mo urged, refusing to abandon Lu Liang. But just then, his ability points were entirely spent, and the sword of annihilation dissipated in an instant. With determination, he seized the C-grade longsword from Lu Liang's hands and continued to slash at the approaching zombies. Yet, the power of the C-grade longsword was evidently inferior to that of the sword of annihilation. The number of zombies continued to surge, and on several occasions, they nearly overwhelmed Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Panting heavily, Lin Mo's heart raced, and his right hand trembled uncontrollably around the sword's hilt. Clearly, his stamina was on the brink of collapse. A flicker of despair passed through Lin Mo's eyes. Was this truly how his story would end? As a horde of zombies surged toward them once more, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Suddenly, with a chime, the elevator doors swung open, casting a warm light into the darkness. One by one, giant ants, cockroaches, and flies poured out of the elevator, charging toward the zombies and engaging them in fierce combat. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged astonished glances. What is going on? At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the elevator. When Lin Mo and Lu Liang recognized the face, their shock was palpable, for it was none other than Chu Tianqi. What are you waiting for? Quickly, get on the elevator. Kudianki waved at the two. Without uttering a word, Lin Mo summoned the last vestiges of his strength to assist LV Liang, propelling them towards the elevator. The distraction provided by the colossal ants and gigantic cockroaches inadvertently carved a path to safety for Lin Mo and LV Liang, momentarily sparing them from the encroachment of zombies. Ultimately, just as Lin Mo was on the brink of exhaustion, the pair collapsed onto the elevator floor. Ding! As the elevator doors slid shut once more, Lin Mo and LV Liang finally exhaled in relief. They had been saved. You weren't bitten, were you? Kudianki inquired, his brow furrowing as he surveyed the blood-soaked figures before him. Rest assured, this is merely zombie blood. We are unharmed. Lin Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head. By the way, my friend, weren't you recuperating in the ward? What brings you underground? LV Liang questioned, glancing at Kudianki with a look of confusion. Shortly after you two descended, I learned from Vice Director Liu that you intended to clear the zombies below, so I followed suit. However, time was of the essence, and I could not gather enough insects to create a multitude of aberrant beasts. Those I deployed were all I could muster. Otherwise, a mere horde of zombies would pose no threat. Kudianki stated nonchalantly. Why assist us? Lin Mo suddenly probed. Kudianki hesitated, shaking his head. You two saved me, so naturally, I must return the favor. I despise being indebted to others. Is it truly as simple as that? Lin Mo chuckled. What else could it be? Surely you don't think I consider you friends? Don't flatter yourselves. I have no friends. Yankee retorted coldly, feigning indifference. Oh, you. LV Liang found himself at a loss for words, about to speak when Lin Mo interrupted with a wave of his hand. Lin Mo extended his right hand toward Yankee, smiling as he said, regardless of your thoughts or perceptions of us, to us, you will always be our friend. Upon hearing this, Yankee's body visibly trembled. He quickly turned away, for his eyes had grown red, and tears threatened to spill uncontrollably. Yankee fought to suppress the upward curve of his lips, still stubbornly asserting, "Suit yourselves." Ding. At that moment, the elevator reached the first floor. The doors opened slowly to reveal a throng of figures outside. These figures, of course, were not zombies, but reinforcements from the Ability Management Bureau. Lin Mo, LV Liang, Zhao Tianlin, Zhang Wei, and the others stood aghast at the sight of the bloody duo in the elevator. No way am I dreaming? Director, team leader. I never expected to see you alive in my lifetime. I'm absolutely overjoyed. LV Liang exclaimed, nearly in tears from excitement. Are you all right? Lin Mo, how are you? You weren't bitten, were you? Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei hurriedly approached, concern etched on their faces, especially after ensuring Lin Mo was mostly unharmed. Both men breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Lin Mo was a prized asset of the Ability Management Bureau. Should he fall here, they would be consumed by guilt for eternity. I'm fine. Thanks to Yankee's timely intervention, Lin Mo replied, smiling as he recounted the events to the two. Yankee? Zhang Wei glanced at Yankee, nodding thoughtfully before turning his attention back to Lin Mo. You truly scared me. I told you over the phone to evacuate with LV Liang. Why didn't you heed my warning? As an investigator for the Ability Management Bureau, capturing aberrant beasts and safeguarding civilians was his duty. Witnessing civilians perish at the hands of zombies firsthand, if he could turn a blind eye and heartlessly flee, it would be a betrayal of his identity and conscience. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, speaking earnestly. It is precisely because of such circumstances that I cannot abandon the civilians. Excellent. Truly excellent. Zhao Tianlin patted Lin Mo on the shoulder, expressing his admiration. I am heartened to know you possess such convictions. An investigator who flees in the face of danger, forsaking civilians, is unworthy of the title. Our roles and statuses are bestowed upon us by the civilians. When calamity strikes, we must stand as their shield. Even in the face of countless adversities, we shall not falter. I am far from deserving of the title hero. Lin Mo humbly waved his hand. Nonsense. Your actions today, you and LV Liang, can be deemed heroic. Once this matter concludes, I shall ensure you receive proper commendation. Zhao Tianlin replied with a smile. With the intervention of the Ability Management Bureau, the catastrophic outbreak instigated by the zombie virus was swiftly brought under control. In a ward on the third floor, which temporarily served as a resting area for Lin Mo, LV Liang, and Yankee, Lin Mo reclined on the hospital bed, his eyes closed as he summoned his information panel in his mind. Host, Lin Mo awakened. Ability, S-Class Annihilation. Level 6 Ability User, 373-285-500000. Observing this, a smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. Though the ordeal had been perilous, the rewards were substantial. His ability points had surged by nearly 50,000, bringing him ever closer to the threshold of becoming a level 7 ability user. Ding. The system detected that the host had acquired a level 6 beast essence. Would you like to absorb it immediately? Level 6 beast essence. Could it be that white orb? Without hesitation, Lin Mo chose to absorb it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to a level 7 ability user and have been granted an opportunity to evolve your ability. Lin Mo was taken aback. Did I just break through? After all, I was still many ability points away from level 7 not too long ago. A single level 6 beast essence could yield such a remarkable increase. Lin Mo quickly reached into his pocket to retrieve the white orb, only to find it had vanished. What a remarkable treasure. This is far superior to the exhausting effort of slaying aberrant beasts. But what exactly is this beast essence? And why did the aberrant beasts I previously defeated not possess it? Pondering this, Lin Mo opened his eyes and turned to LV Liang, asking, Do you know what beast essence is? Beast essence. LV Liang appeared momentarily startled, shaking his head. I have no idea. All right then. Lin Mo chuckled, preparing to pull out his phone from the Ability Management Bureau to look it up. Just then, Yankee interjected. Typically, a level 5 or higher aberrant beast will produce a core within its body, which we humans refer to as beast essence. This is a precious resource for cultivation, containing vast amounts of pure energy. The higher the level of the ability user, the more they require beast essence to enhance their strength. I see. Lin Mo, deep in thought, nodded slightly before turning to Chu Tianqi and inquired, Is it true that any beast of level 5 or above possesses beast essence? Not necessarily. Chu Tianqi replied, shaking his head. The probability of beast essence appearing is exceedingly low. It's merely the case that beasts of level 5 or higher might contain it. But the odds are akin to winning the lottery. This is precisely why beast essence is so rare and precious. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that fortune was on his side, encountering a level 6 beast for the first time, and it possessed beast essence. This was indeed a significant boon. Otherwise, it would have taken quite a while to break through to become a level 7 ability user. System. Initiate the evolution of my abilities. Lin Mo commanded inwardly. Congratulations, host. Your abilities have evolved to SS level Annihilation, can evolve to SSS level Apocalypse, current evolution progress at 90. Congratulations. Host. You have unlocked a new skill, Annihilation Domain. Skill description. When activated, a domain will expand around the host, extending 20 meters in radius, unleashing boundless destruction. Any creature below the host's realm will perish instantaneously, while those of the same or higher realm will suffer damage and suppression effects from the domain. Please note, Annihilation Domain consumes a considerable amount of ability value. The system advises the host to use it only when at level 9 or above. After reading the system's description, Lin Mo's excitement surged anew. He had unlocked yet another skill, and this one seemed far more formidable than the previous 3. A 20-meter radius was no trivial matter. He anticipated that when his ability evolved to SSS level, it would increase further. Moreover, judging by the skill description, this was a move of catastrophic proportions. While not needed in everyday scenarios, it would undoubtedly yield incredible results in critical moments. For instance, had he possessed this skill earlier in the morgue, he might not have had to be so passive. Of course, he had to heed the system's advice. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be prudent to refrain from using it. Lin, what are you grinning about? Lu Liang asked, noticing Lin Mo lying on the bed with a foolish smile. His concern evident. Did you hurt your head while battling that muscular zombie underground? Cough, cough. It's nothing. Lin Mo quickly concealed his smile, nearly forgetting that Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were present. He needed to temper his exuberance. He could indulge in his joy later, alone in his bed at night. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. At that moment, Chu Tianqi stood up. Seeing this, Lin Mo promptly rose and approached him, asking, I haven't had the chance to ask you. Would you be willing to join us? Join you? Chu Tianqi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, join our Ability Management Bureau. Like Lin and I, you could punish evil and promote good, safeguarding Jiangao. Is that not preferable to wandering aimlessly and being homeless? Lu Liang chimed in with a grin. Chu Tianqi's brows furrowed tightly. Lu Liang. Lin Mo shot Lu Liang a disapproving glance. While it was true, such comments shouldn't be made in front of him. It was quite demeaning. I apologize, I misspoke. Lu Liang quickly covered his mouth. Chu Tianqi, please don't take it to heart. Lu Liang didn't mean it that way. We sincerely wish to invite you to join us because I believe your life should not be this way. Lin Mo explained, looking earnestly at Chu Tianqi. I understand. Chu Tianqi nodded, contemplating for a moment before replying. However, I have no interest in joining you. With that, he turned and walked towards the door, leaving Lin Mo and Lu Liang feeling somewhat disappointed. Yet, just as Chu Tianqi was about to exit the room, he suddenly halted, turning back to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, and said, Haven't you always wanted to know what was inside my golden box? I can tell you now. Chapter 60, Meteorite Fragment. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang instantly perked up. In truth, this item held little value for outsiders, but for me, it is of utmost importance. Chu Tianqi retrieved the golden box, bit his thumb to draw blood, and dripped it onto the box. Buzz. The surface of the golden box shimmered with golden light. Suddenly, with a crack, the golden box opened on its own. Lin Mo and Lu Liang leaned in to see that it contained a purple crystal roughly the size of a bottle cap. What is this? Lin Mo frowned. A century ago, a meteorite known as the Tao of Heaven fell to Blue Star, altering its magnetic field and awakening myriad races. This fragment here is a piece of that meteorite. My father went to great lengths to obtain it, ultimately paying with his life. He firmly believed that with this meteorite fragment, he could create a purification potion to revert beasts back to normal creatures. But alas, he failed. Chu Tianqi explained. Now I see. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully and asked, but why are you so eager to obtain this meteorite fragment? My formula number 1, although successfully developed, can only turn lowly creatures like cockroaches and ants into beasts. It falls short of my ultimate goal. Therefore, I intend to begin developing formula number 2, aiming to create more powerful beasts. Only in this way can I establish a foothold in this world, and this meteorite fragment is vital for crafting formula number 2. Chu Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. No wonder you were so tight-lipped before. It's such a closely guarded secret. What made you change your mind now? Lu Liang inquired, regarding Chu Tianqi. Because I believe you two are trustworthy. Chu Tianqi replied. Well, I've said all I needed to say. Farewell. With that, he closed the golden box and left the hospital room. Lin, should we report this to the higher-ups? If he truly develops Formula No. 2 and starts creating powerful beasts to wreak havoc in Jiangzhou, that would be disastrous. Lu Liang said, his concern evident. No need. I trust he won't do that. Lin Mo shook his head, narrowing his eyes. Even though he declined to join us, I believe he still possesses some sense of morality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have intervened to save us today. Since he chose to trust us, we must trust him in return. Let us hope that is the case. Lu Liang sighed, shaking his head. After the wolf-level disaster was thoroughly quelled, the Ability Management Bureau promptly convened a commendation ceremony. The high-ranking officials of the Bureau, along with numerous investigators, were all in attendance. Even several reporters arrived to broadcast the event live. Now, we invite the two heroes of this disaster. Intern Investigator Lin Mo. Intern Investigator Lu Liang. Amidst the crowd's attention, Lin Mo and Lu Liang stepped forward. The reporters immediately trained their cameras and flashbulbs on the duo. In an instant, the flashbulbs flickered incessantly. The two intern investigators unexpectedly emerged as the greatest contributors to the suppression of the wolf-level catastrophe, marking a first since the establishment of our Ability Management Bureau. It is undeniable. I have heard that they braved the peril of life itself to venture into the morgue, closing the door behind them and thereby trapping over half of the zombies, significantly mitigating the threat posed by this disaster. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been sacrificed? Indeed, such courage is commendable. It is not often that even seasoned investigators would dare to act thus, let alone interns. Hence, I have no objections to declaring their actions as exemplary. The crowd below buzzed with admiration, clearly expressing their genuine respect for Lin Mo and Lu Liang in this moment. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, as intern investigators confronted with a wolf-level disaster. You did not flinch, but instead charged forward, achieving such a monumental feat. On behalf of the Ability Management Bureau, I hereby award you both with the Heroic Medal. Zhao Tianlin proclaimed, producing 2 golden 5-pointed star medals and presenting them to Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Instantly, envious glances were cast from the crowd below. The Heroic Medal is typically reserved for seasoned investigators who have completed 100 missions. It is astonishing that Lin Mo and Lu Liang, as mere interns, have already received such an honor. Indeed, from this day forth, their futures appear boundless. Thank you, Director. Lin Mo and Lu Liang accepted the medals, bowing deeply to Zhao Tianlin. Do not rush to thank me. I have prepared a grand surprise for you today. Zhao Tianlin replied with a grin. He then produced 2 small boxes from his pocket and handed them to the two. What is this? Lin Mo and Lu Liang opened the boxes to find black rings nestled within. Initially taken aback, their faces soon lit up with joy. Spatial rings. After you mentioned them last time, I requested them from headquarters. Coupled with your recent accomplishments, you are both fully qualified to don spatial rings. Furthermore, I shall also award each of you an additional 1,000 merit points. I hope you will continue to strive and not disappoint my high expectations. Zhao Tianlin said with a smile. At this proclamation, the audience gasped in astonishment, each person consumed by envy. Spatial rings are exceedingly rare, with only a handful existing in the entire Jiangzhou branch. Adding 1,000 merit points to that, such rewards are indeed substantial. In that moment, not a single person below did not wish to take Lin Mo and Lu Liang's place to receive these accolades, for such treasures could equate to years of their own hard work. In the chairman's office of the Wang Group, Wang Dalong, seething with rage, hurled the remote control at the television displaying Lin Mo receiving his honors. Boss, why are you so furious? The secretary in black silk quickly retrieved the remote, concerned. It's that Lin Mo again, who should have been crushed beneath my heel. Yet he flourishes, now hailed as a so-called hero. In Jiangzhou, only I, Wang Dalong, deserve the title of hero. Lin Mo? How dare he even dream of it? Bah! Wang Dalong gritted his teeth, his countenance darkening. Calm down, boss. Please. Do not let your temper flare. When it comes to heroes, who could possibly compare to you? You are the true savior of Jiangzhou, and Lin Mo is but a nameless youth. You are far too noble to waste your energy on such insignificant figures that would only diminish your stature, the secretary soothed. Upon hearing this, Wang Dalong's expression softened somewhat. He gazed at the alluring secretary, his eyes igniting with desire. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, roughly caressing her silky legs and smirking. Your tongue is becoming quite adept. I wonder if your skills in the bedroom have improved as well. Boss, how naughty. The secretary blushed, shyly burying her face in his chest. Ha! Wang Dalong lifted the secretary in his arms, making his way toward the bedroom in the office. Passing by the television, he caught a glimpse of Lin Mo, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Lin Mo, enjoy your moment of glory while you can. When the demon-level beast tide arrives, that will be your end. Chapter 61, Black Rhino Armor. In the hospital, beside a bedside, Chu Yuchi watched the award ceremony via a live stream on her phone, her emotions swirling in complexity. She glanced at Wang Ba, who lay on the bed, his limbs rendered useless, and then at the spirited Lin Mo on her screen. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a wave of regret flooded her heart. The Lin Mo she once thought would be a lifetime of mediocrity had transformed into a hero, the center of public attention. Yet, looking back at Wang Ba, despite the renowned doctors from the city lord's mansion tending to him, his severe injuries would likely leave him with permanent disabilities even after recovery. Had she truly made the wrong choice? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Chu Yuchi felt as if a tumultuous blend of emotions had overtaken her. In Jiangzhou's impoverished district, beneath a bridge, the Lin family huddled together, their bodies bruised and battered. Unable to repay the loan sharks, they had suffered broken legs, lost their home, and were left to beg for survival in the shadows. The television in the convenience store across the street was broadcasting the Ability Management Bureau's award ceremony. Witnessing this spectacle, their expressions soured to the utmost degree. This is absurd. Lin Mo, a waste of space. How has he thrived and become a hero? Had I known, I would have never cast him out. We could have been a family of heroes, enjoying untold wealth and glory. Truly, one misstep leads to another. At that moment, the Lin family regretted their choices profoundly. Yet alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. As the Ability Management Bureau's award ceremony aired citywide, Lin Mo and Lu Liang swiftly became the talk of Jiangzhou. Many sought their company, including numerous patients and medical staff from the hospitals they had rescued, all bearing gifts of gratitude. Despite Lin Mo and Lu Liang's attempts to evade the attention, they were inundated until the early hours of dawn. Returning home, the two collapsed onto their beds, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, a knock echoed at Lin Mo's door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by team leader Zhang Wei. "Leader, is there something you need?" Lin Mo inquired with a smile. "The location for the formal examination has been set. It will take place in the neighboring Kangqing, starting at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. You and Lu Liang should prepare yourselves." Zhang Wei informed Lin Mo understood. "Thank you, leader." Lin Mo replied, clasping his hands in gratitude. Just then, Lu Liang emerged from the elevator, arms laden with various items. "Leader, good morning." He greeted cheerfully. "What have you been shopping for so early in the day?" Lin Mo asked, eyeing the array of bottles and jars Lu Liang carried with curiosity. All the cultivation resources I purchased were from the Merit Mall. With the upcoming formal assessment, I plan to exert myself and strive to attain the rank of level 4 ability user, ensuring I do not hinder you, Brother Lin," explained Lu Liang with a smile. "I see." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "Lin Mo, won't you buy some as well?" Zhang Wei inquired, casting a glance at Lin Mo. "Buy what?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Cultivation resources, of course. There's still a day left, and if I recall correctly, you are on the verge of breaking through to level 7, right? Are you not planning to make one last push?" Zhang Wei pressed on. About that, of course. I must make an effort." Lin Mo quickly nodded in agreement. "All right then, prepare well. I shan't disturb you any longer." Zhang Wei turned to leave. "By the way, Lu Liang, what exactly are the cultivation resources you have purchased, and what are their specific functions?" Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and asked. "Naturally, they are ability potions, ability herbs, and ability pills, items essential for enhancing ability points. Have you not used any before, Brother Lin?" Lu Liang questioned, puzzled. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head. "With the system as my auxiliary, I hardly require such items. As long as I slay the beasts, my ability points will soar without the need for external assistance." However, to avoid raising suspicion, Lin Mo still nodded and said, "Of course, I've used them before. I just don't know which ones are particularly effective. Please recommend some to me later." "No problem." Lu Liang grinned widely. Returning to his room, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, then took out his phone and opened the Merit Mall. Lu Liang had indeed reminded him. Since joining the Ability Management Bureau, his strength had surged remarkably. Yet, he had never purchased any cultivation resources. In the short term, no one had noticed, but over time, it would undoubtedly raise suspicion. Thus, Lin Mo symbolically bought some cultivation resources from the Merit Mall to obscure his true capabilities. He leisurely browsed the mall once more. After the recent wolf-level disaster, Lin Mo had also recognized his weaknesses, namely, the lack of defensive measures. If, like yesterday in the mortuary, his ability points were depleted with no reinforcements, he would be left waiting for death. Therefore, Lin Mo sought out the S-Class armor he had previously considered. Item: Black Rhino Armor. Grade: S-Class. Price: 999 merit points. Description: This armor can withstand a full force strike from a level 8 beast and can mitigate over 80% of attacks from level 9 beasts. Special function: Under Moonlight. It aids the wearer in gradually recovering ability points. Lin Mo was already aware of the defensive capabilities of the Black Rhino armor. Once donned, it would be nearly impossible for any beast below level 10 to eliminate him with a single blow. However, it was the special function that caught Lin Mo's attention today. This revelation lit up his mind. His Oblivion domain consumed ability points too rapidly to be used lightly. But this Black Rhino armor could assist in recovering ability points under Moonlight. Combined, wouldn't he be invincible at night? I must acquire it. It is imperative. Yet, Lin Mo currently possessed only around 1,000 ability points. The gap to 99,999 was indeed quite substantial. There was no choice but to add it to his shopping cart. It seemed he would need to take on more tasks in the coming days. Chapter 62, The Formal Assessment. Before long, the next day arrived, the day of the formal assessment. Since Kangqing was merely a few dozen kilometers away from Jiangzhou City, under the guidance of their leader Zhang Wei, Lin Mo and Lu Liang arrived punctually at the assessment venue. This assessment was conducted uniformly across the nation. Besides Lin Mo and Lu Liang from Jiangzhou City, interns from other cities' ability management bureaus were also present. The auditorium was already filled with spectators. A diverse crowd of all ages and genders. Some were local officials from Kangcheng, while others had come from various cities to witness the event. After all, the formal assessments of the Ability Management Bureau were held only once a year, making it an occasion not to be missed. Is there any particularly outstanding intern this year? I heard there's an intern from Nanzhou City named Lan Yi, quite impressive, having reached level 6 at such a young age. And his ability is genuinely classified as A-class. Such remarkable talent. It appears that first place will undoubtedly belong to him. As the audience buzzed with conversation, the interns from various branches gathered within the venue. Among them, a young man in a blue robe with striking blue hair stood out remarkably. He was Lan Yi, the intern from the Nanzhou City Ability Management Bureau. Brother Lan Yi, it seems there are no formidable opponents in this year's formal assessment. First place is surely yours. A girl beside Lan Yi, sporting pink hair and dressed in a white shirt and black pleated skirt, smiled mischievously. Indeed, Brother Lan Yi, our Nanzhou branch shall gain nationwide renown this time, especially since it has been quite some time since a talent as exceptional as you has emerged. I also heard that the reward for first place in this assessment is incredibly enticing. 5,000 merit points along with a mysterious prize. Putting aside everything else, how many tasks must we undertake to accumulate such 5,000 merit points? This time, it's undoubtedly yours. A robust man nearby expressed with confidence. Let us not celebrate too soon. Among the interns, there are surely hidden talents, so we must remain vigilant. Lan Yi replied, casually placing one hand behind his back, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. As he scanned the crowd upon entering, he noticed that most of the interns participating in the formal assessment were at the level 4 ability user level, with only a few at level 5. He was the sole level 6 among them. It was evident that first place was entirely his. At that moment, two figures entered the venue, Lu Liang and Lin Mo. Wow. Brother Lin, I didn't expect there to be so many interns participating in the formal assessment. There must be over 100 of them. Lu Liang marveled at the scene before him. Naturally, this is a national assessment. The turnout is expected to be high. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Heaven help me. I do not seek any ranking. I only wish to pass and smoothly transition into a formal position. Then I can return home with my head held high and see which relative dares to look down on me. Lu Liang exclaimed, clasping his hands together and beginning to pray fervently. Seeing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle, then turned to scan the crowd. Just then, he locked eyes with Lan Yi. From whence does this person hail? Lan Yi raised an eyebrow and turned to the burly man beside him to inquire. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a subtle sense of pressure emanating from Lin Mo's gaze, which left him quite uncomfortable. The muscular man cast a glance at Lin Mo, and a contemptuous smile immediately appeared on his face. He, it seems, hails from Jiangzhou City, merely a small town. I dare say their intern investigators cannot be of a high caliber. To reach even level 3 or 4 would be quite an achievement, hardly a threat. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi let out a slight sigh of relief, and when he turned his gaze back to Lin Mo, that sense of pressure had vanished. It must have been a figment of his imagination. Thus, he averted his eyes, for after all, he was merely a minor character, not worthy of his special attention. In response, Lin Mo could only shake his head and smile. Ha, I have broken through. I have ascended to the ranks of a level 6 ability user. Just then, a voice filled with pride erupted across the venue, drawing the attention of all present, who turned to look. A young man clad in a black tracksuit was bouncing with excitement, radiating a powerful wave of ability that confirmed his status as a level 6 ability user. It appeared to be Wang Yuan, an intern investigator from Luo City, whose talent was commendable. At merely 24 years of age, he had already reached level 5, having awakened an A-level ability. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, he had achieved another breakthrough, enabling him to contend with Lan Yi for the top position. What a fortunate fellow. Breaking through just before the assessment began. It seems the race for first place is now fraught with suspense, a thrilling showdown between Wang Yuan and Lan Yi. Who would have thought that Luo City would produce a genius of this caliber? How enviable. Within the venue, Wang Yuan reigned in his aura, and the two other intern investigators from Luo City were overjoyed, eagerly pulling out their cigarettes to light one for him. Brother Yuan, once the assessment begins, we'll be relying on you to watch over us, they said, their faces brimming with flattery. Fear not, fear not. We all hail from Luo City, and naturally, we must look out for one another. Now that I have broken through to a level 6 ability user, guiding you through the assessment will be a mere formality. At this juncture, Wang Yuan glanced toward Lan Yi, confidently placing one hand behind his back. I, too, shall contend for the top position. Just then, Lan Yi cast a glance at Wang Yuan, his expression instantly darkening. In response, Wang Yuan arrogantly gestured a throat-cutting sign, tauntingly provoking, Lan Yi, today, first place is mine without a doubt. No one shall dare to vie with me, including you. I will undoubtedly prove to the nation that I am the strongest. Dream on. Lan Yi scoffed, turning away. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a somewhat corpulent figure entered the venue. He surveyed the crowd and spoke. Welcome. Esteemed intern investigators from various cities. I am Zheng Tong, the chief examiner for this assessment. I hereby announce that the formal assessment is about to commence. Chapter 63. New rules. Upon this declaration, the entire venue fell into a hushed silence. Both the intern investigators present and the audience turned their gaze toward Chief Examiner Zheng Tong. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the assessment, there is a matter I must bring to your attention. Compared to previous years, we shall be implementing a brand new assessment rule this year. In past assessments, we utilized artificial monsters, and defeating 15 was deemed a pass. However, according to statistics from headquarters, the casualty rate among formal investigators from various cities has risen alarmingly. To prevent this figure from escalating further, headquarters has specifically devised new assessment regulations, raising the bar for qualification. Therefore, this year, we will eliminate artificial monsters and replace them with real exotic beasts for your trial. As Zheng Tong's words echoed through the hall, a wave of murmurs swept over the crowd. The rules are changing, and we're facing actual exotic beasts? The difficulty of the assessment has skyrocketed. Indeed, artificial monsters lack intelligence and are made of wood. For anyone with a modicum of skill, dispatching a dozen posed no challenge. Yet now, with the introduction of exotic beasts, the peril factor had multiplied several times over. There could very well be casualties. This is disastrous. It seems my hopes of qualification are dashed. My 5 insurances and my monthly salary of 50,000. In that moment, the most unsettled among them were the intern investigators participating in the assessment, particularly those of lesser strength, who turned pale at the mention of facing genuine exotic beasts. Only Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly a stroke of good fortune? Zheng Tong raised his hand to call for silence and continued, Now, I will announce the new rules. The assessment will take place in the outskirts of the Inferno Town in Kong City. You must enter Inferno Town and eliminate exotic beasts within a time frame of 3 hours. Defeating a level 1 exotic beast earns 1 point. A level 2 earns 2 points, and so forth. Achieving a score of 60 points is required for qualification. Additionally, there will be a leaderboard, and the top 3 will receive extra rewards. Do any of you have objections? Upon hearing this, everyone shook their heads in agreement. Excellent. Now, please collect your score wristbands and proceed to Inferno Town. Remember, before the assessment concludes, ensure that your wristbands remain intact. Otherwise, you will forfeit your qualification and be eliminated. Furthermore, during the assessment, no killing is permitted, whether intentional or accidental. Any infraction will result in immediate disqualification and expulsion from the Ability Management Bureau, with a lifetime ban on employment. Zheng Tong declared solemnly. Soon, several buses rolled into the venue. Before boarding, staff distributed blue wristbands to each person to record their scores throughout the assessment. Once inside Inferno Town, do not remove the wristbands. They will provide real-time tracking to ensure your safety. Should you face life-threatening danger, you may press the emergency button on the wristband and assistance will arrive. But doing so will also result in disqualification. After the staff handed wristbands to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, they reiterated their warnings. Understood. Lin Mo and Lu Liang replied as they received their wristbands and boarded the bus. Once all the intern investigators were on board, the bus set off toward the outskirts of Inferno Town. Meanwhile, above the assessment venue, a massive projection screen materialized, displaying not only the movements of participants within Inferno Town, but also a real-time leaderboard. Soon, all the participants entered Inferno Town. Lin brother, where shall we go? Lu Liang inquired, touching his score wristband, which conjured a virtual map before them, illustrating the distribution of exotic beasts within Inferno Town. The map revealed that the highest concentration of exotic beasts resided at the town's center, predominantly of higher levels, while the numbers diminished as one moved outward. Do you have aspirations? Lin Mo asked Lu Liang. Are you referring to contending for a top 3 position on the leaderboard? If possible, who wouldn't want to give it a shot? Lu Liang replied, his face alight with excitement. Then let us make haste to the town center. We must not waste any time. Lin Mo grinned as he spoke. Hearing this, Lu Liang took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, Then let's do it. In the examination venue, the majority of the audience's attention was focused on Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, for they were the favorites to win the championship. However, at that moment, everyone suddenly noticed 2 figures rushing at an astonishing speed towards the center of the town. This revelation left the crowd in shock. Who are those 2? What are they thinking? The center of the town is swarming with terrifying high-level mutant beasts. Are they seeking death? I checked. And those 2 are Lin Mo and Lu Liang, apparently interns from Jiangzhou City, a mere 4th-tier small town. Their strength likely isn't formidable. And the records indicate that Lin Mo has been with the Ability Management Bureau for less than a week. What? Less than a week, and they're participating in the qualification assessment? They must have some connections. But even so, shouldn't they be hunting isolated mutant beasts on the periphery to gradually accumulate points? Charging recklessly into the town center is akin to seeking their own demise. They're just reckless fools, craving attention, believing they possess some skill, eager to perform publicly, oblivious to their own insignificance. They will likely be eliminated before long. Consequently, the crowd lost interest in Lin Mo and Lu Liang, redirecting their focus to Lan Yi and Wang Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei, seated in the audience, was drenched in cold sweat, thinking, what on earth are you two doing? Within the Inferno town, with a flash of blue lightning descending from the sky, a chicken-like mutant beast was instantly reduced to charred remains. It was utterly helpless. Lan Yi smirked slightly, retracting his ability. Congratulations, Lan Yi. With the points from this third-tier beast, you are now at the top of the leaderboard, exclaimed a girl with pink hair, beaming with delight. Lan Yi tapped his wristband, and a holographic screen materialized, displaying the leaderboard. At that moment, his name was prominently displayed at the top. After an hour of slaughter, his points had soared to 65. Ensuring his advancement to a formal investigator was unequivocally certain. Quite a formidable bite. However, as Lan Ye's gaze fell upon the second place, his expression darkened. It was Wang Yuan, with 60 points, merely 5 points behind him. This infuriated Lan Yi, prompting him to turn to the pink-haired girl and the burly man, stating, "From now on, if we encounter any mutant beasts, allow me to take the first kill to secure my first place. I will assist you in advancing once only an hour remains." Understood. Both the pink-haired girl and the burly man nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, after incinerating a second-tier beast with a fireball, Wang Yuan's points climbed to 62, closing in on Lan Yi with only a 3-point deficit. "Lan Yi, I told you. First place is mine. No one can snatch it away," Wang Yuan said, a confident smirk gracing his lips. However, at that moment, the leaderboard suddenly shifted. Wang Yuan plummeted from second to fourth place, while Lan Yi dropped from first to third. Two new names surged to the top of the leaderboard, catching everyone's attention. Those names were Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The abrupt change in the leaderboard astonished not only the intern investigators within Inferno Town, but also left the audience gasping in disbelief. Lin Mo and Lu Liang? Aren't they the two reckless clowns from before? How did they suddenly ascend to the first and second positions? Am I seeing things? How do they have so many points? At that moment, the leaderboard displayed. First, Lin Mo, points, 230. Second, Lu Liang, points, 160. Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively rubbed their eyes, convinced they were experiencing an illusion. After all, the assessment had only begun an hour ago. Even the championship favorites, the level 6 ability users Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, had only around 60 points. How could these two interns from a fourth-tier small town have accumulated triple-digit scores? Is the leaderboard malfunctioning, Judge Zheng? Someone hurriedly inquired, glancing at Zheng Tong. To be honest, Zheng Tong was equally stunned upon seeing Lin Mo and Lu Liang's names. However, after confirming the situation in Inferno Town, he confidently stated, "The leaderboard is functioning correctly." Upon hearing this, the crowd was once again taken aback. Zhang Wei, seated in the audience, trembled as he took out his phone, quickly dialing a number. "Hello, Director? I need to tell you something. Our Jiangzhou branch is about to make history. In Inferno Town, at a convenience store located in the town center, what was once a nest of spider mutant beasts had now been reduced to ruins, with not a single spider egg remaining. Hee, Brother Lin, your plan is brilliant. After taking out several beast dens, our points are now ranked first and second." Lu Liang grinned as he glanced at the leaderboard. "This is just the beginning. Everything has only just started." Lin Mo replied with a slight smile. Upon arriving in the town center, he discovered what paradise truly meant. The area was rife with nests and gathering spots of mutant beasts, and perhaps due to being domesticated, these beasts loved to congregate. Throwing in a single annihilation sphere was exhilarating. After accounting for the time wasted during their initial journey, they had amassed nearly 20,000 ability points in such a brief period. Lin Mo felt reluctant to leave. "Let's continue. About 50 meters from here, there appears to be another rat nest. Let us take it out," Lin Mo declared, and without hesitation, he and Lu Liang rushed onward. On the other side, witnessing the rapid increase of points for Lin Mo and Lu Liang, Lan Ye's expression soured to an extreme. "What is going on? Can someone explain this situation to me? Have these two somehow found a cheat?" "Lan Yi, I just inquired and learned that some people saw these two head straight for the town center from the beginning. Could it be that the mutant beasts there are easier to kill?" The burly man analyzed, frowning. "It must be. Otherwise, how could two insignificant ants from a fourth-tier small town accumulate such a vast number of points in such a short time? Let us go. We must head to the town center immediately. First place will be mine." Lan Yi gritted his teeth, speaking in a chilling tone. Thus, the trio hastily made their way towards the town center. However, upon their arrival, they soon realized that while the quantity of mutant beasts was indeed high, they were far more formidable than anticipated, all possessing strengths above level 3, making them significantly harder to defeat than those on the outskirts. Fortunately, Lan Ye's prowess was commendable, having successively vanquished several aberrant beasts. However, the pace at which his points increased was still far inferior to that of Lin Mo and Lu Liang. If things continued thus, it seemed unlikely he would catch up to those two before time expired. Lan Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Lan Yi, I do happen to have a plan." At that moment, a burly man spoke up. "What plan?" Lan Yi quickly turned to the robust figure. "It is evident that Lin Mo and Lu Liang possess some formidable mass destruction weaponry, which accelerates their point accumulation significantly. Yet, if we are to assess true strength, those two, mere ants hailing from a fourth-tier city, cannot possibly compare to us, especially to you. Thus, Why not take decisive action? Let us locate them and eliminate the pair, ensuring that the first place belongs solely to you. The burly man sneered. But the assessment rules prohibit killing. Lan Yi frowned, a hint of concern in his voice. The rules merely state that killing is forbidden, not that mutual attacks are disallowed. As long as we can defeat them and shatter their point wristbands, they will be eliminated, rendering their accumulated points meaningless. The burly man's eyes gleamed with malice as he grinned. Upon hearing this, Lan Yi suddenly understood, slapping his thigh in approval. Excellent, your plan is quite astute. In that case, let us immediately seek out Lin Mo and Lu Liang. The vicinity of this town center is not extensive. We should be able to locate them swiftly. How dare they compete for first place with me, Lan Yi? They are truly unaware of their own mortality. It is time for them to return to their humble origins. This was a gas station, which also served as a den for a group of black bull aberrant beasts, all of whom were at least level 4, with several reaching level 5. To avoid alarming them, Lin Mo had preemptively conjured a series of obliteration orbs from a distance, allowing Lu Liang to stealthily transport them beneath the gas station. Once the necessary quantity was gathered, they detonated the orbs. The explosion, coupled with the gasoline from the station, resulted in a conflagration akin to red braised beef. Remarkably, 2 level 5 black bull aberrant beasts survived the onslaught. Lin Mo and Lu Liang each approached one to deliver the final blow, ensuring their total annihilation. Lin Mo had initially hoped to see if these 2 level 5 beasts would yield any beast essence, but alas, none emerged. Indeed, as Chu Tianchi had asserted, the probability of obtaining beast essence was lower than winning the lottery. After dispatching the pack of black bull aberrant beasts, Lin Mo's points surged to 306, while Lu Liang reached 243. The two of them now stood at the pinnacle of the leaderboard, with others, including Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, seemingly incapable of catching up, as their scores barely exceeded 100. Thus, Lin Mo and Lu Liang decided to find a place to rest and recuperate their stamina and energy, for their recent bombardment had nearly depleted their reserves. However, just as they settled down, a voice filled with cold laughter pierced the air. Lin Mo, Lu Liang. So this is where you've been hiding. At last, I've caught you. The two frowned and looked up to see none other than Lan Yi and his trio of companions. Do you require something from us? Lu Liang inquired, puzzled. Require something? Remove the word require. Lan Yi shot a disdainful glance at Lu Liang, stepping forward with his right hand extended. Hand it over. What? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Of course. I mean your point wristbands. What else could it be? Lan Yi declared arrogantly. If you willingly surrender them now, you may avoid any unpleasant consequences. Otherwise, if I resort to force, things will become quite complicated, understand? Why should we hand over our point wristbands to you? Lu Liang retorted defiantly. Why? Huh? Lan Yi responded coldly, fixing his gaze on Lu Liang. Simply because my strength surpasses yours. Dare to contest my claim to first place, and you shall find yourselves eliminated. Do you comprehend? Now I understand. Lin Mo stood up, brushing the dirt from his backside, and remarked nonchalantly, you realize you cannot surpass us by conventional means. So you are prepared to abandon all pretense. Humph. In the end, the victor is the one who claims the prize. As long as I secure the top position on the leaderboard today, it will be an unparalleled glory. No one will care about the means I employed. Lan Yi retorted brazenly. Ha ha, well said. Just then, a loud laugh resonated from the side. Everyone turned to see a dozen figures rushing towards them, led by none other than Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan, what brings you here? Lan Yi's expression shifted instantly. Ha ha, Lan Yi, do not be alarmed. I am not here to oppose you, but rather to collaborate. Wang Yuan grinned widely. Collaborate? You benevolent? Lan Yi remained skeptical. Absolutely. Wang Yuan nodded, casting a glance at Lin Mo and Lu Liang as he continued with a smirk. I, too, have noticed that these two are accumulating points at an alarming rate. At this pace, even through sheer exhaustion, I would not catch up. Hence, I have allied with some old acquaintances to come here and eliminate them. I did not anticipate you would arrive first. It seems we share a common vision. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Lan Yi's face. In that case, let us first join forces to eliminate these two, after which we shall compete for first place ourselves. What do you say? That is precisely my intention. Wang Yuan nodded, and soon the group aligned with Lan Yi's trio. In an instant, their numbers swelled to nearly 20 individuals, with the majority being formidable level 4 and several level 5 aberrant users, making for a truly intimidating assembly. Seeing this, Lu Liang's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly approached Lin Mo, whispering, Brother Lin, we are outnumbered. Perhaps we should make our exit before we suffer a significant loss. Ha ha ha, think you can escape? Lu Liang, do not presume I am unaware of your abilities. I have gathered intel on your powers along the way. You specialize in earth manipulation, and I have made preparations. Wang Yuan boasted with glee, turning to a nearby portly man. Old Zhang, this task falls to you. Leave it to me. The pudgy man nodded, rapidly forming hand seals and shouting, Barrier, activate. A massive purple barrier enveloped all present. Once this barrier is erected, it cannot be closed for an hour, not even by me. Now, let's see where you intend to flee. The portly man declared triumphantly. In response, Lu Liang stomped his feet in frustration. Another barrier. I cannot abide barriers. Haha. Lan Yi threw his head back in laughter, stepping forward with an expression of smug satisfaction. Lin Mo, Lu Liang, considering you have emerged from a fourth-tier city, I understand it has not been easy for you. Thus, I am willing to grant you the opportunity for a one-on-one duel. If either of you can defeat me, I may consider sparing you. What do you say? There's no need for such trouble. Lin Mo shook his head, glancing at Wang Yuan and Lan Yi, and spoke calmly. Why don't you all come at me together? At this proclamation, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into derisive laughter. Did I hear you correctly, Lin Mo? Could it be that you've been so intimidated by our numbers that your mind has become unhinged? Wang Yuan scoffed, casting a disdainful look at Lin Mo. Though I am uncertain of the means by which you've amassed such a plethora of points in such a short span, I have thoroughly investigated your background prior to this encounter. You have merely joined the Jiangzhou branch mere days ago, and the records indicate that your initial cultivation level was a mere 3, classified as a B-grade ability. Even if you possess extraordinary talent and have recently advanced to a level 4 ability, you still appear as insignificant as an ant before both me and Lan Yi. I truly wonder what courage you possess to challenge us to fight together. Indeed, Lin Mo, are you genuinely so afraid of meeting your demise today? Although the assessment rules prohibit killing, rendering you disabled should pose no issue, correct? To suggest fighting us both, with our prowess as level 6 ability users, is utterly laughable. One might think you were a level 7 ability user, whereas you are nothing but a waste at levels 3 or 4. Lan Yi added with a mocking expression. The others present also regarded Lin Mo with scornful gazes, akin to observing a mere jester. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Mo smirked slightly and remarked, in this day and age, it seems that speaking the truth garners no belief. However, you are indeed correct about one thing. I am, in fact, a level 7 ability user. As his words echoed, a terrifying wave of energy surged from within Lin Mo, enveloping everyone in an overwhelming sense of pressure. The expressions of Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and the others shifted dramatically, leaving them momentarily frozen in place. Chapter 66. You haven't hit me, right? Simultaneously, the spectators were struck dumb. A level 7 ability user. Good heavens, how can Lin Mo's cultivation level be so high? In a mere 4-tier city like Jiangzhou, how could such genius emerge? Not even many official investigators have reached this level, let alone an intern. No wonder he joined the formal assessment within a week. Who could possibly contend with him? Originally, it was assumed that the top position in this assessment would be decided between Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, but unexpectedly, a dark horse had emerged. And this dark horse was astonishingly formidable. In that moment, the crowd could no longer maintain their composure. After all, not a single one had anticipated Lin Mo's rise. Although Lin Mo and Lu Liang had accumulated high scores, facing the combined assault of nearly 20 from Wang Yuan and Lan Yi would surely lead to certain defeat. Yet, the situation had suddenly taken a surprising turn. Within the confines of Hellfire Town, Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and the others were stunned into silence, their expressions twitching in disbelief. This defies logic. Which in turn investigator possesses a level 7 ability? Is it even possible? Who among you dares to face me? Lin Mo surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze, inquiring softly. At his words, their expressions shifted once more. Who would dare to engage a level 7 ability user? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? Silence ensued. Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smile as he declared, then let's handle this all at once. With that, Lin Mo summoned the Sword of Oblivion into his right hand, a terrifying aura of destruction radiating outward. Upon witnessing this, the crowd's faces paled in fear. Wang Yuan hastily waved his hands. A nervous smile plastered across his face as he attempted to negotiate. My friend, it's all a misunderstanding. We merely happened to pass by, and didn't he mean to offend you? We were just joking around. Shall we just part ways? We can leave right now. You want to fight or not? Lin Mo replied with a chilling smile, his voice low. Too late. With that, Lin Mo surged forward, the Sword of Oblivion in hand. What should we do? Wang Yuan's expression darkened as he turned to Lan Yi. What else can we do? We fight. With our 2 level 6 abilities, several level 5s, and a group of level 4s, we should be able to contend against him. Lan Yi gritted his teeth, unleashing his lightning abilities to confront Lin Mo head-on. We'll fight. Wang Yuan echoed, simultaneously unleashing his fire abilities and charging forward. As they struck, their attacks, an immense bolt of blue lightning and a terrifying fireball, collided with Lin Mo. Yet at that moment, a scarlet blade of energy swept through the air, obliterating both the lightning and the fireball in an instant. Wang Yuan and Lan Yi were taken aback. What level of ability is this? It's utterly domineering. Before they could react, Lin Mo had appeared before them like a specter, delivering a swift kick. A piercing scream escaped as Lan Yi was sent flying. Wang Yuan attempted to retaliate, but Lin Mo's palm struck his face with a resounding slap. With a single exchange, the 2 level 6 ability users were utterly defeated. This was the terrifying might of a level 7 ability user. The remaining crowd, witnessing this spectacle, was paralyzed with fear. If even the strongest among them, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, could be so easily overwhelmed. How could they possibly stand against Lin Mo? In that moment, they were stripped of any thoughts of resistance. However, this did not imply that Lin Mo would show them mercy. He charged forward with his sword raised. A cacophony of wails erupted as, bereft of Lan Yi and Wang Yuan, these individuals were no match for Lin Mo's prowess. Had it not been for the prohibition on killing, Lin Mo would have relished the opportunity to dispatch them like beasts, accumulating ability points for himself. Nevertheless, though death could be avoided, the pain would not be spared. Lin Mo struck with great ferocity, leaving them with broken limbs and bloodied bodies strewn across the ground. Watching the scene unfold, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan's faces drained of color. Has this guy been in the underworld? His brutality is beyond belief. They witnessed as Lin Mo's kick shattered several ribs of a level 5 ability user with horrifying ease. In that instant, their sole thought was to flee. Without a word, they turned to escape, only to crash into an invisible barrier. This barrier had been erected moments ago to prevent Lin Mo and Lu Liang from escaping, and now it ensnared them instead. Old Zhang, quickly deactivate the barrier. Wang Yuan shouted towards the plump figure nearby. The hefty man, still writhing on the ground in pain from Lin Mo's previous kick, replied helplessly, I can't do that. Once this barrier is activated, it takes an hour to shut down. Your grandfather's. Your own ability. Can you turn it on but not off? Wang Yuan exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Just then, Lin Mo turned to him, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Still thinking of escaping? Wang Yuan was so frightened that he nearly lost control of his bladder. And as he raised his hands to explain, no, wait, listen to me, Lin Mo charged at him. In an instant, Wang Yuan's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the small town. Nearby, Lan Ye's eyes flashed with cold light. He quickly conjured a bolt of lightning, intending to ambush Lin Mo from behind while he was occupied with Wang Yuan. Just as the lightning was about to strike Lin Mo, he suddenly spun around, wielding his sword of obliteration, cleaving the lightning in two. What? Lan Ye's expression changed drastically. How? You were just focused on beating him, weren't you? Lin Mo replied with a chilling smile as he charged forward. Soon, Lan Ye's anguished cries filled the air. Watching this scene from a distance, Lu Liang wore a smug smile. Tell me, why did you have to provoke him? Now how does it feel? He then pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds, sitting back to enjoy the one-sided beating unfold. Before long, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were left battered and bruised. Lying on the ground, too afraid to move, they found themselves utterly despondent, unable to fight back or flee. Lin Mo, feeling slightly fatigued from the exertion, paused and called out to Lu Liang, would you like to have some fun? At these words, those on the ground were terrified, their spirits nearly leaving them. More. They hastily knelt, bowing their heads in supplication, pleading, Big brother, please stop. We can't take it anymore. At that moment, in their eyes, Lin Mo appeared more fearsome than any beast. This was no mere human. He was a true demon. Chapter 67. Don't let him kill us. If you want me to spare you, then simply crush your wristbands and roll out. Lin Mo said with a slight smirk, his voice dripping with mockery. Huh. Upon hearing this, the group hesitated, reluctant to comply. After all, crushing their wristbands meant elimination. To requalify, they would have to wait for next year's assessment. What? You're unwilling? Well, since the barrier won't disappear for nearly half an hour, I suppose I can continue beating you for that duration. With that, Lin Mo began to approach them. At this, their faces paled instantaneously, and they dared not hesitate any longer. One by one, they removed their score wristbands and crushed them forcefully. Soon, only Lan Yi and Wang Yuan remained, their hearts filled with bitterness. As level 6 ability users, they had expected to shine brilliantly in this assessment and gain nationwide recognition. Instead, they found themselves facing premature elimination, a fate they could hardly bear to contemplate. Had they known this would occur, they would have never dared to provoke Lin Mo, even at the cost of their lives. Yet, in this world, there are no pills for regret. As the two continued to waver, a frigid gaze fell upon them. They trembled involuntarily and quickly crushed their wristbands. Simultaneously, the names of Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others present vanished from the leaderboard, signifying their elimination and the complete loss of their opportunity for advancement. The spectators were left in a state of bewilderment. Since the inception of the assessment, such a simultaneous elimination of nearly 20 individuals had never occurred, especially at the hands of a single person. This was truly unprecedented. Lin Mo was indeed ruthless. Did he not fear offending anyone? But what of it? Were these people not the ones who provoked him first? Should one simply endure being bullied? I rather admire Lin Mo's character. Anyone who dares to provoke me will receive double the retribution. While this approach was undoubtedly satisfying, both Wang Yuan and Lan Yi hailed from major cities, where their management bureau had high hopes for their success in this assessment. Now, facing such a mid-assessment elimination, they would not let it slide easily. I just saw the others who came with them already calling the bureau. Just wait. Lin Mo is in for a world of trouble today. Hearing the murmurs from the audience, Zhang Wei's face darkened. This cannot stand. I must contact the director immediately, or else today will end in disaster. He quickly pulled out his phone. Within the confines of Hell's Town, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware that his actions had sparked a tremendous uproar. However, given his nature, even if he did know, he would still act as he pleased. As the barrier dissipated, Lan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others exited the town in a thoroughly disheveled state. Lin Mo and Lu Liang, having rested sufficiently, resumed their quest for targets. After all, Lin Mo had yet to accumulate enough ability points. In the blink of an eye, only half an hour remained until the assessment concluded. By this time, Lin Mo's score had soared to an astonishing 666 points, while Lu Liang had accumulated 432 points. Together, they led the leaderboard, leaving others far behind. Most of the remaining participants had barely scraped together 70 or 80 points, thus surrendering any hope of competing for first or second place, and instead vying for third. In the assessment venue, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong was monitoring the situation in Hell's Town. At that moment, a staff member rushed over, panic evident in their demeanor, and whispered, "Chief Examiner Zheng, perhaps you should consider announcing the end of the assessment early." "Why? There's still half an hour left," Zheng Tong questioned, perplexed. "Because if the assessment continues, Lin Mo will kill all the beasts in the town." The staff member replied, their expression grave. "You know, to establish Hell's Town and nurture those beasts, our headquarters invested immense resources and efforts, preparing for 2.5 years. Originally, we planned to use Hell's Town for the assessments in the coming years, but now, in just one day, no, in just 2.5 hours, Lin Mo has slaughtered hundreds of beasts, and he shows no mercy, wiping out entire generations without leaving a chance for reproduction. If he continues at this rate, Hell's Town will be utterly ruined." The staff member's face was a picture of concern. "Surely it can't be that serious," Zheng Tong replied skeptically. He turned to the large screen, displaying Lin Mo's current activities. There, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were at the town center, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the beasts. In just that brief moment, more than a dozen beasts perished. Zheng Tong's mouth twitched in disbelief. Was this person truly an intern investigator? He was nothing short of a god of slaughter. Even seasoned investigators handling beasts did not exhibit such skill and brutality. "Indeed, I believe your concerns are well-founded." Zheng Tong promptly retrieved a microphone and spoke into it. "Hello? Hello, Lin Mo, can you hear me?" Lin Mo, who was in the midst of searching for the next unfortunate soul in the purgatory town, halted his steps and looked up. Above the town, a loudspeaker was broadcasting Zheng Tong's voice. Aware that Zheng Tong could see him, Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. "With the points you and Lu Liang have accumulated, you are more than qualified to be promoted to formal investigators, and your first and second positions are unassailable. With less than half an hour remaining until the assessment concludes, I advise you both to withdraw. Continuing to slay the aberrant beasts is now utterly meaningless," Zheng Tong urged. "Brother Lin, the examiner Zheng makes a valid point. What do you say we exit now?" Lu Liang asked Lin Mo, casting a glance in his direction. "Indeed, he makes a compelling argument." Lin Mo smirked slightly before shaking his head and declaring, "However, I shall not heed his advice. We shall continue to hunt." The aberrant beasts within this town, being artificially bred, were far more docile than their wild counterparts outside, exhibiting significantly less ferocity in combat, and they preferred to cluster together. Yet, the energy values awarded for their defeat remained unchanged. There was no reason not to slay them. Opportunities such as this would be rare in the future. Thus, not only was half an hour insufficient, but even half a minute would not compel Lin Mo to retreat early. Moreover, a bold idea began to form in his mind. He intended to seize this fleeting moment to orchestrate something grand. Chapter 68, Realm of Annihilation, Activate. Seeing that Lin Mo and Lu Liang remained undeterred and continued their pursuit of the aberrant beasts, Zheng Tong felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he had said all that needed to be said. It would be inappropriate to forcibly drag Lin Mo out of the town in front of everyone, for that would contravene the rules, so he could only acquiesce to Lin Mo's decision. Within Purgatory Town, Lu Liang remarked, "Brother Lin, according to my reconnaissance, there are several nests of aberrant beasts surrounding our location, and their strength is considerable, generally above level 3. Excellent. Then let us proceed as planned. Awaken them all and lead them this way." Lin Mo responded with evident excitement. "Brother Lin, awakening them and drawing them over isn't particularly difficult, but are you certain you want to proceed in this manner? Adding them all together, there must be at least 300 aberrant beasts rushing toward you simultaneously. I fear you may not be able to handle it." Lu Liang expressed his concerns. "Do not worry about that. Simply do as I instruct." Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. "Very well, then I shall take my leave. Prepare yourself," Lu Liang cautioned before vanishing underground. Approximately 3 minutes later, a perspiring Lu Liang emerged from the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother Lin, I have awakened them all. Are you ready?" No sooner had he spoken than a massive horde of wolf-like aberrant beasts erupted from their lair nearby, their eyes gleaming with a crimson glow as they charged forth. The number was easily above 30. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously, from Lin Mo's right, a heavy thudding of footsteps resonated. A group of bear-like aberrant beasts, moving with ponderous strides, raced toward him like a fleet of speeding trucks. Moreover, at that moment, aberrant beasts were surging in from all directions. A glance revealed a dense throng, easily numbering in the hundreds. Were an ordinary person to witness such a spectacle, they would have long since succumbed to terror. Yet at this moment, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as the aberrant beast drew ever nearer. Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and said, "You may leave now. Can you manage alone?" Lu Liang gulped nervously, his concern palpable. "Rest assured, I never embark on endeavors without certainty." Lin Mo reassured him, patting Lu Liang's shoulder. "Take care." With that, Lu Liang swiftly retreated underground. Lin Mo surveyed his surroundings. The aberrant beasts were now perilously close. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Almost there. He inhaled deeply and focused his mind. Realm of Annihilation, activate. Buzz. In an instant, the ground within a 20-meter radius of Lin Mo collapsed, revealing astonishing fissures. Scalding magma surged forth, and the moment any aberrant beast made contact with it, they exploded into wisps of white smoke, evaporating on the spot. Simultaneously, the sky darkened ominously. Striking bolts of crimson lightning, as thick as utility poles, cascaded from above, raining down in a torrential downpour that engulfed the area entirely. Aberrant beasts of level 3 or 4, even if they evaded the magma below, would be obliterated by the crimson lightning. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, positioned at the epicenter of the realm of annihilation, radiated a brilliant red light. Any aberrant beast attempting to approach him would disintegrate into white smoke, and those locked in his gaze could be eradicated with a mere thought. Even a level 6 aberrant beast would vanish in an instant. This was the terrifying power of the realm of annihilation. Creatures of lower rank than Lin Mo had no hope of survival. In an instant, the number of aberrant beasts diminished at an alarming rate. Those that had just rushed into the realm of annihilation sensed the peril and attempted to retreat. Yet, at that moment, a wall of red light rose at the realm's edge, trapping them within. Should they attempt to break through the wall, they would be shredded to pieces. If they remained, the descending crimson lightning and the magma below would claim their lives. In that moment, it was akin to a hell on earth. The anguished cries of the aberrant beasts echoed through the air. In the assessment arena, Zheng Tong, standing before the massive screen, could only watch in shock and sorrow for the aberrant beasts. What level of ability did Lin Mo possess? According to the records of the Anomaly Management Bureau, he was merely classified as a B-level ability user. Yet what kind of B-level ability could wield such formidable power? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zheng Tong turned to the staff beside him and instructed, "Capture this scene and send it back to headquarters. Let them witness it." Understood. The staff member promptly produced a phone and began recording. Meanwhile, the audience was utterly stunned, each individual marveling at Lin Mo. Approximately a minute later, the hundreds of aberrant beasts that had charged toward Lin Mo had been reduced to ashes. Lin Mo, witnessing this, wore a satisfied smile. However, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically, and he collapsed to the ground. The realm of annihilation vanished in an instant, and tranquility returned. For at that moment, Lin Mo's energy had been completely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse. He lacked even the strength to stand. The mere presence of a first-level beast could very well cost him his life. At this moment, Lin Mo finally comprehended why the system had urged him to wait until reaching level 9 before utilizing the Oblivion domain. The rate at which his energy was consumed was alarmingly severe. In just a minute, it had drained him entirely, pushing him to the edge of overexertion. Fortunately, the nearby beasts had already been eliminated. Otherwise, he would have faced dire peril. "Lin, are you all right?" At that moment, a head emerged from the ground. It was Lu Liang. Upon seeing him, Lin Mo let out a small sigh of relief. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued. Please take me away from here." The assessment period was nearing its conclusion, and with his energy reserves entirely exhausted, remaining was utterly pointless. "All right." Lu Liang quickly emerged, supporting Lin Mo as they made their way out of the Inferno town. Witnessing this scene, Zheng Tong, located at the assessment venue, also breathed a sigh of relief. Their ancestor had finally emerged. Otherwise, the beasts of Inferno town would have been driven to extinction. Chapter 69. The mysterious reward. As the second hand made its final tick, the assessment officially concluded. Naturally, the results brought joy to some and despair to others. Those who scored 60 points or above, qualifying as regular investigators, were ecstatic, while those who fell short could only lament their misfortune. Among them were individuals whose expressions were more wretched than one who had consumed excrement, Wang Yuan, Lan Yi, and others who had been eliminated midway. They had truly brought shame upon themselves and would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among various branches from now on. Although they might escape mention in daily conversation, during any formal assessment, they would certainly be ridiculed. With the assessment complete, the awards ceremony commenced. The top 3 on the leaderboard would receive merit point rewards: 1,000 for third place, 2,000 for second, and a remarkable 5,000 for first. Unsurprisingly, Lin Mo emerged victorious with a total of 1,800 points, not only securing first place, but also setting a new record, one that would likely remain unbroken for many years to come. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Chief Examiner Zheng Tong transferred the 5,000 merit points into Lin Mo's account. A satisfied smile graced Lin Mo's face. This assessment had truly been a bountiful harvest. Not only had he amassed nearly 600,000 energy points, bringing him closer to becoming an 8th level Esper, but he had also received 5,000 merit points, equivalent to 50 million Huaxia coins. Although it was still insufficient to acquire the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, he could certainly purchase a commendable A-Class weapon with a little more effort. One could only imagine the multitude of tasks required to earn such an abundance of merit points. Esteemed colleagues, I believe you are all aware that the first place in the annual regularization assessment, in addition to the customary merit point reward, will also receive a random mysterious prize. I shall now draw this year's mysterious prize, Zheng Tong announced. At these words, the attention of everyone present instantly shifted to Zheng Tong, clearly intrigued by the mysterious reward. A staff member brought forth a transparent lottery box filled with folded slips of paper. This year's mysterious prize is. Zheng Tong casually drew a slip from within, opened it, and read aloud, "Clear the shopping cart of merit points." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Clear the shopping cart? Just yesterday? After perusing the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, he had added it to his cart. Could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Mo felt an exhilarating rush. Come on, Lin Mo, take out your phone, open the Merit Point Mall, and whatever is in your shopping cart will be covered by the Esper Management Bureau, Zheng Tong said with a smile directed at Lin Mo. Any item at all? Lin Mo trembled as he produced his phone, unlocked it, and handed it to Zheng Tong. Indeed, anything is permissible, as long as it was added to your cart prior to participating in the regularization assessment. Zheng Tong nodded with assurance. In his perspective, as an intern investigator who had only recently joined the Esper Management Bureau and possessed limited merit points, Lin Mo would hardly be inclined to browse extravagant items. It was akin to a worker earning a mere 3,000 a month, having no reason to peruse luxury cars worth millions. To Zheng Tong's astonishment, when he accessed Lin Mo's Merit Point Mall and discovered the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor in the shopping cart, his smile vanished. 99,000. Zheng Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Lin Mo, incredulous. Lin Mo, as an intern investigator, even with this reward, you only have a few thousand merit points. Why would you be looking at such an extravagant item and even add it to your cart? Hee. One must always have dreams. Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I added the Black Rhinoceros armor to my cart as a constant reminder to work hard and earn merit points. He then asked, Chief Zheng, can it really be cleared? It wouldn't be too much trouble, would it? Zheng Tong's mouth twitched slightly. Having made such a proclamation in front of the entire nation, he could hardly go back on his word. Moreover, upon checking the timestamp for when the Black Rhinoceros armor was added to the cart, it indeed fell on the day prior to the regularization assessment, completely within the regulations. I need to contact headquarters. This amount is rather significant. It's 100,000 merit points, and I cannot make that decision alone. Zheng Tong inhaled deeply, pulling out his phone and stepping aside. Approximately 2 minutes later, Zheng Tong returned, looking at Lin Mo, and said, Lin Mo, your luck is truly extraordinary. Headquarters has agreed to fulfill the request. Do you understand what an S-Class armor represents? Let me put it this way, aside from those in major cities, many senior investigators and even directors in various branches may not be able to afford it. This item is exceedingly precious and rare, to the point where I find myself a bit envious of you. Hearing this, Lin Mo's face lit up with excitement. He had initially thought he would have to toil for quite some time to obtain the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, but now it was being handed to him directly. It felt as surreal as a dream, with odds even lower than winning a first prize in the lottery. Thank you, Chief Zheng. Lin Mo quickly clasped his fists in gratitude. Why thank me? You should be thanking yourself. It was your own efforts that earned you first place. And your good fortune led to you drawing the mysterious prize of clearing the shopping cart. Should you find success in the future, do not forget about me. Zheng Tong waved his hand, smiling as he spoke. Clearly, he perceived immense potential in Lin Mo. That shall certainly not happen. Lin Mo replied with a smile. Shaking his head, I hereby announce that Lin Mo's mysterious prize is an S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor. Zheng Tong proclaimed loudly into the microphone, glancing at the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone present was instantly rendered speechless. S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor? Goodness, Lin Mo's fortune is almost too incredible. I have encountered this armor in the merit marketplace, and it is worth nearly 100,000 merit points. What? 100,000? I have never seen such an expensive prize. Lin Mo has truly struck gold. I am so envious I might drool. Heavens! If I were Lin Mo, how delightful that would be. Does this fellow possess some kind of system? How is it that he seems to attract all the good fortune? In an instant, the crowd was envious to the utmost degree. Meanwhile, the eliminated Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were fuming with anger, their faces turning green. For them, the first place reward was rightfully theirs, and the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor should have belonged to them. Now, it had all been snatched away by Lin Mo, igniting a deep-seated resentment that made them feel as if their teeth would shatter from the intensity of their anger. Chapter 70. Surrounded outside the city with the award ceremony concluded, this year's formal assessment came to a definitive close. Due to the extreme value of the S-Class Black Rhinoceros armor, It would be stored in the treasury of the capital and could not be presented on site. In a few days, a designated individual would deliver it to Lin Mo. Thus, Lin Mo and Lu Liang did not linger any longer and proceeded to the audience section to reunite with Zhang Wei. Let us return to Jiangzhou immediately, Zhang Wei exclaimed, grasping both their wrists with urgency. In such a hurry? Lin Mo inquired with a smile. If we delay any longer, I fear we might not be able to leave. You have offended the management bureaus of several cities, particularly those of Nanzhou and Luoqing. Their people are likely already en route here, Zhang Wei said, frowning. Let them come. They were the ones who sought trouble with Brother Lin. Lin Mo had every right to eliminate them. They have no grounds to complain. Even if they arrive, what can they do? Lu Yang scoffed dismissively. Ah, you are unaware. The other cities are manageable, but Nanzhou and Luocheng are major cities. Their management bureaus rank several levels above our branch. If they decide to pursue this matter, I worry they may not even regard our director Zhao with any respect. Zhang Wei expressed, his face filled with apprehension. Oh dear, I seem to have left the gas on at home. We should return quickly. Lu Liang's expression shifted, and he immediately quickened his pace. However, mere moments after their vehicle left Kangcheng, they found themselves encircled by a dozen cars blocking the road. What a disaster. We have ultimately been caught. Zhang Wei sighed in resignation, opening the door to exit the vehicle. Lu Liang intended to follow suit. But Lin Mo suddenly grasped his arm and asked, do you have any potions that can help restore ability points? Yes. I bought some yesterday and packed them in my spatial ring, thinking they might come in handy during the assessment. Lu Liang nodded. Hand me one, consider it a loan. I'll repay you later. Lin Mo said. What do you mean loan? With our relationship, it's a gift. Lu Liang replied, retrieving a blue potion from his spatial ring and handing it to Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo uncorked the vial and drank it down. Gradually, his depleted ability points began to replenish. Brother Lin, what are you doing? Are you planning to fight? We are all part of the Ability Management Bureau. Albeit from different city branches, we are ultimately one family. Surely we won't resort to violence over such trivial matters? Lu Liang inquired, frowning. Just in case. If they are reasonable, we shall reason with them. If they choose to resort to violence, I will respond in kind. Lin Mo replied, his eyes narrowing, his voice cold. Outside the vehicle, upon seeing Zhang Wei exit, the individuals from the dozen cars also emerged. Leading them were two figures, an elderly man with a white beard, the deputy director of the Nanzhou Ability Management Bureau, Song Wuji, and a burly bald man, the deputy director of the Luoqing Ability Management Bureau, Qin Feihu. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan followed closely behind. The leaders from several other cities' branches also disembarked from their vehicles, their demeanor fierce as they surrounded Zhang Wei and the car. Where's Lin Mo? Bring him out to see me, Song Wuji commanded, stroking his white beard with a serious tone. Indeed, you've got some nerve to hide. You think you can just turtle up after what you've done? Qin Feihu added with a cold chuckle. Lin Mo, come out immediately. How dare you eliminate people from our bureau? You are truly audacious, shouted the leaders from the other branches in unison. Everyone, please calm down. I am Zhang Wei, the leader of the 7th investigation team of the Jiangzhou branch and Lin Mo's direct superior. You can discuss any matters with me. Zhang Wei quickly raised his hands, a forced smile on his face. Discuss with you? Who do you think you are? A mere investigation team leader from a 4th-tier city branch is hardly comparable to me. Only if Director Zhao himself were here would it be appropriate. Song Wuji scoffed at Zhang Wei, his disdain evident. Exactly. You better scram as far as you can. We are here for Lin Mo, and if you continue to obstruct us, don't blame us for being rude. Qin Feihu glared at Zhang Wei, his voice laced with anger. Simultaneously, a powerful surge of ability emanated from him, causing Zhang Wei's complexion to change dramatically. The deputy director is actually a level 9 ability user. Deputy director, Lin Mo, is hiding in the car. At that moment, Lan Yi pointed accusingly at the vehicle. Humph. So he truly is a coward. Qin Feihu sneered, stepping forward. Zhang Wei quickly intervened, blocking Qin Feihu's path, taking a deep breath as he said, Deputy Director Chun. Lin Mo is a key target for cultivation in our Jiangzhou branch. If you harm him, we will not let this matter rest. Oh, how bold of you to threaten me. Qin Feihu's expression darkened, glaring at Zhang Wei as he spoke coldly. I will give you one last chance. Step aside, or I will not hesitate to take action. If you wish to lay a hand on Lin Mo, you must first get through me. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, summoning his abilities to protect Lin Mo at all costs. Very well, then you have chosen your own demise. Qin Feihu's eyes gleamed coldly as he raised his hand to strike at Zhang Wei. Wait. Just then, the car door swung open, and Lin Mo and Lu Liang stepped out. What are you doing? Get back in the car. Zhang Wei's expression shifted as he urgently implored Lin Mo team leader. Some matters cannot be avoided. Ultimately, I must face them myself. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile and stepped forward, addressing Qin Feihu, Song Wuji, and the others. I am Lin Mo. All of you from the sub-bureau have been eliminated by me. If there is something to be said, direct it at me. Do not trouble my captain and teammates, for they are innocent. Oh, how bold you are. Qin Feihu retorted with a cold smirk, turning to face Lin Mo, his voice low and menacing. But I fear you might not withstand it. As his words fell, An overwhelming pressure enveloped Lin Mo. At that moment, he felt as if a mountain had collapsed upon him, making it exceedingly difficult to breathe. A 9th-tier ability user. Moreover, he appeared to be even stronger than Wang Dalong. This aura was truly terrifying. Lin Mo hurriedly activated his abilities, forcing himself to remain upright. Gritting his teeth as he spoke, I had thought that the Ability Management Bureau in a large city was populated by noble and principled heroes. I never imagined that they would be so indiscriminate, wielding their power to bully others. Chapter 71, 10th-tier ability user. Indiscriminate? Chen Feihu chuckled derisively. You truly have a sharp tongue, Lin Mo. Our sub-bureau has nurtured these talents for years, only for them to be eliminated by you, losing their chance for promotion and becoming the laughingstock of others. Is it not justified to teach you a lesson? Now we are the ones in the wrong. How absurd. They brought this upon themselves. If they hadn't sought trouble with me, how could I have resorted to violence against them? Or should I believe that the interns from the big city are inherently superior and I must not retaliate even if they strike me first? If that is the case, it would be better to award them instead of holding any assessments. Lin Mo replied sternly. You little brat, even now you still dare to argue? It seems I haven't applied enough pressure on you. Chen Feihu glared at Lin Mo and then turned to Song Wuji, saying, Brother Song, let us increase the intensity. Just as I intended. Song Wuji sneered coldly, channeling his thoughts. A pressure no less formidable than Chen Feihu's descended upon Lin Mo. In an instant, Lin Mo felt the weight multiply, his right leg buckling as he nearly fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth, enduring the tremendous pressure, forcing himself to stand upright, though his bones creaked ominously. At this rate, even without Chen Feihu and Song Wuji intervening, Lin Mo risked suffering catastrophic fractures. Stop this at once. Zhang Wei and Lu Liang rushed forward to assist, but were immediately intercepted by several others from the sub-bureau. What is it to be, Lin Mo? Are you still going to be obstinate? We don't wish to take your life today. If you are willing to kneel and apologize, surrendering the rewards you've obtained, we might spare you. Chen Feihu taunted. Dream on. Lin Mo's gums bled from the pressure of his biting, his forehead veins bulging, yet he refused to relent. He was waiting for his energy reserves to recover. However, it was still insufficient to unleash the obliteration domain. Still defiant even when death is imminent? Deputy Director, I suggest we take action and see how much longer he can endure. Lan Yi proposed to Song Wuji, cupping his fists. Very well, you shall take action personally. He is currently immobilized under the aura of both myself and Deputy Director Chun. It is the perfect opportunity for you to redeem yourself. Song Wuji nodded in agreement. Understood. Lan Yi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. You too. Chen Feihu signaled to Wang Yuan. The two immediately approached Lin Mo. Haha, Lin Mo. I never expected you to find yourself in such a predicament. What happened to that bravado from the Inferno town? Why not continue putting on a show? Lan Yi declared smugly. Lin Mo, you are but an ant hailing from a 4th-tier city. Even if you are a 7th-tier ability user, what of it? An ant remains an ant. Dare to provoke us, and today, no one can save you. Wang Yuan sneered, advancing to strike Lin Mo. Everyone halt. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. 2 cars, one black and one white, came to a stop not far away. Descending from the white vehicle were Zhao Tianlin and his companions. With me, Zhao Tianlin here. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on Lin Mo. Zhao Tianlin quickly stepped forward, shielding Lin Mo behind him. Instantly, the pressure weighing down on Lin Mo diminished significantly, allowing him to breathe normally. Director Zhao? Your arrival is timely. Lin Mo from your sub-bureau maliciously injured our personnel, causing them to be prematurely eliminated from the promotion assessment. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Chen Feihu narrowed his eyes, speaking icily. Indeed, we must have an explanation today. Strict punishment for Lin Mo. And he must apologize. Several others from the sub-bureau echoed, insisting. What explanation do you require? I have gathered all the facts regarding today's events. Lin Mo has done nothing wrong. It was your people who instigated trouble and thus deserve their elimination. Zhao Tianlin replied resolutely. Are you suggesting, Director Zhao, that you intend to protect him? Then we shall have to seek justice with our fists. Chen Feihu retorted coldly. What? You wish to fight? Do you truly believe I fear you? Zhao Tianlin's aura surged, manifesting a powerful wave of abilities. He, too, had reached the level of a 9th-tier ability user. However, Song Wuji looked on disdainfully. Director Zhao, how could you possibly stand against both of us alone? Should a fight ensue, your defeat is inevitable. Is that so? Then what if I have an ally? Just then, a voice laced with intrigue rang out. The door of the black car swung open, revealing a figure stepping down. To the astonishment of Lin Mo, Zhang Wei, and Lu Liang, it was none other than Jiang Qinian, the Lord of Jiangzhou City. Lord Jiang, this is an internal matter of our Ability Management Bureau. What business do you have in this? Chen Feihu questioned, brow furrowed. That is a grave misunderstanding. Young Lin Mo is a hero of Jiangzhou City. Not long ago, when the city faced a catastrophic wolf-level disaster, it was Lin Mo who rendered significant service. How could it possibly not concern me? Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard, a cold smile gracing his lips. Thus, anyone who seeks to harm him must first ask for my consent. As his words settled, an overwhelming wave of ability surged from him, dominating the atmosphere. The expressions of Chun Feihu and Song Wuji shifted drastically. A 10th tier ability user, Lin Mo was equally astonished. He had not anticipated the usually amiable Jiang Qinian to possess such terrifying strength, having reached the pinnacle of a 10th tier ability user. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Without considerable skill and prowess, how could one ascend to the position of Lord of Jiangzhou City? Ha ha ha, Song Wuji, Chun Feihu, what are your odds of victory now? Zhao Tianlin laughed triumphantly. Upon hearing this, the faces of Chun Feihu and Song Wuji darkened to an alarming degree. A mere Zhao Tianlin poses no significant threat. However, should a Jiang Qinian be added to the equation, matters become decidedly more complicated. Engaging in conflict would undoubtedly result in heavy casualties, and such an outcome would be difficult to justify upon return. After all, it would be a disgrace for compatriots to clash amongst themselves. The two exchanged a glance, reluctantly nodded, and suppressed their supernatural energies. Lin Mo, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall see what unfolds. And as for Director Zhao, this grievance will not be forgotten. The Jiangzhou branch has firmly tied itself to our Nanzhou and Luoqing branches, and there will come a day of reckoning. Let us depart. With a wave of his hand, Song Wuji and Chun Feihu intended to lead their group away. Wait. At that moment, Jiang Qinian unexpectedly called out to them. Lord Jiang, we have already extended our courtesy. What more do you desire? Chun Feihu inquired with a raised brow, clearly displeased. You have bullied young friend Lin Mo for quite some time. Shouldn't you offer him an apology before departing? Jiang Qinian asked with a cold smirk. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Song Wuji and Chun Feihu darkened immediately. Lord Jiang, do not overstep your bounds. Why should we apologize to him? Chun Feihu gritted his teeth in response. If you refuse to apologize, then we shall fight until you do. I will not tolerate such vile behavior. Jiang Qinian stepped forward, fully unleashing the aura of a level 10 supernatural being. The pressure was palpable, causing both Song Wuji and Chun Feihu to feel a considerable weight upon them. Realizing that engaging in combat would lead to dire consequences, the two gritted their teeth and, with great reluctance, approached Lin Mo, cupping their fists in a gesture of apology. We apologize for today's events. We did not mean to offend. With that, they attempted to turn away. Gentlemen, please hold on. Lin Mo called after them, pointing to the side where Lan Yi and Wang Yuan stood, sneering. They have yet to apologize. Lin Mo, do not overreach. Why should I apologize to a dog like you? You think you deserve it? Lan Yi could no longer contain his rage. Indeed, who do you think you are? Just a lowly insect from a 4th-tier city. If it weren't for your luck in being rescued today, I would have beaten you to a pulp, Wang Yuan added through gritted teeth. In a flash, Lin Mo transformed into a blur, lunging towards the two, his hands swinging through the air with force. Crack, crack, accompanied by the sharp sound of 2 slaps. The two were sent sprawling, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, several teeth knocked loose. A chorus of anguished cries echoed through the air. It appears I did not teach you a proper lesson in Purgatory Town, did I? Very well, let us continue. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, charging at them once more. Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were nearly paralyzed with fear, desperately calling for help. Deputy Director, save me. These brats are audacious. Song Wuji and Chun Feihu's faces darkened, ready to intervene and stop Lin Mo. However, at that moment, 2 figures stepped forward, Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin. Let the young ones settle their own affairs. We old-timers shall observe from here, Jiang Qinian said nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. You, Song Wuji and Chun Feihu glared in anger. Soon, the piercing cries of Lan Yi and Wang Yuan filled the air once again as Lin Mo mercilessly pummeled them without any chance of retaliation. The sight was excruciating for Song Wuji and Chun Feihu, who felt their teeth grinding in frustration, yet they were powerless to intervene, forced to witness the humiliation. Haha. Brother Lin, give that Wang Yuan another kick to the backside. Yes, yes, a slap on Lan Ye's right cheek. His face is starting to look asymmetrical. Lu Liang gleefully directed from the sidelines. Humph. Let them see how they underestimated us from the small city. They often took resources from headquarters and derided us. And now they reap what they sow. Zhang Wei clenched his fists in excitement. In no time, Lan Yi and Wang Yuan were left in a pitiful state, clinging desperately to Lin Mo's legs, weeping for mercy. Big brother, please stop. I truly cannot take it anymore. We beg you spare us. We admit defeat completely. They then dropped to their knees, bowing in apology. Today's events were our wrongdoing. We instigated trouble and, after being eliminated, sought to confront you. We are despicable and shameless. Please forgive us. If you had said this sooner, we could have avoided all this. Lin Mo replied coldly with a smirk, finally ceasing his assault and returning to Jiang Qinian and Zhao Tianlin's side. Quickly, get them into the car. Song Wuji and Chun Feihu immediately motioned to their subordinates. Several rushed forward to hoist the battered Lan Yi and Wang Yuan before leading them to the vehicle. Deputy Director Song, Deputy Director Chen, we shall not see you off. Do come visit us in Jiangzhou when you have the chance. Zhao Tianlin smiled at the two. Humph. Both men shot a fierce glare at Zhao Tianlin and Lin Mo before turning to leave in their vehicle. What was intended as a day of reclaiming dignity had turned into a profound humiliation, leaving them with no face to remain. The remaining personnel from their branch, seeing their leaders depart, quickly followed suit, retreating with their tails between their legs. Soon, only Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and their companions remained. Thank you, esteemed Director and Lord Mayor, for your timely assistance. Lin Mo turned to express his gratitude. Oh, we are all part of the same family. Such words make it seem distant. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, young friend Lin Mo, you have shown brilliantly on the National Qualification Assessment, achieving first place. It brings honor to me as the mayor. Our Jiangzhou city has not had such a moment of pride in front of the larger cities for some time. Jiang Qinian grinned broadly. Your praise is too generous, Lord Mayor. Lin Mo humbly replied with a fist salute. Esteemed Director, Lord Mayor, the outskirts are inherently unsafe. Let us board the vehicle and converse as we travel, Zhang Wei suggested. With that, the group climbed into the vehicle, setting off toward Jiangzhou City. Shortly after the convoy departed, several figures emerged from a nearby thicket. At the forefront was a young man, clad in a black robe with silver hair, adorned with a red cross pendant on his chest. It seems the internal dynamics of the supernatural administration are not as monolithic as one might think. This bodes well for our sect of the divine, and the capture of Jiangzhou City is merely a matter of time. The silver-haired young man remarked with a cold chuckle. Dear priest, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. Jiangzhou is merely a small, fourth-tier city. Even our current city, Kangcheng, surpasses it in prosperity. Why is there such insistence from above to capture Jiangzhou? Would it not be more advantageous to focus our energies on seizing a larger metropolis? One of the subordinates furrowed his brow, expressing his confusion. There are reasons known only to those above us. We need only to follow their directives. The silver-haired man narrowed his eyes, continuing, moreover, it is my understanding that Jiangzhou is far more complex than it appears on the surface, concealing deep mysteries within. Capturing Jiangzhou would ensure that our grand endeavors for the cult of the divine will be halfway to success. He then turned to his subordinate and commanded, Go. Inform the Taoist Yoli to devise every possible means to hasten the advance of the ghost-level beast tide, aiming to seize Jiangzhou within half a month. Chapter 73, I happen to have a plan. At the headquarters of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau in the capital, the office of the Director General was a whirlwind of activity. As the Director General, Long Zhan oversaw the National Bureau, making him one of the busiest individuals in Huaxia. His desk was piled high with urgent documents demanding his attention. Recently, the Eastern Sea Dragon clan had been applying pressure on several coastal cities, seeking to open customs and initiate trade between the two factions. The cult of the divine had captured Yueqing, uprooting the local Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, resulting in countless civilian casualties. Additionally, a large aggregation of supernatural beasts had been discovered in the southeastern region, posing a significant risk of a dragon-level disaster, prompting nearby cities to request assistance. Long Zhan sighed deeply as he perused the files before him. At the age of 50, he appeared particularly worn and aged. There was no remedy. Huaxia was beset by both internal and external strife. The weight of responsibility he bore as the Director General was immense. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a young man hurrying in with a tablet in hand. What is it that has you in such a rush? Long Zhan inquired, casting a curious glance at the young man. Director General, please take a look at this video, the young man urged, placing the tablet before Long Zhan. The screen displayed footage of Lin Mo unleashing the Oblivion domain in the Inferno town. When was this recorded? Who is this person? Long Zhan, who had previously looked fatigued, suddenly became invigorated. It's from the formal assessment. Zheng Tong had it filmed. This individual is Lin Mo, a newcomer from the Jiangzhou branch. The young man explained hastily. Jiangzhou. A glint of excitement flashed in Long Zhan's eyes as he replayed the video, speaking with fervor. A domain. This is undoubtedly a domain skill. Yet, domain-type skills are typically possessed only by those with SS level or higher abilities. However, I checked Lin Mo's profile in the Bureau, and it states that his ability is only B level. The young man looked perplexed. Either this fellow is playing possum, or he is definitely playing possum. The Bureau would not mistake this. It is undeniably a domain-type skill. Long Zhan asserted with confidence, rising from his chair with a thump. We have been inundated with grim news lately. It has almost driven me to despair. Finally, we have a piece of uplifting news. Who would have thought that after so many years, a genius with SS-level abilities has emerged in Huaxia? Truly, it is a blessing for our nation. Immediately arrange a private plane. I shall personally travel to Jiangzhou to meet him. Yes, the young man nodded, preparing to depart. Wait, just then, Long Zhan appeared to have a sudden realization and called out to the young man. Director General, is there something else? The young man asked, pausing in his tracks. I cannot meet him just yet. Long Zhan replied, shaking his head with a furrowed brow. Why not? The young man was puzzled. His current strength is too feeble, and my ambitions are too grand. If I were to meet him, the various factions would soon learn of it, and he would inevitably become a target. I fear that a tragic repeat of past events may unfold, and I wish to avoid that. Long Zhan stated with a serious expression, resuming his seat. Indeed, it is a pity about that child, Dongqing. He possessed an SSS-level ability, yet due to early exposure, he fell victim to the cult of the divine machinations, leading to the loss of his powers and relegating him to a mere shell of his former self. Had he been properly trained, Huaxiao would have gained another top-tier powerhouse. The young man sighed, filled with regret. Thus, we must take extra precautions to safeguard Lin Mo. Relay my orders to delete this video entirely and do everything in our power to seal off this incident. Fortunately, this was an internal assessment and not broadcasted nationwide, and there are few who could recognize the domain skill on site, so it should remain contained. Long Zhan commanded. Understood. The young man nodded and promptly left. Watching the young man depart, Long Zhan narrowed his eyes, murmuring, Jiangzhou, Lin Mo, it seems as if fate has conspired in our favor. May this be the turning point for our humanity. Outside the Jiangzhou branch of the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau, Zhao Tianlin intercepted Jiang Qinian, who was attempting to enter. Brother Jiang, Lin Mo has returned safely. If there's nothing pressing, you should return to the city lord's mansion. After all, you have your own responsibilities. What? Are you dismissing me now that you've gotten what you wanted? I helped you with such a significant matter. Surely you can at least offer me a cup of tea? Jiang Qinian shot Zhao Tianlin a glare, somewhat irked. Hey, Brother Jiang, you must understand, today is just not convenient. Lin Mo and Lu Liang have just been promoted to formal investigators, and I need to handle their paperwork. I'll likely be busy until late. Zhao Tianlin replied with a sheepish grin. Come now, does such a trivial matter necessitate the personal involvement of a high-ranking director like yourself? Jiang Qinian was skeptical of Zhao Tianlin's excuses and, after a moment's thought, said, if you won't offer tea, at least grant me a private conversation with Lin Mo. That won't do. If you manage to whisk him away from me, I'll have no one to lament my misfortune to. Zhao Tianlin shook his head vehemently, looking as if he were guarding against a thief. Right in front of you. That should be acceptable. Jiang Qinian insisted. That is more like it. Zhao Tianlin nodded. Then called out to Lin Mo, who was not far away. Lin Mo, come over here. City Lord Jiang wishes to speak with you. Lin Mo approached, looking puzzled. City Lord, is there something you need? I heard you acquired an S-level armor this time. Quite impressive. We have very few treasures of such caliber in the City Lord's mansion. You've truly struck it rich. Jiang Qinian remarked with a smile. Just luck. I suppose I was fortunate. Lin Mo scratched the back of his head, smiling sheepishly. Don't be so modest. Luck is part of strength. Jiang Qinian clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder, but his expression suddenly turned serious. However, I must caution you. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasure. An S-level armor is not an ordinary item, particularly in our small city of Jiangzhou, where it will undoubtedly attract unwanted attention and envy. Once you acquire it, exercise great caution, for while you may be in the light, others lurk in the shadows. Lin Mo's expression shifted, and he quickly clasped his fists together, saying, Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I shall certainly keep it in mind. Moreover, you have thoroughly offended the Ability Management Bureau of Nanzhou City and Luoqing this time. Although they dare not act against you today due to my presence and that of Director Zhao, they will undoubtedly seek revenge and retaliate in the future. However, I do have a method that may temporarily safeguard you. Might you be willing to consider it? Jiang Qinian stroked his white beard and inquired with a smile. What method? Lin Mo asked, curiosity evident on his face. Zhao Tianlin, standing nearby, also perked up his ears. My city defense army currently has a vacant command position. If you are willing, I can offer it to you. Jiang Qinian replied cheerfully. Stop. Hold on. Zhao Tianlin rushed forward, glaring at Jiang Qinian. I say, old Jiang, are you so brazen as to poach talent right in front of me? Oh, dear brother Zhao, that is not my intention. What I mean is that Lin Mo can serve in dual capacities, both as an investigator for your Ability Management Bureau and as my deputy commander in the City Lord's Mansion. With this identity, should the Ability Management Bureau of Nanzhou City and Luoqing wish to trouble Lin Mo in the future, they will have to think twice. They may disregard your Jiangzhou branch, but they must respect my City Lord's Mansion. Jiang Qinian hastily waved his hands in explanation. However, Lin Mo is already a formal investigator. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate for him to also serve as deputy commander? Zhao Tianlin frowned. What of it? Wasn't our branch leader Long Zhan also a dual commander of the capital's garrison back in the day? We are, after all, one family. Why must we delineate so clearly? Jiang Qinian chuckled and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianlin nodded thoughtfully. It seems this is the only way. As long as we can protect Lin Mo, I am amenable to anything. Lin Mo, do you agree to this proposal? Jiang Qinian turned to Lin Mo. I have no objections. I only hope to avoid causing trouble for the city lord. Lin Mo replied somewhat bashfully. Jiangzhou has finally produced a genius like you. I will do everything in my power to protect you. No need for pleasantries. Jiang Qinian waved his hand, then looked at Lin Mo, saying, Once you complete the formalities for your appointment, come report to the City Lord's Mansion. That day, Lin Mo and Lu Liang's dormitory was upgraded from the original 80 square meters to a lavish 200-plus square meter riverside flat. The decor was nothing short of luxurious. Their salaries also soared to $50,000 per month, complete with social insurance and housing fund. Their benefits had multiplied several times. Moreover, due to Lin Mo and Lu Liang's outstanding performance in their formal assessments, Zhao Tianlin awarded each of them a cash bonus of 1 million. Brother Lin, now that we are officially confirmed, shouldn't we get a car for our missions? Shall we visit the 4S dealership? Lu Liang suggested. Let's go. The two headed straight for the 4S dealership. Initially, they intended to check out a newly released SUV, but considering it was electric, they figured a gasoline vehicle would be more convenient for missions in the future. Thus, they arrived at a BMW 4S dealership and, after browsing, settled on a BMW X5, dubbed the king of the road. In reality, the experience was far less dramatic than in novels. The sales staff were exceptionally accommodating, providing a warm welcome and guiding the two through their options. Lin Mo was quite fond of the BMW X5. Upon inquiring about the price, he found it to be around 700,000, which he paid for directly with his card. After all, this sum was hardly significant for Lin Mo at this point. The dealership had the vehicle in stock, and the registration process was completed swiftly. Lin Mo and Lu Liang drove off in their new car. As for the matter of a driver's license, it was unlikely any traffic officer would dare to stop them. They could always apply for a replacement later. Driving along, they decided to stop by the city lord's mansion. Lin Mo completed his onboarding procedures and received the insignia of deputy commander. With this insignia, he could directly mobilize the city defense forces. Thus, he possessed the three essential treasures of a man: a home, a car, and military authority. It was hard to fathom that just a week prior, he had been a discarded individual, scorned by his ex-girlfriend and cast out by his family. Fate truly is remarkable. Lin Mo, where are you now? There is an urgent mission. Just as they were enjoying a leisurely drive, team leader Zhang Wei's call came through. The two immediately returned to the Ability Management Bureau. Here, take a look at this information, Zhang Wei said, handing them a document. In the impoverished district, the beast is a snow monster, but we aren't in a snow-capped mountain. Where would a snow monster come from? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Wei shook his head. I don't know the specifics. You two will have to investigate. According to eyewitnesses, this snow monster possesses considerable strength, at least at level 5, and could very well be a level 6 beast. After considering it, you two are the most suitable for this mission. Hurry and investigate to capture this snow monster. Team leader, based on the information, the snow monster sightings have either involved it stealing bread from convenience stores or pilfering apples from fruit shops. With no record of it harming anyone, it seems to be one of the more benevolent beasts, Lu Liang remarked. There are no benevolent beasts. Beasts are inherently brutal and devoid of humanity. Regardless of whether it has harmed anyone, allowing a level 6 beast to roam within the city poses a tremendous threat. As investigators, it is our duty to eliminate it swiftly, Zhang Wei said sternly. Understood. We will set off immediately. Lin Mo and Lu Liang took the documents and departed the Ability Management Bureau. In the impoverished district, the contrast to the bustling city center was stark, with decay and poverty evident everywhere. Yet, this was the refuge for many impoverished individuals and low-income workers. The exceedingly low rents and prices provided a glimmer of hope for those struggling to survive. Brother Lin, this impoverished district is so vast. Where shall we search for the snow monster? Lu Liang surveyed their surroundings, his brows furrowed. This mission is no less challenging than a bounty task. We have no useful leads and must rely on our own efforts. Let's first check the convenience store where the snow monster was sighted. Lin Mo shook his head, ready to move forward. At that moment, he noticed Lu Liang still frozen in place. Following Lu Liang's gaze, Lin Mo saw a small boy, about 4 or 5 years old, squatting by the roadside. The child's face was dirty, and his clothes were tattered and patched. In front of him lay an old bowl filled with holes, likely used for begging. How pitiful. Lu Liang felt a pang of sympathy, pulled out his wallet, and placed several 100 yuan bills into the boy's bowl. Uncle, this is too much. I cannot accept it. The little boy exclaimed, startled, and spoke cautiously. Don't worry. It's for you. Just take it. Lu Liang replied with a smile. At that moment, Lin Mo approached as well, placing all the cash he had on him into the bowl. Little friend, what is your name? My name is Nunu. The boy blinked his large eyes and answered. Nunu? What a peculiar name. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback as he reached out to gently ruffle Nunu's small head, advising, Nunu, the sky is about to darken soon, and there are reports of snow monsters lurking nearby. You should return home promptly, do you understand? Upon hearing the term snow monster, Nunu's expression clearly shifted, not in fear, but in concern. However, Lin Mo and Lu Liang, who had already turned to leave, remained oblivious to this exchange. Chapter 75, Discovering Traces. The 24-hour convenience store marked the first appearance of the snow monster. At that time, it had burst in and snatched a loaf of bread, an event captured on surveillance cameras. After presenting their credentials, Lin Mo and Lu Liang successfully accessed the footage. The screen revealed a creature towering at least 3 meters, covered in pristine white fur, adorned with a pair of antlers. Its intentions were quite clear. It stole the bread and fled without a moment's hesitation. Moreover, the footage indicated that the cashier on duty was merely 2 meters away from the snow monster and even made eye contact with it. Yet, The creature exhibited no inclination to cause harm, which was rather peculiar. What kind of aberrant beast refrains from preying on humans and merely pilfers bread? Having gleaned little from this location, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were about to explore elsewhere when a petite figure halted them. It was none other than the small boy, Nunu. He held a wallet in his hand. Lu Liang recognized it immediately and hurriedly checked his pocket, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, this is my wallet. Thank you, Nunu. You're welcome, uncle. Goodbye. Nunu handed the wallet to Lu Liang and turned to leave. Upon opening the wallet to ensure nothing was missing, Lu Liang discovered that most of the money he and Lin Mo had recently given Nunu had been returned, leaving only 5 yuan behind. This little fellow. Lu Liang was about to call out to Nunu, but the boy had already vanished from sight. Lin Mo shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips. Nowadays, many beggars lament that the alms they receive are insufficient, often turning it into a profession for profit. Yet Nunu's foray into begging perhaps stemmed from a genuine need for survival. What a pitiable child. Let us go. If we encounter him again, we can offer him more, Lin Mo remarked, patting Lu Liang's shoulder as he prepared to get into the car. At that moment, a fleeting white shadow darted across the narrow alley directly in front of them, momentarily startling both men. Lu Liang swallowed hard and uncertainly inquired, Lin, did you see that? The white shadow looked like a snow monster. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with determination as he immediately pursued the creature. In the dimly lit alley, a woman, heavily made up and clad in a short black skirt, swayed her slender waist as she walked forward. The sound of her high heels echoed throughout the alley. Unbeknownst to her, a tall white figure stealthily trailed behind. Soon, she found herself beneath a streetlight. The woman abruptly halted, noticing a vast shadow on the ground before her, one that was evidently not her own. She swiftly turned around, only to be confronted by a snow monster standing 3 meters tall, its white fur gleaming, staring intently at her. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the alley as the woman, terrified, nearly fainted. Just then, the snow monster reached out with its enormous hand, covering her mouth, and with a finger, gestured for silence. The woman desperately wanted to flee, yet her legs felt weak, rendering her unable to obey her brain's commands. Ugh! The snow monster pointed ahead and then indicated itself, gazing at her with questioning eyes. What are you saying? I can't understand. The woman was utterly bewildered. Ugh! The snow monster let out a resigned sigh, grasped her slender waist, and hoisted her onto its shoulder, striding deeper into the alley. Where are you taking me? Put me down. The woman cried out in panic, struggling fiercely. The snow monster waved its hand, conjuring a snowball the size of a fist, and stuffed it into her mouth. The woman descended into despair. This was it. She was truly done for. A creature of such size would likely leave her without a single bone intact. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the shadows, Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Upon seeing the woman perched on the snow monster's shoulder, Lin Mo initially froze, then a smirk crept across his face. So that's why you don't harm anyone. You're not interested in men, only targeting women, are you? Ugh! The snow monster gazed at the 2 men, its large eyes filled with confusion, evidently struggling to comprehend Lin Mo's words. Special Task Force of the Abnormal Beasts Management Bureau, you are under arrest. Release that woman immediately. Lu Liang brandished his credentials before the snow monster. Upon seeing this, the snow monster's expression shifted dramatically. It hastily set the woman down and raised both hands in surrender. Its somewhat naive and frightened demeanor was unexpectedly endearing. This left Lin Mo and Lu Liang momentarily at a loss. Having executed numerous missions, this was the first time they had encountered an aberrant beast that surrendered without a fight. It seemed this task was not as daunting as they had anticipated. Haha, Lin. It appears this creature recognizes that you are no one to be trifled with, prompting its immediate capitulation. Lu Liang exclaimed as he retrieved a pair of specialized handcuffs for aberrant beasts from his spatial ring, preparing to approach the snow monster. However, just then, a frigid gust, laden with swirling snow, swept through the alley, momentarily blinding Lin Mo and Lu Liang. When they regained their sight, the snow monster had vanished, leaving only the woman, who was now trembling on the ground. Has it escaped? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. Wow, this snow monster seems quite intelligent. It appears to have understood the art of retreat. Lu Liang remarked in astonishment, then approached the still-dazed woman with concern. Miss, are you all right? That must have been terrifying. The woman, taking a deep breath, patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Dressed in minimal summer attire, her deep inhalation drew attention to her pronounced curves, accentuating the deep valley between them. Lu Liang gulped, extending a hand to assist her. Ahem, miss, if you're all right, we shall take our leave. As the 2 men turned to depart, the woman hurriedly called out, Wait, are you truly investigators from the Abnormal Beasts Management Bureau? What else could it be? If not an investigator, which kind-hearted individual would venture out at such an hour to capture otherworldly beasts? That would be sheer madness. Lu Liang smirked. Wonderful, the woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she lunged into Lu Liang's embrace, her delicate fingers caressing his chest as she playfully remarked. I've heard that the investigators from the Ability Management Bureau are quite affluent. Since it's too late for me to attend to my clients, would you two care for a bit of fun? One at a time, or perhaps all together. I'm open to either option. Chapter 76, Nunu and Dubai. Initially, Lu Liang relished the moment. However, upon hearing her words, he abruptly shoved her away, eyes wide with disbelief. You can't be serious, can you? Oh, come now. Don't be so harsh. I'm merely a lonely woman seeking to earn a little extra in the dead of night. She playfully tapped Lu Liang's chest, flashing a flirtatious smile. Rest assured, considering you saved me, I can offer you a discount of 30%. Laughter erupted from Lin Mo, who could not contain himself. He had thought it would be a romantic encounter, yet it turned out to be something entirely different. Away with you. I have always pursued pure and beautiful love. Such transactions of money and flesh are the very things I disdain. I would rather remain at home as a recluse. Lu Liang cast an irritable glance at the woman and quickly grabbed Lin Mo, darting towards the alley's exit. Brother Lin, this evening's escapade must remain a secret. Trying to silence me? You'll treat me to supper tonight. Not a problem. I'll also cover breakfast tomorrow. At the alley's end, in an unnoticed, trash-laden corner, a small boy huddled. If Lin Mo and Lu Liang were present, they would surely recognize him. This boy was Nunu. At that moment, he clutched a bright red apple. Suddenly, a tall, snow-white figure entered, the snow beast that had just escaped from Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Yet upon seeing the snow beast, Nunu did not exhibit fear. Instead, he leapt into its embrace, exclaiming, Dubai, you're back. Dubai affectionately ruffled Nunu's hair. Here, this is for you. You must promise not to steal apples from others again, understand? Nunu eagerly offered the red apple to Dubai. Oh, Dubai, overjoyed, accepted the apple and swallowed it in one bite. Did you finish it so quickly? Nunu was taken aback. Dubai rubbed his belly, appearing unsatisfied. Today, a kind-hearted person gave me $5, but it was only enough for one apple. I'll go begging again tomorrow to buy you more, okay? Nunu scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. All right. Dubai nodded enthusiastically. The two then nestled together in the corner. Dubai, you smell delightful. Is that the scent of perfume? Nunu sniffed Dubai's shoulder and, seeming to remember something, asked, Did you go on an investigation again? Dubai gestured and communicated. Remarkably, Nunu understood its signs, his face lighting up with surprise. You must have met those kind uncles. They're actually from the Ability Management Bureau. We need to be cautious. We mustn't let them catch you. Even though they're kind, they will surely take you away. Dubai gestured again. Nunu's face brightened with excitement. You know where my mother is? Dubai beckoned to Nunu and stood up, heading outside. Nunu took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then followed. In the slums, at a veteran-esque barbecue stall, despite its shabby appearance, the aroma of the barbecue delicacies was quite enticing. Lu Liang rubbed his stomach, a look of satisfaction on his face. He and Lin Mo had just enjoyed a hearty meal. After settling the bill, Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo and asked, Brother Lin, where to next? The snow beast, after the earlier fright, likely won't show its face tonight. Let us find somewhere to rest before continuing our search tomorrow. Lin Mo considered this. Let us get moving. Hey, Brother Lin, look over there. Isn't that Nunu, the boy we encountered before? Suddenly, Lu Liang pointed to a small bar across the street. Lin Mo turned to see a petite figure standing at the bar's entrance. It was indeed Nunu. The bouncer initially refused him entry, attempting to shoo him away, but for some reason, he engaged in conversation with the bouncer, who then led him inside. Taken aback, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances. I can't believe it, Brother Lin. Could we have been deceived? This child seems to be part of an organization. Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically. That can't be. If he were part of a begging ring, he wouldn't have returned our money. Lin Mo shook his head, confident in his assertion. After all, such organizations typically employed children to beg for specific daily goals, and failing to meet those would result in punishment. What could Nunu want at the bar? Lu Liang asked, puzzled. Let us follow him. Lin Mo felt that something was amiss and quickly moved towards the entrance. Inside the bar, guided by the bouncer, Nunu entered a private room. In the center, a young man clad in a white shirt sat on a sofa, while a line of heavily made-up, provocatively dressed women stood before him. The bouncer leaned in and whispered something to the young man. What? Looking for your mother? The young man glanced at Nunu, who appeared somewhat nervous, and waved him over. Gathering his courage, Nunu approached. Little one, come and see who among these is your mother. The young man gestured towards the group of women. Nunu quickly scanned the room and shook his head. None of them are my mother. And what is your mother's name? Speak it so I can ensure she leaves. How can a mother abandon her child to feast here? The young man said dismissively. My mother's name is Chu Meili. Nunu replied. What? The young man's expression darkened. That wretched woman has left a bastard behind. She is not a wretched woman. Although frightened, Nunu retorted at the insult against his mother. Humph, it doesn't matter anymore. The young man sneered coldly, signaling to the bouncer. Take care of him. Dispose of him in the river to feed the fish. Make it clean. Understood. The bouncer nodded, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he reached for Nunu's neck. Suddenly, the door to the private room burst open. A tall, white figure charged in. Dubai had arrived. Chapter 77. Then let us assume another identity. The beast. Ah. The young man and those alluring women were instantly struck with terror, their eyes widening in disbelief. Dabai turned to the side, allowing the women to flee the private room, and then charged directly at the young man and the security personnel. In an instant, blood-curdling screams reverberated throughout the room. "Brother Dog, are you all right?" The young man's subordinates rushed in upon hearing the commotion. However, when they entered the room and beheld Dabai sitting squarely on the young man, their faces turned pale with fright, and they immediately feigned ignorance. "Brother Dog isn't here. Let us search the other private rooms." Upon hearing this, Brother Dog, who was pinned beneath Dabai, nearly choked with rage. "You bunch of bastards, I must have been raising you for nothing." Soon, Brother Dog's anguished cries echoed once more within the room. "Stop it." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Two figures burst in. It was Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Upon realizing it was Dabai, both Lin Mo and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback. "What is the snow beast doing here?" "Dabai, run!" Nunu hurriedly shouted to Dabai. "Dabai?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then glared at Dabai, declaring, "The Ability Management Bureau is conducting an operation. Surrender immediately." With a sweeping motion, Dabai conjured a swirling storm of wind and snow, preparing to unleash it upon Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Still attempting this move, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Mo's eyes as he turned to Lu Liang and commanded, "Subdue it." Understood. Lu Liang promptly burrowed underground, only to reappear behind Dabai in the next moment, swiftly cuffing its legs with handcuffs designed to emit high-voltage currents, effective against beasts. In an instant, Dabai collapsed. "Dabai!" Nunu was frantic, rushing to Dabai's side. "Do not worry, it merely lost consciousness from the electric shock. It is not seriously harmed." Lu Liang reassured. "Uncles, Dabai has never harmed anyone. Please, let it go." Nunu pleaded. "Nonsense. Who says it hasn't harmed anyone? I nearly got killed by it just now." Brother Dog groaned painfully as he rose from the ground, then turned to Lin Mo and Lu Liang, saying, "Comrades, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, this law-abiding citizen would have perished at the hands of this beast. You must kill it." He then gestured towards Nunu, "And this little brat. He clearly collaborates with the beast, inciting it to harm. This is a grave offense that cannot go unpunished. You seem quite knowledgeable about the law." Lin Mo squinted. "Of course, as a law-abiding citizen, one must understand the law." Brother Dog grinned. "Uncle, that's not how it is. He is the villain. He kidnapped my mother. Dabai came to save me, which is why it attacked them." Nunu interjected hastily. "Oh." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "Little brat, do not slander me. You'd better be careful, or I will sue you for defamation. When did I ever kidnap your mother? Do you have any evidence?" Brother Dog's expression darkened as he glared at Nunu. "You know my mother's name, and yet insult her." Nunu clenched his small fists, visibly angered. Brother Dog attempted to argue, but was interrupted by a mere glance from Lin Mo's silence. "Let him speak." Lin Mo then crouched down to Nunu's level and said, "Nunu, you must clarify things for Uncle, so I can assist you." "Uncle, it happened like this. A month ago, my mother suddenly disappeared, and I became an orphan. Later, while rummaging through trash, I encountered Dabai. Dabai never harmed me. It took care of me and even risked itself to steal bread from a convenience store when I was starving. I remember everything. Today, with the $5 you gave me, I bought an apple for Dabai and returned the rest to the store. Dabai has been helping me search for my mother. And when it discovered that she had last been seen at this bar, it brought me here." After listening to Nunu's account, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances. It turned out there truly existed benevolent beasts in this world. Moreover, compared to Dabai, those who had abducted Nunu's mother and left him homeless were the real beasts. In an instant, Lin Mo and Lu Liang directed icy glares towards Brother Dog. Brother Dog felt a chill run down his spine and hastily waved his hands, attempting to defend himself. "Comrades, surely you cannot take the word of this child alone? What if he is deceiving you? Whether he is deceiving us is irrelevant. What matters is whether you will deceive us." Lin Mo replied coldly, then looked at Lu Liang and commanded, "Let this scoundrel experience our interrogation methods at the Ability Management Bureau." Understood. Lu Liang concentrated, and an exceedingly thick electric baton materialized in his hand. With the push of a button, the baton crackled ominously with electricity. Lu Liang swung the baton menacingly before Brother Dog, sneering, "This baton is specifically designed for beasts. Even those weighing hundreds or thousands of pounds would lose control upon receiving a jolt. Now tell me, what do you think it would feel like if it were plunged into you? That would surely be lethal." Brother Dog's face paled with fear. "Brother Dog, we're here to rescue you." Just then, Brother Dog's subordinates rushed in again. Yet, upon seeing Dabai sprawled on the floor and the imposing electric baton in Lu Liang's grip, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Strange, we clearly heard Brother Dog's voice just now. How could he not be here? It seems he must not be present. Let us retreat." They immediately turned and fled, disappearing in a flash. Brother Dog was infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood. He was utterly despondent, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. "I confess. I will tell you everything. However, I did not kidnap Nunu's mother. And the person who did is someone you cannot afford to provoke." "Who is it?" Lin Mo inquired coldly. "The leader of the Black Dragon Society, Qianberguang. Brother Dog took a deep breath and whispered. Exiting the bar, Lin Mo remarked, Brother Lin, do you truly intend to confront the Black Dragon Society? Lu Liang asked, frowning. Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. Oh no, you cannot go there. That place is too dangerous. Lu Liang quickly waved his hands. Why not? Lin Mo questioned, puzzled. I just looked it up online. The Black Dragon Society is a force of the common folk. Their leader, Qianberguang, and everyone beneath him are ordinary people. If you go there, you will undoubtedly unleash a massacre. But we are investigators of the Ability Management Bureau. We can only intervene with beasts and those malevolent ability users. We must never harm ordinary people, or we will be violating the Bureau's ironclad rules. If it is exploited by those with ulterior motives, you will find yourself in grave trouble. Lu Liang explained. Is there such a regulation within the Ability Management Bureau? Lin Mo furrowed his brow. And as if struck by a sudden thought, a playful smile graced his lips. If the identity of the investigator proves inadequate, then let us assume another guise. Chapter 78. What can you do to me? In the North Lake District, at the Moonlight Night Club, as one of the top 3 entertainment venues in the entire Jiangzhou. It also bore another identity, the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. In a world where individuals with extraordinary abilities abound, the Black Dragon Society, comprised solely of ordinary people, remains a formidable entity due to its vast membership, unwavering unity, and access to firearms. Thus, in civilian society, it is a force that few dare to provoke. As long as they refrain from inciting the ire of the supernatural factions, they can reign with impunity in Jiangzhou. Over the years, they have indeed committed numerous acts of oppression and exploitation. The 2 men arrived directly at the entrance of the Moonlight Night Club. Lin Mo turned to Lu Liang and inquired, the call has been made, hasn't it? Indeed, they are already on their way. Lu Liang nodded. Very well. Let us first meet this Qianberguang. Lin Mo remarked with a cold smile, striding into the club. Halt, you two. The security at the entrance attempted to stop them, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from Lin Mo. They rushed into the nightclub. Lin Mo seized a passing waiter and demanded in a low voice, where is your boss? On the 3rd floor, in the office. The waiter, clearly intimidated by Lin Mo's imposing presence, obediently replied. Without further ado, Lin Mo and Lu Liang made their way to the 3rd floor. Their path was unobstructed, with no one daring to impede their progress, as it was unlikely anyone would expect someone to create a disturbance in the Moonlight Night Club. Meanwhile, in the office on the 3rd floor, the general manager was confronted by a young waitress. Her delicate features creased in confusion as she questioned, Boss, why has my salary been docked by 1,000 this month? I haven't been late or left early. Seated behind a spacious desk was a middle-aged man in a green shirt, his balding head glistening. This was Qianberguang, the president of the Black Dragon Society. He leered at the waitress, assessing her with a predatory gaze, and replied with a smirk. Oui, you know how tough the current economic climate is. Everyone's income is decreasing. It's not just you, but this is excessive. My salary is only 3,000 to begin with, and others have only seen minor reductions of 100 or 200. Why has mine been slashed by 1/3? The waitress protested. Are you complaining about insufficient funds? I happen to have a lucrative opportunity for you. Should you be willing? Qianberguang said with a mischievous grin, rising to approach her. He produced a small white pill from his pocket and offered it to her. Here, take this, and I will immediately raise your salary to 5,000, and starting this month, it will be 10,000. What do you say? As he spoke, his gaze lingered greedily on the waitress's alluring figure, unwilling to divert his attention even for a moment. What is this pill? The waitress asked, her voice trembling with apprehension. Fear not, my dear, I would never harm you. This is a substance that will bring you immense pleasure. Trust me, you will come to adore this sensation. Qianberguang coaxed, his voice dripping with temptation. No, I refuse to take it, and I quit. The waitress declared, attempting to leave. Qianberguang's expression darkened as he seized her by the throat, coldly stating, You will eat it, whether you wish to or not. He moved to force the pill into her mouth. Bang! At that moment, the office door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Startled, Qianberguang turned, glaring furiously at the intruders, bellowing, Who dares to kick down my door? Do you have a death wish? TSK. Boss Qian, such a temper you have. A playful voice echoed from the doorway as Lin Mo and Lu Liang strolled in unhurriedly. Upon seeing them, Qianberguang froze momentarily. You are Lin Mo, the investigator from the Ability Management Bureau? Oh, you recognize me? Lin Mo replied, somewhat taken aback. Qianberguang quickly released the waitress and approached Lin Mo with a beaming smile. The illustrious hero Lin, who in Jiangzhou does not know your name. I saw you on television not long ago. What brings you to my humble establishment today? Have you come to investigate the presence of a beast? Not quite. Lin Mo shook his head, fixing his gaze on Qianberguang with a cold smile. I am here to find someone. Who? Qianberguang inquired with feigned curiosity. Chu Meili. Upon hearing this name, Qianberguang's expression shifted noticeably. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and feigning ignorance. I have not heard of her. Qianberguang. Do not play coy. Dego has already revealed everything to us. If we lacked solid evidence, we would not be here. Cooperation will yield leniency. while resistance will invite severity. Lu Liang spoke coldly. This traitor is truly courting death. A glint of malice flickered in Qian Buoguang's eyes. However, he showed no signs of panic. Instead, he returned to his office chair, crossed his legs, and unabashedly proclaimed, if I recall correctly, this matter does not fall under the jurisdiction of your Ability Management Bureau, does it? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Where's Chu Meili? Lin Mo asked icily. I have no information to provide. Qian Buoguang shrugged his shoulders. Bang! Lu Liang stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to the desk, declaring, Qian Buoguang, if you do not cooperate, do not blame us for being impolite. What? You intend to dismantle my nightclub? Qian Buoguang shot Lu Liang a disdainful glance, boldly stating, the rules of the Ability Management Bureau are well known throughout Jiangzhou. Surely you are not unaware? If you have the guts, come at me and see who falls first. Moreover, let me remind you that my position today is backed by powerful allies. Should you lay a finger on me, you will face dire consequences. So, you have no intention of cooperating? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a playful smirk on his face. Cooperate? Huh. I deign to address you as an investigator. Without such courtesy, you are nothing before me. Qian Buoguang sneered, reclining back in his chair with his legs propped on the desk, arrogantly stating, today, let us see what you can do to me. Suddenly, a panicked subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, we have a serious situation. Qian Buoguang glared at his subordinate with irritation, scolding, what are you panicking about? Is the sky about to fall? Boss, a large crowd has surrounded the entire nightclub. You need to come and see. The subordinate's face was pale with fright. What? Qian Buoguang's expression darkened at once. Gritting his teeth, how dare they surround the headquarters of the Black Dragon Society? Truly a reckless endeavor, to summon others and arm oneself. I am eager to witness who possesses such a death wish. With that declaration, he rose and strode towards the exit. Lin Mo and LV Liang exchanged glances, unable to suppress their smiles. Chapter 79. Do you deserve to live? Qian Buoguang, leading a throng of several dozen subordinates, approached the entrance of the nightclub with a menacing air. However, upon perceiving the scene outside, his expression shifted dramatically. The nightclub was encircled by a formidable assembly, at least several hundred individuals clad in uniform silver armor, wielding silver spears. The design of the armor was unmistakable to any resident of Jiangzhou. Qian Buoguang swallowed hard, his countenance darkening as he inquired, the city defense army? Why on earth would they besiege our nightclub? I have no idea. They just appeared out of nowhere. Surely, they cannot be here for a team-building exercise? A nearby subordinate replied, equally bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Qian Buoguang steeled himself and cautiously approached, asking, might I inquire, esteemed military gentleman, the reason for your visit to my Moonlight nightclub? We are a legitimate establishment, strictly opposed to vice and crime, and we never evade taxes. If we have inadvertently offended the city defense army, I implore you to inform us, and we shall rectify any issues immediately. Yet, the soldiers remained impassive, standing still and expressionless, as if his words were lost on them. This only heightened Qian Buoguang's anxiety. After all, the city defense army operated without the constraints that govern the Superpower Management Bureau. If they felt offended, they would show no mercy, whether dealing with ordinary citizens or superhumans. They would simply unleash their wrath. Allow me to elucidate their purpose. A voice laced with amusement rang out from behind him. Lin Mo and LV Liang emerged nonchalantly. You know? Qian Buoguang asked Lin Mo incredulously. Indeed, they are here to eliminate your Black Dragon Society. Lin Mo affirmed with a nod, a cold smile gracing his lips. Huh. Lin Mo, do not attempt to intimidate me. You are merely an ordinary investigator. What authority do you possess to mobilize the city defense army? Such boasts are mere fabrications. Qian Buoguang scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lin Mo. Do you doubt? Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smirk, and with a flick of his mind, the insignia of the deputy commander materialized in his right hand. Stepping forward, he raised the insignia high and proclaimed, City Defense Army. Obey my command. At your service. The soldiers responded in unison. Upon witnessing this, Qian Buoguang's expression faltered. The Black Dragon Society has committed countless atrocities, preying upon the weak and sowing discord. To ensure peace in Jiangzhou and protect its citizens, I hereby order the immediate dismantling of the Moonlight nightclub. Any members of the Black Dragon Society are to be executed on sight, leaving not a single survivor. Lin Mo issued the command decisively. Understood. The soldiers wasted no time and charged toward the nightclub. It was over, utterly over. The sky had indeed fallen. Qian Buoguang collapsed onto the ground, consumed by despair. In that instant, the Moonlight nightclub was filled with anguished cries. In the face of the well-trained, superhuman city defense soldiers, the members of the Black Dragon Society were no match. They were mercilessly slaughtered. Before long, the vast expanse of the Moonlight nightclub saw all but Qian Buoguang, the chairman, slain, leaving not a single soul alive. After ushering out all customers and staff, Lin Mo set the entire establishment ablaze, truly reducing it to rubble. My empire. The fruit of nearly 20 years of hard work. Qian Buoguang lamented as he watched the nightclub engulfed in flames, his heart bleeding. If you wish to avoid perishing alongside the nightclub in this inferno, you shall promptly disclose the whereabouts of Chu Meili, Lin Mo declared, gazing down at Qian Buoguang with icy resolve. Lin Mo? Qian Buoguang met Lin Mo's gaze, gritting his teeth in defiance. You dare treat me this way? My patron will not let you go. And who is your patron? Lin Mo inquired with a cold laugh. Wang Dalong, chairman of the Wang Group, a level 9 superhuman. Qian Buoguang replied hastily. Oh, so you are one of his men? Lin Mo paused, momentarily taken aback. What now? Are you frightened? Qian Buoguang smirked, emboldened as he rose to his feet, proclaiming arrogantly, if you know what's good for you, let me go at once, or you shall face the consequences. I had intended to spare your life, Lin Mo said, a sinister smile creeping across his face as his gaze turned frigid. But since you are affiliated with him, you may as well leave your life behind. As the words fell, Lin Mo and LV Liang lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks upon Qian Buoguang. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams as they pummeled him into submission, leaving him a mere shadow of his former self, motionless on the ground. Why? My patron is Wang Dalong. Why do you still dare to strike me? Qian Buoguang clutched his head, utterly perplexed. Because you lack foresight. Do you not know that Lin is sworn enemies with Wang Dalong? Lin has already crippled his son. What chance do you think you stand? LV Liang scoffed, eyeing Qian Buoguang with disdain. What? Panic washed over Qian Buoguang as his expression shifted dramatically. Are you still unwilling to confess? Lin Mo's tone turned icy. The chill in his gaze sent shivers down Qian Buoguang's spine, causing him to tremble involuntarily. I will confess. I will tell you everything. Chu Meili is not in my possession. She is already dead. What? Both Lin Mo and LV Liang's expressions shifted in an instant. About a month ago, I visited a bar owned by Big Dog. I noticed Chu Meili working there as a waitress and, finding her somewhat attractive, sought to engage in relations with her. I assumed, as is common in bars, that the women would be quite promiscuous, and a brief liaison would be inconsequential. However, I underestimated her. She was quite fierce. After learning her husband had passed away years prior, and that she had no one at home, I had someone drug her and brought her to a hotel. However, just as we were about to engage, the drugs wore off, and she woke up, screaming and biting at me. In a moment of panic, I accidentally strangled her to death. Her body is now buried beneath a sycamore tree outside the city gates, Qian Buoguang recounted cautiously. With those final words, Lin Mo's eyes blazed with an ominous fury. How despicable you are. LV Liang seethed, filled with a desire to rend Qian Buoguang limb from limb. I am a beast, not human. Qian Buoguang slapped himself hard twice, looking up at Lin Mo and LV Liang with pleading eyes. I have said all that I can. Can you gentlemen spare me? Suddenly, 2 beams of annihilating light shot forth, and in an instant, Qian Buoguang's arms vanished without a trace. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Qian Buoguang was startled into turning away, desperate to flee. Buzz. Once again, 2 beams of obliteration light surged forth. In an instant, Qian Buoguang's legs vanished, causing him to collapse to the ground, wailing incessantly, please, don't kill me. I beg you, I still wish to live. Lin Mo stepped forward and viciously stomped down on Qian Buoguang's groin, reducing it to a bloody pulp. The pain nearly rendered Qian Buoguang unconscious. A creature as wretched as you still dares to wish for life? Do you truly believe you deserve it? The obliteration light activated once more, this time targeting Qian Buoguang's head. Lin, what should we do about Nunu? He still believes his mother is alive. Lu Liang stepped forward, his eyes reddening with urgency. Lin Mo took a deep breath, gazing at the moon in the sky, and replied helplessly, he will find out sooner or later. I'll find an opportunity to tell him. Chapter 80. Someone wants to lodge a complaint. Daybreak arrived. In the Extraordinary Abilities prison, cell number 188, Daba leaned against the corner, staring up at the sealed window, his face etched with confusion and despair. Upon awakening, he discovered Nunu was missing, and he found himself confined here. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to worry about his own safety. His thoughts were consumed by Nunu. He was still so young. What if he encountered danger? Daba. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Instantly, Daba's eyes brightened, and he turned eagerly. A petite figure was sprinting toward the cell. It was none other than Nunu. Woohoo! Daba exclaimed with joy, springing to his feet and rushing to the iron bars. Daba, are you all right? Nunu quickly approached, concern etched on his face. Daba shook his head, equally worried, and asked Wu, of course, I'm fine. Uncle Lin Mo and Uncle Lu Liang are good people. Nunu replied with a smile. Phew. Daba finally felt a sense of relief, then gestured to Nunu, inquiring, Wu? Upon hearing this, Nunu's smile vanished, his eyes turning red as tears streamed down his cheeks. Daba, I no longer have a mother. She has passed away. Daba froze, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He longed to pull Nunu into his embrace to comfort him, but separated by the iron bars, he could only reach out, gently stroking Nunu's head. Seeing Nunu in such sorrow caused Daba's eyes to redden as well, ice-blue tears welling up. Not far away, 3 figures stood, Zhang Wei, Lin Mo, and Lu Liang. Lin. He is so young, yet he has lost his mother and everything. How will he live on? I wish I had waited longer to tell him. Lu Liang's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Grief is inevitable. Time will heal the wounds. It's better to tell him early so he can accept it sooner. Moreover, he is not entirely alone. He has us and Daba. Lin Mo sighed softly, then turned to Zhang Wei, stating, Captain, you have seen for yourself that Daba is kind-hearted. His only concern is for Nunu, and he would never harm anyone. Could we allow him to live in the city? Nunu only has him left. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, expressing concern. The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities has no precedent for this. What if something goes wrong in the future? I will take full responsibility if anything happens, Lin Mo declared earnestly. And I too. Lu Liang chimed in quickly. You too. Zhang Wei sighed heavily, conceding, very well. We will bear any consequences together. Although the Bureau exists to eliminate extraordinary beasts, we cannot entirely forsake our humanity. Even the director would likely understand this matter. As he spoke, he handed the cell key to Lin Mo. Consider this a blank slate. Today, you've seen nothing. Zhang Wei then turned and headed toward the prison exit. Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, joy illuminating their faces, and hurriedly approached to unlock the cell door. Woohoo! Daba and Nunu embraced tightly. Upon leaving the prison, Nunu looked up at Lin Mo and asked, Uncle Lin Mo, I want to know where my mother is buried. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before responding. I'll take you there. Lin, it's manageable in the city, but what about the city gate? Daba is too large a target. Lu Liang expressed his concern. Have you forgotten my other identity? Lin Mo smirked slightly, producing his deputy commander's badge. Outside the city, beneath a massive phoenix tree, Nunu knelt before his mother's grave, eyes red, saying, Mom, rest easy, Daba will take care of me. No one will dare bully me. Woo. Daba patted his chest, as if assuring Chu Meili that he would protect Nunu. Mom, I have decided. When I grow up, I want to be an investigator like Uncle Lin Mo, specifically to capture bad guys and extraordinary beasts. Nunu declared with determination, clenching his little fists. Woo. Daba looked at Nunu, confusion etched across his face. Of course, that doesn't include you. Haha. Nunu laughed heartily, observing this from a distance. Lin Mo and Lu Liang shared a moment of relief. Lin, what are your plans for them next? Lu Liang inquired. Previously, Wang Dalong gifted me a villa. It's spacious and secluded. We can settle them there for now, and later find a more suitable place for them to move to. Lin Mo contemplated before responding. Sounds reliable. Lu Liang nodded in agreement. Buzz. Just then, Lin Mo's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Director Zhao Tianlin. Hello, Director, what is it? Where are you? Hurry back to the bureau. Someone wants to lodge a complaint against you. Zhao Tianlin's voice crackled through the receiver. Complaint against me? Who? Lin Mo was taken aback, bewildered. He hadn't provoked anyone recently, except for Qianberguang last night, but he was already dead. Just come back for now. Zhao Tianlin ended the call abruptly. What is going on? Lu Liang asked. The director mentioned someone is complaining about me. And I'm curious who has the time for that. Lin Mo frowned. Could it be that scoundrel, Chu Lianqing? Lu Liang speculated after a moment's thought. Are you referring to Chu Tianqi's uncle? I nearly forgot about that old trickster. He is up to something. Lin Mo's expression darkened as he recalled the situation. Let us go back and see what scheme he is plotting. At the entrance of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, a throng of reporters had already gathered. While Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei inside the building exchanged glances, both feeling overwhelmed by the unfolding scene. After all, even the smallest matters can stir up a tempest when they reach the ears of the media, potentially leading to unforeseen chaos. Mr. Chu, if you wish to file a complaint against Lin Mo, do so without hesitation. What purpose do all these reporters serve? Zhao Tianlin turned to the side, where stood none other than Chu Tianqi's uncle, Chu Lianqing, who had recently been reprimanded by Lin Mo. Director Zhao, I find myself with no alternative. I have attempted to lodge complaints several times, yet the Ability Management Bureau has denied me entry. I am aware that Lin Mo is currently the celebrated hero of Jiangzhou, and your bureau is shielding him. Without the media's presence, you would pay no heed to my grievances. It seems my cleverness has borne fruit, as I am now before you, Chu Lianqing proclaimed, a smug expression on his face. Chapter 81, Malicious Editing. You, Zhao Tianlin glared in exasperation. Never mind, Director. Let us wait for Lin Mo's return. Zhang Wei hastily pulled Zhao Tianlin aside. He understood Zhao's temperament well. Should he lose his composure and strike Chu Lianqing in front of so many reporters, the repercussions would be dire. Upon returning to the city, Lin Mo and LV Liang surveyed the commotion outside the Ability Management Bureau with furrowed brows. This old dog, Chu Lianqing, what is he up to? LV Liang seethed. He recognized that a standard complaint would not harm Lin Mo, so Chu Lianqing's intent was to tarnish Lin Mo's reputation publicly. It was a shrewd maneuver indeed. Lin, do you have any plan? We must not allow this old dog to succeed. LV Liang inquired earnestly. A plan, you say? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with mischief as he replied. I need you to summon someone for me and gather some information. Be swift. He then leaned in to whisper a few instructions in LV Liang's ear. Understood, Lin. Just watch. LV Liang declared, patting his chest before hastily departing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo strode toward the Ability Management Bureau. Director Zhao, is there any chance Lin Mo will return? The reporters are all waiting. You haven't just called him to flee, have you? Chu Lianqing glanced at the clock inside the bureau, his impatience evident. Our investigators are above reproach and would never consider fleeing. Zhao Tianlin's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. That's debatable. Perhaps Lin Mo is feeling guilty about something. Why else would he remain absent? Chu Lianqing scoffed. Turning to the reporters crowding the entrance, what do you think, esteemed members of the media? Indeed, Director Zhao, why hasn't Lin Mo arrived? It's been nearly an hour. Director Zhao, could it be that Lin Mo is hiding due to some unsavory business? We demand to see him immediately. Please do not protect him. The barrage of accusations ignited Zhao Tianlin's fury, his eyes nearly aflame. Oh, how lively it is. A voice laced with amusement drifted from outside. Everyone turned to see Lin Mo arriving. In an instant, all cameras were trained on him. Having recently garnered fame as Jiangzhou's celebrated hero, any scandalous revelation would surely propel him to the forefront of trending news. Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei rushed to greet him. Apologies for the trouble caused to the bureau. Lin Mo clasped his fists in a gesture of contrition. Your words do not go unnoticed. We are well aware that malevolent forces seek to ensnare you unjustly. However, this matter must be handled with care. I may have reached the apex of my career as a branch director, but you are still young, with a promising future ahead. Do not let this incident tarnish your potential. Zhao Tianlin's brow furrowed, his expression devoid of blame, filled instead with concern for Lin Mo. Rest assured, Director. I am fully aware of the situation. Lin Mo nodded, and then turned to Chu Lianqing, a smirk playing on his lips. Mr. Chu, it has been a while. I trust you have been well. Thanks to you, I nearly met my demise. Chu Lianqing retorted. Do you remember what I said that day? I keep my promises. Today, prepare to be disgraced and become the pariah everyone loathes. With a sinister grin, Chu Lianqing stepped forward, addressing the assembled journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, you may recognize this man before you. Lin Mo, the hero who recently achieved great deeds at the Municipal People's Hospital, a name known to all in Jiangzhou. However, today, I shall unveil the darker side of his character. At these words, the reporters stirred with excitement. A sensational story was about to unfold. Pulling out his phone, Chu Lianqing continued. This Lin Mo may appear benevolent on the surface, but beneath lies a tyrant, a brutal ruffian who, emboldened by the backing of the Ability Management Bureau, shows utter disdain for others. He brazenly tramples the law and takes lives without a second thought. Countless innocent lives have been extinguished at his hands, all because they unwittingly incurred his wrath. And with the Bureau covering his tracks, no one is the wiser. How can a person of such inherent cruelty be worthy of the title hero? How can he serve as an investigator for the Ability Management Bureau? He is nothing short of a demon, a fiend from the depths of hell. As these accusations fell from his lips, the media turned their cameras on Lin Mo, capturing the unfolding drama. Such sheer nonsense. Zhao Tianlin's expression darkened as he glared at Chu Lianqing, seething with indignation. Your words lack any evidence. They are nothing but slander against Lin Mo. Director Zhao, without evidence, how could I possibly stand here today? Chu Lianqing retorted with a chilling smile, raising his phone for the crowd to see. I am intimately familiar with Lin Mo's true nature, as I am one of his victims. Had I not been a level 6 ability user, I might have perished at his hands. I shall now present the footage of Lin Mo's assault upon me, so you can witness his true face. With that, Chu Lianqing began to play the video on his phone, revealing the surveillance footage from the day in front of the Chu family villa. However, as Lin Mo watched, he soon realized something was amiss. The footage had been meticulously edited. All of Chu Lianqing's arrogance, threats, and even his initial aggression had been excised, leaving only a distorted narrative. Only the footage that cast Lin Mo in a negative light remained, showcasing Lin Mo's retaliatory actions against him, as well as the scene of Lu Liang forcibly leading Chu Tianqi into the villa. Particularly striking was Lin Mo's declaration to Lu Liang when he allowed Chu Tianqi to enter the villa. Let us see who can stop you today. And Chu Lianqing's final outcry to complain about Lin Mo, to which Lin Mo nonchalantly replied, suit yourself. These two statements were deliberately amplified in volume. As a result, the entire essence of the video was altered, painting Lin Mo as the very figure he had just described, arrogant and exceedingly overbearing. Chapter 82. Do you have evidence? Upon viewing this video, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei's expressions soured to the utmost degree. With such footage in existence, it indeed placed Lin Mo in a precarious position. At that moment, Chu Lianqing continued to address the gathered reporters, his eyes reddened and face filled with grievance. I am merely an ordinary civilian, devoid of status or connections. Lin Mo coveted an item from my family, specifically that golden box they took at the end of the video, and he brazenly brought people to my doorstep to seize it. When I refused, he resorted to violence against me. Had I not pleaded desperately and surrendered that item, I would not be standing before you all today to elucidate the truth and reveal Lin Mo's true character. Later, when I approached the Ability Management Bureau to file a complaint, they staunchly defended Lin Mo, even denying me entry. It is precisely the Bureau's unyielding indulgence of Lin Mo that has emboldened his outrageous behavior. I beseech you, esteemed media reporters, to help me seek justice and allow the citizens of Jiangzhou to see Lin Mo's true nature. Upon hearing this, the media reporters swiftly turned their attention to Lin Mo, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei. Lin Mo, is what Mr. Chu has stated true? Your silence seems to imply acknowledgement. Lin Mo, I cannot believe you are such a person. Raiding homes for possessions. You are an investigator from the Ability Management Bureau, not a common thief. Does your conscience not ache for such actions? Director Zhao, why does the Ability Management Bureau continuously condone Lin Mo's brazen behavior? Is it because he holds some connections, or perhaps there is a blood relation between you two, such as an illegitimate child? Not long ago, Lin Mo was hailed as a hero for his accomplishments in the hospital. Was this entire affair orchestrated by the Ability Management Bureau to create a publicity stunt, merely to elevate Lin Mo's status? We request a direct response from Director Zhao. Faced with these absurd inquiries, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei nearly succumbed to anger, hastily attempting to clarify. Lin Mo, however, remained entirely unfazed, walking over to a nearby chair and taking a seat. Observing this, Chu Lianqing smirked coldly and approached, exuding smug satisfaction as he said, Lin Mo, why do you not defend yourself? Or do you realize your inability to do so, and have thus chosen to abandon all hope? You have certainly exerted considerable effort, crafting such an elaborate monologue and that meticulously edited video. Haven to you? Lin Mo asked with a smile. As long as it can bring you down, I would willingly expend any amount of effort. Chu Lianqing retorted through clenched teeth. Then today, I fear you shall be sorely disappointed. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile. What? Lin Mo, do you still harbor the illusion that you can clarify matters today and turn the tide? Are you aware of the saying, 3 men can create a tiger? When rumors proliferate, they inevitably morph into truth. At that point, you will become the pariah of Jiangzhou, scorned by all. I wonder how you will continue to survive here. Chu Lianqing shot Lin Mo a derisive glance, brimming with confidence. Individuals like you. Lin Mo shook his head, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, will never comprehend the adage. A virtuous person has no fear of shadows. Oh, a virtuous person has no fear of shadows, is it? Then I shall eagerly observe who shall face disgrace today. Chu Lianqing sneered. Amidst the relentless inquiries from the reporters, Zhao Tianlin and Zhang Wei found themselves at a loss for words. In such circumstances, even the most rational arguments would be twisted into absurdity. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, Brother Lin, I'm back. At that moment, Lu Liang rushed in from outside. Upon seeing him, Lin Mo immediately rose and inquired with a smile, is everything taken care of? Absolutely. You can rest assured. Lu Liang patted his chest, then turned to the outside and shouted, come in. Before long, a figure emerged from the crowd, none other than Chu Tianqi. Upon witnessing this, the smile on Chu Lianqing's face vanished instantly, glaring at Chu Tianqi as he demanded in a low voice, you little bastard, what are you doing here? Why can't I come? Chu Tianqi shot back with a cold smirk. If I don't come, how will everyone know your true nature, dear uncle? What do you mean? Chu Lianqing's expression shifted dramatically, a foreboding sense of dread creeping into his heart. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to say. Just then, Lin Mo stepped forward, addressing the gathered media reporters. Upon hearing his words, the reporters promptly fell silent, turning their attention to Lin Mo. After all, he was the focal point of the day, and every word from his lips could very well become the week S or even the month S headline news. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know who he is? Lin Mo gestured towards Chu Tianqi. Hearing this, the reporters glanced at Chu Tianqi, all shaking their heads in unison. Allow me to properly introduce him. Lin Mo's lips curled into a slight smile as he pointed at Chu Tianqi. He is the renowned scientist of our nation, Chu Qingshan. Surely, his name rings a bell? Academician Chu made numerous significant contributions to our country, dedicating much of his life to researching how to revert the rampaging beasts back into normal beings. Tragically, just as he was nearing success, he met with a fatal car accident, leaving this world too soon. And the person beside me, Chu Tianqi, is the sole remaining descendant of Academician Chu. As these words resonated, the reporters swiftly directed their cameras towards Chu Tianqi. As the heir of Academician Chu, the state had bestowed upon Chu Tianqi exceptional care, granting him the villa and assets previously owned by Academician Chu, along with a substantial compensation package. Yet now, Chu Tianqi found himself homeless and impoverished. Do you know why? Because of him. Lin Mo pointed accusatorily at Chu Lianqing, his voice icy. As Chu Tianqi's uncle, a blood relative, he should have assumed the responsibility of caring for him. Yet he did the opposite, seizing the villa, assets, and compensation that rightfully belonged to Chu Tianqi, casting him out and leaving him to wander the streets, surviving by scavenging and begging. He is nothing short of a disgraceful scoundrel, even worse than a beast. At this pronouncement, the reporters swiftly turned their cameras on Chu Lianqing, who began to panic. After all, he was already guilty and aware of his wrongdoings. Nonetheless, he stubbornly retorted, Lin Mo, everything must be substantiated by evidence. Are you attempting to slander me? Do you have proof? Evidence has arrived. Lu Liang stepped forward, his mind racing as he retrieved a stack of documents from his spatial ring, raising them before the gathered journalists. Chapter 83, Disgraced. The documents were proof of the villa transfer, revealing that 1 week after the esteemed academician Chu's passing, Chu Lianqing had transferred the villa from Chu Tianqi's name into his own. Additionally, there were records of the transfer of the late academician's remaining funds, which Chu Lianqing had completely siphoned into his own account at the same time. Furthermore, the compensation granted by the state was also funneled entirely into his account, leaving not a single cent for Chu Tianqi. Lu Liang unfurled the documents before the journalists, igniting a frenzy of flashing cameras. After all, this matter involved the renowned scientist Chu Qingshan, making it undeniably a significant news story. Slander, this is all slander. Chu Lianqing began to panic. Apologies. But these documents originate from various government departments and are verifiable. Should they prove to be falsified, I, Lu Liang, am willing to bear any consequences. Lu Liang remarked with a cold smile. Mr. Chu, if these tangible pieces of evidence are not sufficient, we also have witnesses. Lin Mo smirked slightly, casting a knowing glance toward Chu Tianqi. Chu Tianqi immediately declared before the assembled reporters. Indeed, Investigator Lin speaks nothing but the truth. I can attest to his words. This statement served as the proverbial last straw for Chu Lianqing, whose complexion darkened considerably. Yet, he continued to glare at Lin Mo, defiantly proclaiming, What of it if your words are true? They cannot exonerate your character. My character is upright and above reproach. There is no need for exoneration. Lin Mo shook his head with a smile, addressing the journalists. Ladies and gentlemen, how credible can the words of a beast who treats his own nephew in such a manner truly be? Upon hearing this, the journalists nodded in contemplation. Indeed, this Chu Lianqing seemed less than human. If he could commit such heinous acts, it was entirely plausible that his accusations against Investigator Lin were mere fabrications. Absolutely. With such a character, I wouldn't believe a single word he uttered. His conduct is utterly disgraceful. He can do this to his own nephew. If Investigator Lin had inadvertently offended him, he would surely attempt to tarnish Lin's reputation. It seems we have all been played by him. In that moment, the journalists collectively recognized the validity of Lin Mo's argument. Lin Mo exchanged glances with Lu Liang, Zhao Tianlin, and Zhang Wei, silently mouthing, "It's done." The three could not help but give Lin Mo a thumbs up. Most individuals would have been thrown into disarray under such circumstances, yet Lin Mo managed to turn the tide and reclaim the narrative. Such composure is truly admirable. Ladies and gentlemen, instead of listening to the baseless slander from this petty individual, I suggest you conduct a thorough interview with him to uncover how he has wrongfully appropriated academician Chu's inheritance and compensation. I believe this story holds equal, if not greater, significance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo addressed the journalists. Upon hearing this, the media representatives perked up, directing their cameras toward Chu Lianqing. Mr. Chu Lianqing, why have you chosen to usurp your nephew Chu Tianqi's assets? Does your conscience not ache? Mr. Chu Lianqing, academician Chu's orphan nephew has already endured enough hardship with the loss of both parents at a young age. Why must you treat him thus? Do you possess no humanity? Mr. Chu Lianqing, please respond directly to our inquiries. Your silence now suggests tacit acceptance of guilt. Faced with the relentless interrogation of the reporters, Chu Lianqing's expression was one of utter despair, more grotesque than if he had consumed something vile. He could no longer bear to remain there, hastily covering his face as he attempted to flee the scene. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo discreetly extended his foot. Chu Lianqing stumbled and fell to the ground, losing several teeth and bleeding profusely from his nose, leaving him in a most pitiful state. Yet, he cared not for his plight, scrambling to his feet and continuing his escape. However, the media would not let him off so easily, pursuing him relentlessly, cameras flashing wildly. The sight filled Chu Lianqing with utter hopelessness. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi could not suppress their laughter. It seemed that Chu Lianqing, this old dog, had thoroughly disgraced himself. With academician Chu's immense influence in China, particularly in Jiangzhou, he would likely be met with scorn wherever he went. Brother Lin, your maneuver was truly gratifying. Lu Liang gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. He inspired me. I merely played along with his own game. Compared to the death of the body, social death is the most terrifying fate. Let him bear the consequences of his actions. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, then turned to Chu Tianqi with gratitude. Thank you for coming forward to testify on my behalf. You are too kind. This matter arose due to my actions, and you have assisted me, so it is only right that I return the favor. Chu Tianqi waved his hand, smiling. By the way, how is the development of your second serum progressing? Lin Mo suddenly recalled this matter, looking at Chu Tianqi with curiosity. After all, Chu Tianqi's second serum could produce high-grade mutant beasts, which should greatly enhance the ability index, right? It is still in the development phase, but it should be ready soon. Why? Do you seem particularly interested in my second serum? Chu Tianqi raised an eyebrow, responding in kind. If you succeed this time, please do not distribute it indiscriminately. Should chaos ensue again, I will have to apprehend you. If you truly wish to find someone to test the results, I would be more than willing to assist. Lin Mo patted his chest, eagerly volunteering. Really? Then I shall not hold back when the time comes. Chu Tianqi was equally delighted. He had been worried about how to conduct tests, but now he found a perfect partner in Lin Mo. After bidding farewell to Chu Tianqi, Zhao Tianlin summoned Lin Mo and Lu Liang to his office. Director, regarding today's events, Lin Mo began to explain. No need, it's all in the past. Let us learn from this experience. At this point, Zhao Tianlin lowered his voice, whispering, in the future, if you encounter anyone lacking in decorum, try to find a place without surveillance to address it. We wouldn't want to leave any incriminating evidence. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang were momentarily taken aback. So this was the lesson learned. They had thought Zhao Tianlin intended to advise them to avoid trouble in the future. Well then, back to the main topic. Zhao Tianlin waved his hand, placing a tablet before Lin Mo and Lu Liang. Displayed on the tablet was a map, with a skull icon rapidly approaching Jiangzhou. Is this the ghost-level beast tide? Why is it so close to Jiangzhou? Last I checked, it was still a month away. Lin Mo's expression shifted, his brow furrowing. For reasons unknown, the ghost-level beast tide had accelerated its pace significantly at the current rate. It would likely arrive in less than half a month. No, in 10 days. They would be at the gates. Zhao Tianlin's expression grew serious. So, is that why you summoned us, Director? Lin Mo squinted his eyes slightly. You two are the individuals I trust most. And you possess the cleverness to adapt to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, I intend to dispatch both of you outside the city to investigate the reasons behind the accelerated advance of the ghost-level beast tide. If possible, do your utmost to decelerate their pace. After all, Jiangzhou City is not yet prepared for such an onslaught. What do you say? Are you confident in accomplishing this task? Zhao Tianlin inquired, gazing at the pair. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo and Lu Liang exchanged glances, promptly rising to their feet and declaring earnestly, we guarantee the completion of the mission. Chapter 84, Journey to the Beast Tide. The following morning, Lin Mo was busily packing his belongings in preparation for departure. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. It was the black rhino armor, a reward from the headquarters in the capital. Lin Mo eagerly opened the package and donned it. The armor was primarily black, accented with silver at various joint segments. Its headpiece boasted a striking design featuring one long and two shorter rhinoceros horns, exuding an aura of dominance. Moreover, once clad in the black rhino armor, Lin Mo activated his abilities and distinctly felt the energy within him gradually restoring, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. It seemed that this effect would be significantly enhanced under the moonlight. Wow, this armor looks magnificent. Just then, Lu Liang entered, his eyes gleaming upon seeing Lin Mo in the black rhino armor. You arrived just in time. Come, lend me a sword. Lin Mo patted his chest and said with a grin, Ling brother, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lu Liang protested, even as he had already retrieved a C-grade longsword. Just strike when I say so. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Lu Liang. Then I won't hold back. Lu Liang spat into his palms, gripping the C-grade longsword tightly, and swung it with all his might toward Lin Mo's chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Lu Liang's expression shifted dramatically. The C-grade longsword was sent flying from his grasp, leaving his hands numb from the impact. In stark contrast, Lin Mo remained unfazed, embodying the resilience of an S-grade armor. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction and, with a flick of his mind, stored the black rhino armor in his spatial ring. Such high-tier armor naturally came with the standard feature of one-click donning and doffing, allowing Lin Mo to wear it instantly with a mere thought. It must be said, possessing a spatial ring was truly convenient. Where's your sword? Lin Mo looked up at Lu Liang, who was nursing his hands and wincing in pain, puzzled. Who knows where it flew off to? My hand feels like it's about to fall off. Ling brother, are you intentionally setting me up? Lu Liang replied, his face a picture of grievance. Who told you to use such force? Lin Mo shot him a glare and scanned the room, quickly spotting Lu Liang's C-grade longsword lodged in the living room television. Oops. Lu Liang, noticing the situation, felt a tinge of embarrassment. My 100-inch television, which I haven't even watched yet. You owe me for that. Lin Mo remarked, looking at Lu Liang. All right. So that's how it's going to be? I'll replace your television later. How does that sound? Lu Liang chuckled wryly. That sounds fair. Lin Mo grinned and turned to leave the room. Lu Liang, why must your hands be so reckless? Lu Liang gazed at his trembling hands, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. The two drove to the city gate, poised to exit. However, not far ahead, a figure caught Lin Mo and Lu Liang's attention. It was Chu Tianqi. Lin Mo slammed on the brakes and stopped abruptly. Chu Tianqi, what are you doing here? Lu Liang asked, puzzled. I heard you two are heading out to confront the ghost-level beast tide? Chu Tianqi queried. Who told you that? Lin Mo frowned. That's not for you to worry about. I have my sources. I just want to confirm if it's true. Chu Tianqi pressed. Indeed. That is the case. Lin Mo nodded. Take me with you. Chu Tianqi opened the car door and climbed in without hesitation. This is quite dangerous. Are you sure? Lin Mo asked, surprised. Rest assured, I won't be a burden. I'm going to acquire a crucial material that pertains to whether I can successfully develop my second formula. Chu Tianqi explained. What material? Both Lin Mo and Lu Liang inquired, intrigued. The essence of a level 10 beast. Chu Tianqi replied nonchalantly. A level 10 beast? Are you serious? Do you think any of us can take on a level 10 beast? Lu Liang remarked, his calm demeanor slipping. Don't worry, I have my ways. Chu Tianqi asserted confidently. Lin brother this. Lu Liang cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mo. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. Lin Mo contemplated for a moment before starting the vehicle, driving towards the city outskirts. Not long after Lin Mo and his companions exited the city, a man in black emerged from the shadows along the city wall. Observing the departing BMW X5, he promptly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Mo and his team have set off. Are you certain they are headed towards the ghost-level beast tide? A voice on the other end inquired. Absolutely. The man in black nodded. Excellent. Heaven offers a path you refuse to tread, while hell has no doors you choose to enter. Lin Mo, now that you have ventured forth, you shall never find your way back. Ha! Approximately 100 kilometers from Jiangzhou, the landscape was enveloped in dust and tumultuous noise. A glance revealed a densely packed assembly of various beasts, numbering at least in the thousands. Moreover, from all directions, more beasts continued to join this colossal throng. At this moment, about 3 kilometers away from these creatures, Lin Mo, Lu Liang, and Chu Tianqi observed the beast tide through binoculars. Is this the ghost-level beast tide? It's terrifying. At this rate, by the time it reaches Jiangzhou City, the number of beasts will undoubtedly exceed 10,000. Lu Liang gasped in disbelief. Level 3 sand scorpions, Level 4 three-headed serpents, and Level 5 rock monsters. Just the outermost beasts are already so formidable. The heart of the tide must contain Level 9 and even Level 10 beasts. Chu Tianqi exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, indeed. Are you planning to charge in and slay a Level 10 beast? Lu Liang shot Chu Tianqi a disapproving look, exasperated. I won't charge in, but you can. Aren't you capable of burrowing underground? Chu Tianqi said, appraising Lu Liang with a grin. Don't even think about it. Yes, I can burrow, but I'm not foolish. That's a Level 10 beast. Am I supposed to deliver it takeout? Or do you believe Level 10 beasts are benevolent creatures? And if I go in and share a joke, they'll gladly offer me their essence? Lu Liang retreated a couple of steps, exasperated. Brothers, must we bicker at such a critical moment? Lin Mo gazed at the two with a hint of exasperation. This younger brother is clearly oblivious to reality. I must awaken him lest he recklessly rushes in, compelling us to rescue him. Lu Liang pouted in response. Our immediate task is to uncover the reason behind the sudden acceleration of this monstrous tide. As for the essence of the 10th level beast, Tianqi, I will do my utmost to assist you when the opportunity arises, but you must not act impulsively. Do you all understand? Lin Mo addressed the two earnestly. Understood. They both nodded in agreement. Lin Mo picked up the binoculars and resumed his observation of the beast tide. Soon, he discerned something amiss. Look, the beast tide appears to be constantly adjusting its course. Lin Mo exclaimed, pointing towards the wave of beasts. Upon hearing this, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi hastily raised their binoculars, and after a brief examination, they nodded in unison. Indeed, that is correct. Originally, the path taken by the beast tide towards Jiangzhou City would require at least 10 days' journey. However, with this change in direction, it could potentially arrive in merely 5 days. Lin Mo furrowed his brow in contemplation. How could this be? The direction of the beast tide typically remains unchanged unless obstructed. Could someone be deliberately guiding it? But who would be so idle as to lead a beast tide on a shortcut? They must harbor an intense hatred for Jiangzhou City. Lu Liang expressed his bewilderment. Suddenly, the three seemed to have a simultaneous revelation, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, the cult of the god worshippers. This indeed bore the hallmark of the frenzied actions characteristic of that cult. Quickly, let's search. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. The trio immediately scrutinized the beast tide through their binoculars. Before long, they identified the source of the disturbance. At the forefront of the tide stood 8 skeletal creatures, their foreheads adorned with yellow talismans emanating an eerie red glow. This inexplicably excited the beasts trailing behind, compelling them to instinctively follow the skeletal creatures. Consequently, the entire direction of the beast tide was altered. Lin, those skeletal creatures look somewhat familiar. Lu Liang turned to Lin Mo. Lin Mo squinted, a spark of realization igniting in his eyes. Yuli Daoist. Indeed, he is the rogue from that day. These skeletons and the yellow talismans are undoubtedly his handiwork. Lu Liang nodded vigorously. Finally, we have identified the cause. That old dog is using the skeletal creatures to incessantly redirect the beast tide towards Jiangzhou City. Lin Mo stated coldly. Lin, what should we do now? We have no idea where that rogue is hiding. Lu Liang furrowed his brow. No need to rush. First, we must eliminate those skeletal creatures, and that old dog will inevitably reveal himself. Lin Mo smirked slightly, then turned to Lu Liang, saying, this task is entrusted to you. Understood. A knowing smile spread across Lu Liang's face. Meanwhile, 1 kilometer to the west of the monstrous tide, atop the crown of a towering tree, stood a figure clad in a green Taoist robe, Yuli Daoist himself. With one hand forming a seal, he occasionally glanced at the skeletal creatures leading the tide, a smug grin curling his lips. Haha, the Ability Management Bureau of Jiangzhou City would never dream that the monstrous tide has altered its course, taking a shortcut that will allow it to reach the city in less than 5 days. When that time comes, they will be caught utterly unprepared, and the capture of Jiangzhou will be within reach. As he spoke, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Yuli Daoist's countenance. Lin Mo, you have truly brought ruin upon me. Before encountering you, I was a city steward, overseeing hundreds of devotees of the cult of the god worshippers. Now, thanks to you, I am relegated to this desolate wasteland. Toiling in penance. Await the day of the city's fall. I shall sever your head as an offering to the heavens. With that thought, Yuli Daoist cast another glance at the approaching tide, satisfied that he had successfully altered its path, and prepared to rest against the tree. After all, he had not slept for 3 days and nights while guiding the monstrous tide into this shortcut. Boom. However, just as Yuli Daoist lay down on the branch, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted from the direction of the beast tide. Startled, Yuli Daoist sprang to his feet, his expression shifting drastically. He beheld the 8 skeletal creatures, which had been leading the tide, reduced to mere bones scattered on the ground. The yellow talismans, however, remained intact, lying on the ground and pulsating with red light. This caused the beasts in front to begin circling the talismans, and as they did not advance, the beasts behind them also came to a halt, milling about in confusion. Seeing this, Yuli Daoist's countenance darkened. How could this happen? Have I been discovered? He quickly scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of humans. How strange. What could have caused such an explosion? Did I step on a landmine? Yuli Daoist furrowed his brow, then immediately leapt down from the tree, forming seals and chanting spells. Soon, 8 more skeletal creatures emerged from the ground beside him. Go! Yuli Daoist commanded with a wave of his hand. The skeletal creatures sped towards the forefront of the beast tide. As Yuli Daoist rapidly recited incantations, the 8 yellow talismans flew up and affixed themselves to the heads of the newly summoned skeletal creatures. In no time, the new skeletal creatures resumed guiding the tide forward. Seeing this, Yuli Daoist let out a sigh of relief, just as he was about to turn away. Boom! A tremendous crash resonated once more. When he looked back, the newly summoned skeletal creatures had once again been obliterated. This is outrageous. Yuli Daoist seethed. The first time might have been an accident, but this second time is clearly the work of someone deliberately sabotaging me. He charged into an open area, glaring at his surroundings and bellowing. Who dares to thwart my endeavors? Show yourself. If you possess the courage, lurking in the shadows and striking from ambush is no act of a true hero. True hero? Is what you are doing now truly the mark of a hero? A voice laced with scorn rang out. Yuli Daoist turned to see a figure leisurely approaching. Lin Mo? Yuli Daoist froze, clearly taken aback by the unexpected appearance of Lin Mo. Old dog. It has been some time. I trust you have been well. Lin Mo remarked with a teasing smile playing on his lips. You insolent fool. Instead of hiding safely within the city like a coward, you dare to venture out here? The eyes of Yuli Daoist gleamed with a chilling murderous intent. How could I possibly know if you do not come? The beast tide accelerates, and it turns out you, shamelessly, are the one stirring things up behind the scenes. Lin Mo said with a cold smile. Ha ha, you've discovered my little secret. But what of it? The ghost-grade beast tide is rapidly approaching Jiangzhou, and soon the people of Jiangzhou City will have nowhere to escape. The Yuli Daoist laughed triumphantly, then glanced around Lin Mo. Frowning in confusion. What? Did you come here all by yourself? Where are the others from the Ability Management Bureau to deal with a wretched old dog like you? There is no need for anyone else. I am more than sufficient. Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Lin Mo, it seems you truly lack a clear understanding of your own strength. You, a mere 6th level ability user, dare to appear before me alone? I could eliminate you without even using my abilities. Yuli Daoist scoffed, charging directly at Lin Mo with a palm strike. In response, Lin Mo showed no sign of fear and met the attack with his own palm. Bang! With a dull thud, both were knocked back. Yuli Daoist staggered 3 steps, while Lin Mo retreated 4, neither clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Yuli Daoist's eyes. How could this be? You are merely a 6th level ability user. How has your physical strength become so formidable? After 3 days apart, one should look upon others with new respect. Did you grow up in poverty and never attend school, lacking even this basic understanding? Lin Mo smirked slightly, then focused his mind, releasing his ability's aura. 7th level ability user. No, judging by the intensity of this aura, he has likely reached the late 7th level. How is this possible? Yuli Daoist could hardly maintain his composure, his eyes nearly bulging out. After all, it had barely been a few days since he last saw Lin Mo, not even a week, and Lin Mo had made such a remarkable leap from a 6th level to late 7th level ability user. This speed of cultivation is astonishing. Old dog, not having eliminated you that day has been a lingering regret in my heart. Today, let me rectify that. Lin Mo chuckled coldly, the sword of annihilation rapidly forming in his right hand as he charged at Yuli Daoist. Humph. So what if you've broken through to the 7th level? I am an 8th level ability user. You are still no match for me. Yuli Daoist snorted disdainfully, then stomped his foot. Several skeletal monsters emerged from the ground, their eyes glowing green as they lunged at Lin Mo. These skeletal monsters were nothing like the previous ones. Each emitted an aura no less than that of a 7th level ability user. Nevertheless, Lin Mo showed no fear, wielding his sword to engage them in fierce combat. Meanwhile, not far from there, on a hillside, Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi were secretly observing the scene. Damn, the shamelessness of this demon is appalling. Relying on numbers against a single individual. Lu Liang gritted his teeth in frustration. Should we assist Brother Lin? Chu Tianqi suggested. Absolutely not. We have our own mission. Lu Liang shook his head, then turned his gaze to the 8 yellow talismans on the ground, his eyes glinting as he asked Chu Tianqi, can the beast you create now be directed in its advance? Of course. The beasts produced using the first formula possess all the necessary functions. Aside from their relatively weaker strength. Chu Tianqi nodded. Good, summon 8 ant beasts, and we shall redirect the beast tied back onto its original path. Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with determination. Chu Tianqi immediately scooped up a handful of ants, and Lu Liang led him underground. The power of the Sword of Annihilation was indeed fearsome. In no time, the skeletal monsters summoned by Yuli Daoist were reduced to mere scraps by Lin Mo. Indeed, they proved to be more challenging than typical 7th level ability users, but that was the extent of their prowess. Today is your day of reckoning. Yuli Daoist's eyes glinted coldly as he bit his fingertip, quickly drawing a rune on the ground with his blood. Then he stomped his foot forcefully, shouting, come forth. The blood rune flickered with crimson light. Boom. The ground trembled, as if an earthquake had struck. A massive fissure opened up behind Yuli Daoist, and from it emerged a gigantic skeletal figure. Towering at 4 to 5 meters, its eyes glowed with bloodlust, wielding a colossal bone hammer. The overwhelming aura it exuded sent chills down the spine. Lin Mo frowned at the sight. Yuli Daoist's methods were indeed unlike those of ordinary ability users. He had managed to seamlessly blend his summoning abilities with Taoist techniques. It must be said, there was some merit to his skills. Lin Mo glanced toward the direction of the beast tide. Lu Liang and Chu Tianqi should have already begun their tasks. He needed to buy them enough time. Crush him. With Yuli Daoist's command, the skeletal giant swung its hammer down toward Lin Mo. Without hesitation, Lin Mo wielded the Sword of Annihilation. A scarlet sword energy surged forth, slicing horizontally toward the skeletal giant. Boom. With a resounding crash, but the next moment, the skeletal giant remained unscathed. Lin Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. After all, the Sword of Annihilation had obliterated other skeletal foes effortlessly. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, this is my trump card. It took me nearly 20 years of effort to cultivate this skeletal giant, collecting various hard beast bones to forge it. Not even a 9th level ability user could harm it. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Yuli Daoist laughed triumphantly. As the colossal hammer drew nearer, its terrifying power promised to reduce Lin Mo to mere pulp with a single strike. At this moment, evasion was no longer an option. Lin Mo dared not hesitate. Focusing his mind. Buzz. A flash of black light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he was clad in the black rhino armor. Boom. Simultaneously, the bone hammer crashed down upon Lin Mo.